On the first day of school, I made the school beauty swallow a 2.5-meter giant python alive. Even though her 8-pack abs were nearly torn open by the massive snake's head, I still forced her to hold back the nausea and gulp it down. The classmates who realized what was happening all wanted to sue me, and even our usually gentle homeroom teacher urged me to turn myself in. But the school beauty, instead of being angry, looked at me with affection and called me husband. Because 1 minute later, a solar magnetic storm would sweep across Blue Star. By then, all animals and plants would turn into monsters 2.5 meters tall. And whatever food a person eats right before the mutation determines the type of supernatural gift they awaken. In my past life, Xiaowanru's pet golden python later evolved into a world-shaking SSS Class 5-clawed divine dragon, far stronger than her former Ice Queen power. But before the apocalypse came, I foolishly ate 2 duck necks and ended up with a rat sewer digging gift. I spent every day hiding pitifully behind Xiaowanru, always on the edge of death. Xiaowanru once fought a chicken claw monster for 3 days and nights just to save me, and in the end, she was torn apart by a beast tide after exhausting all her strength. Now that I've lived again, I must change everything. Later, I found a dragon vein jade stone in the south of the city. This seemingly ordinary stone was actually a fragment left behind when the water god Gondang crashed into Buzhou Mountain. Swallowing it grants the Pangu bloodline gift, and this heaven-defying opportunity has now landed in my hands early. At this moment, Xiaowanru stood in the classroom with a complicated expression, holding a cute golden python in her arms. On one side was the boy she had loved for years, and on the other, the baby dragon she had cared for 2.5 years. But after a moment of hesitation, she looked at my serious expression and made up her mind, shouting, "I'm sorry, little milk dragon. For Qinjia, I'll do anything." As she spoke, she grabbed the golden python's head and, in front of the whole class, swallowed it like sucking up a noodle. Da-da-da-da, repairing my front teeth. The baby dragon, realizing it was about to be eaten, instinctively struggled with all its might in her arms. I quickly stepped forward to help, and soon, Xiaowanru's face turned red, her belly visibly bulging. Then I picked up a jade green stone and swallowed it. Luckily, the stone wasn't big, and it slid smoothly into my stomach. The entire class was too shocked to speak, only managing to stammer, "What are you doing?" It was one thing for Qinjia to go crazy, but even the school beauty Xiaowanru joined in. Had they read too many apocalypse novels or eaten too much junk food? Just then, Xiaowanru finished swallowing the last bit of the snake's tail, rushed to the water dispenser, chugged several mouthfuls, and then collapsed against the wall, dry heaving. That's when all 81 classmates finally reacted. "You motherfucker. Son of a bitch. Xiaowanru, you actually did it? Qinjia told you to eat it, and you really ate it?" Xiaowanru glared at the spiky-haired boy. "He made me do it. Is this still the year 2025? Even our charming homeroom teacher opened her eyes wide, looking at us in shock. "Miss Xia, I should take you to the hospital right away. If your stomach starts bleeding, it'll be too late." I ignored everyone's panic and gently patted Xiaowanru's back. Even though her fairy-like face had gone pale, she still held back the pain in her stomach and hugged me tight. "Brother Qinjia, I did it. Praise me, quick." As she spoke, blood kept oozing from her lips, terrifying everyone present. Teacher Lu Qingqing rushed out and called for an ambulance. Tan Hua, who had silently watched everything, the simp who chased Xiaowanru for years, went completely blank with rage clouding his mind. He was a big and strong athlete. With a roar, he charged at me with a punch. "Qinjia, you're dead. You knew she liked you and still made her eat her favorite pet? I'll teach you a lesson." But I didn't even look at him. Holding the weakening Xiaowanru, I calmly watched the countdown on my phone. Tang Hua saw me ignore him and shoved aside anyone in his way in anger. 3 seconds left. Tang Hua jumped over tables and chairs toward us. 2 seconds. His tall figure was almost upon us. 1 second. Many people held their breath, unable to watch. 0. At exactly 10 a.m., the sky suddenly turned blood red. A wave of energy exploded, shattering the sturdy windows and blasting Tang Hua into the air. The blinding light made everyone close their eyes. But the strange scene only lasted 30 seconds before vanishing. Tang Hua, temporarily blinded by the flash, fell hard to the ground. The electromagnetic storm had wiped out all electronic devices. Mankind's missiles, nukes, and hydrogen bombs were all reduced to scrap metal. Everyone instinctively looked outside but then realized all their video recording phones had died at once. At that moment, Xiaowanru, lying in my arms, screamed in agony. Everyone turned their heads. The girl who just swallowed the giant python was visibly changing. Golden and blue flames swirled from her body. Dragon horns sprouted from her head, crackling with silver lightning. Blue-white scales appeared on her cheeks. A green flame dragon coiled around her, and her beautiful dress became a glowing scaly armor. When the transformation ended, an info panel popped up in Xiaowanru's mind. After checking it, she finally understood why I made her eat the baby dragon. Soon, the scales on her face faded, and the horns on her head shrank and disappeared. But the massive change had clearly frightened her, and she turned to look at me anxiously. Strangely, although I looked unchanged, the moment Xiaowanru stared into my eyes, her very soul began to tremble. It was the fear from deep within the genes, when weak creatures faced their natural enemies. She faintly had some guesses. It was just as Qinjia had said before, he had already consumed something else. Xiaowanru didn't know what that thing was. But the feeling that both her body and mind wanted to submit made her love Qinjie even more deeply. She didn't know how Qinjie knew everything about the mutation. But she understood that Qinjie would not harm her. The power she had now was given to her by Qinjie. At this moment, crimson light broke into the room from the window, growing brighter, illuminating the night like a fiery red day. Almost at the same time, Gao Juanhao's scream suddenly stopped. After a moment of stillness, the classroom was immediately filled with shrill screams again. Many people who were confused, affected by the strange light from the sky, began to scream in panic. What happened? Did Xiao Wanru do this? Ah! Something's grabbing me! Help! Help! In an instant, the scene became chaotic beyond measure. At this moment, the crimson light faded. A huge fish-like figure, covered in torn flesh and white bones piercing through it, appeared in the classroom. Beneath this figure, two bloody, mangled bodies were pinned down. The others saw this and fearfully collapsed onto the floor. They stared in horror at the two figures twitching under the weight. The bloody and terrifying giant figure seemed to be making chewing sounds. Among the remaining crowd, several strange figures mixed in. They were either small like weird monkeys, twisted like worms, or fast like wolves. But they all shared one characteristic. Their skin was made from flesh turned inside out. Their appearance was grotesque and terrifying. It was as if demons from hell had crawled out. At this moment, they were chasing after the normal students in the classroom. With blades in their hands and sharp teeth in their mouths, they tore apart the students they caught, ripping them in half and feasting on their flesh. What was once a slightly disordered classroom had now turned into the beginning of a massacre. It was as if it had become hell itself. Class leader Zheng Yi stood stunned, watching this scene. She didn't understand what was happening at all. Why, after two flashes of light, had the entire world changed so drastically? What she didn't know was that those lights and the electromagnetic storm contained strange powers, and when combined, they caused mutations. Only those with a strong enough mind, able to resist the invasion of these strange forces, could awaken corresponding supernatural abilities through the remnants of foreign substances in their bodies. Gao Juanhao was clearly not strong enough mentally. During his days, he was unable to resist the invasion of the strange power. The violent and strange energy quickly spread through every corner of his body. Writhing blood threads crawled out from beneath his skin, scratching and contracting across his body. His normal skin was tightly bound by countless tiny blood threads, causing blood to spill out. In just 2 or 3 seconds, Gao Juanhao's body had shrunk by nearly half. The entire person was drenched in blood, unrecognizable as the person he once was. Then, in just a few moments, his body twisted into a shape that no human could achieve. After a violent distortion, sharp, bird-like claws grew from his feet. Accompanied by a screech that almost pierced his eardrums, the mutated Gao Juanhao twisted and lunged at a girl in front of him. The speed was so fast that it created an afterimage. In an instant, he sliced a girl in half with his claws. Class leader Zhang Yi, who was not far away, stepped back in fright. Chen Jia watched the birdman-like creature standing on the corpse, howling, his pupils constricting. That was the blood moon demon bird? But how did this mutated beast come out of Gao Juanhao's body? Chapter 3, The Pangu Bloodline. Fighting the monsters. In his previous life, Chen Jia had avoided this scene because he took a leave of absence that day. Naturally, he had avoided the crimson sight in front of him now. Rebirth and return, Chen Jia, who had lived 2 lives. Naturally, he knew about the many types of monsters that appeared after the distortion. This bird-type monster, transformed by Gao Juanhao, is called the Blood Moon Demon Bird. Although it is just a first-level monster, its speed is incredibly fast, with sharp claws as deadly as knives. In the early stages of the distortion, they were almost one of the most ferocious and lethal monsters. Humans in the early distortion stage, even if they survived the mutation phase and successfully activated their innate abilities, still needed enough time to familiarize themselves. If they encountered the Blood Moon Demon Bird, with its terrifying speed, they might not even have time to release their innate abilities before being killed in an instant. Unless they were top-tier talent users. Only those who could quickly understand the situation and skillfully use their innate abilities had a chance to survive. Ordinary people who encountered the Blood Moon Demon Bird would only end up as food for the monster. Especially in this current environment, where the light has faded, leaving only a faint crimson glow in the darkness. The Blood Moon Demon Bird, with its owl-like traits, was more at ease in the dark. If humans weren't careful enough in front of the Blood Moon Demon Bird, they would die a miserable and sudden death. In his past life, when he first awakened his ability, he wasn't yet skilled at controlling it. He was treated as a monster by his neighbors and driven out of the residential building. If it hadn't been for Xiao Wanru, who immediately found him after the mutation and insisted on staying by his side, he might have already died outside. However, it was precisely because he stayed at home that he managed to avoid the blood moon demon bird. This also made him realize why, in his past life, almost no one in his class survived the school. As his thoughts flashed, Chen Jie cautiously gazed at the blood moon demon bird. He immediately attempted to awaken his innate divine power. His innate information instantly appeared in his mind. Name, Chen Jie. Level, first stage. Mimic divine weapon, opening heaven axe. Mimicked battle armor, for extremes 5 mountains armor. Mimicked battle spirit, chaos clear and turbid chi. Innate ability, opening heaven and earth, S, separating turbidity and purity, S, chaos shenawang body, S. Opening heaven and earth, Pangu's bloodline has the power to open heaven and earth, standing with the sky above and the earth beneath, even the might of heaven and earth cannot shake it. Separating turbidity and purity, Pangu's bloodline divides the pure and the turbid, able to easily dispel illusions. Chaos Shenawang body, as the bloodline of the creator god Pangu, it can suppress most living beings from the bloodline. Chen Jie's eyes immediately lit up. The blood moon demon bird? Perfect. Time to test my skills. Chen Jie stamped his foot. Golden light suddenly spread out from his body. The sound of gingling metal echoed in the air. A black golden feathered helmet covered Chen Jie's face. Golden tassels, like flames, swayed behind his head. The dazzling black golden armor plates shimmered, like dragon scales. They covered every part of Chen Jie's body, making his already tall and sturdy figure seem even more powerful. On his back, swirling mist of clear purple smoke curled around. Like a divine warrior, his presence was unstoppable. As soon as the mimicked battle armor was summoned, Xiaolu, watching from the side, immediately held her breath, her eyes filled with admiration. The mutated monsters, transformed from his classmates, seemed to be stimulated by something huge. They all turned their heads towards Chen Jie and let out deafening roars. That was the natural dominion power from Pangu's bloodline. It was also a magnetic attraction. These monsters, in a short period of time, actually stopped their movements. Then they changed direction and began rushing towards Chen Jie to tear him apart. The one closest to him was the gigantic fish monster. Its massive, 3 to 4 meter tall body now looked at Chen Jie, who was clad in mimicked battle armor. It was restless. However, when Chen Jie's gaze swept over it, it seemed to awaken its fading human memories and triggered the fear buried deep inside it. The huge, twisted, ugly monster became enraged. It roared and charged toward Chen Jie. Xiaolu, seeing this, was about to awaken her mimicked power and move forward. But she was stopped by Chen Jie, who raised his hand. Then, Xiaolu saw Chen Jie stride forward, charging straight at the fish monster. In the blink of an eye. Bang! Amidst the dull sound, a large figure and a small figure collided. Vague invisible airwaves erupted around them. At the same time, the ground cracked open due to their immense power. Although Chen Jie was nearly 2 meters tall in his mimetic armor, in front of the nearly 4-meter giant fish monster, he seemed like a child. The size difference inevitably caused Chen Jie to tilt due to the shattered ground. It looked like he was weaker in terms of power. Beside him, the blood moon demon bird transformed by Gao Juanhao was shrewd and cunning. Thinking the fish monster had the advantage, with a screech, it suddenly leaped towards the battling sides. Its primary target was Chen Jie, who evoked immense fear in it. Just then, Chen Jie took a step back, twisting his hand at the same time. He transformed a push into a pull. Using the terrifying power of his mimetic armor, he yanked the nearly 4-meter massive body of the fish monster up. Like swinging a baseball bat, he hurled it towards the flying blood moon demon bird. Bang! Boom! The dull sound of flesh colliding and the shattering of the wall sounded in succession. The ugly gigantic body of the fish monster embedded itself into the wall. And the blood moon demon bird immediately began to scream in anger. It only relied on its agility. At the moment of being crushed, it flapped its wings and leaped over the crashing fish monster. The blood moon demon bird fluttered its enormous wings, its human-faced bird visage. Its eyeball shifted, as if deep in thought. It realized that with merely its strength, it could not shake that human in black gold armor. So the blood moon demon bird began to cry out incessantly. Chen Jie understood. It was not just screaming in anger, but using the pressure of its bloodline. It called upon all the incompletely transformed monsters to attack Chen Jie together. The originally cautious monsters. Their flesh on the surface squirmed more violently, their faces becoming even more terrifying. At the same time, they emitted angry roars. Several monsters simultaneously abandoned the flesh at their mouths and pounced toward Chen Jie. The blood moon demon bird quietly flew up to the ceiling, attempting to ambush. Seeing this, Chen Jie clenched his right hand in a fist. Suddenly, the primordial purple energy behind him transformed into a sharp giant axe flashing with black gold light. The mimetic divine weapon. The opening sky axe. As Chen Jie faced the repulsive monsters rushing closer, he did not retreat but advanced. With a powerful kick, he shattered the ground. Like a wild wind, he rushed toward the four monsters. At the same time, his body twisted in midair, the giant axe swirling like a dragon. As the opening sky axe spun, a thunderous roar echoed, stable like a mountain. Whoosh! Accompanied by a flash of blade light. The four distorted monsters were almost simultaneously sliced in half. Above, the blood moon demon bird. Under the threat of death, it screamed and lunged at Chen Jie, planning to fight to the death. But at this moment, Chen Jie grinned. Then, suddenly, swung the opening sky axe upward. A blade of light was infinitely amplified by the opening sky axe. The blood moon demon bird was directly sliced in half by Chen Jie. Chapter 4, in the end times, first to kill the Holy Mother. After Chen Jie ended the blood moon demon bird with one blow, the entire classroom instantly fell silent. Chen Jie's stunning actions left the classmates present in awe. And the monsters present also sensed the strong aura emanating from Chen Jie's Pangu bloodline. One by one, they stopped their movements and looked at Chen Jie. Chen Jie showed no hesitation, leaping into action. With almost lightning speed, he killed the other monsters. In 3 minutes, all the distorted beasts in the classroom were cleared away. It was at this moment that the surviving people in the classroom began to stir, wanting to get out. Chen Jie walked up to the podium with a cold expression. Everyone, silence. As Chen Jie spoke, the classroom immediately became quiet. The apocalypse is here. Outside, there are monsters everywhere. If you want to survive, listen to me. As soon as Chen Jie finished speaking, a giant hellhound outside opened its savage mouth. Exposing its sharp fangs and sticking out its tongue, it looked at everyone in the classroom. A low, eerie roar echoed through the classroom. At this critical moment, a girl in the crowd shouted loudly. Ah! The hellhound suddenly became frantic. Chen Jie frowned, his gaze fixed on the hellhound outside the classroom door. In his previous life, this hellhound had ruthlessly hunted for revolution in the school. It ultimately transformed into the three-headed hellhound, becoming the overlord of Yun City. If it weren't for the arrival of a high-level extraordinary being, the entire Yun City would have been its prey. This time, Chen Jie planned not to take action himself. Instead, he gave a look to Xiao beside him. Go! Seeing Chen Jie's gesture, Xiao gathered by Xiao divine thunder in her palm, the illusion of a green-scaled sword flickered. Boom! Caught off guard, a divine thunder struck the hellhound, dust scattering as a charred mark appeared on its body. As expected, it was the famous Bai Xiao divine thunder from the previous life, specifically targeting evil creatures. Now the hellhound was completely enraged. Dragging its charred body, it opened its giant mouth, roaring as it charged into the classroom. A jet of black flame erupted, instantly turning desks and chairs to ashes. The two people beside the desk turned directly to dust. Beast, looking for death. Seeing that the hellhound could withstand Xiaowanru's Bai Xiao divine thunder, Chen Jie decided to take action himself. The mimetic divine weapon, the open sky axe, charged ahead. Whoosh, 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 it smashed straight toward the hellhound. And Chen Jie followed closely, rushing toward the hellhound. Although the hellhound nimbly evaded the attack of the open sky axe, but the Chen Jie that followed was like a bull. He directly knocked the hellhound to the ground. Xiaowanru quickly handed her weapon to Chen Jie. Chen Jie gave no opportunity for the hellhound to counterattack. With one sword, he sealed its throat. Then Chen Jie walked to the corpse of the hellhound. He cut open the hellhound's body and retrieved a piece of pure white crystal. In his previous life, this crystal was called a spirit crystal by extraordinary beings. As long as one absorbs the spirit crystal, there is a chance for extraordinary beings to advance. This is the fastest and most stable way to evolve. But not all mutated beasts can produce crystals. Only a very few can generate low-level spirit crystals from their corpses, and high-level ones are even rarer. However, correspondingly, the higher the quality of the spirit crystal inside, the stronger the mutated beast's power. The world is so cruel, the weak eat the strong, and the strong have stronger ones coming to hunt them down. Thinking of his previous life, Xiaowanru was not willing to give up on her own life. Remembering that she had already awakened the Pangu bloodline talent, Chen Jie gave the spirit crystal to Xiaowanru. Take it to your forehead and absorb it with your mind. Xiaowanru took the spirit crystal without hesitation and followed Chen Jie's instructions. As the light faded, the spirit crystal in Xiaowanru's hand had vanished. And Xiaowanru now looked refreshing and extraordinary. Her skin became fairer, her eyes clearer, and her long hair glossier and shinier. Her entire aura was more noble. And this was just the visual impression. The substantial growth of her talent ability was even more significant. She had reached level 2 Awakener. At the beginning of this global mutation, a level 2 Awakener's strength could already handle most crises. Chen Jia then walked to the girl who had screamed earlier, attracting the Hellhound. With a swift motion, the girl's head rolled directly to the ground. Chen Jia fiercely scanned the remaining people around him. In the apocalypse, people must pay for their foolishness. Only a dozen people remained alive on site. Chen Jia, we will listen to you now. Chen Jia, whatever you want us to do, we will do it. At that moment, a heart-wrenching cry for help rang out from outside the classroom. Help me, please, I beg you to save me. The cries for help mingled with the roars of mutated beasts echoed outside the classroom. Chen Jia knew that the mutated beasts of the school had begun to gather in groups. Remembering his past life, the school was overwhelmed because of the sheer number of students. Many students had mutated into strange beast monsters. As a result, a massive army of mutant beasts had appeared in the school. Even though Chen Jia had awakened the Sky Axe now, he was powerless in the face of thousands of mutant beasts. Without hesitation, Chen Jia immediately closed the classroom door. Stop standing there stupidly, hurry up and move the desks and chairs to block the windows and door. Chen Jia shouted loudly to the people in the corner. After a brief hesitation, the instinct for survival kicked in, and a few of them quickly got up. They followed Chen Jia's orders to block the door and windows. It's Xiao Wei. As the army of beasts drew closer, the class flower, Xiao Qianqian, recognized Xiao Wei running for her life in front of the mutant beasts. She was her roommate and best friend. At that moment, Xiao Wei outside the classroom was already torn to pieces. Her tragic appearance instantly flooded Xiao Qianqian with sympathy. In a moment, Xiao Qianqian rushed to the door and stretched out her hands, ready to push the desk blocking the door. At that very moment, Chen Jia instantly appeared beside Xiao Qianqian and grabbed her tightly. Grinding his teeth, he said, "Do you want us all to die with her?" Chen Jia's cold voice came through. A strong hand tightly gripped Xiao Qianqian's wrist. Chen Jia, what do you mean? Xiao Wei is about to die, I can't just watch her die. The global mutation, humanity's order had already collapsed. And any mistake could cost a life. What's worse, it could harm others. Being a hero? Only the strong could be their own hero. Seeing that Chen Jia refused to let go, Xiao Qianqian became furious. Chen Jia, how can you be so cold-hearted? Chen Jia grinned. Alright, since you think I'm cold-hearted, then you go and play the saint yourself. Saying that, Chen Jia directly activated his mimicry battle armor. Then he opened the door and forcefully pushed Xiao Qianqian out. He gently closed the door behind her. Xiao Qianqian stood in the corridor, immediately terrified and turned back. She frantically knocked on the door. Chen Jia, I'm sorry, Chen Jia, I was just too anxious. Chen Jia, please let me in. Outside the corridor, the mutated monsters and beasts saw Xiao Qianqian crying and shouting. Their pupils instantly turned red, revealing a greedy expression. They immediately swarmed toward her. Inside the classroom, the others were all silent. Huddled in the corner, listening to the sounds of the beasts fighting over Xiao Qianqian outside. They dared not make a sound. Chen Jia stood straight behind the door, his face tense. Later, if a mutant beast rushed in, he planned to fight to the death. At the very least, he had to escort Xiao out of the school. Chapter 5, Avenger, Xiaolu. After the monsters had eaten Xiao Qianqian's body, suddenly, the corridor outside fell into silence. What happened? Why is it suddenly so quiet? Could it be that those monsters have left? We're saved. I want to go home, I want to find my mom. The students looked at each other, mistakenly thinking they had gained a chance for survival. However, they all stayed in place and didn't dare to move. One by one, they stared at Chen Jia. From their previous experience, they knew that to survive now, they had to rely on Chen Jia. Chen Jia leaned his head to the small window of the door. Through the glass, Chen Jia could clearly see that Xiao Qianqian had been completely devoured by the monsters. Only a pool of blood remained in her place. Those monsters, at this moment, were all strangely lying still, shivering as if they were afraid of something. Under normal circumstances, after finishing Xiao Qianqian, the next target should be the people inside the classroom. But instead, they were staying still. What was going on? Chen Jia was puzzled. Because in his previous life, when the apocalypse broke out, he wasn't at school. So, he was uncertain about what was going to happen next. In fact, he felt a sense of danger rising in his heart. Chen Jia, what's going on outside? Xiao asked out loud. She tightly gripped the long sword in her hand, just in case something happened. She was willing to be the first to rush out and protect Chen Jie. Chen Jie turned his head and looked at Xiao Wanru, then shook his head. We don't know yet, don't move, let's wait and see. Just as Chen Jie finished speaking, there was movement outside the classroom. Tap. 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 Strange footsteps moved closer and closer toward the classroom. Each step sounded like it was knocking on the hearts of everyone present. Classmates, come out and play. I've waited so long for you, I'm willing to share tasty things with you too. Come quickly. A girl's voice came from the hallway, the voice sounded a bit eerie. After hearing it, people's hair stood up on their backs. That's Xiaolu's voice, didn't she take leave today? How did she come back? Among the classmates, Gao Xiaoli said with a panicked look. It seemed Xiaolu's appearance really surprised her. Why did she come? And, isn't she afraid of the monsters outside? Could she have turned into a monster like Gao Juanhao, and come back for revenge? If she wants revenge, go find Gao Xiaoli. It's not my business. Yeah, it was Gao Xiaoli who bullied her, not us. The girls who used to live in the same dorm with Xiaolu whispered to each other. It seemed they had done something bad to Xiaolu before. They looked very panicked. Bang bang bang. The classroom door was hit fiercely 3 times. Chen Jie tightly gripped the Pangu axe in his hand. No matter if Xiaolu was here for revenge or not. If she dared to attack him or Xiao Wanru, Chen Jie would not hesitate to chop off her head. She's coming, she's coming. Gao Xiaoli held her head in her hands, curled up in the corner of the classroom. Open the door, my girlfriends, didn't you love to play with me? Why now, won't even open the door? He. Zhao Xiaolu laughed and spoke. But the voice was very strange. Sharp, like a cat scratching a blackboard. The banging continued. Soon, with a snap, the classroom lock broke. It's coming in. Chen Jie said this to Xiao Wanru. The next moment. Boom. The classroom door was suddenly blasted open. A monstrous figure blocked the doorway. The upper half of the body was the tattered Zhao Xiaolu. Her messy hair was loose, her mouth full of jagged teeth. A pair of blood-red eyes, staring angrily at the classmates inside the room. The lower half of her body had already mutated. It had split into 8 long and twisted spider legs. Veins bulged densely across them. The toenails on her feet had regrown, turned into sharp blades. He. I see you all now. Zhao Xiaolu laughed. Then, all 8 legs moved at once, and with a flash, she rushed into the classroom. Zhao Xiaolu had grown several times larger after mutating. Once she came in, she took up more than half the room. Xiaolu, please forgive me. Gao Xiaoli already knew she couldn't escape, so she knelt in front of Zhao Xiaolu. Forgive? Did you ever think about today? Now you want me to forgive you? What a funny joke. Zhao Xiaolu's face showed madness, and her body kept trembling. She recalled. That kind of pain. It greatly damaged her spirit. And now, she had power, she could get revenge. She felt incredibly excited. Yes. It was her who did it. One of Gao Xiaoli's roommates stepped out and added fuel to the fire. At the same time, she tried to sneak toward the door. You can't run. Zhao Xiaolu's eyes turned cold. Boom. The door slammed shut automatically with great force. Chen Jie saw the scene and was surprised in his heart. Zhao Xiaolu must have eaten a spider, that's why she mutated. But now she could use telekinesis to move objects. She must be close to Tier 1 peak. Zhao Xiaolu didn't notice Chen Jie's gaze. With a flash, she appeared in front of the girl who tried to escape. The claws grabbed downwards, slicing the girl's body in half. He grabbed a piece and began chewing it. This bloody scene made many students feel nauseous right on the spot. I will fight you. Gao Xiaoli didn't know where her courage came from, but she picked up a table leg from the ground and rushed in front of Zhao Xiaolu. One strike landed on Zhao Xiaolu's spider leg. However, it was as if she had hit steel. No harm was done. Instead, the table leg shook and fell to the ground. Zhao Xiaolu sensed Gao Xiaoli's attack. She laughed mischievously and lifted Gao Xiaoli up out of nowhere. You're too impatient, it's your turn now. Zhao Xiaolu said cruelly. Then, she slowly brought Gao Xiaoli closer to her mouth. A powerful telekinetic force held Gao Xiaoli in place, no matter how much she struggled, it was useless. One bite. Gao Xiaoli started bleeding heavily. Ahak. Gao Xiaoli's tragic scream echoed throughout the entire classroom. About 10 seconds later, more than half of Gao Xiaoli's body was completely devoured by Zhao Xiaolu. But, her vengeance was finally fulfilled. It seemed like she had no intention of leaving just yet. Instead, she gazed with lingering desire at Chen Jie and Xiaolu. You two look delicious. A sinister smile appeared on Zhao Xiaolu's lips. Chapter 6, Telekinetic Control, Instant Release. Blood still clung to Zhao Xiaolu's lips. Her cruel gaze turned toward Chen Jie and Xiaolu. They were awakened beings. In Zhao Xiaolu's eyes, they were the perfect delicacies. So, after getting her revenge, Zhao Xiaolu immediately set her sights on Chen Jie and Xiaolu. Devouring the two of them would be much more satisfying than eating thousands of ordinary people. Zhao Xiaolu, I think you've gone completely insane. Chen Jie gripped the sky-opening axe tightly, ready to fight at any moment. If Zhao Xiaolu hadn't targeted them, Chen Jie didn't intend to cause trouble with her. Before she turned into a monster, Zhao Xiaolu was just a pitiful person. But now, Zhao Xiaolu had set her sights on him. In that case, he had no choice but to sever her head. Hee, delicious food. Zhao Xiaolu laughed viciously, as if she hadn't even heard Chen Jie's words. Sharp claws sprouted from her fingertips, reaching toward Chen Jie in the air. Chen Jie grunted and swung the sky-opening axe horizontally. The powerful force shook the entire classroom space, and the air cracked with popping sounds. Boom! The sky-opening axe collided directly with Zhao Xiaolu's claws. The two clashed, and sparks flew everywhere. Feeling the immense force, Zhao Xiaolu quickly retreated 2 steps. 8 cracks appeared on the ground. Her fingers trembled slightly, and half of the claws shattered. Seeing her beloved claws injured, Zhao Xiaolu immediately fell into a frenzy. How dare you hurt me? Anyone who hurts me must die. Zhao Xiaolu howled angrily, tilting her head back. It was as if she had already considered Chen Jie to be one of those who had bullied her. In her mind, Chen Jie had to die. After her rage, Zhao Xiaolu opened her blood-red mouth, and a wave of energy surged inside. Then, thick white silk threads shot out of her mouth. They were coated with a light green, corrosive slime. This was Zhao Xiaolu's unique spider silk attack after her mutation. Whoosh! The spider silk formed a large web, shooting directly toward Chen Jie. A golden light flashed in Chen Jie's eyes. His internal energy surged wildly. Such a large-scale attack in such a narrow space made it nearly impossible to dodge. This was the perfect opportunity to test his awakened ability. Golden yellow aura began to rise rapidly around Chen Jie. In no time, it wrapped around the sky-opening axe in his hand. He raised the sky-opening axe toward the sky, and the surrounding space began to vibrate. The whole building seemed to shake like there was an earthquake. The table inside the room kept trembling, and the windows around it shattered. Just as the spider silk was about to wrap around Chen Jie completely, Chen Jie swung his axe down. Opened the sky and split the earth. The sky-opening axe emitted a terrifying power, directly striking the spider web. Even the spider silk, as thick as a thigh, was like a cucumber being sliced by a knife in front of the sky-opening axe. In an instant, the silk snapped apart, unable to resist at all. Boom! After slicing through the spider web, the sky-opening axe struck Zhao Xiaolu directly, making a loud noise. In that instant, Zhao Xiaolu's body was split in half from her shoulder by Chen Jie. Countless blood sprayed out. Zhao Xiaolu let out a chilling scream. Badly injured, she began to have the urge to retreat. Mental waves transmitted out of her mind. The ordinary students present covered their heads, crouching on the ground, struggling in pain. Since he was facing the attack head-on, Chen Jie was caught off guard for a moment. It was his first time encountering a mental attack. Meanwhile, the monsters outside, affected by Zhao Xiaolu's mental waves, rushed in like mad, eager to tear Chen Jie apart. You are not allowed to hurt Xiao Jie. Xiaolu saw the monsters rushing towards Chen Jie and her eyes grew cold. She swung the green-scaled sword in her hand, with bolts of lightning erupting from the sword, surrounding it. Before the monsters could get close to Chen Jie, Xiaolu had already transformed into a shadow and rushed out. The Bai Xiao Divine Thunder roared to life. Massive bolts of lightning, like pythons, rushed bloodthirstily towards the monsters. Having absorbed a crystal core, Xiaolu was clearly much stronger than before. Even the accompanying lightning directly killed 4 or 5 monsters. Then, with a sweep of her sword, she killed a whole batch. These monsters were like vegetables being chopped in front of her. After the lightning flashed by, the monsters in the corridor were cleared by Xiaolu. These things that could cause trouble for Chen Jie, she would never allow them to exist. Chen Jie, I have completely controlled you, now die peacefully. Zhao Xiaolu, badly injured, somehow found strength from somewhere and swiped her claws at Chen Jie. You don't really think your crude mental control can actually control me, do you? And the previously stunned Chen Jie suddenly struggled, and 2 streams of yellow and black energy burst out from him. This was another of Chen Jie's talents, separating the turbid from the clear. Separate the turbid from the clear. With the Pangu bloodline opening the sky and splitting the earth, the turbid and clear are easily separated, allowing the breaking of illusions. As for Xiaolu's weak mental control, if Qinjie were not still in the talent testing phase, her mental control probably wouldn't even have the chance to touch him. As the yellow and black energy erupted, Qinjie immediately regained his clarity, even his eyes became brighter than before. How is this possible? My mental control is the strongest among the same kind of mutants. And I can control ordinary monsters. How could you break it? Xiaolu's face was full of disbelief. Due to her deep resentment among monsters with mental powers in the early stage, hers was indeed above average. Ordinary awakeners would likely fall into a deep sleep after being hit head-on. But Qinjie broke it in just a moment. This shocked her deeply. Qinjie gave a slight smile, offering no further explanation. The sky-opening axe in his hand would give her the answer. Power surged into the sky-opening axe, and Qinjie bent his knee. The next moment, a yellow lightning flashed. Xiaolu, who was already half a body, was instantly turned into a bloodstorm. Along with chunks of flesh, scattered across the classroom. Chun. Jia, did he just kill her? Xiaolu had a treacherous mental attack. She was killed with just 2 axes? Qinjie is just too strong, isn't he? Xia is not bad either. I've always felt that these two are a perfect match made in heaven. Many of the classmates present regained their composure. In this monster-filled apocalypse, they had no awakened powers. They could only start to flatter Qinjie and Xiaowanru immediately. If Xiaowanru and Qinjie still thought of their classmates, there might still be hope for survival. Chapter 7, Ascending to Peak of Second Stage. After the blood rain fell, a white crystal appeared where Xiaolu originally stood. If nothing unexpected happened, it would be another lesson to enhance strength. At this moment, 2 strands of black mist surrounded the space. This black mist should be Xiaolu's lingering resentment from her life. Why? I just wasn't good at this. I will not close my eyes in death, I curse, may you all die badly. I'll be waiting for you in hell. After the voice stopped, the 2 strands of black mist rushed out through the window. They then dissipated into this world. Qinjie withdrew the heaven-making axe and let out a soft sigh. Xiao, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Xiaowanru nervously took Qinjie's hand, checking all around. Just now, when Qinjie was being controlled and about to be caught by Xiaolu, her heart had nearly jumped to her throat. I'm fine. Qinjie gently patted Xiaowanru's head. This girl still cares about me just like in the last life. After reassuring Xiaowanru, Qinjie picked up the crystal left behind after killing Xiaolu. This crystal was white with a hint of red light. This should be a beginner-level spirit crystal. Based on memories from the last life, Qinjie had a rough idea of the crystal's quality. The quality ranges from low to high, inferior, beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Qinjie felt that this beginner-level spirit crystal could help him improve. He held it tightly, and with a thought, began to absorb it. A streak of white light seeped into Qinjie's body. Immediately, he felt a wave of comfort, as if every cell in his body was breathing. The earth is rejuvenating. His aura increased significantly. As expected of a beginner crystal, it allowed him to advance to the peak of the second stage awakener. With the talent of the chaotic yellow body, his absorption was much stronger than others. In the early stages of the apocalypse, absorbing a low-level crystal usually only allowed others to reach the initial awakening of the second stage. But he directly advanced to the peak of the second stage. However, with the rise in awakener levels, the number of spirit crystals needed will only keep increasing. Xiao, what should we do next? Xiaowanru glanced around at the bloodstained environment and asked while holding onto Qinjie's arm. This terrifying and bizarre situation was something he had never encountered before. He had no plan for the next step in his mind. We have awakened, now we need to continue improving. In the apocalypse, awakened beings with abilities are also tasty prey for the monsters. In the future, as the apocalypse continues, monsters will continuously hunt humans and each other, and they will keep evolving. The monsters we encounter will only get stronger. To survive, we must keep improving. Qinjie's eyes sparkled with determination. The apocalypse is filled with cruelty, with the law of the jungle. To survive, they must work hard to improve themselves. Otherwise, the only option is to hide in the sewers for the rest of their lives, ultimately becoming food for monsters. Listening to Qinjie's words, Xiaowanru fell deep in thought. How to improve, she didn't quite understand. She simply wanted to protect Qinjie well. Any threat to Qinjie's existence, she must eliminate. Kill them all. Roar, roar, roar. The bloody smell after Xiaolu's death attracted the attention of monsters inside the school. Monsters like her were higher-level beasts. For other monsters, this is also an extremely rare treasure. So after sensing the bloody smell, they all gathered toward the classroom where Qinjie was. A large group of monsters is coming again, we should leave. Qinjie grabbed Xiao Wanru's hand, ready to leave. Qinjie, take me with you, please. My dad is a director of Guangyao Group. As long as you protect me, I promise you can enjoy endless wealth and luxury, you can have as much money as you want. The rich second-generation Huang Tian stood up at this moment. Qinjie's school was considered a higher education institution, and indeed, rich second-generation types existed there. Huang Tian's family had considerable assets, and he usually came to school in his family's Ferrari. However, in the eyes of the rich young masters, money was always the focus. In their eyes, money could do anything. Funny, it's the apocalypse now, money? Do you think it's still useful? Qinjie scoffed. This Huang Tian was really naive. Seeing Qinjie's attitude, the domineering Huang Tian couldn't swallow his anger. Qinjie. You poor guy, your parents passed away early, struggling through school with odd jobs. You. Before Huang Tian could finish his sentence, Qinjie's expression turned cold. This scared Huang Tian into swallowing his words. Instantly, he was awakened to the reality. If Qinjie wanted, he could easily erase him from existence. If you want to die so badly, I'll send you on your way. Qinjie reached out and grabbed Huang Tian's head, his expression ruthless, and twisted it lightly. In the next second, Huang Tian's head was turned around completely. His eyes bulged out, tongue out, utterly lifeless. The classmates next to him, seeing this scene, were scared and retreated. They looked at Qinjie in terror. Now, for Qinjie to kill them was as easy as squashing an ant. After dealing with Huang Tian, Qinjie took Xiao Wanru and walked out of the classroom. They left? What should we do? No way, we must survive. We should follow Qinjie, this way we can live. Right, in this situation, we can only ask Brother Chen to take us along. Otherwise, we will really be eaten by monsters. After a brief discussion, the classmates took a few table legs, brooms, and so on, and followed behind Qinjie. Noticing the classmates trailing behind, Qinjie didn't make a move to chase them away. First, they were still old classmates, so he just let them be, as long as they didn't annoy him. Second, with so many people, they would surely attract a lot of monsters. Attracting monsters, Qinjie could conveniently use these classmates to kill monsters and level up. After resolving a few monsters in the classroom corridor, Qinjie arrived at the school convenience store. He packed all the edible food inside into his backpack. The other classmates also understood the need to collect resources. But they only dared to take what Qinjie didn't want. After looting the entire convenience store and filling 2 large bags, Qinjie was willing to leave. The former sports committee member Lin Xiu then came up to Qinjie with a flattering smile. Brother Chen, I'm strong, let me help you carry things. You and sister-in-law just need to walk. Lin Xiu nodded and bowed, his face full of eagerness. Seeing him like this, since carrying things was heavy anyway, Qinjie handed some to him. However, if he dared to show any signs of rebellion, Qinjie would eliminate him instantly. Class 3, drop your supplies. Just as they exited the convenience store, Qinjie was surrounded by a group of people. Chapter 8, Killing Xiaolu. Qinjie looked closely. The person leading the group was Xiaolu, the class leader of Class 6. This Xiaolu had been arrogant for a long time. In school, he was known as a bully, often picking on younger students. He had been criticized by the school many times. Now that the apocalypse had come, he had gotten even worse. You better put down your things, or else you will regret it. Our boss has awakened his abilities, and monsters are no match for him. One of Xiaohu's lackeys pointed at Lin Xiu standing next to Qinjie. Not long ago, Xiaohu successfully awakened his talent. He helped many students from Class 6 escape danger and gathered the surviving classmates as his underlings. Brother Chen. This. Lin Xiu was carrying 2 large bags of food and turned to look at Qinjie. Without Qinjie's instructions, he didn't dare to just give the supplies to the other party. You people from Class 6 are really arrogant, why should I give you what I collected myself? Qinjie frowned. He couldn't stand people like Xiao who bully the weak with their strength. If you don't take the polite way, you'll have to take the hard way. Xiao Hu's face turned angry, his fists clenched tightly. Suddenly, 2 huge wings appeared behind him, covered in white spots. It seemed Xiao Hu had swallowed a ladybug before the apocalypse. That's why he had this change. The wings behind Xiao Hu shook violently, and he launched himself towards Qinjie like a meteor. His observation skills were decent. He quickly recognized that Qinjie was the leader of their team. You're looking for death. Qinjie lightly shook his hand, and the Kai Tian axe appeared in his grip. A powerful mystical aura surrounded the Kai Tian axe. I have reached the 2nd tier, let me show you my strength. Xiao Hu shouted proudly. At the same time, his muscles started moving, slowly curling up, looking even more powerful. Chen Jie kept his eyes fixed on Xiaolu, not the slightest bit flustered, tightly gripping the Kai Tian axe. A cold light flashed, heading straight for Xiaolu's face. Bang! The Kai Tian axe struck Xiaolu's iron hand, and the hard claws made a screeching sound. Unable to withstand the force, Xiaolu was pushed back. He forced himself to stand straight, pretending to be calm. Boss, go for it. Knock this Chen Jie down. Xiaolu's little brother shouted loudly. But they didn't know the immense pressure Xiaolu was under. Just from their first clash, Xiaolu felt like his iron fist had hit a giant mountain. Unmoving. How strong must that force be? After being pushed back by Chen Jie's Kai Tian axe, Xiaolu's hands trembled slightly, his expression heavy. It was too late for him to admit defeat now. If he admitted defeat, he could forget about mixing in this world in the future. Kid, you have some skill, come again. Xiaolu's face stiffened, and he shouted fiercely. It looked fierce, but he was actually trying to gather his courage. His iron-like fists charged towards Chen Jie once more. You dare hurt Xiao Jie? Before Chen Jie could act, Xiaolu burst out from the side. Her body was covered in scales, and her long sword crackled with lightning. The sword pointed directly at Xiaolu. Xiaolu felt the overwhelming energy and broke out in a cold sweat, barely managing to raise his hands to defend. Exclamation point. Xiaolu's sword stabbed at Xiaolu's steel hand, making a sharp sound. This attack was very fierce and accompanied by thunder. It directly burned Xiaolu's hands until they turned red. You two, the husband and wife tag team, are really shameless. One of Xiaolu's little brothers protested. But he was glared at by Xiaolu, so he could only hide behind Xiaolu. Wanru, step back and rest, leave it to me. Chen Jie stood in front of Xiaolu. He wanted to test his talent now that he had reached the peak of the second tier. How powerful could it be? Xiao Jie. Xiaolu called out worriedly. Seeing Chen Jie so firmly standing in front, she stopped talking. She was willing to protect Chen Jie, but she wouldn't interfere with whatever he wanted to do. Since Chen Jie wanted to face it alone, she would stand behind and observe well. Don't think you've won for sure, once I kill you, I'll deal with the little girl behind you. Even after being pushed back twice, Xiaolu was still full of confidence. The soft wings behind him shook violently, and the hard wings twisted oddly to form a barrier. Xiaolu pushed his speed to the limit and crashed towards Chen Jie. With the talent of the 7-star ladybug empowering him. His body was as hard as diamond. Xiaolu couldn't believe that with Chen Jie's broken axe, he could split his defenses. As long as Chen Jie couldn't break his defenses, he could find a chance to kill Xiao Jie. What a turtle box! Chen Jie shouted, raising the heavenly axe in his hand. Opening the sky and breaking the earth. With the level up, the heavenly axe used the open sky and break earth technique, as if an energy surrounded him. A layer of illusory energy membrane appeared. Boom! 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 The heavenly axe struck Xiaolu directly. Intense waves of energy spread outwards continuously. Winds whirled, and the unskilled people present were shaken to the point of dizziness. After a moment. Crack! A crisp sound echoed in the air. In an instant, Xiaolu's hard wings shattered into pieces, scattering in the air. Xiaolu's defense was broken. He was a special defense talent, yet he couldn't withstand a single strike from Xiao Jie. Once his only means of support was gone, Xiaolu's body became extremely weak. The heavenly axe slashed down vertically, successfully severing one of Xiaolu's arms. Blood splattered all over the flat ground. Did the boss lose? The boss is a second-tier awakener, how could he be defeated by Chen Jie in one move? What should we do? Do we have any talent abilities? In this apocalypse, without the boss, we're all doomed. Come on, boss. Stand up again and fight. Xiaolu's little brothers behind him were shouting support, while some were preparing to surrender to Chen Jie. Chen Jie, I lost. Please, forgive me. Xiaolu, holding his wound in pain, begged Chen Jie for mercy. As long as he could live, he was willing to give up all his dignity. Ha! What happened to your previous arrogance? I liked you better when you were unruly. Chen Jie held the heavenly axe, slowly approaching Xiaolu. Letting Xiaolu go? That was impossible. Having lived 2 lives, his heart had long turned as cold and hard as stone. Leaving enemies for himself in the apocalypse. That's not a good habit. As Chen Jie drew closer, Xiaolu's expression turned to one of utmost terror. No! Chen Jie! Do you dare to kill me? Do you know who my brother is? He is from the Qinglong gang. Xiaolu shouted hoarsely. But it was a pity. Chen Jie's heavenly axe had no ears to hear, it swept lightly and severed Xiaolu's head. Chapter 9, Ambushed by the Lizard Monster. Xiaohu's head dropped to the ground. Those little brothers who had followed Xiaohu were stunned, staring at this scene in disbelief. Their boss, whom they relied on, was killed by a single blow. However, they were merely students and did not have the loyalty they imagined towards Xiaohu. In this cannibalistic apocalypse, it was about who to follow, not mixing for the sake of mixing. Thus, a group of 5 or 6 people immediately knelt down in front of Chen Jie. "Boss Chen, we were misled by Xiaohu before, now that guy is dead. We want to follow you, please take us in." Yes, Boss Chen's axe swings fiercely, it truly makes the little brother's blood boil. "From now on, we will follow you wholeheartedly. You guys only see Boss Chen's might now? I recognized it earlier, Boss Chen, I sincerely want to follow you, give me a chance." These students, for the sake of survival, used every bit of cleverness they had learned. Chen Jie didn't say much. He just nodded. He didn't care about these people, whether they followed him or not. As long as they were willing to follow, let them be. It would be best if they could draw more monsters for him. If, when the situation stabilized later, it would not be impossible to use them to establish his own power. Good. Thank you, Boss Chen. One clever one saw Chen Jie's reaction and continuously thanked him, then hurriedly ran behind the students of Class 3. The others quickly followed suit. Just like that, Chen Jie gained 5 or 6 little brothers. After killing Xiaohu, Chen Jie stepped forward and provoked his corpse. Sure enough. This kind of awakened one has spirit crystals, but they are of low quality. Even the meat of a fly is still meat. Chen Jie picked up the spirit crystal and with a thought, absorbed it into his body. Unfortunately, the energy provided was minimal. It could only slightly rattle his peak second-level realm. It seems he still had to continue to work hard. "You newcomers, you have 3 minutes to gather supplies from the convenience store. Next, our target is the city hospital." Chen Jie pointed to the convenience store behind him and spoke coldly. The city hospital. If Chen Jie remembered correctly, there would be an early-stage boss there. To quickly increase his strength, he needed to constantly challenge stronger monsters. As for this group of people, they would attract monsters on the way. While fighting monsters, they would head towards the boss's location. Early-stage bosses require an awakened talent of about 3rd-level strength to kill. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to take them down. "Thank you, Chen Boss." The few new students thanked him and rushed into the convenience store. Like hungry wolves, they began their zero-cost shopping. 3 minutes later, Chen Jie led this small group of people onto the road to the city hospital. At this moment, only one round red blood moon hung in the sky. However, the light was still enough for humans to see the scenery outside. The road was already in chaos, filled with various broken vehicles blocking the way. Occasionally, a few monsters could be seen chasing after humans. However, upon closer look, they were all ordinary monsters, and Chen Jie did not intervene. In the apocalypse, getting involved in others' business has never been a good habit. On the side of the road, 2 towering buildings flickered with broadcasts. Urgent news. Due to an unexplained magnetic storm, many humans and animals have undergone grotesque mutations. These mutated humans and animals rarely possess reason. Experts recommend that during this stage, everyone should best stay at home and not move around casually. The appearance of grotesque monsters quickly alerted the higher-ups of the Dragon Nation. They immediately reacted, conducting research on the grotesque monsters and reminding the public. Unfortunately, Chen Jie knew that by the time a method to suppress the grotesque monsters was discovered, many humans would have already died. However, this was not something Chen Jie needed to worry about for now. As the later stages of the apocalypse approached, survival would only become more difficult. Only humans who continuously pushed themselves to the extreme would have the qualification to survive. In fact, they could even use this grotesque mutation to attain the legendary immortality. Chen Jie led his team, making their way towards the city hospital on the street. "Help me! Help me!" After walking for a while, Chen Jie heard a shouting voice. He turned his head to look. A small car, spewing thick smoke, was pressing down on a young man wearing glasses. The man's face was twisted in horror, and upon seeing Chen Jie and the others, he desperately cried out for help. Chen Jie and his group exchanged glances, none daring to move. If it were before, the enthusiastic ones among them would have reached out to help. But now, it was the apocalypse. Being enthusiastic would not save them. Listening to Chen Jie was their only chance of survival. However, Chen Jie just coldly watched the man put on his act. "Ha! Aren't you all students? Why are you so cold?" The man, who was originally struggling in pain, changed his expression drastically and yelled at Chen Jie and the others. Immediately after, his body began to undergo a mutation. His once gentle eyes began to turn fierce, until they were blood red. His normal hands began to sprout disgusting green scales, and sharp claws slowly emerged from his fingers. Finally, his head transformed into a terrifying lizard head. This was a lizard monster that was mutating towards the lizard direction. Judging by its aura, Chen Jie felt it was much stronger than Zhao Xiaolu from before. So many students, haha, I can finally have a good meal. The lizard monster greedily looked at Chen Jie and the others, letting out a chilling laugh. As if in the next moment, he could devour everyone present one by one. Brother Chen, why did he only mutate now? Shouldn't he have mutated earlier? Why was he still in his normal human form just now? Lin Xiu, carrying his luggage, asked curiously. Having followed Chen Jie, he was much calmer than the others in this situation. This should be the lizard monster's innate ability. Chen Jie replied casually. He speculated that this lizard monster must be able to mimic humans and change into whatever form it wanted. If this ability were used for sneak attacks, it could be useful. But in a direct fight, it wouldn't have any advantage. Seeing that Chen Jie and the others were still calmly discussing its abilities, the lizard monster seemed to be provoked. This group of people didn't fear him at all. He felt insulted as a second-tier peak monster. Just become my meal obediently. The lizard monster's face turned grim, and with a sweep of his right hand, he sent nearby vehicles flying. Then, with his sharp claws, he rushed towards Chen Jie and the others at an incredibly fast speed. He first targeted the delicate and tender-skinned Xiao. A beauty like her would taste the best. Monster, get away. Xiao sensed the lizard monster coming toward her and shouted angrily. Then, a pair of dragon horns reappeared on her head, crackling with silver arcs of electricity. A little blue smoke coiled around a small flood dragon beside her, darting in and out, its greenish-white electric arcs flashing continuously. Xiao summoned her mimicry battle spirit. Chapter 10, 1/ Split in 2. Such a vicious little girl, she really pleases me. I'll slowly enjoy you later. The lizard monster said with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Then, his dark green tail swept towards Xiao. The lizard tail carried enormous power, making a series of whistling sounds as it swung through the air. Just before the lizard monster's attack could reach Xiao, lightning flashed. Xiao disappeared from her spot. Boom! The massive lizard tail crashed into a nearby jeep. Instantly, the jeep was shattered into pieces. Even though Xiao had only just awakened her abilities and had been through the battles at school, she was incredibly quick to react. Ugly monster, die! Xiao raised her longsword to the sky and shouted fiercely. Xiaoya, bind him! As her voice fell, the mimicry battle spirit, called Xiaoya by Xiao, trembled with energy. Transforming into a streak of lightning, it immediately bound the lizard monster tightly. You despicable woman! Let go of me! The lizard monster bared its teeth, struggling continuously. But having reached the second tier and being an A+ level mimicry battle spirit, it was not something this little lizard monster could easily break free from. Azure Sky Thunder. Xiao activated her innate skill. Countless bolts of lightning fell from the sky, connecting to the blade of her sword. Then, Xiao flipped her wrist, and with terrifying heavenly thunder, the longsword stabbed at the lizard monster. Heavenly! Heavenly thunder! The lizard monster's eyes widened in fear as it watched the incoming thunder. It had waited here, and in that brief period, had encountered several awakened ones. But they were all easily defeated and devoured by him. Yet, he had never met someone like Xiao who could summon heavenly thunder. Xiao saw the lizard monster's terrified expression and couldn't help but smile slightly. This was all thanks to Brother Chen, who had given her bamboo leaf green before the apocalypse arrived. Otherwise, she would now be a helpless little lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Boom! The longsword slammed heavily into the lizard monster. A powerful white light erupted between the sword and the lizard monster. After a moment, the white light dissipated. Xiao held her sword tightly, staring ahead. The lizard monster wasn't dead. He. The lizard monster bent over, breathing heavily. After taking Xiao blow, blood seeped out from the scales on its body. For a moment, it felt as if all its scales were about to be painfully peeled off. Fortunately, he possesses the awakened talent Crimson Flame Lizard Armor. Crimson Flame Lizard Armor can greatly enhance the defensive scales for a short time. Together with the lizard monster, relying on this position to eat people, he has reached the second-tier peak. How could it be so easy to kill? Damn it! How dare you hurt me? Before the mutation, I was oppressed by the boss every day. Now I've turned into a monster that is neither human nor ghost, and still have to be oppressed? I won't give in. Die. You all die for me. The lizard monster fell into a frenzy, its facial muscles becoming extremely distorted. A deep black resentment lingered around its body. The muscles of its body began to collide and grow larger due to this frenzy. In just a few seconds, the lizard monster had grown a circle larger than before. Its blood-red eyes gazed at Xiao, filled with hatred. This lizard monster has gone mad. Is Summer Sister still its match? Did you not see? Our Summer Sister is capable of using thunder. Killing this little lizard is not simple. Sister, go for it. Knock this ugly monster down. The younger brothers were filled with confidence in Xiao. Only Qinjie noticed that after the previous strike, Xiao had not much strength left. Her combat experience was still too lacking. She unleashed her strongest move at once, thinking it would surely kill. Unexpectedly, the opponent's level was several heights above her own. At the same time possessing a defensive talent, this strike not only failed to kill the opponent but instead put herself in a passive position. Little girl, you look exhausted now, it's my turn. The lizard monster cruelly licked its sharp claws. The lizard monster possessed a perverse recovery ability. Only after a brief time of panting, it had regained half of its strength. Come again. Xiao did not show weakness. She activated her ability again, Cloud and Rain Turning. A white cloud formed beneath her feet, lifting her up and rushing towards the lizard monster at high speed. This attack was obviously much weaker than before. Humph. Do you think you are still my opponent now? I am at the second-tier peak. The lizard monster snorted coldly. Both claws pounced out simultaneously. The speed was extremely fast. In an instant, it flashed in front of Xiao. Seeing the sharp claws about to grab her, Xiao could only block with her sword. Exclamation point. A sharp collision sound erupted. Xiao was knocked back hard, her feet sliding along the ground for quite a distance. She barely came to a stop. This lizard monster's recovery ability and strength is simply too perverse. Die. Seeing Xiao powerless to resist, the lizard monster shouted excitedly and charged towards her. It's not your turn to be arrogant yet. Qinjie's deep voice rang out. The heaven-splitting axe simultaneously flew out, directly cutting off the path the lizard monster was charging. He had been observing the battle, ready to give Xiao a chance in real combat. Now that Xiao had fallen into the disadvantage, he had to step in. Stinky kid. You dare to block me? Be careful, I will rip you to shreds with a claw. The lizard monster roared angrily. It saw no powerful energy fluctuations from Qinjie, treating him as an ordinary awakener. Oh? Qinjie replied softly. Then, a wave of yellow and black energy rose, wrapping around Qinjie's body. The aura was climbing steadily. The lizard monster sensed Qinjie's aura was similar to its own. It couldn't help but feel a chill run down its spine. You are also at the second-tier peak? Qinjie did not answer its question. Holding up the heaven-splitting axe, he quickly approached the lizard monster. Heaven-splitting! Without saying a word, he struck down with the axe. A strong and powerful wave of energy suppressed the lizard monster, leaving it unable to move. You can't kill me! The lizard monster roared. At the same time, it activated its talent Crimson Flame Lizard Armor again. Unfortunately, Qinjie's talent was S-level. And his level had also reached the second-tier peak. The power of this axe blow was far stronger than Xiao's Thunderstrike. As the axe swiftly fell, the lizard monster felt an intense threat of death. Until the sky-opening axe truly touched its body. It instantly felt that every cell in its body was being squeezed and broken by the power of this axe. The scales on its body shone with golden light. It tried its utmost to resist. But it could only hold on for a little while. Put! The sharp sky-opening axe instantly sliced through the lizard monster's body. No! The lizard monster let out a terrible scream. In an instant, it was split in two by Qinjie. Immediately after, a purple energy ball jumped out from the lizard monster's corpse. Chapter 11, Gaining a New Talent. Qinjie recognized this energy ball. It was a treasure that could enhance his mimic battle spirit. Hongming Purifying Qi, come out. Qinjie gently pointed at the purple energy ball in front of him, and an obscure yellow breath shot out from his body. This energy was extremely domineering. As soon as it appeared, the people around were blinded by its brilliance. Seeing the purple energy ball, Hongmeng Purifying Qi excitedly rushed over. With a swoosh, it wrapped around the purple energy ball. In no time, the energy ball vanished without a trace, completely devoured by Hongmeng Purifying Qi. After the devouring was complete, the aura of Hongmeng Purifying Qi grew stronger by a few points. Some energy feedback flowed back to Qinjie from it. Moreover, surprisingly, Qinjie felt that something new had appeared on him. He clenched his fist, and with a thought, suddenly a small layer of scales grew on his body, radiating a faint yellow light. Is this the defensive talent of the lizard monster? Qinjie was secretly astonished. This Hongmeng purifying chi could not only feed back energy but also the opponent's talents to Qinjia. After gaining a new talent, Qinjia was overjoyed. Generally, people could only possess the talent awakened at that moment. But his mimic battle spirit could acquire new talents for him. Wouldn't that mean he had another method in battles in the future? Boss, that's amazing. Just with a single axe, this ugly monster was taken care of. Boss is mighty. Did he not want to eat us? Big brother, can you leave this lizard monster's body for us? I can make a lizard barbecue. As soon as these classmates found the opportunity, they began to praise Chen Jia. They understood the current situation very well. Monsters that eat humans were everywhere, and one careless move could get them directly crushed by other awakened ones. Their only hope of survival was Chen Jia. As long as Chen Jia was willing to take them for a day, they could survive another day in this apocalypse. You can eat as much as you want from this lizard monster's body. Chen Jia waved his hand. In fact, humans could gain some benefits by consuming the bodies of monsters during the apocalypse. Their physical strength would be stronger than a regular person. However, Chen Jia had a resistance towards these monsters. He did not plan to eat them. Thank you, big brother. Lin Xiu, taking the lead, somehow pulled out a small knife. Excitedly, he ran to the lizard monster's front. He began to divide the lizard monster's body. Even facing the fierce lizard monster, he did not show too much fear. To survive in this apocalypse, they had to be brave. After a few minutes, Chen Jia had dissected the lizard monster. He categorized the different types of meat. At this time, the sky gradually darkened. The surrounding light began to dim. Let's rest at the hotel nearby. Chen Jia casually found a hotel. Clearing out some ordinary monsters inside was enough to check in. He stayed on the second floor. Other classmates, for their safety, would rather lie in the corridor outside the second floor than run to other floors. As soon as he entered the room, Chen Jia heard gunfire sounds from outside the window. He pulled back the curtains. From a distance, an armed squad was firing machine guns, non-stop shooting at the monsters rushing towards them. The armed squad was shooting while retreating towards his hotel. Boss, these monsters are just too many, we can't kill them all. I might not have much ammo left. We must find cover, we need to rest and regroup. If we keep going like this, these monsters will wear us down to death. Retreat, keep shooting, don't stop. There's a hotel behind us, we can use it as a base. Defend this place and find a chance to break through. These people roared in the midst of the artillery fire, while retreating toward the hotel where Chen Jia was. Chen Jia was in the room, watching these people, his brows furrowing. These people were leading these deformed monsters toward his direction. This would bring him a lot of trouble. The leader, a burly man, pulled out 2 grenades and bit the safety pins open with his teeth. He suddenly waved his hand, throwing the grenades into the monster horde. Boom! The grenades made a loud booming sound. It was because of this booming sound that the monsters, which had been attacking madly, paused for a moment. Taking advantage of this brief moment, the 8 people in the squad pushed open the hotel door and rushed inside. A few of them set up machine guns using the 2 windows in the hotel. They continued to spray bullets at the monster horde. Many students, curious, stuck their heads out from the second floor window to watch. There are people here. A scar-faced member of the armed squad immediately spotted Chen Jia's classmates. With this shout, a few classmates quickly shrank back. However, they had already been spotted. Old 8, go up and check. The leader shouted at a short and chubby man beside him. He continued to hold off the monsters. The short and chubby man, known as Old 8, got the order and grabbed his submachine gun. He rushed towards the second floor. As soon as he reached the second floor, he immediately noticed the students huddling around Chen Jia's room. He saw a few girls who weren't bad-looking. His desire flared up at once. Hee, there are so many little schoolgirls here, looks like our brothers are going to enjoy themselves. Old 8 licked his lips, raising his gun and aiming at the students. These students had never seen a real gun before and were immediately scared out of their wits. They quickly retreated towards Chen Jia's room door. All gathered around one spot? Could it be there's something good inside? Old 8 curiously stared at Chen Jia's room door. The students were all gathered around this room. He guessed that there might be even more stunning beauties inside. Get out of the way. Old 8 raised his gun and forced a few students aside. Bang! 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 He kicked the door violently a few times. Seeing there was no response, he shot twice at the door handle and then pushed the door open forcefully. As soon as the door opened, he saw Chen Jia standing in front of him, holding Summer Wanru in his arms. Summer Wanru had fair skin and was stunningly beautiful. Old 8 was immediately captivated by Summer Wanru, unable to take his eyes off her. There's a beauty like this here. Ha ha ha, I'm in luck. Hey, get out of my way. Old Eight's face was full of excitement as he raised his gun and aimed it at Chen Jie. To him, Chen Jie was just an unarmed student. A little intimidation would probably scare him out of his wits. Pointing a gun at me? I hate it when people point guns at me. Chen Jie glared at Old Eight. In his past life, he had been forced to do a lot of things at gunpoint. Old Eight's action made him very uncomfortable. The desire to kill had already arisen. So what if I pointed at you? I'll teach you to let go of that girl, can't you hear? She's mine now. Old Eight said mockingly. He had a gun, so he was the king. I don't want to see him again. Chen Jie softly spoke beside Summer Wanru. Then he let go of the hand that was holding Summer Wanru. Seeing that Chen Jie let Summer Wanru go, Old Eight was even more excited. Ha, you're a smart kid. Little beauty, come with me. I'll take you through this apocalypse. Summer Wanru's face was as cold as ice. She didn't listen to a single word Old Eight said. Scales appeared again on her body, and thunderbolts began to crackle and float from her body. Then, it transformed into a bolt of lightning and shot out. The task that Chen Jie gave her was to kill the man in front of her. She didn't hesitate at all. If Chen Jie said to do something, she did it immediately. Thunder flashed. Before the short, chubby man could react, he felt a chill in his throat. Thud. The short, chubby man's head fell to the ground. However, Xiao Wanru did not stop there. With 2 bolts of lightning, she lifted the chubby man's head. She then walked upstairs. The 7 members of the team who had been fighting monsters first saw Xiao Wanru, stunned by her beauty. But then, they saw the chubby man's head. They immediately erupted in thunder. Old Eight! You killed our Old Eight? The team leader yelled, his eyes almost shooting fire. Even though he saw Xiao Wanru's gun aimed at her. This ugly bastard made my little Jia unhappy, he deserves to die. Xiao Wanru said coldly. Then, with a wave of her hand, she threw the chubby man's head in front of the team leader. Seeing his younger brother's head, the team leader trembled with rage. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 Lines of fire rushed towards Xiao Wanru's position. Unfortunately, these ordinary firearms appeared too weak in Xiao Wanru's eyes. The speed of the bullets was slowed down dozens of times in her vision. She just gently twisted her body, easily dodging each bullet. Damn it! She's an awakened monster. Big brother, we need to retreat. A skinny man reminded. Unfortunately, this big brother was too enraged to listen. His gun continued firing non-stop. You can die now. Xiao Wanru's voice, light as a breeze, echoed through the first floor of the inn. It was as if she was announcing the death sentence for the team leader. Buzz. The green-scaled longsword in her hand flashed. In an instant, a bolt of lightning struck the team leader. Ah! The team leader screamed in agony. He immediately collapsed to the ground. He twitched once and soon lost all life. Next, it was his little brothers. One by one, Xiao Wanru reaped their lives. The old Xiao Wanru was not this cruel. But after being taught by Chen Jie for a day, she quickly understood. In the apocalypse, showing mercy to enemies was the greatest cruelty to oneself. Bitch! You're going to die. When she reached the last little underling. Suddenly, a deep blue light appeared from his body. Pieces of armor materialized out of nowhere and attached themselves to his body. I've awakened. It's even the super armor. Gao Ming has made it to today. After fusing with the armor, Gao Ming showed a look of joy. Xiao Wanru's face remained serious. She stared intently at Gao Ming. Now Gao Ming, covered in deep blue armor, exuded an aura that was at least 10 times stronger than before. Bitch, you killed so many of my brothers, now I'll avenge them. Gao Ming's face showed a cruel expression. You just awakened, and you're already thinking about revenge? Chen Jie's voice came from the staircase. Then, he took slow steps down. The pressure he gave off was far greater than Xiao Wanru's. In fact, with each step he took closer, Gao Ming felt the armor on him tremble. It was as if it was completely under bloodline suppression. This was Chen Jie's special constitution. The Chaos Shenhuan body, the bloodline of the creator god Pangu, could suppress most creatures through bloodline alone. What about you two? I'll still kill. Gao Ming shook his body, regaining his posture. He extended his hand, and a lightsaber immediately appeared in front of him. This was the special ability of their awakened armor. It wasn't a mimicked weapon. Instead, it was a lightsaber summoned from thin air. Such big words, you just awakened and are this arrogant? Chen Jie looked at the newly awakened Gao Ming with disdain. He truly didn't know where the other's courage came from. To dare go against him right after awakening. Maybe because of the sudden boost in power from awakening, Gao Ming thought he was invincible. The sudden rise in power can easily create such a delusion. Wait to be split in half by me. Gao Ming roared angrily, raising the light sword in his hand, aiming to chop at Chen Jie's head. There were no other extra defensive moves at all. You don't know what's good for you. Chen Jie's tone was icy, too lazy to even summon the heavenly axe. He simply pointed lightly at Gao Ming's position, and two streams of primordial energy surged into the sky. In just an instant, the two streams of primordial gas tightly wrapped around Gao Ming. What is this thing? Let me go. Gao Ming struggled, unwilling to accept being bound by the primordial gas, relentlessly swinging the light sword in his hand. However, after several strikes, it had no effect at all. Then, Chen Jie suddenly clenched his hand in the air. Crack! The armor on Gao Ming's body immediately cracked. Once so confident, he felt his heart sink to the bottom. The man before him was completely out of his league. He didn't even have the ability to fight back. Before he could continue to think, the aura around his waist grew stronger, tightening the bonds around him. Gao Ming let out a series of screams. In no time, his body completely shattered, blood gushing out. Bang! After Gao Ming completely lost his breath, Chen Jie finally let him go. The awakened armor talent on Gao Ming was like a joke. Some brave students stood at the staircase, watching this scene. They were all sweating profusely. Chen Jie was more ruthless than they had imagined. Go back, if you cause me more trouble, your fate will be similar to his. Chen Jie smiled slightly. However, this smile looked extremely terrifying to the students. They could only nod repeatedly. After resolving this small team, he was about to return upstairs to rest. Roar, roar, roar. Suddenly, a terrifying roar rang out from outside the inn. Chen Jie turned his head and saw a mutated monster with a snake body and a chicken head, as big as a truck, emerging from the darkness. The monster, with a forked snake's head, kept spitting and its eyes stared fixedly at Chen Jie. The earlier fight had attracted it here. What it didn't expect was that there was such a delicious meal like Chen Jie here. In the early stage, a second-level awakened person was the best food for a high-level mutated monster like it. Trouble again. Chen Jie furrowed his brows, and in an instant, the heavenly axe appeared in his hand. He stomped hard on the floor and vanished from his spot. The next second, he appeared next to the chicken-headed monster. Chapter 13, Do you want to help me cover with a quilt? This chicken-headed monster had already reached the initial stage of the third level. In the early apocalypse, it could be considered top fighting power. Now, seeing Chen Jie was like seeing food in its belly. It had been quite proud. But when it sensed Chen Jie's speed, it was completely panicked. The lumpy chicken head searched everywhere for Chen Jie's position. Before it could lock on Chen Jie had already appeared in front of it. Heavenly opening and earth shattering. Chen Jie said nothing more. The talent of heavenly opening was activated immediately, the sharp axe slicing straight down towards the chicken head. Roar! The chicken-headed monster reacted relatively quickly. It turned its head immediately to block with its hard beak. However, it couldn't even defend itself. Chen Jie's heavenly axe cut through it like bamboo. In an instant, it split the chicken beak in half. After absorbing the energy from the lizard monster, he had gained a tremendous boost. Now, he could break through to the third-level awakened person at any time he wanted. With the chicken head split open, blood spurted out. In no time, this chicken-headed monster fell to the ground, dead. Wanru, you absorbed this chicken-headed monster with your mimicry battle spirit, right? Its attributes are quite good. Chen Jie put away the heavenly axe and said gently. Xiao Wanru nodded cutely. Completely shedding the earlier fierce demeanor, she looked just like the girl next door. She obediently summoned the mimicry battle spirit. Finally able to come out, the Bui spirit serpent swirled in the air, looking excited, rubbing against Xiao Wanru. The Bui spirit serpent happily danced in the air for a round. Until I saw the body of the chicken head monster, I only then realized it was the one being called out to eat. I gave Xiao Wanru a grateful glance, then immediately rushed toward the chicken head monster. Its appearance, eagerly devouring food, was very cute. The classmates standing at the stairwell were all green with envy and tears in their eyes. Today, after eating some of the lizard monster's meat, they all felt the improvement these monster meats gave them. They were also very eager to eat more monster meat. I want to be the boss's pet too, then I can eat monster meat every day. What are you thinking? Be the boss's pet? Not even possible for you. Look at you, all big and strong, do you even fit? It has to be someone like me. Put. You two men, shameless. In the conference room on the first floor of the building. Bang. A middle-aged man in a suit slammed his hand down on the table fiercely. Who? Who killed my precious son? This man was Huang Tian's father. He was Huang Yan, the chairman of the Yaotian group. In the face of Huang Yan's question, no one dared to answer. When they arrived at the school, they had already discovered that Huang Tian's head was severed from his body, his death being extremely brutal. The conference room fell silent for quite a while. Finally, an elderly man with graying hair dared to speak. Chairman, from the wounds on Xiao Tian's body, it seems the one who killed him wasn't a monster. It should have been an awakener. Nonsense. I know that. Huang Yan impatiently said. He had personally seen the wounds on Huang Tian's body, and there were no monster bite marks. The injuries were clearly caused by a weapon. It was obvious his son had been deliberately murdered. But I'm afraid the one who killed the young master is an awakener. I just learned from my subordinates that it seems an awakener did kill the young master. And it seems his name was Chen Jie. We can't afford to offend an awakener right now. The people around the meeting table began discussing Huang Tian's death. After learning that it was an awakener, they were all very fearful. In the past few days, they had witnessed the terrifying power of the mutant monsters. Let alone an awakener. I don't care if it's an awakener or a mutant monster. Huang Tian is my only child, and I will avenge him. Huang Yan clenched his fists and ground his teeth, filled with hatred for Chen Jie. Boss, I've recruited several awakeners here. As long as I have Chen Jie's location, I can have them surround and eliminate him. But a man wearing a long hat stood up to speak. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, several awakeners had appeared in his family. What do you want in return? Just say it. Huang Yan quickly understood what the executive was thinking. They were all businessmen, without some benefits, none of them would take action. It was their principle to never make a losing deal. I want 50% of Yaotian Group's land. The man stretched out 5 fingers and said to Huang Yan. In the past, no one would have dared to say such a thing to Huang Yan. But now it was different. His family had awakened ones, and he had the bargaining power. If Huang Yan didn't have some power of his own, he would have long ago sent his family's awakeners to forcibly take control of Yaotian Group. Li Feng, so you've been eyeing my fortune for so long. I trusted you so much. Huang Yan sighed and then said, sigh. But, as long as you bring Chen Jie's head to me, 50% of Yaotian Group's military assets will be yours. To avenge his son Huang Tian, Huang Yan was willing to go all out. Ah, Boss Huang, as expected, you are straightforward. Wait for me. 2 days from now, I'll naturally bring you Chen Jie's head. The man named Li Feng laughed loudly and walked out of the conference room. As soon as he stepped out, he dialed the phone. Hello, old 10, you need to help me kill someone. It would be best if you bring old 2 and the others too. On the other side of the phone, a wild boar monster with half-meter-long tusks took a bite out of a human brain. Then it nodded. Don't worry, I'll bring you his head tomorrow. In the apocalypse, killing someone is too easy. In the hotel, Xiaolu followed Chen Jie's advice and let the mimicry battle spirit absorb the chicken-headed monster afterward. She also gained a significant boost. She smoothly reached the peak of the 2nd tier. Unfortunately, this chicken-headed monster did not produce a spirit crystal. Otherwise, at least one of them could have been promoted to the 3rd tier tonight. Back on the 2nd floor, Chen Jie switched rooms. He took a hot shower, washing away all the dirt on his body. After a busy day and getting dirty all over, he felt completely refreshed after his shower. Xiaolu said she was scared and insisted on sleeping with him. When Chen Jie came out of the shower, he found Xiaolu lying on his bed. Xiaolu was wearing a thin silk nightgown. Her long, white jade-like legs were exposed. Lying on the bed, she looked enchanting and curvy. Chen Jie, being a young man full of vigor, felt his blood racing at this sight. Are you really going to sleep like this? You're not even covering yourself with the blanket. Chen Jie looked at the sprawled Xiaolu and said something. Then, can you help me cover up, Xiao Jie? Xiaolu exhaled gently, tugging at the blanket. Chapter 14, You're too weak. In her previous life, Xiaolu was never this proactive. Perhaps in this life, influenced by her Pangu bloodline, Xiaolu was unusually forward with Chen Jie. Chen Jie admired Xiaolu's graceful figure. He suddenly embraced her and threw the blanket aside. What followed was a series of indescribable events. The next morning. Rumbling. The originally quiet morning was broken by the sound of a rapidly approaching tank. Boom! A shell hit the hotel's main door. The entire hotel shook violently. Is it an earthquake? What's happening? It can't be another monster attack. Several tanks are outside, quick, call the boss. Students were startled awake in the hallway, huddling in fear outside Chen Jie's room. The intense battle inside the room last night left them unable to sleep well. Now with the abnormal situation, they did not dare to wake Chen Jie easily. However, Chen Jie had long sensed the situation outside. He was pulling back the curtains to take a look. A whole row of tanks had arrived, clearly aimed at him. But these modern weapons could hardly pose a serious threat to an awakened one like him. The key issue was that there were several super martial awakened ones standing atop the tanks. He never expected humanity to unite so quickly. This might only be possible in Longwa, with such calling power. People from Longwa have always been more united. It's a pity they targeted the wrong person. Xiao Jia, what is happening outside? Xiao Wanru's legs were slightly trembling as she walked to Chen Jie's side, asking gently. It's nothing, stay here, I'll handle it. Chen Jie patted Xiao Wanru on the head. She worked hard last night. Today, she did not need to go into battle. Chen Jie extended his hand, and the window's glass instantly shattered. Then it transformed into a beam of yellow light, flying out. He stood in mid-air, facing several tanks. Once the tanks noticed Chen Jie, they quickly aimed their cannons at him. Are you here for me? Chen Jie stood in the air, the wind billowing his clothes, looking like a king. He gazed down at the people below with disdain. A middle-aged man in black armor stepped out from the middle tank. His eyes glowed with a bluish-green light, silver hair, hands behind his back, gazing at Chen Jie above. Are you Chen Jie? The middle-aged man's tone carried a murderous intent. It was clear he came with ill intentions. But Chen Jie didn't care. Yes, I am not changing my name or my surname, I am. Chen Jie's voice was loud and clear, resonating throughout the sky. Good, good, good. Very brave, facing so many of us, and still daring to admit it. Upon hearing Chen Jie's response, the middle-aged man's gaze turned sinister. He was the awakened one of the Hi-Hat Man's family from Huang Yan's company. After receiving the message from the Hi-Hat Man, he gathered the tanks he had seized from the military. He rushed over overnight. Who are you? Chen Jie asked. Me? I am Lin Yao, the awakened one from the Lin group. You killed the son of Chairman Huang Yan, Huang Tian. Today, I am here to take your life. After saying this, Lin Yao clenched his fists, and a layer of greenish-blue armor covered his body. This was his awakened ability, the Green Dragon Armor. He awakened during the apocalypse. With the help of his family, he had reached the peak of the second stage within a single day. With the special nature of his awakening, his battle power now was comparable to the early stage of a third stage awakened. Huang Tian, that? I killed him, that's right. Chen Jie looked directly at Lin Yao, speaking bluntly. No matter if the other party came in the name of Huang Tian's father, Huang Yan, to cause trouble, or if Huang Yan himself came. He spoke directly, without avoiding anything. In his past life, he had already endured enough humiliation. Good. Then you can die, I can go back and report. Lin Yao grinned. He clenched his fist, exerted force, and stumped, turning into a streak of green light, charging toward Chen Jie at incredible speed. Looking at Lin Yao charging towards him, Chen Jie remained calm, waiting for him to reach his side. Seeing Chen Jie so calm, Lin Yao was slightly startled. Facing a top-tier awakened one like him, this young man was able to remain so composed. His intuition told him that the young man before him was not simple. However, with his own awakened strength, Lin Yao was confident that he could kill Chen Jie within a minute. In just a few seconds, Lin Yao went from the tank position to Chen Jie's front. He gathered strength for a punch and slammed it directly into Chen Jie's abdomen. But Chen Jie didn't summon his mimicry weapon. He simply extended his hand, reaching for Lin Yao's punch. He wanted to compare the difference between his innate ability, pure physical strength, and a super weapon awakened one's strength. Boom! The two hands clashed, and the energy generated shook the entire space. Lin Yao's fist was firmly caught in Chen Jie's palm. He stared at Chen Jie, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. He was a peak second stage super weapon awakened. How could his powerful punch be so easily caught by someone else? This, impossible. Lin Yao gritted his teeth, using all his strength to try to break free from Chen Jie's grip. But unfortunately, after struggling for half a minute, he didn't move an inch. Ha! Aren't you a super weapon awakened? Is this all the strength you have? Chen Jie looked at the panicked Lin Yao, a faint smile on his face. As expected, his Pangu physique was incredibly strong. Just relying on the power of his body, he could completely crush these ordinary super weapon awakened ones. You! Lin Yao was so enraged that he almost couldn't speak. A group of underlings were watching him. Being dominated by the other party, where would his face be left? In his fury, Lin Yao stretched out his left hand, reluctantly summoning his super weapon. In the past, when dealing with deformed monsters, he rarely needed to use super weapon gear. With his powerful body, he could crush those deformed monsters to death. Chen Jia was the first one to force him to use his weapon. Like the super weapon awakened ones from last night's team, Lin Yao's weapon was also a lightsaber. However, his lightsaber was much stronger than the one from last night's awakened. A small blue dragon circled around the lightsaber, flying around it. It faintly emitted the aura of a dragon's roar. Swish! Lin Yao swung the sword horizontally at Chen Jia's neck, the sharpness of the sword making it impossible to avoid. Faced with the fierce attack, Chen Jia simply twisted his body. He dodged the strike at an incredibly fast speed. But as he dodged, the power in his hand increased by a fraction. And Chen Jia twisted Lin Yao's right hand. In an instant, Lin Yao's right hand was brutally turned over 90 degrees by Chen Jia. The intense pain caused Lin Yao's facial muscles to contort. Ah, ah, ah. Lin Yao screamed in agony. That sound was more miserable than the cries heard when pigs are slaughtered in the village. Feeling uncomfortable in his eardrums, Chen Jia finally let go of his hand. You are too weak. Chen Jia shook his head lightly. Chapter 15 Lin Yao begs for mercy. Chen Jia's words were like a sharp knife, deeply stabbing into Lin Yao's heart, driving him nearly to madness. Since awakening yesterday, due to his immense power, everyone in his family admired him deeply. Now, however, he was being trampled underfoot by Chen Jia. This contrast was more painful than being killed. You die. Once freed, Lin Yao roared fiercely. He raised his light sword towards the sky, the sword gathering immense energy. The little green dragon that had been on the light sword shot up into the sky, instantly expanding. From a few inches, it suddenly grew to over 1,000 inches. At this moment, a giant green dragon spiraled in the air, its eyes filled with authority as it stared at Chen Jia. This is Boss Lin's ultimate skill, Green Dragon Slash. This move killed a third-tier monstrous creature yesterday. Chen Jia is doomed. It's a pity that Chen Jia is also an awakened one, clueless about what he's provoking. Why did he have to provoke our boss? His talent is a waste on him. Boss using this move against him makes it totally worth it for Chen Jia to die. Lin Yao's little brothers saw him unleash this move and all believed victory was already decided. Indeed, this was one of the strongest moves Chen Jia had seen since awakening. However, this move to deal with him was far from enough. Chen Jia waved his hand and summoned an avatar battle spirit. Suddenly, a large amount of primal mixed energy erupted from his body. This time, he didn't intend to fight with the heaven-splitting axe. As soon as the primal mixed energy appeared, with a thought from Chen Jia, it instantly transformed into a dragon just like the one summoned by Lin Yao. However, the giant dragon formed from the primal mixed energy was golden in color. Moreover, its aura far surpassed Lin Yao's green dragon. You're imitating my move? You, a mere imitation, dare to compete with my genuine article? Truly overestimating yourself. Lin Yao confidently raised his light sword, convinced that his was the strongest. How can you determine whose is the imitation? Just try out its power and you'll know. Chen Jia crossed his arms. Originally, primal mixed energy could transform into various creatures among heaven and earth. No need for Lin Yao to use his talent, it could still form a giant dragon. How could there be talk of imitation? Lin Yao glared angrily and suddenly swung his longsword towards Chen Jia. The green dragon roared, its powerful body surged forward towards Chen Jia. The surrounding air was stirred, and even the sky roared with thunder. Chen Jia merely pointed lightly, and the golden dragon moved as well. The golden dragon radiated dazzling golden light, utterly fearless, charging straight toward the green dragon. The green dragon sensed the threat from the golden dragon, changed direction, and collided with it. Boom! Boom! The two giant dragons intertwined, constantly colliding madly, and the entire sky echoed with the sounds of their battle. The fight lasted 3 minutes. Ultimately, Lin Yao's green dragon exhausted its strength, slowly dissipating, and turning back into a small green dragon, weakly continuing to circle on Lin Yao's light sword. Useless thing. You lost this easily. What good are you following me? The Avatar battle spirit's defeat left Lin Yao feeling humiliated, and he immediately berated it. In fact, the defeat of the green dragon was normal. Chen Jia's talent, primal mixed energy, is a natural force that can continuously absorb the energy of the heavens and earth for battle. In a prolonged battle, it was invincible among peers. Now, who do you think has the imitation? Chen Jia looked at Lin Yao with great interest. At this moment, Lin Yao's face was more uncomfortable than having eaten a fly. You bunch of, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and kill him. Lin Yao angrily looked at the tank squad behind him. After the defeat, filled with embarrassment and fury, he directly set his anger on the tank team. Seeing this, his underlings hurriedly aimed their cannons at Chen Jia. Boom boom boom. Shells flashed with yellow light and bombarded toward Chen Jia. Do you dare to use these toys against me? Chen Jia smiled slightly, and with just a wave of his hand, a golden dragon swept by, devouring all the shells. These scrap metals couldn't hurt him at all. Against awakened beings like Chen Jie, ordinary firearms were completely ineffective. After clearing the first wave of shells, Chen Jie summoned his mimicry weapon. Holding the sky-splitting axe, with a move of his body, Chen Jie appeared at the edge of the tank squad in the next second. He threw the sky-splitting axe fiercely. The axe spun rapidly in mid-air, tearing through one tank after another. These tanks exploded like firecrackers, one after another on the ground. Damn! This is my Lin family's tank squad. Lin Yao watched the tanks explode one after another, feeling a wave of heartache. Grabbing his lightsaber, he charged towards Chen Jie, determined to fight again. However, after his mimicry war spirit was damaged, his combat power significantly decreased. He wasn't a match before, and now he was even less so. With one swing of his sword. Before the sword could touch Chen Jie, it was easily deflected by Chen Jie with 2 fingers. Then, with a stretch of his hand, Chen Jie grabbed Lin Yao's head. Instantly, Lin Yao felt a great power coming from above his head. He felt that in the next second, he would die. Spare my life. At this moment, Lin Yao no longer cared about face, quickly kneeling down to plead with Chen Jie. Weren't you just so adamant about fighting me to the death? Why are you softening now? Chen Jie looked at Lin Yao playfully. There's an ancient saying in the Dragon Kingdom, know when to yield, Wei Junjie. Lord Chen, you're magnanimous, let me go this time, and in the future, I'll follow you. Lin Yao clasped his hands together, repeatedly begging for mercy to Chen Jie. Fearing that Chen Jie would increase the force in his grip by even a bit. I can't trust the loyalty of those wanting to kill me. Shan Gu. Wait. Lin Yao hurriedly dug into his chest and pulled out a green heart. This is the core of my awakened warrior, connected to me. If you get even a bit unhappy, just crush it, and I will die immediately. Chen Gu, I only want to help you build your power and contribute my strength. Lin Yao presented the core, his eyes fixed on Chen Jie's face. Warrior core? Chen Jie glanced at the green heart pulsating in Lin Yao's hand. Recalling that in his previous life, awakened warriors indeed had such a thing. This core was literally the life of a super awakened warrior. After pondering for a moment, Chen Jie accepted the core. Alright, I'll give you a chance, but if you make me the slightest bit unhappy, watch your life. Lin Yao's fighting power was still decent, keeping him as a reliable force was good. In the future, he could clear out small monsters encountered along the way for him. Thank you, Brother Chen. Brother Chen, our family also has other awakened ones coming, you need to be prepared. After being accepted, Lin Yao was overjoyed and quickly reported the news to show his loyalty. Other awakened ones? Let them come. I happen to need a few more warrior cores. Chen Jie was unconcerned. The awakened ones coming to him now were just gifts delivered to his doorstep. However, you can briefly introduce the capabilities of those awakened ones. Chen Jie turned his back, preparing to return to the hotel. Behind him, Lin Yao eagerly nodded his head. Brother Chen, one of my family members ate a stink bug before the apocalypse. His awakened talent is very strange, he can emit a lot of gas that induces hallucinations. This one needs to be cautious. And another one ate a frog. After awakening his talent, having the ability to produce a huge sound is not to be underestimated. Lin Yao, behind Chen Jie, reported the talents of the 2 awakened ones coming from behind one by one. After hearing this, Chen Jie was a bit surprised. The 2 who came from behind had actually awakened after eating something. They were not super martial awakened ones. However, awakened ones like this can be somewhat troublesome to deal with. Although their attack and defense abilities may not be as strong as that of super martial awakened ones, their talents can indeed be very annoying. Some sinister talents can easily catch one off guard. I understand, you can go back now. Gather your team, and those who are alive can continue to follow you. With a wave of his hand, Chen Jie flew towards the inn. Lin Yao nodded and bowed, respectfully sending Chen Jie off. As soon as he returned to the inn, Chen Jie was pulled by Xiaolu to check him over. Are you okay? Earlier I saw the battle was so intense, you didn't get hurt, did you? Xiaolu looked at Chen Jie's body with a worried expression. She had just seen 2 enormous dragons collide. Even though Chen Jie won, she was still very concerned about whether he had been harmed. Your husband is very strong, you know, how could I possibly get hurt? Chen Jie looked at Xiaolu with a mischievous smile. Hearing Chen Jie say this, Xiaolu suddenly remembered something. A blush appeared on her face. You're so annoying. I should have let Lin Yao stab you with a sword just now. Xiaolu pouted and punched Chen Jie lightly. At this moment, the inn's television station was still functioning normally. Xiaolu, tired from Chen Jie's antics, turned on the TV to watch. It showed various footage from around the world of abnormal mutants affecting people. The screen displayed various flying dragons and beasts constantly preying on humans. Thick smoke rolled, and the cries of humans filled the air. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, those without awakened talents had it so tragically. Among humans, there were also quite a few who awakened super martial abilities. These people almost all joined the army of the Dragon Country. On the television station, many super martial warriors stood before humanity, fighting against the mutated monsters. Not all super martial fighters, like Lin Yao, only think about personal grudges. Whether in past lives or now, super martial warriors joined the army. Basically, they were filled with a sense of justice. Even Chen Jia respected them. These soldiers who bravely dedicated themselves to protect humanity deserve respect. Of course, not every mutated monster was so easy to deal with. Currently, they were only facing some tiger-level mutated monsters. Human super martial warriors could still barely cope with them. If they encountered higher-level mutated monsters, they might not be able to handle them. The levels of mutated monsters were clearly divided. These included wolf level, tiger level, ghost level, dragon level, and god level. The ordinary mutated monsters encountered earlier were basically wolf level or even below. They posed little threat to most awakened ones. However, when it came to facing tiger level ones, it became much harder to deal with. Tiger level mutated monsters could cause a large number of casualties. By the time ghost level appeared, it became even more terrifying. In his past life, Chen Jia had encountered a ghost level monster. This level of mutated monster could lead to the halt or even destruction of an entire town. When it reached dragon level, it was possible that the entire dragon country could fall into crisis. In his past life, Chen Jia had never seen a dragon level mutated monster. As for god level, that was more of a legend. The appearance of such a mutated monster would mean doom for all humanity. Such existences could not be dealt with by ordinary awakened ones. Unless Chen Jia could continue to rise to a higher tier. With his awakened talent, dealing with a god-level monster like this should not be a big problem. Talents are all infinitely growable. The second day of the apocalypse. The deformities in monsters around the world are even more severe than when the disaster first struck yesterday. It feels like the entire world has fallen into hell. Chen Jia did not continue to wait for the awakeners from the Lingyao family at the hotel. He moved forward on his own towards the direction of the hospital. That early-stage boss-level monster is his target. If the Lin family members come to cause trouble on the way, he naturally wouldn't mind eliminating them. After spending about an hour, Chen Jia finally arrived at the hospital he remembered. According to his previous memories, he still remembered that there was an early-stage boss in this location. The level should have reached the tiger level. With his current strength, he should be able to handle it without any surprises. Chen Jia walked to the main entrance of the hospital, pushed open the glass door, and entered the hospital. The interior space was very large, but it was already empty. Only pools of blood were left. As soon as he pushed open the glass door, a sharp sound suddenly rang out. Chen Jia turned his head to look. A black double-headed dog charged towards him. This double-headed dog had eyes as red as blood and was about the size of a small car. Its speed was extremely fast, like a flash of lightning, and within moments, it was next to Chen Jia. With its sharp claws stretched out, it aimed to shred Chen Jia to pieces. Seeing the vicious dog attacking, Chen Jia was not the least bit flustered. He didn't even make any moves. Get lost, beast. I, Brother Chen, am not someone you can touch. A loud roar came from behind Chen Jia, followed by a green dragon sword flying out. It fiercely stabbed into the double-headed dog's head. The powerful force directly sent the double-headed dog flying. Then, Lin Yao rushed in front of Chen Jia. Brother Chen, are you okay? Lin Yao asked anxiously. Now he felt even more nervous than Xiao, fearing Chen Jia would be harmed. Chen Jia held his core. If Chen Jia were to get unhappy, his little life could be gone. No problem, you go ahead and clear the way. I don't want these things charging at me again. Chen Jia said lightly. Lin Yao didn't expect this and actually followed along well. It seemed he wasn't taken in vain before. All right. Lin Yao nodded excitedly. It looks like Chen Jia was quite satisfied with him, and his little life was safe. But after walking for a while, Lin Yao caught a whiff of an extremely dangerous aura. Chapter 17, The Little Boss Appears. Before Lin Yao could react, a powerful shockwave hit him. Instantly, Lin Yao's whole body flew backwards. He crashed against the hospital wall, and the already old hospital wall immediately shattered. It looked like the force of the attack Lin Yao received wasn't small either. As a peak second-tier awakener, to be hurt this way was clear that the opponent had to be at least third-tier. Chen Jia watched from behind, already thinking that the target he came for was right in front of him. This hospital's little boss. Squeak. 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 Before Chen Jia could see clearly, A series of piercing sounds came from the dark corridor of the hospital. They sounded very much like rats. In a while, groups of small white mice ran out from the darkness, along with a few black ones. But these mice were not ordinary mice. They all emitted a foul smell and had energy attached to their bodies. These should be the little minions of this hospital's little boss. As these mice rushed out, they headed straight for the crowd. Some students who did not react in time were immediately swarmed by these mice. One girl named Chen Kur was bitten through her calf by the mice. Then, the other little mice continued to gnaw at her wound. Ah! Help me! Help me! Chen Kur screamed continuously. But the people nearby. It was hard to protect oneself. Who could possibly reach out to save her? Only Lin Xiu, who picked up an aluminum tube from the ground and rushed forward. However, he was just an ordinary person. After fighting the mutated rats for a while, he himself was entangled by one of them. Chen Gu, help me! I beg you, in my next life, I will be your servant. Lin Xiu cried out in pain. Right now, only Chen Jia could save him. Forget it, since you've worked hard these past 2 days. Chen Jia shook his head and sighed. He extended a finger. Immediately, 2 streams of mixed yellow energy appeared on his fingertip. The energy gently swept over the rats. All the rats that had been gnawing at the 2 of them suddenly died. With the death of these little rats, the small boss hiding in the hospital corridor seemed to be provoked. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The screeching grew even louder. In no time, a massive ratman appeared right in front of Chen Jia. Its body was covered in rat fur, with bright red eyes and claws caked in mud. If you didn't look closely, you really wouldn't be able to tell that this was a mutated human. How stinky! Xiao covered her nose, expressing her disgust. When the rat boss appeared, the entire hospital filled with a strong, foul odor. This smell was more like fermented rotten eggs. It was extremely pungent. Not to mention Xiao, even Chen Jia felt a bit nauseous. Chen Dage, this thing attacked me just now. The knocked back Lin Yao stood up from the ground and said, feeling wronged. This meant he still wanted Chen Jia to seek justice for him. This ratman has a strength in the mid-stage of level 3, you are not his match. Step back. Chen Jia said calmly. He could tell at a glance that the ratman's overall strength was about level 3 of human awakeners. According to the danger level of deformed monsters, it should be around the tiger level. Upon hearing Chen Jia's words, Lin Yao obediently stepped back. Chen Jia stood in front of everyone. Here, apart from him, no one was the ratman's opponent. If anyone else went up, it would just be a death wish. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Seeing Chen Jia, the ratman became even more frenzied. It was Chen Jia who killed its offspring. It had to avenge its young. So, the ratman violently leapt up, charging at Chen Jia like an arrow released from a bow. This ratman was huge, with immense strength. When it charged, the whole hospital seemed to tremble. Exclamation point. The ratman slashed at Chen Jia with its claws, but was easily blocked by Chen Jia's heavenly opening axe. This left the ratman shocked. It possessed basic awareness, it was a mid-stage level 3 creature. It initially thought that with this claw, Chen Jia would at least be injured. However, not only did Chen Jia remain unhurt, but he also successfully blocked its attack. Mid-stage level 3 deformed monster is nothing special. After blocking the ratman's attack, Chen Jia mocked. Then he turned around and kicked the ratman in the stomach. With this kick, it felt as if he had kicked a steel plate. Hiss! The ratman's defense was terrifyingly strong. Chen Jia was secretly amazed. But even though he couldn't shake the ratman, he used the force to increase the distance between himself and the ratman. The ratman took a kick from Chen Jia. Although its body didn't waver much, it still felt pain internally. This human was the strongest it has ever encountered. It must eliminate him quickly. So, the ratman lowered all 4 of its limbs on the ground. It looked at Chen Jia with a very strange gaze. The ratman is not attacking anymore, what is it trying to do? I guess it's scared of Chen Gu, crouching on the ground shaking. Chen Gu is invincible. As Chen Jia started to gain the upper hand, the classmates behind him began to cheer him on. What the ratman wanted to do was... Chen Jia also didn't understand. Logically speaking, the next step should be a fierce attack on him. Why is it still lying on the ground? Xiaolu. Just as Chen Jia was still puzzled, a strange sound came from the ratman's stomach. Chen Jia gripped the heavenly axe and entered a state of alert. A premonition told him that this ratman was not simple. Sure enough. In an instant, the ratman's small eyes suddenly burst with red light. A deep red field rapidly expanded beside the ratman. Chen Jia didn't even have time to retreat. This field had already covered him completely. After the red light faded, Xiao opened his eyes and saw a strange scene before him. This was an illusion. Xiao immediately came to the conclusion. It seems that once again, he had encountered a psychic-type ability. This kind of ability is really hard to defend against. At this moment, he was in a normal residential room. What is this? Xiao furrowed his brows. He then swung the heavenly axe at the wall next to him. The sharp edge of the heavenly axe hit the wall of the room but caused no damage at all. Is this the illusion ability of a small boss? Let me try the primordial clear and turbid chi. Quickly, Xiao summoned 2 primordial clear and turbid chis and covered them over his eyes. However, it had no effect. The primordial clear and turbid chi can dispel illusions, so it should have worked. Unless this is not entirely an illusion. Chapter 18, The Mysterious Domain. Xiao searched around the room. It was a mess. Clothes and various things were piled up haphazardly. Why does it look so much like the space of a shut-in? Xiao took 2 steps forward. He immediately saw a greasy fat man, chatting with other women on the computer. But when he opened the video, the girl on the other side screamed, "You're so ugly. How can you show yourself to others? Get lost. No wonder all those who play with the primordial spirit are ugly." After being scolded, the greasy fat man looked dejected. His whole body trembled, and in a miserable tone, he said, "Is it only the handsome ones who deserve to live in this world? And people like me only deserve to live in the sewer?" After saying that, the greasy fat man's body began to swell. And messy rat fur started to grow, his originally flat mouth began to grow long and sharp. The fangs above his mouth slowly began to grow. In no time, he had turned into the rat man that Xiao saw in the outside world. So that's how it is. This space should belong to the memories of the rat man before his mutation. No wonder the primordial clear and turbid chi couldn't break it. This was never meant to be an illusion. Just as Xiao thought this, the rat man in front of him began to shed bloody tears. Slowly, he turned his head to look at Xiao. "Is it people like you who are handsome and deserve love? I don't deserve it. Speak." The rat man's tone was close to a roar. It was clear that he was on the verge of losing control. Xiao did not respond, instead tightly gripping the heavenly axe in his hand, keeping a close watch on the rat man's actions. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Since it wasn't an illusion, it seemed to be within the realm of memories. But this rat man could clearly see him. This situation was very strange. Roar! Seeing that Xiao didn't react, the rat man began to go crazy, throwing his head back and roaring. Then, he swung his claws and charged at Xiao. Xiao reacted quickly and blocked to the right with his heavenly axe. However, the rat man's claws directly passed through the heavenly axe and grabbed onto his body. Cling! The sound of the claws grabbing Xiao's body was crisp. Xiao's physique was extremely strong, and no ordinary weapon could break through it. He can hit me, but I can't hit him? This is too strange. Xiao was completely puzzled. Outside the realm, Xiao fell into a brief coma. The rat man excitedly watched Xiao, who was in a daze, from outside. After his grotesque mutation, no one has been able to break free from his grasp. Whether they were ordinary people or awakened ones. This is the power of being an early-stage boss. Roar! Taking advantage of Xiao's stiff body, the rat man suddenly launched an attack. Don't think of hurting Xiao. Xiaolu burst with arcs of lightning, wielding a blue-scaled sword, standing in front of Xiao. Swearing to protect Xiao at all costs. Ignoring everything, the rat man opened its mouth wide and aimed for Xiao's throat. Swish swish swish. Xiaolu swung her sword continuously, unleashing several bolts of lightning in front of Xiao. The powerful might of the lightning successfully blocked the rat man's attack. It was forced back 2 steps. It belonged to the grudge-type grotesque mutation, similar to Xiaolu before. So, it was somewhat afraid of lightning. However, it still didn't take Xiaolu seriously. After all, it was a 3rd-tier awakened one. Having its attack blocked, the rat man glared at Xiaolu with resentment. Suddenly, it stood up and lifted its belly. Several little mice poked their heads out from its belly. These little mice all had greenish-blue eyes. Their teeth were emitting wisps of green smoke. This was one of the rat man's abilities. Venomous mice can spawn 3 to 10 venomous little mice, which will actively attack once they confirm a target. After just opening its belly, the several little mice locked onto Xiaolu's position. Squeak squeak squeak. These little mice charged at Xiaolu like little missiles. If they bit her, Xiaolu might lose her fighting ability immediately. But Xiao Wanru wasn't foolish, she quickly realized these little mice were not ordinary. She immediately summoned her mimicry battle spirit. Azure Moon Serpent. The little serpent hadn't even gotten used to its owner yet when it saw the charging mice. Noticing the danger to its master, the Azure Moon Serpent became angry. Flicking its tongue, it opened its massive mouth. Roar! The Azure Moon Serpent spun once in the air. All the little mice released by the Ratman were mercilessly swallowed. Moreover, the Azure Moon Serpent itself was venomous. It didn't care about the mice's poison at all. Little Moon, well done. Xiao Wanru happily praised the Azure Moon Serpent. Receiving the praise, the little serpent excitedly rubbed against Xiao Wanru's wrist. Inside the realm space, Chen Jie dodged the Ratman's attacks while searching for a chance to counterattack. He couldn't attack the Ratman, it was clear that this Ratman might just be an illusory avatar. The real body was still outside. The damage he could take was likely a mental attack. To deal with mental type attacks, Chen Jie could only rely on the Hongmeng Clear in Turbid Qi. Let's try this. Chen Jie pondered briefly and summoned the Hongmeng Clear in Turbid Qi, attaching it to the opening heaven axe. Why? I don't deserve it. The Ratman screamed in madness. This scream could release his emotions. After the Hongmeng Clear in Turbid Qi was attached to the opening heaven axe, it began to emit a strange light. Chen Jie's initial attempt succeeded. Such a weapon should be able to deal with illusory type monsters. After preparing everything, Chen Jie's gaze sharpened as he glanced at the Ratman, immediately catching a flaw. Open heaven and earth. The powerful ability was activated once more. Suddenly, a tremendous energy radiated from the opening heaven axe. With a single swing, the space split toward the Ratman. This time, the attack worked. The axe sank deep into half of the Ratman's body. How did you do it? The Ratman opened his mouth wide and roared, staring at Chen Jie in disbelief. In his domain of memories, he had killed many Awakeners. None had been able to come out of it, let alone fight back. After the open sky axe caused harm to the Ratman's domain, the pure and turbid chi of the chaos seeped into the Ratman's body. It gradually melted his body. In the end, it vanished. Chapter 19, Enlightenment, God of Killing's Domain. As Chen Jie exterminated the Ratman in the domain, in the outside space, the Ratman suddenly felt a violent impact on his spirit. He pressed his hand to his chest, his eyes bulging. This human had broken through his domain. His strength was terrifying. He couldn't wait for him to fully awaken, he had to escape immediately. In a moment of desperation, the Ratman unleashed a wave of mental shockwaves from the top of his head. This was exactly the attack Lin Yao had encountered earlier. Such an attack was hard to defend against. Several mental attacks came flying. They directly targeted Xiao Wanru. As long as he dealt with this woman, he would have a chance to escape. Seeing the Ratman's strange movements, Lin Yao, clad in armor, rushed in front of Xiao Wanru. Boom! The powerful mental attack struck Lin Yao once again. This attack was much stronger than the first. Upon contact, Lin Yao's armor instantly shattered. The force hit him as if he had been struck by a mountain. He was sent flying, like a kite with a broken string. Bang bang bang! He smashed through 3 large walls before finally stopping. Puff! Lin Yao spat out a mouthful of blood, staining a large area of the ground red. However, fortunately, Xiao Wanru was unharmed. If she had been harmed when Chen Jie recovered his spirit, that would have been the moment of his death. Each mental attack consumed a large amount of the Ratman's energy. This was already his limit. Since he couldn't force the opponent back, he could only escape forcibly. The Ratman knew this terrifying guy, Chen Jie, was about to awaken soon. Just as he was about to bolt, Chen Jie's previously dazed eyes suddenly brightened. Where do you think you're running to? Chen Jie slowly let out a few words. The Ratman trembled in fear. In the domain, he had already experienced Chen Jie's terror. And that was in his own domain, yet he was killed by Chen Jie. In reality, did he still have a chance to resist? The more the Ratman thought, the more panicked he became. As long as the Green Mountain stands, there's no worry about firewood. Ignoring Chen Jie, he turned and fled at full speed. No matter how fast your speed is, can you outrun my axe? Chen Jie swung the open sky axe, which was immediately infused with pure and turbid chi of the chaos. Then, he threw the open sky axe towards the Ratman's position. Whoosh! The open sky axe spun rapidly in the air. It seemed to automatically lock onto the Ratman's position. It closely followed the path of the Ratman's escape, even though the Ratman had used his maximum speed to flee. However, put! The open sky axe pierced through the Ratman's head. After being infused with the pure and turbid chi, the power of the open sky axe greatly increased, easily breaking the defenses of a monster like the Ratman, a third-stage aberration. I am unwilling. My life has been too hard. Before the apocalypse, I could only live like a rat in the sewers, never seeing the light. I could only stand in the dark, peeping at your lives under the sunshine. God is unfair, giving me such a body and appearance. Unfair. After being killed by the open sky axe, a wave of resentment burst from the Ratman's body. This was the resentment from being rejected because of his shape and appearance. This wave of resentment circled in the air for a moment, then finally dissipated. Chen Jia retrieved the open sky axe and walked over to the Ratman's corpse. Sure enough, there were many good things on it. His body shimmered with 3 different colors of light: pink, yellow, and cyan. These 3 colors each represent different things. This pink is a special crystal. A crystal of this color can only be possessed by a tiger-level small boss. With this thing, Chen Jia can upgrade to a third-stage awakener today. As for the yellow, it is a drop of essence from a mouse man. After taking it, it can greatly enhance the awakener's constitution. Chen Jia has a chaotic Xian Huang body. His constitution is already invincible. Using this essence would only make his physique more mixed. It's better to give it to Xiao Wanru. So, Chen Jia handed this drop of essence to Xiao Wanru. Just drop it directly on your skin, and you can use it. Chen Jia passed the essence into Xiao Wanru's hands. Seeing the essence shining with golden light, Xiao Wanru's eyes were full of curiosity. Following Chen Jia's instructions, she dropped the essence at her little arm. As soon as this drop of essence touched Xiao Wanru's arm, it immediately seeped in. Suddenly, a wave of heat rose from Xiao Wanru. Xia Jia, this essence is so strange, I feel like the blood in my body is being stirred, I'm so hot. Xiao Wanru said with a charming red face. Right now, it felt as if she was being set on fire. I forgot to tell you, this mouse man is inherently lewd, so there might be some side effects. Chen Jia said with an embarrassed expression, leaning closer to Xiao Wanru's ear to whisper. After hearing this, Lai knew Xiao Wanru's face turned even redder. Ah! What are you saying? So annoying! Xiao Wanru exclaimed with a pout. Helpless, she could only summon a simulated battle spirit to help absorb the excess essence from her body. Xiao Wanru's battle spirit inherently has the ability to counter evil. Under the absorption of the battle spirit, Xiao Wanru quickly returned to normal. After the cleansing of this drop of essence, Xiao Wanru's constitution was directly upgraded by 1 level. With her dragon scale protection, now early stage monsters of the 3rd stage basically pose no threat to her. The cyan glow from the mouse man is the most crucial thing. And it's also why Chen Jia has rushed all the way to find this small boss. Chen Jia held the cyan glow in his hand. He began to comprehend it. Before long, a strange spell appeared in his mind. He followed the spell and chanted. Soon, a domain similar to the mouseman's began to appear around him. However, Chen Jia's domain was quite different. The mouseman's domain was formed from its resentment and inferiority. And after Chen Jia comprehended the use of this domain, his domain became a domain with very powerful killing ability. The Killing God domain. Once others enter this domain, they will be instantly obliterated by the surrounding blades of light. Moreover, this domain will become more powerful as Chen Jia kills more monsters. Beside him, Xiao Wanru felt this domain, and even though her physique had already improved, her body involuntarily trembled slightly. Xiao Jia, what is this thing, how is it so powerful? Xiao Wanru asked aloud. This was the first time she encountered something so overwhelming. This is my secret weapon. I'll tell you when it gets dark. Chen Jia said with a mischievous smile, in a mysterious tone. Chapter 20, The Emergence of the Live Sacrifice Spirit. After Chen Jia withdrew the domain, Xiao Wanru was finally able to breathe normally. At this moment, the seriously injured Lin Yao staggered over to Chen Jia. Boss, I may not be able to fight anymore, I took a fatal blow for my sister-in-law. Lin Yao said with a helpless expression. On the surface, he wanted to indicate that he was out of combat power. In reality, he was seeking credit for himself. Chen Jia understood his intentions. He immediately began to comfort him. Got it, you have contributed greatly by protecting Wanru this time. I will remember this, and later, whatever benefits there are, I will prioritize arranging them for you. Chen Jia's words struck a chord deep in Lin Yao's heart. Thank you so much, boss. Lin Yao nodded and bowed slightly, then stepped back. Since Chen Jia was able to kill the rat people, Lin Yao had completely admired him. For someone like Chen Jia, who could effortlessly deal with creatures like the rat people, it was enough to prove his extraordinary strength. In the apocalypse, having such a strong backing is absolutely beneficial for future development. After dealing with the rat people in the hospital, suddenly, it started to rain heavily outside. Splash, splash. Before long, the ground was covered with rainwater, at least 2 or 3 centimeters thick. It seemed that for now, Chenjia and the others would have to rest in the hospital for a while. But before Chenjia could sit down, he heard the sound of gunfire mixed in with the rain. And there were human screams. Looking out from the hospital entrance, he saw a small squad fighting a small group of monsters with guns or knives. These monsters were somewhat different from those encountered before. These monsters were covered in tentacles, and their overall appearance resembled a basketball. What was special about them was that they emanated a blue glow. In the distance, a human member was caught by one of the monsters, instantly rendered weak. Then he was devoured alive by the monster. Not even a scream escaped his lips. Chen Jia recognized these creatures. Living sacrificial spirits. These living sacrificial spirits are huge resentment bodies, emitting energy that attaches to different beings. Then, after the apocalypse happened, these beings would mutate. This principle is the same as Xiao Wanro swallowing the bamboo leaf green and then mutating. However, they were forced to swallow the powerful resentment of the resentment body. In the end, they mutated. There are a huge number of these living sacrificial spirits, and their combat style is unique. As long as they touch you, the energy and life force within your body will be immediately absorbed. And the energy they absorb will feed back to the main body. So, to completely eliminate them, there is only one way: find the main body and eradicate it completely. People up front, help us. Our Dragon Flame Guild will definitely repay you. In the rain, an alluring woman running with their squad called out to Chenjia for help. Chenjia certainly heard it. However, he had no intention of responding. He wasn't that kind-hearted. Seeing that Chenjia did not respond, the alluring woman's anger rose in her heart. Fine, since you won't help, I'll lead these monsters to your position. Let's see if you will act. So, the alluring woman reminded her squad members to retreat towards the hospital. As the squad moved closer to the hospital, soon, a large number of living sacrificial spirits surged towards Chenjia's position. At this moment, if they didn't act, they would be in danger once the living sacrificial spirits surrounded them. Alright, so this is how you want to play. Chenjia frowned. He was naturally displeased. Thus, Chenjia walked out of the hospital. Centered around him, the realm of the god of death slowly unfolded. It surrounded the direction of the squad. Wasn't it that they wanted him to act? Now it was time for him to act. Seeing Chenjia take action, the squad was overjoyed. One of the fastest members rushed past the alluring woman, leading the way towards the hospital. However, before he could take a few steps, he suddenly seemed to fall into a terrifying realm. His eyes widened in horror as he looked at Chenjia. In his gaze, there seemed to be a plea for mercy. But it was too late. Chenjia's realm of the god of death was no joke. In the next second, this man was instantly shredded by Chenjia's realm. To the outside world, he appeared to be standing still, being torn into pieces of flesh. This scene was both terrifying and bizarre. Everyone, don't retreat. There's a problem with the direction of the hospital. The seductive woman shouted in panic. The team members, who were originally rushing toward the hospital, suddenly stopped. They had also witnessed the fate of the man who had charged ahead. Now, who would dare to move forward? The hospital's location is wrong, and there are monsters chasing from behind. At once, the team found themselves in a very awkward situation. Sister, what should we do? I don't want to die. A member of the Yanlong team shouted in despair to the seductive woman. The woman looked coldly at Chenjia. She knew that the strange phenomenon just now must have been caused by Chenjia. But even though she hated him now, there were monsters chasing behind her. With no choice, she could only plead again. Big brother, I know I was wrong. Please, in the name of being fellow humans, let us go this time. We have a lot of crystals on us, and once we are saved, they are all yours. Rather than being devoured by monsters, wouldn't it be better for you to enjoy them? Hearing the seductive woman's words, Chenjia nodded. He continued to expand the killing god domain. However, the domain did not strangle the members of the Yanlong team. Instead, it spread towards the living sacrifices. Once those living sacrifices entered Chenjia's killing god domain, they were instantly like basketballs cut by a kitchen knife. Boom! 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 With a series of explosions, the originally ferocious living sacrifices were completely destroyed. At this moment, the Yanlong team finally recognized the horror of Chenjia. We are saved! The members of the Yanlong team shouted excitedly. They had been chased by these living sacrifices for a day. One by one, team members had fallen, and just when they were about to see hell, they were finally rescued. Thank you, big brother, for your help. Everything happened because of Chen Jie's actions. The seductive woman bowed respectfully to Chen Jie. This bow, combined with her wet body and plenty of white snow, was a feast for Chen Jie's eyes. What about the spirit crystals? Chen Jie said lightly. His initial move was to eliminate potential trouble very soon. Secondly, he wanted the spirit crystals the team had. If this woman dared to deceive him, he wouldn't mind killing her immediately. They're all here. They're all here. A skinny monkey behind the seductive woman hurriedly handed over a backpack. Inside was a backpack full of shining spirit crystals. Chapter 21, The Mysterious Black Coffin. Chen Jie took the spirit crystals and looked inside. There were indeed quite a few. Just the ordinary spirit crystals numbered more than 10. Additionally, there were 1 or 2 crystals shimmering with pink light. They looked like low-level types. Strangely, in this apocalypse, everyone was eager to improve themselves. Yet now, this team was actually collecting spirit crystals. Do you have this many spirit crystals and not use them? Saving them for the new year? Chen Jie weighed 2 spirit crystals and asked curiously. The seductive woman's face darkened. This is what we need to hand over to the organization. You just intercepted them. You still have an organization? In just 2 short days, Chen Jie really couldn't imagine that someone had even established an organization already. Of course. I belong to the Longyan Guild, and my name is Hua Hu. Hua Hu introduced herself. After introducing herself, Hua Hu turned around and began to introduce her teammates. First was a skinny guy wearing round glasses. This is Skinny Monkey, and beside him is Crow. She also pointed to a gloomy man next to the skinny monkey. As for the remaining ones, they are also from our guild, but they haven't awakened their talents. After a whole introduction, Hua Hu finished introducing her teammates. Actually, Chen Jie wasn't interested in getting to know them at all. In this apocalypse, Chen Jie only cared about those who could be useful for his survival. As for the Longyan Guild that Hua Hu mentioned, he was somewhat familiar with it. In his previous life, the Longyan Guild was one of the 5 major guilds in the south of Long Country. Basically, most of the deformity monsters. They have all been dealt with. He remembered that the leader of the Dragon Flame Guild, Yi Tian, was once able to fight dragon-level grotesque monsters. Of course, this was just a legend. You know what is chasing you, right? Chen Jie looked at the previous position of the living sacrifice spirit outside. Of course I know, these are living sacrifice spirits. Once they latch onto you, it is basically certain death. Where did you find them? Chen Jie continued to ask. Generally, living sacrifice spirits have reached the ghost level. Now, the grotesque monsters around the tiger level no longer met his upgrade requirements. You wouldn't want to find their true bodies, would you? Hua Hu was a bit surprised. Most people would be scared to run away upon hearing the name of the living sacrifice spirit. Yet, this man in front of her actively asked about the origins of the living sacrifice spirit. Yes, exactly. There are 10 spirit crystals here. If you guide me to find the true body, these will be yours. Chen Jie generously took out 10 spirit crystals. Looking at these 10 spirit crystals, Hua Hu secretly cursed shameless. These were originally their possessions. Now, he took them out to use as a guide fee. She had never seen someone so shameless. We can, but we are only responsible for leading the way, nothing else. Hua Hu agreed. If they returned to the organization empty-handed and did not hand in a single spirit crystal, they would definitely be punished. Perfect to lead the way and quickly escape with the spirit crystals. It was a guaranteed profit. However, those were originally their spirit crystals. All right. You can have the spirit crystals first. Chen Jie nodded and threw out 10 spirit crystals. He was not afraid of Hua Hu and her group running away. As long as they dared to run. In an instant, he could use his domain to kill them. Xiao Jie, are you really going to find the boss's true body of these monsters? Xiao Wanro held Chen Jie's hand with some worry. She had sensed the breath of the living sacrifice spirit they encountered earlier. Its strength was several times stronger than ordinary grotesque monsters. If they faced the boss's true body, Chen Jie would probably be in danger. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Wanting to improve, one must take some risks. Chen Jie gently patted Xiao Wanro's head. He certainly knew that finding the boss's true body of these living sacrifice spirits was dangerous. However, in this perilous end of the world, if one remains complacent, they would only die worse. One must know that the monsters are evolving ceaselessly, and their evolution speed is much faster than ordinary awakeners. To protect himself and the ones he loves, he had to take this risk. Lead the way. Chen Jie turned to Hua Hu and said. Now. Hua Hu shrank her neck. Having just undergone life and death, now they were to set out again. Of course, the living sacrifice spirit's boss's true body will continuously gain energy from what they collect. The longer we wait, the stronger this living sacrifice spirit boss will become. Chen Jie said seriously. Alright, but it's settled, I won't take action. Once we arrive, I am taking my team and fleeing. Hua Hu emphasized again, as she felt Chen Jie's actions were completely self-destructive. Even though she knew Chen Jie was strong and had a mysterious domain. However, in their minds, the living sacrifice spirit boss was stronger. No problem. Chen Jie said calmly. These few people were of no real use anyway. He wouldn't force them to stay. After agreeing, Chen Jie arranged for Lin Yao to stay at the hospital with the school's weaker students. He and Xiao Wanro followed Hua Hu's team to look for the living sacrifice spirit's true body. Braving the heavy rain, they weaved through for half an hour. Chen Jie and Hua Hu arrived at a park. This park had already been abandoned before the end of the world. There were basically no people coming here to play. As soon as they arrived, Chen Jie felt a strong and chilly aura floating out from within. It's right in here, along the way, there will be many living sacrifice spirits appearing. Please help us clear them out. Hua Hu said softly, fearing to disturb the nearby living sacrifice spirits. Just now, being chased has left him a bit shadowed. Chen Jie nodded. Dealing with these ordinary living sacrifice spirits was just a matter of thought for him. As soon as Chen Jie stepped into the park, he felt like a prey crashing into a spider's web. Suddenly, around him, one by one, similar living sacrifice spirits rushed towards their location. They swarmed in like migrating ants. So many. The firefox took a deep breath, feeling a bit nervous. If she faced this alone, she would have basically given up resistance. All of you, die. Chen Jie snorted coldly, and the god of death's domain unfolded once again. Centered around him, all living sacrifice spirits within 100 meters exploded without exception. In no time, the once clean park was soaked with blood. After clearing these living sacrifice spirits, Chen Jie looked calm. It was as if nothing had happened at all. The team continued forward, taking about 10 minutes or so. Everyone arrived in front of a small earth mound. Atop the mound was a huge black coffin. 8 red ropes were tied around the coffin, their color slightly faded after the wash of time. As soon as Chen Jie arrived, a noise came from inside the coffin. Bang bang bang. Chapter 22, Provocation. Noticing the noise from the coffin, the firefox already felt a desire to retreat. The character inside this coffin must not be simple. I've done what I promised you, the previous location of the living sacrifice spirits was here. If I'm not wrong, the essence of the living sacrifice spirits is inside this coffin. The firefox said uneasily, watching the essence of the living sacrifice spirits about to come out of the coffin. She just wanted to leave this haunted place quickly. She feared Chen Jie would change his mind. With Chen Jie's strength, if he changed his mind, they had no chance of surviving. You all go. Chen Jie's expression was calm. He had no intention of keeping these few people behind. Take care. The firefox cupped her fist and led several team members to retreat quickly. They rushed straight out. In no time, they reached the park's exit. Sister, that is the essence of the living sacrifice spirits. Is that guy crazy? Challenging a terrifying existence that is equivalent to our 4th-tier awakeners. The skinny one turned to look at the position of the living sacrifice spirit's essence in the park, astonished. In the apocalypse, who isn't trying to survive and grow stronger? Yet Chen Jie chose to go against the grain, directly walking into the mouth of a monstrous creature. I see him as someone who, relying on his current abilities, has become arrogant. He is confidently challenging those beyond his level, pure lunacy. I am also a 3rd-tier awakener. Just now, seeing that black coffin, my battle spirit was trembling. The Firefox's squad member, Crow, analyzed. He stood before the black coffin, already trembling with fear. In her eyes, Chen Jie was a living lunatic. Don't worry about that. This mission, if we can return alive to the guild, and with 10 spirit crystals to hand in, is already good. Whether Chen Jie lives or dies has nothing to do with us. The Firefox glanced worriedly at the direction of the black coffin, then turned and rushed out of the park first. She actually hoped Chen Jie could survive. After all, in her eyes, Chen Jie was somewhat of a trustworthy person. But wanting to survive under that terrifying existence was difficult. The essence of the living sacrifice spirits inside that black coffin, she believed, had no chance of being confronted, even by her guild leader. In no time, the members of the Longyan squad had already disappeared at the park's exit. At this moment, only Chen Jie and Xiao Wanru remained in the park. Wanru, are you afraid? Chen Jie smiled slightly and asked. As expected, in this life. Even when facing such dangerous situations, the person willing to stand by his side was still Xiao. Don't be afraid, with Xiao Jie here, I am not afraid of anything. Xiao gaze was firm. Even though the breath coming from the black coffin made her mimic battle spirit react a little, she was not afraid. She believed that since Chen Jie was willing to bring her here, he would never let her truly fall into danger. Of course. Even if it is dangerous, as long as Chen Jie is here, she would not hesitate. Silly girl. I won't let anything happen to you. Just leave it to me. Chen Jie's tone was gentle. At the same time, he reached out his hand and gently stroked Xiao silky black hair. In this life, he must ensure Xiao lives a life 1,000 times better than anyone else's. Therefore, this living sacrificial spirit's main body. He must touch it. Of course, he also had a certain level of confidence to challenge this living sacrificial spirit's main body. Otherwise, he wouldn't take this risk. The talent he awakened came with the Pangu bloodline, which itself had suppression against such a wicked spirit's body. Coupled with the primordial chaos of pure and turbid energy, spotting the weak points of this living sacrificial spirit was truly effortless. After realizing this, Chen Jie summoned the opening heaven axe from his hands. When encountering such evil, the golden yellow light on the opening heaven axe shone even more brilliantly. And the items inside the coffin seemed to sense the existence of Chen Jie's opening heaven axe. It began to shake continuously, and the originally stable coffin started to emit more frequent banging sounds. The red threads on the coffin repeatedly emitted red light. At this rate, these red threads would no longer be able to control the living sacrificial spirit's main body inside the coffin. Roar, roar, roar. A terrifying sound, like it was coming from hell, shook the various creatures of this world. A few mutated crows heard the sound and caught a few times, hurriedly fleeing farther away. Boom, boom, boom. The sky, which was already sparse with rain, now roared with thunder and lightning, illuminating a large part of the sky. As if a much fiercer storm was about to descend. Mimic battle spirit, come out too. With a wave of his left hand, 2 streams of primordial chaos pure and turbid energy transformed into golden dragons, shooting up into the sky from his body. The golden dragon's eyes radiated pressure, focusing on the black coffin before them. Everything was ready. Chen Jie soared into the air, standing like a small giant. The flickering lightning above resembled stage lights, casting a special glow on the protagonist. Come out. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Chen Jie murmured, slowly raising the opening heaven axe. A strong wave of energy emanated from the opening heaven axe. The surrounding environment changed color. The side of the black coffin was pitch black, while Chen Jie's side radiated golden light. The entire world was forcibly divided in half. Human! Do you really dare to provoke me? Just as Chen Jie was about to chop down, a voice filled with authority came from within the black coffin. Withering yet powerful. It had been lying in wait here, waiting for the living sacrificial spirit to continuously transmit energy to it. Waiting for full evolution, and then to emerge. What it didn't expect was that before it even arrived at its time of evolution, a human, carrying a conflicting aura, was already standing before it. The key was that this human was already at the 3rd stage of awakening. How dare he provoke a ghost-level deformity monster like it? It was simply too dismissive of it. What is there to be afraid of? You get out here. Chen Jie grinned, not taking the words of the other party to heart at all. Open heaven and earth. Chen Jie gripped the opening heaven axe tightly and swung down violently. The opening heaven axe shone with bright light. The shadow on his body became more solid. With Chen Jie's rise, his talent open heaven and earth was also continually evolving. Just the aftershock of the opening heaven axe was enough to split the rainfall in the sky in half. The trees around were snapped off. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. The opening heaven axe struck down heavily on the black coffin. A series of tremendous sounds shook the entire sky. The Firefox squad, who had already run far away, could now hear the sounds coming from this park. Arrogant. Humans, mere ants, dare disturb my presence. I didn't seek trouble with you humans, you should have long been burning incense and praying. Yet, you have the audacity to provoke me. I see no reason for your existence. Provoked, the voice from the coffin was filled with rage. Chapter 23, The Secret Method of Black Fog. The Dragon Flame team had already run far away. Suddenly, they encountered a fully armored squad. Before long, the Firefox recognized the other party. This was a team led by the president of their guild. The person at the front was the strongest member of their guild, Dragon Rortian. Firefox? What are you doing here? How did your sacrificial spirit task go? Why is your team just left with a few people? Where are the others? Dragon Rortian recognized the Firefox as well. He came this time for the main body of the sacrificial spirit. It was said that killing the main body of the sacrificial spirit could yield massive rewards. As the leader of the guild, he definitely didn't want to miss this chance. Before Firefox could answer Dragon Roar Tian's questions, the crow suddenly began to speak, sounding aggrieved. Boss, we were executing a task, but we ran into a group of sacrificial spirits chasing us. Our team suffered heavy casualties. That's not the worst part. The worst part is that all our spirit crystals were snatched by someone named Chenjie. The crow distorted the facts. He wanted Dragon Roar Tian to help them retrieve the spirit crystals. Those were hundreds of spirit crystals. With Dragon Roar Tian's strength, he could definitely get them back. At that time, they could also share some of the spoils. As for the truth, it was simply irrelevant in the face of profit. Firefox remained silent. After listening to the crow's statement, she understood what the crow wanted to do. Those spirit crystals were hard-earned by her. She would be more than glad to use Dragon Roar Tian's hands. To get some back, she would be thrilled. Chenjie? I've never heard that name. What kind of nobody dares act recklessly in front of our guild? Dragon Roar Tian's face darkened as he listened to the crow's account. As the guild leader, he had to stand up for his bullied guild members. Where is that person now? Take me to him. Dragon Roar Tian's tone carried anger. He's just in the nearby park. He's dealing with the monster in the black coffin. Boss, we can ambush him when he's tired. At that time, they fight each other, and we reap the benefits. The crow rubbed his hands, looking sinister. Having had so many crystals seized by Chenjie, he already hated him to the bone. Lead the way. Dragon Roar Tian didn't say much more but repeated once again. Ambush? He certainly wouldn't do such a thing. If this were to get out, he wouldn't be able to keep his title as guild leader. However, a nameless person actually dared to challenge the main body of the sacrificial spirit in the coffin. This truly shocked him. He had long discovered that main body of the sacrificial spirit. Back then, he was only a third-tier awakener. Just standing in front of the coffin would make his legs tremble, let alone challenging it. Later, returning to the guild, he forcibly upgraded himself to the 4th tier by collecting spirit crystals. Only then did he dare to take a look at the black coffin. Danger often comes with rich rewards. He didn't want to surrender the rewards of the main body of the sacrificial spirit. Inside the park, after Chenjie used the heaven-opening axe to split open the coffin, a wave of overwhelming black gas burst out from inside. Not long after, the black gas gathered into a huge grotesque monster. He was the main body of the sacrificial spirit, the Spirit King. This Spirit King resembled an octopus, with countless minions attached to its tentacles. A pair of blood-red eyes glimmered with killing intent. Human, you seek death. Disturbing my rest, your death is at hand. The voice of the Spirit King. From his body, a slow sound emerged. A slow sound emerged from his body. He had not yet completed his evolution, when it was interrupted by Chenjie. His evolution had not yet been completed when Chenjie interrupted it. Although he could burrow into hiding again. Although he could retreat into hiding again. Chenjie's actions made him extremely furious. Chenjie's actions made him extremely angry. Especially since Chenjie was human. Especially because Chenjie was a human. Originally, humans were all within the category of his food. Originally, humans were all considered his food. Now, it was better, the food jumped up to bite him. Now it was even better, the food had jumped up to bite him. How could he endure this? How could he tolerate this? Immediately, 2 enormous tentacles smashed down at Chenjie like whips swung with all their might. Instantly, 2 massive tentacles smashed down towards Chenjie like whips swung with all their strength. A flash of brilliance crossed Chenjie's eyes as he quickly dodged the attack. A flash of brilliance passed through Chenjie's eyes as he sidestepped the attack. The tentacles landed on the ground in the park. The tentacles struck the park ground. They created a half-meter deep pit, and the concrete and steel of the ground cracked inch by inch. They smashed out a half-meter deep pit, with the concrete and steel of the ground cracking inch by inch. If this had landed on an ordinary third-tier awakened being, it would have likely spelled death. If this had hit an ordinary third-tier awakened being, it would surely mean death. Quite fast, you're not an ordinary awakened being. To make it up to me, become my food. Good speed, you're not an ordinary awakened one. To compensate me, become my food. Seeing that his ordinary attack had no effect. Seeing that his normal attack was ineffective. The Spirit King opened its gigantic mouth, and a gust of eerie wind rushed out from it. The Spirit King opened its huge mouth, and a gust of ominous wind erupted from within. Anything in the path of this wind would be swept into the Spirit King's mouth. Anything that the wind passed over would be sucked into the Spirit King's mouth. Even though Chenjie was very fast. even though Chen Jie was incredibly quick. The eerie wind still wrapped around his legs. The ominous wind still wrapped around his legs. Immediately, Chen Jie felt his body being torn apart by a mysterious force. At once, Chen Jie felt his body being ripped apart by a mysterious force. Battle Spirit, go! Battle Spirit, go! Chen Jie shouted fiercely, pointing his 2 fingers at the Spirit King's mouth. Chen Jie roared, pointing his 2 fingers at the Spirit King's mouth. 2 golden dragons roared towards the sky. 2 golden dragons howled into the sky. Then, the golden dragons surged towards the Spirit King's mouth. The golden dragons surged towards the Spirit King's mouth. Bang! Bang! The golden dragons collided with the Spirit King. The golden dragons collided with the Spirit King. It kicked up gigantic waves, uprooting all the vegetation in the park. It created huge waves, uprooting all the plants in the park. Even some nearby buildings were also demolished to pieces. Even some nearby buildings were smashed to bits. After the collision, the golden dragons dissipated, and Chen Jie felt his chest grow unsteady. After the impact, the golden dragons disappeared, and Chen Jie felt. This axe had no effect at all. It couldn't even break through the opponent's surface defenses. The powerful backlash left Chen Jie with numb hands, causing him to stagger back a few steps. Xiao Jie, are you okay? Seeing Chen Jie retreat, Xiaolu asked with concern. At the same time, she summoned her azure scale sword, ready to fight alongside him. I'm fine, you don't need to help me, just give me some time. Chen Jie reached out to stop Xiaolu. He wanted to take on this Spirit King alone. Only by facing strong challenges could he truly enhance his combat ability. However, the Spirit King now was in a reinforced state, with terrifying defensive strength. Under normal circumstances, Chen Jie's open sky axe couldn't even breach its defense. Roar! Human, die! Before Chen Jie could catch his breath, another tentacle from the Spirit King descended from the sky, carrying fierce winds. At that moment, Chen Jie was unable to evade. 2 streams of primordial chaotic energy actively protected him, forming a huge shield in front of Chen Jie. Boom! The powerful impact resonated through the sky. That blow sent Chen Jie flying away completely. Yet the Spirit King's state was unaffected, simply retracting its tentacle. It prepared to use another tentacle to continue the attack. Ha ha, human, enjoy the process of your death. Seeing Chen Jie could only defend passively, the Spirit King became even more arrogant. Its body writhed and rushed forward once more. Hoo! Chen Jie stood up, took a couple of breaths. His blood surged within him, feeling that this kind of battle would truly awaken the Pangu bloodline inside him. The Spirit King's defensive power was too strong. If he couldn't break its defense head-on, killing it would basically be impossible. At this moment, he could only attempt to use the same technique he had used against the rat people. He fused the primordial chaotic energy with the open sky axe. If possible, he would also add the killing god domain into the mix. With this thought, Chen Jie picked up the open sky axe, lightly sweeping his hand across it, and 2 streams of primordial chaotic energy clung to it. His eyes focused, the blood-red aura manifested on it. This was the effect of the domain being attached to a weapon. In an instant, the open sky axe underwent a qualitative change. A torrent of killing intent surged from it, glowing with a bloodthirsty red light, looking terrifying. It had merged. Chen Jie let out a long breath. Next, he would try out this merged open sky axe. After everything from last night, the Spirit King's attacks came crashing back. A tentacle even thicker and stronger than before whipped up a storm, slamming down toward Chen Jie's face. Dodge! Chen Jie swiftly moved to the right, evading the strike. At the same time, he flipped in the air, his body spinning with the axe, like a high-speed rotating top. The scarlet color of the open sky axe illuminated the entire park. Open sky and split earth. Boom! Put! The open sky axe mercilessly pierced through the attack of the Spirit King. This axe easily sliced through the Spirit King's body and severed its tentacle. A massive amount of black blood gushed out from its wound. Like a fire hose spraying water. Moreover, with the enhancement of the killing god domain, the wound wouldn't recover anytime soon. Now, it's my turn to counterattack. Chen Jie grinned, lifting the open sky axe, and charged once again. Damn you, human! For the first time, the Spirit King felt pain. Ignoring the severed tentacle, it replaced it with another and once again slapped toward Chen Jie. Chen Jie did not dodge, he swung the axe head-on, cutting through the air to engage in a direct battle. Bang! 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 The clash of their battle echoed. As a strong and deformed monster, he absolutely would not allow a human to stand atop him. Suddenly, the park shook again, centered around Chen Jie, with all the vegetation and buildings around him being overturned and shattered. It lasted a full 5 minutes. The tentacles on the Spirit King were all cut off by Qinjia, leaving most of them only half intact. At this moment, the Spirit King was completely at a disadvantage. He could no longer confront Qinjia directly. "Human, I will remember you." The Spirit King glared at Qinjia with hatred, spewing out a large amount of black fog from his mouth. Then, his body rapidly shrank, trying to use this black fog as cover to escape quickly. After all, he could use the spirit to continuously absorb energy. It would not be too late to seek revenge on Qinjia later. Realizing something was wrong, Qinjia immediately transferred the chaos-purifying qi to his eyes. His eyes suddenly shone with golden light, beginning to search for the Spirit King's location. Trying to run? In no time, Qinjia locked onto the Spirit King's position. Whoosh! Qinjia shifted and instantly appeared in front of the Spirit King. "Human, do you have to kill me to the last?" The Spirit King glared hatefully at Qinjia. Before Qinjia could speak, 2 streams of pitch-black mucus erupted from his mouth. This highly corrosive mucus could take Qinjia's life. Unfortunately, Qinjia remained vigilant. With a simple dodge, he easily avoided the Spirit King's ambush. "You can die." Qinjia raised his axe, swung it down from above. Puff! The Spirit King's body was instantly split in 2 by Qinjia. "Human, you shall die. I swear by the spirits, I curse you to never know peace." The Spirit King's scream echoed through the sky. Then, 2 streams of black resentment arose. Qinjia did not give it a chance to linger. The chaos-purifying qi transformed into a golden dragon. With a roll, it left the resentment no opportunity to dissipate. After successfully killing the Spirit King, 5 different colored lights appeared on its octopus-like body. Countless spirit crystals erupted from its body. The reward was simply too rich. It was 10 times, 100 times richer than all the rewards from the deformed monsters he had previously killed. Qinjia put away the open sky axe and hurriedly went forward to check. Chapter 25, Righteousness Brimming, Dragon Roaring at the Sky. Qinjia directly ignored the numerous spirit crystals. His attention was completely focused on the 5 different colored light groups. Generally, deformed monsters only exploded 1 or 2 light groups. But this Spirit King exploded 5. And they were of different colors. How could Qinjia not be excited? He collected all the light groups. The first white light group turned out to be a treasure chest. Opening the treasure chest, a porcelain vial appeared before Qinjia. Physique potion. Qinjia stared in shock at the porcelain vial in front of him. Clearly written on it were the 4 characters physique potion. Qinjia knew this thing could help awakeners directly increase their physique. Generally, awakeners could only enhance their physique through leveling up. But this potion could directly enhance your physique. This meant that, within the same stage, your physique would be stronger than others. A good thing. Putting away the physique potion, Qinjia then looked at the green light group. Inside was surprisingly a piece of silver-level equipment. In the apocalypse, killing deformed monsters would also drop equipment. The basic levels, from low to high, are copper, silver, gold, purple diamond, epic, legendary, and immortal. With these equipment, one does not have to purely rely on their physique to resist attacks. As soon as Qinjia held the silver equipment, a piece of information immediately entered his mind. Octopus armor can negate 50% of attacks from ghost level and below. Strong. This silver equipment, Qinjia could only describe as strong. With this defensive equipment, plus his own 4 extremities 5 mountains battle armor, it could be said that no deformed monster at the ghost level could harm him in the slightest. The last remaining light group was purple. This is a high-level spirit crystal. Qinjia immediately absorbed the spirit crystal. After the spirit crystal was absorbed into his body, he suddenly felt a surge of overwhelming energy fill his entire being. A barrier within his body was instantly broken. Buzz! A flash of white light passed, and Qinjia successfully advanced to Awakener Grade 4. At the same time, his realm was still rising. He stopped only when he reached the mid-phase of Awakener Grade 4. His level had increased, but afterward, the number of spirit crystals he needed would be greater, and their quality would need to be higher as well. The remaining red light mass, Qinjia continued to investigate. It turned out to be a talent. Frenzy. After entering a frenzy state, the user will gain a 20% boost in base power. After the frenzy ends, they will enter a state of weakness. This talent should be the same as the one used by the Spirit King earlier. A 20% increase. It's indeed a good talent. But it shouldn't be used casually. Because after the frenzy, a period of weakness will follow. So unless in special situations, it would be better not to use it. The last remaining light mass. It was also a silver-grade equipment. However, it was a necklace. It didn't have much effect, just able to withstand one attack from a ghost-level being. For him, it didn't have much significant use. Since Xiao Wanru's strength was still relatively weak, he gave the necklace to Xiao Wanru. He personally put it on her. It could be considered a small gift for Xiao Wanru. The diamond on this necklace was quite pretty, and Xiao Wanru held it in her palm. She smiled like a 3 or 4-year-old child. As for the crystals scattered on the ground, Chen Jie collected them all casually. Now these ordinary crystals didn't do much for his improvement, but they could be used by Xiao Wanru to enhance herself. It's over, let's go back. Chen Jie put away the sky-cutting axe, pulled Xiao Wanru's hand, and walked towards the park's exit. Just a short distance away, they immediately encountered the Firefox and others. Boss, it's him. He stole our crystals. Seeing Chen Jie, the crow immediately stepped forward, pointing at Chen Jie and shouting. Beside him, Long Xiaotian glared at Chen Jie, full of anger. You stole the belongings of my Dragon Flame Guild? Long Xiaotian had an imposing manner. He had heard that Chen Jie was merely an Awakener grade 3. So, he looked down on Chen Jie a bit. Steal? No, I saved your subordinates, and as a reward, I took them. Chen Jie frowned. It seemed that now saving people had turned around to bite him. These people should have been directly killed back then. However, now, it seemed this group was determined to cause him trouble. Killing early or late made no difference. Weren't you fighting the Spirit King? Where is the Spirit King? The Firefox asked in confusion upon seeing Chen Jie come out unscathed. Compared to the dispute over the spirit crystals, she cared more about this matter. The Spirit King has already been killed by me. Chen Jie replied indifferently. Upon hearing this, everyone present was stunned. They had once been hunted by the Spirit King's minions, the sacrificial spirits. And now, this man right in front of them had actually killed the head of the sacrificial spirits, the Spirit King. This was simply unbelievable. The key was, he was only a grade 3 Awakener. Ha, you speak big words. I've met the Spirit King before, when I was at my peak of grade 3, not to mention killing him, I might not even be able to face him directly. The Firefox previously said you were only grade 3, you say you killed the Spirit King, aren't you afraid of pulling a muscle from boasting? Long Xiaotian completely didn't believe it. Even if he was now at the early stage of grade 4, he felt he wouldn't be able to kill the Spirit King. The opponent was just a mere grade 3. How was that possible? Believe it or not, if you guys are looking for trouble, hurry up. If not, get out of my way. Chen Jie declared grandly. He summoned his phantom battle spirit. With the increase in his rank, his phantom battle spirit had also gained a certain degree of enhancement. The originally small golden dragon transformed from the chaotic clear and turbid air was now much larger. It's already over 100 battles. Roar! The golden dragon let out a furious roar, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that rushed towards Long Xiaotian and others. Except for Long Xiaotian, the others couldn't even stand firm. He has reached the 4th level. Long Xiaotian sensed the strength of Chen Jie's mimic battle spirit and deduced his rank. At this point, the Spirit King was really killed by Chen Jie. Thinking of this, cold sweat dripped down Long Xiaotian's back. However, he also felt a sense of unwillingness. He worked tirelessly to reach the early 4th level, hoping to challenge the Spirit King. But now, someone else reached it first. After killing the Spirit King, there would surely be rich rewards. At this moment, Long Xiaotian felt both apprehensive and envious. Chen Jie ignored them and steadily walked out of the park. The members of the Long Yen Guild lowered their heads and made way. Just as Chen Jie was about to exit the park's entrance, Long Xiaotian gritted his teeth, dark thoughts flooding his mind. If he could kill Chen Jie, all the rewards on him would be his. In an instant, those who dare to attack my guild members will be killed. Long Xiaotian shouted fiercely. Then, he summoned a purple longsword and harshly stabbed toward Chen Jie's back. Chapter 26, Killing Long Xiaotian. You seek death. As Long Xiaotian thrust his sword, Chen Jie immediately sensed the energy fluctuation. He had now advanced to the late stage of the 4th level Awakeners. His sensing ability was no joke. Chen Jie turned around and lightly flicked his hands. He deflected Long Xiaotian's long sword away. A powerful backlash caused Long Xiaotian's sword to fly out of his hand. Long Xiaotian's eyes widened as he watched the sword drop. His face was filled with disbelief. He was at the 4th level of Awakeners. Even among the same rank, it was impossible for someone to easily knock his sword away. Yet Chen Jie just lightly blocked it. Long Xiaotian felt as if his sword had crashed against Mount Tai. The immense force made it impossible for him to hold on to the sword. After shaking Long Xiaotian's sword away, Chen Jie had no intention of letting him go. With a thought, the Kai Tian axe immediately manifested in his hand. Daring to sneak attack me, I thought the Long Yen Guild members were righteous, but they're actually all petty bastards. However, I generally don't let those with malicious intentions live in this world. Chen Jie's voice was deep, like a lion about to rage. As soon as he finished speaking, the Kai Tian axe swung down towards Long Xiaotian's head. The overwhelming might of the Kai Tian axe almost immobilized Long Xiaotian. Fortunately, he, as a fourth-level awakener, was not to be trifled with. Relying on his consciousness, he managed to dodge Chen Jie's first strike. Boom! Chen Jie's axe missed and struck the ground, the sound echoing through the sky. The originally intact ground was split apart, like a middle parting created by him. The cracked earth could fit two adults. Long Xiaotian stared at the split ground, gasping in cold air. If that axe had struck him, he would be split in half instantly. However, he had a special talent. He could suddenly increase his strength by 300% in a short time. Finding an opportunity, Long Xiaotian did not believe it was impossible to counter-kill Chen Jie. After thinking it through, Long Xiaotian summoned his sword back. Chen Jie, I admit, your strength is strong, but don't think that you can deal with me like this. Long Xiaotian remained very confident. With a swipe of his long knife, the originally ordinary blade was engulfed in flames. In the rainy night, it looked incredibly dazzling. This is the fire talent of the boss. By attaching it to weapons, it not only increases damage but also provides burn damage after injuring the opponent. This is the third time I've seen the boss use this move. Previously, he used it only when defeating 4th-level peak monsters. Chen Jie is doomed. To die under the boss's move, Chen Jie can be considered lucky. The people of the Dragon Flame Guild saw the dragon roar and the flames attached to the long sword, immediately pronouncing Chen Jie's death sentence. Chen Jie, you can rest in peace. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Long Xiaotian's mouth, as he excitedly pointed his long sword at Chen Jie. Isn't it just talent attached to a weapon? Chen Jie disdainfully shook his head. He then raised the opening sky axe in his hand. Two streams of primal chaos energy burst from his arms, wrapping around the opening sky axe. Roars of dragons echoed from the opening sky axe. A strong golden light suddenly illuminated the entire sky. In contrast, Long Xiaotian's flaming sword seemed like a mere fire stick under the sun. Mediocre. In effectiveness, Chen Jie suppressed him, leaving Long Xiaotian so furious he could barely say a word. He gritted his teeth, raised his long sword, and a humming sound followed. Before long, a huge fire phoenix slowly awakened behind him. Golden eyes emanated a hint of majesty. Suddenly, it trembled. The fire phoenix spread its wings wide, causing the surrounding space to shudder. Fire Phoenix. Go! Long Xiaotian shouted loudly, lightly pointing his long sword towards Chen Jie's position. In the sky, the fire phoenix let out a sharp cry, rushing towards Chen Jie with a whirlwind. You little chick, dare to be reckless. Chen Jie twirled the opening sky axe, and two massive dragons appeared suddenly. Roar, roar, roar. The giant dragons roared, circling around each other, charging towards the fire phoenix ahead. The divine beings summoned by the two collided together in an instant. Boom! The powerful energy from the crash swept outward. The already ruined gate of the park instantly turned to dust. Surrounding plants and stones were blasted into nothingness. Nearby members of the Dragon Flame Squad could only shield their faces with their hands, unable to open their eyes. After more than 10 seconds of the explosion sound passed. It gradually returned to calm. At this moment, Chen Jie stood calmly at the entrance of the park. While Long Xiaotian, far away, was not so relaxed. At this point, Long Xiaotian's clothes had completely torn apart, with blood streaks bursting from his body. Put! Long Xiaotian spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Chen Jie, filled with fear and hatred in his eyes. He could hardly believe what had just happened. When the dragon and phoenix first collided, their powers seemed relatively balanced. But in just a few seconds, he felt the endless energy from Chen Jie's summoned dragons. In an instant, his fire phoenix was crushed by Chen Jie's golden dragon. The remaining energy waves all slammed into him. At this moment, all the bones in his body had been shattered by the golden dragon, standing only by sheer will. Heh, your golden dragon is nothing like that. Come again. Long Xiaotian glanced at the surrounding members, pretending to be strong as he said. At this time, Chen Jie already knew that Long Xiaotian was nearly exhausted. He could only stubbornly stand there. He could no longer withstand Chen Jie's next attack. Of course, Chen Jie also understood why his opponent still chose to provoke at this moment. His teammates were here, and he definitely couldn't surrender immediately like Lin Yao when faced with defeat. For the sake of face. This man chose to stand and die. Chen Jie's face became cold, since the other party had chosen death. Then let him have his way. In an instant, Chen Jie transformed into a phantom, like a startled swan, flashing past Long Xiaotian's side. Not making a single sound. The opening sky axe silently sliced across Long Xiaotian's throat. Long Xiaotian's throat made a strange bubbling sound, a stream of blood gushed from his throat, and blood. Even the president Long Xiaotian was defeated after just 2 moves by Qin Jie. The others, terrified, dared not speak and hurriedly recoiled. In the end, only Firefox stood before Qin Jie. Chapter 27, Boss, you finally returned. Do you still want your spirit crystal back? Qin Jie raised his axe, aiming at Firefox. As soon as the opponent said the word want, in the next second, Qin Jie would kill her without hesitation. No, I don't want it, I want to be your subordinate, of course, recognizing you as my master is also okay. Firefox lowered her head, knowing that she looked very humble now. However, to survive in this apocalypse, she had no choice but to force herself to cling to someone stronger. Forget it, you. Xiao Jie, let her stay. Before Qin Jie could refuse, Xiaolu spoke, advising him to keep Firefox. Originally, Qin Jie wanted to refuse Firefox because he was afraid Xiaolu would mind. He didn't lack servants. Since Xiaolu took the initiative to want to keep Firefox, Qin Jie naturally didn't say much. He just nodded, allowing Firefox to stay. As for why Xiaolu wanted to keep Firefox, she thought, in the apocalypse, with dangers everywhere, having one more person to accompany Qin Jie and help him was better. At this moment, Firefox also knew that her opportunity to stay by Qin Jie's side was thanks to Xiaolu's plea. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had any chance at all. So, Firefox immediately smiled joyfully and linked her arm with Xiaolu's. Thank you, sister, for taking me in. No need, but since you're staying, you must be devoted. Otherwise, my azure scale longsword won't spare you. Xiaolu's tone was gentle. On the surface, it seemed like she was simply reminding Firefox. In reality, it was an open and bold threat. As long as Firefox dared to do anything against Qin Jie, she would be the first to kill her. You, the rest of you, are you planning to stay and wait for me to clean up, or will you leave on your own? Qin Jie turned to look at the other members of the Dragonflame Guild. Hearing Qin Jie's words, the remnants of the Dragonflame Guild immediately scrambled to escape. Just then, Xiaolu turned to glance at Firefox. Sensing Xiaolu's gaze, Firefox immediately understood what it meant. She needed to hand in a token of allegiance. Originally holding Xiaolu's arm, she suddenly let go. Firefox transformed into a flame and dashed out. She went to chase and kill the fleeing remnants of the Dragonflame Guild. Puff! Before long, Firefox's sharp claws pierced through the chest of the nearest person. This was one of her former team members. Crow! Crow turned in disbelief to look at Firefox behind him, his voice hoarse, unable to make a sound. After dealing with Crow, Firefox continued to hunt down the other remnants. 3 minutes later, Firefox covered in blood stood before Xiaolu and Qin Jie. Little sister is really clever, knowing that Xiao Jie doesn't like leaving trouble, you took the initiative to kill these people. Let's go back and find a place to take a shower. Xiaolu smiled slightly, praising Firefox. I will keep working hard. Firefox lowered her head, responding solemnly. Killing former guild members with her own hands made her feel somewhat uneasy. However, for better survival, she had no other choice. In the abandoned hospital slaughtering rat men. Be a good meal for me. A terrifying voice echoed in the hospital hall. Lin Yao and the students he had brought back from the school grouped together, their backs against each other. With terrified eyes, they looked at the surrounding darkness. What kind of monster is this, showing off, come out? Lin Yao shouted into the darkness. He was a third-tier awakened one, and could still remain calm in this situation. The other students, with weaker psychological quality, were already peeing their pants. Why? Having just dealt with the rat men. A monster has come again. When will this apocalypse end? I don't want to die. I just want to live, boo-hoo. Don't eat me, don't eat me. My meat is sour, I haven't bathed in days. The students brought out from the school were already in chaos. It was clear they were scared to death, trembling just hearing the sounds from the darkness. Is this all you've got? The monster hasn't even come out yet, and you're already screaming. The louder you scream, the quicker you die. Lin Yao held his sword and shouted at the students behind him. People like them only made the grotesque monster even more excited. Brother Lin, it's easy for you to say. You're the only one with awakened super combat talent here, so of course you're not scared. If you were powerless like us, would you still be this calm? Lin Xiu, though afraid, couldn't help but challenge Lin Yao's indifference. The hunt begins. Suddenly, a voice came again. Almost at the same time, a shadow passed by. Swish. One student disappeared into thin air. Ah! Ugh! A series of horrific screams echoed from the darkness. This scream sent chills down the backs of everyone present. If this continues, we'll all become its food one by one. Instead of waiting to die, we should break out. A boy shouted and rushed toward the hospital entrance. But he had barely taken a few steps. Swish! He vanished before everyone's eyes, no one even saw how he disappeared. What do we do? Where's my brother Chen? Please come back and save me, little brother. Lin Xiu desperately clutched his bag, begging for Chen Jie to appear. Let me try you. After dealing with the fleeing boy, the shadow turned its target to Lin Yao. There was only one awakened person here. In the eyes of the shadow, he stood out and looked particularly delicious. Swish! The shadow quickly swooped in on Lin Yao. But Lin Yao was not an easy target either. He quickly reacted, swinging his sword at the direction from which the shadow came. Exclamation point! A crisp sound of clashing rang out. Lin Yao's sword flew out, leaving a dark handprint on his super combat armor. If it weren't for the armor protecting him, he would have probably been pierced through by that black hand. Even Lin Yao was no match for the shadow. The students fell into deeper despair. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon's roar shattered the despair as a golden dragon dashed in from outside the hospital. It illuminated the entire hospital. It also ignited the spark of hope in the students' hearts. They knew their savior, Chen Jie, had returned. Brother Chen! My dear brother, you finally come back. Seeing Chen Jie, Lin Xiu was the first to rush out, disregarding his own safety. Thud! He fell to the ground in front of Chen Jie. With Chen Jie here, the fear in his heart instantly vanished. Everyone else saw this scene and rushed over too. Who wouldn't want to kneel and grovel before Chen Jie? Chapter 28, Forced Fusion. Lin Yao saw Chen Jie return and felt as if he had seen a savior. Lin Yao stepped forward and said solemnly, Brother Chen, you finally came back. I just encountered a strange monster. It can hide in the darkness, even I, a third-tier awakened person, couldn't sense a thing. In Lin Yao's opinion, Chen Jie was able to save him. As everyone calmed down, they all surrounded Chen Jie. When Chen Jie entered the hospital, he had already sensed the presence of this grotesque monster. But this monster was different from ordinary mutated monsters before. This type of mutated monster was more powerful due to its brutal and sinister nature after becoming a monster. Chen Jie warily watched the writhing body in the darkness. Brother, can we defeat it? Lin Yao stood worryingly beside Chen Jie. Of course, but you can't use ordinary means to deal with such a monster. He reached out to Xiao Wanru behind him. Wanru, lend me your dragon-scale longsword for a moment. This special, ever-changing creature required a weapon with lightning attributes to inflict greater damage. Hearing Chen Jie wanted his weapon, Xiao Wanru flipped her hand, and the dragon-scale longsword appeared in his grasp. Here, Xiao Jie, take it. Xiao Wanru handed the longsword to Chen Jie, the blade still crackling with thunder. The power of exorcism showed no sign of weakening. Meanwhile, Chen Jie summoned 2 streams of primordial qi, attaching them to the dragon-scale longsword. Suddenly, the previously calm dragon-scale longsword emitted a buzzing sound. The essence of heaven and earth filled its body, making it feel incredibly content. Human, do you really think that with that sword in your hand, you can deal with me? The monster's voice came from the darkness, filled with arrogance. Chen Jie swung the longsword, a massive bolt of lightning struck towards the monster. The lightning shot forth, illuminating the entire hospital. At this moment, everyone could finally see the monster's true form. It had 5 eyes, a mouth full of sharp fangs, and gray skin. A tail extended from its back, and a row of bony spikes jutted out from its spine, with 2 huge mouths on its chest. It was short in stature, but looked extraordinarily fierce. Its eyes were filled with magic. The small, 5-eyed mutated monster let out a roar like a beast from hell. The lightning struck it. However, it merely left a minor scratch on its skin. It took deliberate steps towards Chen Jie, its massive footfalls echoing on the ground. The blade in its hand came crashing down from above. So fast. The 5-eyed monster's body was muscular, bursting forth with terrifying power. In the darkness, the speed of the blade's descent was incredibly fast, too quick for an ordinary person to react. The air screamed as the blade sliced through it, flashing dangerously. Fortunately, Chen Jie had already advanced to the 4th tier of awakening, easily dodging such attacks. Exclamation point. The monster's blade did not injure Chen Jie at all, instead, it struck the ground. Instantly, the ground shattered. There were dark remnants on the surface, as if it was some kind of corrosive energy. Having dodged the monster's strike, Chen Jie flicked his wrist, the dragon-scale longsword thrusting forward. It pierced one of the monster's eyes. And that eye was exactly the monster's weakness. With the dragon-scale longsword's special exorcist effect, at that moment of penetration, the monster felt as if its very soul was being pierced by Chen Jie. Aoo! The monster screamed in pain, its cries more tragic than before when it slaughtered humans. Human! You dare to injure me? The monster glared at Chen Jie in hatred, wishing to tear him apart instantly. It pushed back, freeing itself from Chen Jie's longsword. The two mouths on its chest suddenly opened wide, releasing a strange red light. Before long, two claws, dripping with fresh blood, extended from its mouths. These claws were smooth, lacking any characteristics of living beings. They resembled an emotion energy entity. This energy carried feelings of resentment, pain, and despair. Simultaneously, pain wails faintly echoed from within the claws. These claws were not simple. Chen Jie frowned, realizing something was wrong, and quickly took a few steps back. To be safe, he decided to observe the uniqueness of the claws first. As the claws appeared, they quickly locked onto their target and shot straight for Chen Jie. The claws moved with incredible speed. In fact, they were 3 times faster than the lightning emitted by the dragon-scale longsword. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the claws were inches away from Chen Jie. They aimed for his face, reaching down to grab him. Chen Jie held his breath, focused, and quickly turned his head. Just 3 centimeters away, the claws almost grasped Chen Jie's face. One claw missed, while another came up from beneath to grasp him. Dodging the first claw, Chen Jie gained a clear understanding of the speed of the sharp claws. He suppressed his spirit to the extreme and, before the second claw reached him, Chen Jie had already rolled back 2 positions. However, the claw seemed to have a mind of its own, relentlessly pursuing Chen Jie. With a quick stomp on the ground, Chen Jie turned around and charged back at the claw. The azure-scaled sword pointed directly at the center of the claw. Sizzle! With a crack of thunder, the azure-scaled sword in Chen Jie's hand tore through the claw. But it felt like stabbing into water. Not even 3 seconds after being pierced, the claws wound, now split in 2, seemed to ooze glue and gradually reconnected. Once restored, Chen Jie thought, the azure-scaled sword doesn't work against it? He was slightly stunned. No wonder, even though it was a monstrous, twisted creature, it showed no fear of Chen Jie's azure-scaled sword. But where exactly was the claw's weakness? Chen Jie's mind raced, trying to analyze the weakness of the claw during the battle. Seeing Chen Jie in such a predicament, the five-eyed monster shook its head and laughed heartily. Little human, it's simply hilarious. These 2 sets of claws have merged with the grievances of countless souls. You cannot destroy them at all. Moreover, as soon as you get hurt by them, infinite grievances will erode your body through your wounds. Then, you will be tortured to death by these grievances. Merged with grievances. As Chen Jie dodged, he pondered. Xiao Wanru's azure-scaled sword could expel evil, while his Hongmeng clear and turbid qi could crush grievances. If combining these 2, wouldn't that just be perfect for dealing with this claw? With that thought, Chen Jie began to release Hongmeng clear and turbid qi, blending a thread of it into the azure-scaled sword. However, the azure-scaled sword resisted fiercely. Because it wasn't one with Hongmeng clear and turbid qi. Resistance was normal. Yet, at this critical moment, Chen Jie couldn't care less about the sword's resistance. He forced a large amount of Hongmeng clear and turbid qi into the sword for fusion. After the Hongmeng clear and turbid qi was infused into the azure-scaled sword, the sword began to shake violently. It emitted a continuous buzzing sound. Finally, it could no longer withstand the pressure and forcibly accepted Chen Jie's Hongmeng clear and turbid qi. Before long, the fusion had succeeded. This phase seemed very long, but in reality, only a little time had passed. What did you do to that sword? The five-eyed monster's eyes filled with fear when it saw the azure-scaled sword. Unlike before, now it faintly sensed the threat emanating from the sword. That dangerous aura made its back feel a chill. Nothing, just transformed it so it can take your life. Chen Jie's gaze turned cold as he held the azure-scaled sword horizontally. Tap, tap, tap. With a series of steps, Chen Jie quickly closed the gap to the five-eyed monster. Seeing Chen Jie approach, the five-eyed monster immediately defended, summoning its claws back to its side. Come and see if my azure-scaled sword is sharp. Chen Jie slashed horizontally at the chest area of the five-eyed monster. A domineering blade suddenly appeared. Seeing Chen Jie's sword coming, the five-eyed monster's claws reacted immediately. Poochie. Unfortunately, this claw was completely ineffective against Chen Jie's modified azure-scaled sword. In an instant, it was sliced into 2 sections. However, because the claw was formed with grievances, it could not be so easily eradicated. Thus, after being severed, it was still able to regenerate. But the regenerated claw was much weaker than before. That should be the effect of Chen Jie's Hongmeng clear and turbid qi. So you can regenerate, then I'll see how many times you can regenerate. Chen Jie gave the five-eyed monster no chance to catch its breath. A dense barrage of attacks rained down on the five-eyed monster. In the face of such a relentless onslaught, the five-eyed monster could only passively defend itself. Human. Don't get too proud, I'll fight you. Seeing the situation deteriorate, the five-eyed monster became furious. One of its original 5 eyes had been eliminated by Qin Jie. So, it fused the remaining 4 eyes together. It became an enormous single eye. This single eye was placed on the 2 mouths on its belly. Z. Taking advantage of Qin Jie being busy attacking, this eye suddenly fired a powerful laser. This laser hit Qin Jie's body dead on. Ah, wonderful, hit. The 5-eyed monster was ecstatic. However, even though it hit, Qin Jie showed no reaction at all. Is this all your attack power? Don't embarrass yourself. Qin Jie smirked, a slight smile on his lips. He was currently wearing the squid armor. It could absorb 50% of attacks from below the ghost rank. Plus, with his own S-rank chaotic Xinhuang body's powerful bloodline, his physique was already outrageously strong. Thus, the 5-eyed monster's proud single-eye laser. In reality, when it hit Qin Jie, it felt like a mere tickle. It was completely painless. At this moment, the 5-eyed monster was completely stunned. In its mind, the laser it just fired should have been able to kill a 4th-tier awakened being with a single blow. However, Qin Jie showed no signs of injury. And he continued to launch attacks on it without stopping. What kind of monster was this, so terrifying? Now, the 5-eyed monster felt that Qin Jie looked more like a monster than it did. Swish swish swish. Qin Jie's attacks were relentless, striking continuously for 3 minutes. The 5-eyed monster finally weakened, its 2 claws at its chest retracted unwillingly. Damn it. Even if you can limit my claws, what can you do? Can you hold on to me? As long as I vanish into the darkness, no one can catch me. The 5-eyed monster knew it couldn't defeat Qin Jie, but it believed it could easily escape from his hands. With Qin Jie's current strength, no 5th-tier awakened being could hope to catch it in the dark. And if it was given some time to develop further, it was confident that the next time it faced Qin Jie, it could crush him in terms of rank. Are you sure you can still escape now? Qin Jie turned his head, prompting the 5-eyed monster to look at its own legs. During the earlier flurry of attacks, Qin Jie had slipped in a few sword strikes against it. The 5-eyed monster had been so focused on defense that it was completely unaware of the wounds on its legs. And Qin Jie's sword strikes were no ordinary damage. This blue-scaled longsword not only contained chaos-cleansing energy but was also mixed with the exorcising thunder it carried. At this point, that energy should have seeped deeply into the 5-eyed monster's legs. You, despicable human. The 5-eyed monster discovered that it could barely move its legs now. As soon as it tried to exert strength, its legs felt like their nerves had been severed. With a thud, it fell to its knees. It's time to end this. Qin Jie wiped his longsword, the chaos-cleansing energy and thunder on it becoming more intense. With a step forward. Whoosh! Qin Jie darted past the 5-eyed monster, the sword light slicing through as well. Poochie! The blue-scaled longsword pierced through the whole body of the 5-eyed monster. In an instant, the seemingly hard 5-eyed monster was chopped in half. Ugh! You killed one of me, but there are many more of me. The 5-eyed monster reluctantly fell to the ground. The fused single eye also burst open, goo splattering everywhere. The original 5-eyed monster had now become an eyeless monster. After defeating the 5-eyed monster, a pulsating golden light orb appeared in front of him. This is a new talent gained. True Eye, it can see through the weaknesses of monster distortions below dragon level, and also obtain a special effect of motion delay. Monsters will move slowly in your eyes. What a great thing! Qin Jie looked at the introduction of this talent. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. With this talent, facing distorted monsters in the future will no longer be so embarrassing. Being chased and attacked by their special methods. Moreover, the provided delay effect will allow him to better adapt to close combat. Wanro, thank you for your long sword. Qin Jie handed back the Qinglin longsword to Xiao Wanru. Isn't it yours? Everyone is yours. Xiao Wanru put away the Qinglin longsword and said shyly. Haha, you summoned the mimic battle spirit to absorb this 5-eyed monster, right? This should enhance your mimic battle spirit. Qin Jie laughed. Soon, Xiao Wanru also summoned her mimic battle spirit. This gluttonous little snake had already caught the scent of the 5-eyed monster. It was waiting for this moment when Xiao Wanru summoned her. As soon as it came out, Xiao Wanru's mimic battle spirit immediately pounced on the corpse of the 5-eyed monster. After devouring the 5-eyed monster, the little snake trembled happily, radiating green light. This little snake was promoted. Chapter 30, The Lin Clan Comes Again. The seemingly obedient little snake began to slowly swell. Roar, roar, roar. The little snake howled at the sky. Thunder crackled around, sparking in all directions. Crack, crack. A sound of cracking came from the swollen little snake's body. Cracks began to appear on the little snake, from which golden light shone through. This is the metamorphosis of the mimic battle spirit. Moments later. Boom! The little snake completed its metamorphosis, and the old skin began to shed. Once the skin completely shed, a brand new little snake appeared before everyone. Now the little snake had grown 5 or 6 centimeters longer. 2 electric dragon horns began to appear on its head. Its eyes could now display even more majesty. At this moment, the little snake could be called a second-stage mimic battle spirit. Wanro, congratulations, your mimic battle spirit has advanced. Chen Jia happily patted Xiao Wanru's head. This was still achieved with little Jie's help. Xiao Wanru looked at Chen Jia, her eyes filled with love and gratitude. Since the beginning of the apocalypse until now, Xiao Wanru felt that the reason she survived well in this apocalypse was largely because of Chen Jia. Chen Jia gave her talents and constantly protected her. All of this moved her deeply. Boss. When I came to this hospital, I had already protected sister-in-law once. Then, when the five-eyed monster appeared, I bravely stood in front of my classmates. Lin Yao counted his contributions, hoping for a reward from Chen Jia. Not long ago, when Chen Jia went to find the living sacrifice spirit body, Lin Yao guessed that Chen Jia must have gained a lot. Now was the time to claim credit. I know, I've always remembered your contributions, you won't miss out on your rewards. Chen Jia took out a small bag of spirit crystals and tossed it to Lin Yao. This is over 100 spirit crystals, make good use of them, and quickly improve your strength. Thank you, Brother Chen. Lin Yao took the spirit crystals and quickly expressed his gratitude. This was much better than his previous treatment in the clan. Usually, working hard in the clan would earn him only dozens of spirit crystals. In just under 2 days of hard work with Chen Jia, he was directly rewarded with over 100 spirit crystals. This is the benefit of having a good big brother. After rewarding Lin Yao with the crystals, Chen Jia turned to look at Lin Xiu beside him. Chen Jia also planned to give him a little reward. Anyone who worked under him would receive corresponding rewards. This is for you, 5 spirit crystals. Chen Jia took out 5 spirit crystals again. The spirit crystal was handed into Lin Xiu's hands. Lin Xiu looked at the spirit crystal in his hand, his eyes wide open. He could hardly believe what was happening before him. He was just a helper, yet he was worthy of having a spirit crystal. Thank you, boss, thank you, boss. Lin Xiu bowed repeatedly, his tone full of excitement. Try to absorb it. Perhaps it can awaken your potential and turn you into a normal awakened one, which wouldn't be bad either. Chen Jia nodded at Lin Xiu. In the apocalypse, besides devouring creatures and experiencing mutations, there is also a kind of awakening that happens through the stimulation of spirit crystals. However, the talent abilities that come from this kind of awakening are usually inferior. Of course, even this inferior awakening, for an ordinary person like Lin Xiu, it is still a tremendous blessing. After hearing Chen Jia's words, Lin Xiu held the spirit crystal tightly and began to absorb it gradually. In a short while, a radiance started to emit from Lin Xiu's body. Flecks of yellow overflowed from him. However, this yellow was far too different from Chen Jia's heavenly talent, the chaos of pure and impure energy. Whether he could truly awaken his talent depended on Lin Xiu's fortune. Before long, the yellow light flowed and gathered around Lin Xiu. A faint layer of armor began to form on Lin Xiu's body. He awakened armor. Lin Yao shouted in shock. His own awakening of armor had been a great struggle. But for Chen Jia's little helper, it seemed so easy. Indeed, following Chen Jia was the right choice. Boss. I awakened super martial talent. I am also an awakened one now. Lin Xiu excitedly shouted at Chen Jia. His body trembled uncontrollably, almost unable to stand. To awaken talent in the apocalypse meant he now had self-defense capability. No longer that ordinary person who could be butchered at will. Woo woo woo, if I had known, I would have rushed to help Brother Chen carry things. Maybe I would be the one awakening today. From now on, my life belongs to Brother Chen. I just wonder if Brother Chen would want me. Being able to follow Brother Chen and live a few more days is already hard enough. What more could I want? Other classmates were extremely envious. They regretted not being clever enough at the time. Boom! Just as everyone was enviously admiring Lin Xiu's awakening, suddenly, the sound of cannon fire rang out outside. Where is Chen Jie? Let him come out, I want his life. A middle-aged man's voice came in. Lin Yao instinctively turned to look. Aren't these people from his clan? Now Chen Jie was a peak 4th level awakened one. These clansmen approaching to trouble Chen Jie was like seeking death. Lin Yao looked at these fools, feeling a bit anxious. Although when he allied with Chen Jie, he had already sold their intelligence to Chen Jie. But after all, they were part of the same clan, seeing them come to seek death made him feel uneasy. Chen Jie naturally noticed Lin Yao's expression. These people are from your clan who wanted to kill me, right? Yes. Lin Yao nodded. Alright, you clean them out for me. I can't be bothered to take action. Chen Jie waved his hand casually. Lin Yao hesitated for a moment. Are you going or not? Chen Jie's voice deepened. Lin Yao was startled, his whole body shuddered. Now, he was already Chen Jie's subordinate, as for any clan. As long as they were enemies of Chen Jie, they were his enemies. Alright. Boss, wait for my good news. With a determined bite of his teeth, Lin Yao donned the armor and rushed out. Yo! Lin Yao, how come you are now following Chen Jie? Have you surrendered? A middle-aged man with a rat-like face laughed at Lin Yao. He was the one Lin Yao mentioned who awakened after eating a rotten bug, named Lin Fei. Ha ha, you traitor. You betrayed the clan and went to follow that no-name brat. And you still have the face to come see us. An old man with a frog-like face and a mouthful of messy beard also stepped forward to scold Lin Yao. This man was the one who awakened with the frog spirit. He was the fifth elder of the Lin clan. Chapter 31, Secret Realm Token. Fifth elder, a good bird chooses a good tree to nest in. Everyone has their own choice, not to mention, I remember, didn't you also betray your own clan and run to our Lin clan back then? Lin Yao faced the verbal attacks of the two without a care. What kind of crappy clan is that? Can it be better than following Chen Jie? He had a clear scale in his heart. Humph. Lin Yao, do you think you can compare with me? The fifth elder got angry from embarrassment when his past was exposed. He opened his mouth, and a long tongue covered in barbs and filthy saliva shot out toward Lin Yao. This tongue shot out with incredible speed. It was almost as fast as the thunder of the blue scale longsword. Swoosh! As the tongue came at him, Lin Yao dodged to the side. But the next second, Lin Fei's attack also arrived. He sprayed out a large cloud of mist, directly covering Lin Yao. Lin Yao didn't even have time to react. The two of them had become very skilled in teaming up, with the fifth elder attacking head-on, and Lin Fei ambushing from the side. Such an attack, for an ordinary awakened person, would definitely be a hit. Brother Chen, save me. Lin Yao accidentally inhaled Lin Fei's mist, his whole body went soft, and he used the last of his strength to call for help. This mist was just too strange. You traitor, die. Still hoping for someone to save you. The fifth elder pulled back his tongue and shot it again. The target was exactly Lin Yao's energy core. Now Lin Yao was exhausted and had no way to dodge. Seeing the fifth elder's barbed tongue about to stab into Lin Yao's core, Lin Yao also chose to close his eyes. Leave it to fate. Swoosh. Poochie. A giant axe flew over and directly cut off the fifth elder's tongue. Purple blood splashed onto Lin Yao's face. When he opened his eyes, Chen Jie was already standing in front of him. Boss. Tears welled up in Lin Yao's eyes. He thought Chen Jie wouldn't save him, and that he was going to die. Enough. From now on, work hard to grow stronger. I, Chen Jie, don't need trash. Chen Jie said coldly. You are Chen Jie? Lin Fei stared at Chen Jie, eyes full of hatred. As a bounty target, Chen Jie's head was worth a fortune in supplies. Lin Fei wanted nothing more than to chop off Chen Jie's head right now and turn it in. You two pieces of trash, come at me together. I'm in a hurry. Chen Jie swung his heaven-splitting axe and rushed at them. Such arrogant words. The two of them summoned their mimicry battle spirits at the same time. Taste this of mine. The fifth elder retracted his broken tongue and opened his mouth wide, letting out sharp cries. This cry was his unique sound. Anyone who heard it would instantly get a splitting headache and lose their ability to fight. However, Chen Jie didn't defend at all, charging straight forward. He took the cry head-on. Are you crowing for me? Chen Jie found it funny. He simply flicked his heaven-splitting axe toward him. A golden blade of energy flew out straight at him. The fifth elder saw Chen Jie's move was casual, so he blocked it with his belly. That was his strongest spot, after all. Ah, your attack is nothing but you. Poochie. When the golden blade touched the fifth elder's belly, he could no longer laugh. The belly he was so proud of was instantly sliced open by Chen Jie's blade. White and red guts flew out. It was a tragic sight. Seeing the fifth elder in such a state, Lin Fei's scalp went numb. Wasn't this Chen Jie only a peak third stage? He killed the fifth elder in one move? This intel is fake. So, Lin Fei quickly spit a cloud of poisonous mist into the air, hoping to delay some of Chen Jie's attacks with this toxic mist. Unfortunately, this toxic mist seems to have little effect on Chen Jie. Chen Jie merely used the Hongming's pure and turbid energy, and with a gentle sweep, the toxic mist instantly vanished. Or perhaps, it lost all its toxicity. What kind of monster is this? Lin Fei was completely panicked. Before he could fully react, Chen Jie had already approached him with the opening heaven axe in hand. Chen Jie's gaze turned cold, and the opening heaven axe came down upon Lin Fei's head. Lin Fei didn't even have the chance to plead for mercy. Lin Yao, from a distance, saw Lin Fei split in two and swallowed hard. If he hadn't begged Chen Jie for mercy earlier, perhaps his fate would be similar to Lin Fei's right now. Search these two to see if they have anything useful. Chen Jie, carrying Lin Yao, withdrew the opening heaven axe. This was said to Lin Yao behind him. At this point, Lin Yao had already recovered. Upon hearing the instructions, he immediately began to scour the battlefield. Chen Jie then flew back to the hospital to rest briefly. In a short while, excited voices from outside the hospital rang out. "Boss, I found something good, something good." Lin Yao rushed in from outside, holding up a golden token. It was emitting a faint glow. At the first sight of this token, Chen Jie also felt that it was not ordinary. "This is indeed a good item, hand it over." Chen Jie reached out to take the token, looking at the 4 characters Huanggu secret realm on it. His expression showed some shock. He had heard of this secret realm in his previous life. After the apocalypse and the mutations happened, the Earth began to experience spatial collapses in various locations. Then, tokens like the one in his hand scattered all over the place. Those who possessed these tokens could enter those collapsing spaces without harm. It was said that the treasures inside were far better than killing mutated monsters outside. But the environment inside was extremely dangerous. In his past life, it was said that over 100 4th-tier awakeners entered, but only 2 or 3 came out. Of course, he could also choose to continue hunting mutated monsters outside, slowly improving. However, stronger mutated monsters lay ahead. Gaining strength had become an urgent matter. This left Chen Jie in a bit of a dilemma. Let's just keep it for now, how to choose can be discussed later. Chen Jie tucked the token into his bosom. Good, we found a valuable item, these spirit crystals are still your reward. Chen Jie tossed 50 spirit crystals to Lin Yao. Combined with the 100 he gave earlier, Chen Jie estimated it would be enough for Lin Yao to break through to the 4th tier. Of course, for Chen Jie, these spirit crystals were just a drop in the bucket. He now wanted to break through to the 5th tier, but these spirit crystals were far from enough. Unless he could obtain more medium spirit crystals. Otherwise, just relying on these ordinary spirit crystals, he would need to absorb a small mountain's worth to make up for it. At the very least, over 10,000. Thinking about spirit crystals, Chen Jie's mind shifted to the secret realm token in his embrace. Chapter 32, targeted by the female serpent demon. After finishing these tasks, the sky grew dark. Chen Jie led everyone to a nearby hotel to rest. In just a few short days, Chen Jie had already risen from 1st tier awakened to 4th tier. Such speed could definitely be deemed top-notch in this apocalypse. However, he felt it wasn't enough, he needed even greater power. He truly didn't want the events of his past life to repeat themselves. For himself, and for Xiao. Seeing Chen Jie standing by the hotel window looking out, Xiao knew he was deep in thought. So, Xiao slowly walked behind Chen Jie, extending her jade hand to gently hug his strong waist. "What's wrong? Xiao Jie, ever since you killed those 2 from the Lin family, I can see that you look troubled." Xiao pressed her face against Chen Jie's back, wishing she could share some of his worries. Feeling Xiao warmth, Chen Jie turned around and hugged Xiao tightly. "Wanru, I plan to go to the Huanggu secret realm for some training in a couple of days. Is it dangerous there?" Xiao looked up, her gentle eyes fixed on Chen Jie. "Yes, it's dangerous, and it could even cost me my life." Chen Jie honestly confessed to Xiao. According to what he knew, the Huanggu secret realm was supposed to only appear in the middle of the apocalypse. It was filled with powerful mutated monsters, and ordinary tier 4 awakened ones would usually face a life or death situation inside. Of course, the more dangerous it was, the more opportunities it offered. As the saying goes, the bigger the storm, the tastier the fish. Xiao Jie. I don't want you to take risks, I just want us to live quietly like this. Worried about Chen Jie, Xiao body trembled slightly. Her heart was filled with thoughts of Chen Jie. If something happened to him, she didn't want to live in this apocalypse anymore. Since the moment the apocalypse broke out, we can no longer live in peace. To have a more stable life, I must become stronger. Chen Jie stroked Xiao back, trying to comfort her. Of course, Chen Jie also wanted to live happily with his wife and children forever. But in the apocalypse, all sorts of situations could arise. Today, he could hold back those mutated monsters temporarily. However, if he didn't become strong enough, with the growth speed of those monsters, he would easily be surpassed by them. In the end, he would just be the fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. To survive, he had to improve as quickly as possible. Xiaolu was silent for a moment before finally feeling at ease. Xiao, then you should go. But you must promise me to come back safe and sound. No accidents are allowed. Xiaolu puffed out her cheeks, pretending to command Chen sternly. Okay, I promise you. Chen kissed Xiaolu's forehead and then scooped her up and placed her on the bed. The next day, Chen left most of his spiritual crystals for Xiaolu. At the same time, he instructed Lin Yao and Lin Xiu to protect the inn, waiting for his return. Then, following the guidance on the secret realm token, he made his way to the entrance of the secret realm. This location was right in the city center. The entrance to the secret realm was a round opening in the sky, surrounded by colorful energy bodies. Moreover, this energy body was incredibly powerful. Ordinary people attempting to enter forcefully would likely be crushed to powder in an instant. There were quite a few awakened ones present, just like Chen Jia. However, most of them were around Tier 3 awakened ones. Tier 4 individuals were even rarer. Looking at these seemingly fearless people, Chen Jia could only shake his head and laugh. Whether to enter the secret realm or not was something that even a Tier 4 peak awakened one like him had to think very carefully about. He really didn't understand how those Tier 3 individuals dared to be interested in the Huanggu secret realm. This place indicated by the token seems really amazing. Maybe there's some special treasure inside. Hee. A human mutant that looked like a yellow chicken said cheerfully to a nearby human mutant resembling a bluebird. Of course. These are 2 tokens I fought hard to grab. There must be something incredible inside. And I see that among the people here, there aren't many with a rank higher than mine. If there's something good inside, it'll all be mine. The bluebird was very confident, puffing out its chest, looking around with a sneer. It glanced around and found that among all the people in the square, only 2 or 3 had a comparable aura to its own. Moreover, being naturally self-satisfied, it assumed it was the strongest among those entering the secret realm. Chen Jia only glanced at them after hearing what they said. This yellow chicken, Chen Jia could easily split in half with just 1 axe. As for this blue bird, its strength is probably similar to the 5-eyed monster from yesterday. After waiting for a moment, suddenly, a massive giant elephant flew out of the sky. Chen Jia used his true eye to scan the giant elephant's body. 5th tier awakened. He truly did not expect that this world actually had awakened who had reached the 5th tier. Of course, this wasn't too surprising. Different people have different awakening locations, talents, and upgrade speeds. Like this giant elephant, it was very likely an engulfing type of awakened. It could quickly enhance its strength by continuously devouring. When the giant elephant reached the entrance of the illusion, it immediately transformed into a human form. It was obvious that this was one of this person's talents. I finally found this secret realm. It was worth it for me to cross a nation to come here. A strange female snake demon, nibbling on a human head, twisted her waist as she rushed toward the secret realm entrance. Another 5th tier awakened. However, looking at this female snake demon, she was probably from the neighboring Asen country. When the female snake demon arrived, many awakened turned their gazes toward her. With her voluptuous figure and slender, powerful waist, it was hard not to attract attention. However, suddenly, the female snake demon singled out one of the onlookers. In a flash, she left an afterimage in place, and in the blink of an eye, she immediately grabbed the onlooker's throat. You really like to watch, the female snake demon exclaimed excitedly, licking her lips. The onlooker was effortlessly lifted by the female snake demon, his face turning red, gasping for air. Crack! With a slight squeeze, the female snake demon broke his neck. Oh, this one really can't take a beating. How come there's not a single tough guy among the Dragon Kingdom men? The female snake demon disdainfully tossed the onlooker aside. Seeing this scene, everyone but Chen Jia and the giant elephant man turned their gazes elsewhere, fearing that the female snake demon might set her sights on themselves. The female snake demon proudly looked around and just happened to see Chen Jia. The female snake demon found her next target. Chapter 33, Entering the Secret Realm. The female snake demon looked at Chen Jia with a confusing gaze, twisting her waist, approaching him step by step. Little handsome guy, staring at others without permission will come at a price. Chen Jia was not interested in this female snake demon at all. He was just watching the excitement and hadn't turned back in time. The female snake demon's 2 sentences posed no threat to him at all. Chen Jia ignored the female snake demon. Looks like a cool, handsome guy. Instantly, the female snake demon became interested in Chen Jia. She circled around him. As the female snake demon circled around Chen Jie, he sensed a strange smell. As soon as Chen Jie inhaled a bit of this smell, he immediately felt dizzy for a moment. However, with the presence of the pure and turbid qi, this thing couldn't affect him at all. It was just a matter of feeling dizzy for less than a second. Chen Jie quickly regained his composure. This situation startled the female snake demon. What she released was her unique talent water. This talent could trap enemies in an illusion for a short period of time. Even fifth-tier awakened had once been bewildered by her and couldn't recover. Yet, this man in front of her barely hesitated and broke free from her water. This was simply unbelievable. Little brother, you're quite strong. Interested in joining your sister? The female snake demon greedily stared at Chen Jie's handsome face, wanting to reach out and play with it. Get lost. Chun. Looking at Chen Jie, there was unexpectedly a feeling of submission. All the blood in his body was trembling. Even the hairs on his body stood up. This was, of course, not only due to Chen Jie's own authority, but also because of the addition of the Pangu bloodline within him. In front of the Pangu bloodline, all bloodlines between heaven and earth had to submit. With a sharp scolding from Chen Jie, the female snake demon was furious and embarrassed. You little brat. You dare to make me roll. Never had anyone dared to speak to her like this. The female snake demon felt that Chen Jie had insulted her. Her originally fair jade-like hands began to become ugly, covered in malignant tumors, and her nails started to grow longer. Towards Chen Jie's chest, she aimed for a heart extraction move. The speed of the female snake demon was exceptionally fast. In an instant, she aimed to grab Chen Jie's chest. Chen Jie swiftly dodged her heart extraction move. At the same time, he summoned the open sky axe, striking back at the female snake demon's hand. With the overwhelming power of the open sky axe, he swung down. The female snake demon's eyes widened. A mere fourth-tier awakener could unleash such power. At that moment, it was too late for her to retract her hand. Puff! In an instant, Chen Jie's open sky axe mercilessly severed the female snake demon's arm. The blood-soaked arm fell half to the ground, and half remained on the female snake demon's body, continuously spewing fresh blood. Ah! You little brat, how dare you hurt me? With her arm severed, the female snake demon was furious, and her ugly face began to show its true nature. Her originally fair appearance started to grow terrifying scales. Two fangs grew from the sides of her mouth, and a snake tongue flicked out. Now, the female snake demon looked nothing like a human. She had completely transformed into a snake. However, after transforming, the arm that had been severed surprisingly began to grow back on its own. Chen Jie couldn't help but marvel, this female snake demon must be part lizard. She could regenerate severed limbs. The snake demon, now fully transformed, was extremely enraged, her claws aimed at Chen Jie's chest in a flurry of attacks. However, Chen Jie easily dodged by stepping back. It seems you are just like any other snake demon. Chen Jie smiled. Originally, he thought a fifth-tier awakener would be incredible. But now, it seemed nothing more than that. Provoked by Chen Jie, the already furious female snake demon went even more insane. Suddenly, the female snake demon turned around, and her snake tail lashed out towards Chen Jie like a whip. This snake tail carried a dense energy, whipping up the surrounding winds with a whoosh. Chen Jie reacted swiftly, flipping the open sky axe to strike it head-on. At the very moment of collision, Chen Jie felt a powerful force. The force of the snake tail was much greater than that of the snake demon's hands. Moreover, the scales on her snake tail had evolved, and even Chen Jie's open sky axe could not break through. For other mutated monsters, their tails would have been chopped into two pieces by now. After colliding once, both retreated a step, each raising their weapons, ready for another fight. At this moment, the space rift began to tremble. This meant the time to enter the Yellow Valley secret realm had arrived. The female snake demon glanced at the entrance to the secret realm, then at Chen Jie. Consider yourself lucky, when I come out, I will deal with you properly. Do you know what my country's warriors are like? At that time, I promised to cut off your limbs and soak them in a jar. The female snake demon threw down a harsh remark, raised the token towards the entrance, and in a flash, dove into the secret realm. As for the bluebird and the giant elephant, they followed closely behind, mimicking the snake woman's form and passed through. So fast at running. Chen Jie had wanted to fight the female snake demon again. But she left with just a few words. However, the main purpose of his journey was also to enter the secret realm. So, he leaped forward, raised the token, and similarly disappeared into the entrance of the secret realm. Meanwhile, those behind were left puzzled. Those without tokens or with too low a rank also squeezed in. Unfortunately, before the body could fully enter, it was crushed by the secret realm's entrance. The rest, seeing the bloody and mangled attackers ahead, also began to hesitate. After a long while, one or two higher-ranked individuals dared to attempt to enter the secret realm. The moment Chen Jie entered the secret realm, he first felt the compression of space. Then, after a dizzying moment in front of him, he arrived in a new world. The energy here was several times more intense than outside. Gah! As soon as Chen Jie opened his eyes, a bat the size of a space shuttle flew across the sky. The bat clearly regarded him as prey, its claws sharply aimed at Chen Jie's body. Seeing this, Chen Jie hurriedly raised his Kai Tian axe to defend himself. The bat's claws struck against Chen Jie's Kai Tian axe, creating sparks. Lying on the ground, Chen Jie also felt the bat's strength. This was far stronger than the peak four-eyed monster he faced before. If it weren't for his powerful strength, that earlier strike might have sent the Kai Tian axe flying. Without being familiar with the terrain, Chen Jie didn't want to fight it head-on. So, he quickly dove into a nearby cave. Chapter 34, The Mysterious Old Man. As soon as Chen Jie entered the cave, the giant bat followed right behind, its huge, rat-like head frantically squeezing toward the cave entrance. Eek! 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 Seeing that its prey was about to escape, the bat opened its mouth wide and screeched madly. Taking advantage of the moment the bat was stuck, Chen Jie swung his Kai Tian axe. Open the heavens and split the earth. Chen Jie held nothing back and aimed the axe at the bat's head, striking down fiercely. Puff! The Kai Tian axe left a deep wound on the bat's head, sinking in halfway. Eek! The giant bat let out a painful scream and quickly retracted its head. However, even though it was bleeding from the head, the giant bat's eyes still stared intently at the cave entrance. For a short time, it would not leave. Chen Jie retracted the Kai Tian axe and paid no further attention to the bat. He began to explore the depths of the cave. Winds continuously blew out from the cave entrance. This meant that the cave was connected inside. Perhaps there was an exit within. With his current strength, he could fight the bat, but it wasn't worth spending excessive energy on it. After walking a couple of steps, Chen Jie discovered the sides of the cave were filled with glowing flowers. Chen Jie attempted to use the true sight ability to examine them. He quickly obtained information about these flowers. Sea blue flower, a type of orchid that has mutated, it can greatly enhance an awakener's physique when used. At the same time, it aids in advancing one's level. These sea blue flowers have such great effects. Chen Jie was overjoyed. Not only were the flowers powerful, but they were also abundantly distributed throughout this cave. Both sides of the entire cave were filled with these sea blue flowers. With a thought, Chen Jie pulled out a large burlap sack and a shovel. He began to frantically dig up the sea blue flowers on both sides of the cave. Half an hour passed. The once flower-filled cave was emptied by Chen Jie. Only a few sparse flowers remained. I'm exhausted. Chen Jie wiped away his sweat. However, despite being tired, he felt incredibly happy inside. Such treasure hunting experiences with a burlap sack were rare. Intruder, you are too much. A deep and heavy voice came from deep within the cave, its tone piercing. Who are you? Chen Jie calmly replied. What intruder? This space was completely a wilderness. In such an uncultivated cave, when has it ever been considered to have an owner? Chen Jie summoned two streams of primal chaos energy, instantly illuminating the entire space. Following the sound, I began to search for its source. Outside the cave entrance, a bat monster stood guard, preventing my escape. I could only explore deeper into the cave. After walking for less than 3 minutes, the darkness in front of me began to slowly fade away. Gradually, light started to appear ahead. Taking 2 more steps forward, I found myself in a much larger cavern. Inside, various crystals emerged from the ground. These crystals radiated light. They illuminated the entire cavern. On the ground here, a river formed a circle around a huge crystal pillar. This pillar was bound by 4 iron chains. An emaciated old man was tied to the chains. His hair had turned gray, and his ribcage stood out sharply. Was that you speaking just now? I asked the old man in front of me. Young man, you are very brave to have found this place. The old man's mouth did not move, nor did his throat make any noise. The voice seemed to come from nowhere. How did you end up tied here? I was very curious about how long this old man had been bound here. The end of the world had only erupted 2 or 3 days ago. It was strange that someone had already been tied up in this cave. Plus, this old man looked like he had been bound for quite some time. He was filled with mystery. Aha, why am I tied here? I don't know, it has been over 1,000 years, what dynasty am I in now? The old man's body remained completely still. Looking at his clothes, they didn't seem like those of people from this era. Combined with his questions, I felt certain he did not belong to this time. Dragon Country 2050. I answered directly to his question. Dragon Country? What era is this? Have I really been trapped here for so long? The old man's voice was filled with weariness and regret. You look a lot like me. What era are you from? Have you been trapped here for so long? Are you from the Ming dynasty? Based on the old man's time in captivity, I guess the era he was from. However, even in this era, being trapped here is remarkable. Does it mean that there were end-of-world events before this? But why is there no record of it in history books? This was very strange. It was my first time in this secret realm. In my past life, I hadn't heard of anyone from the previous generation existing. Ming dynasty. Ming. The old man repeated the name of the Ming dynasty, his voice filled with sorrow, as if savoring a bitter cup of tea. He surely held significant secrets within him. Young man, help me, please help me. Suddenly, the old man went into a frenzy, his once stiff body began to move. The iron chains binding him rattled loudly. Help? Help with what? I was confused by the old man's outburst. The aura on you feels familiar to mine. I suspect we are of the same lineage. No need to say more, we are all descendants of Yan and Huang. Yes, descendants of Yan and Huang, come here, accept my gift, time is short, the demon from Sang country that was refined should be back soon. His dry face reached out towards me. His eyes and lips were gone, making him look very frightening. You say if I go over, you will give me something? I pulled out my heavenly axe, guarding against the old man in front of me. I had seen enough of such plots where one pretends to give you treasures and then attacks you. Young man, look at this. The old man realized my wariness and released a glowing orb from where his chest was. Inside the orb was a box. This box looked very ancient, clearly a relic from a long time ago. I can't hold on much longer. Being able to leave this item to a person of the same lineage. I can consider this task from the old ancestor completed. Young man, remember, a person's mutation is just a phase. Before the old man finished speaking, his head tilted, and he stopped responding. Roar! Just as the old man fell, a terrifying roar echoed from outside the cave. Chapter 35, The White Eagle Empire. Upon hearing the sound and recalling what the old man had said, Chen Jie immediately guessed who was coming. Isn't it the puppet that had imprisoned this old man? Just by sensing its aura, Chen Jie realized that the puppet approaching was not simple. It was something that had lived for over 1,000 years. How could it be so easy to deal with? Chen Jie didn't have time to think too much. He collected the treasure box left by the old man and then broke through a spot where light shone into the cave. He dashed out directly. If this puppet caught him, it would be a nightmare. Just as Chen Jie stepped out, a humanoid creature with green skin and a steel helmet appeared inside the cave. This was exactly the puppet the old man had been talking about. The puppet approached the old man, extended a finger, and checked his breath. After discovering the old man was dead, the puppet began gritting its teeth, filled with extreme rage. It struck the nearby wall with its filthy hand, causing the entire cave to collapse. Suddenly, it caught a scent, something it hadn't smelled in over 1,000 years. This was the aura left by Chen Jie. The puppet suddenly had a target. So, it followed the scent and rushed out of the cave quickly. After taking the treasure box, Chen Jie ran to the east of this secret realm. At this moment, the sun had just risen. Chen Jie faced the sun, his shadow wildly darting through the forest. Moments after leaving the cave, he already felt a terrifying aura behind him. The opponent's strength was at least at the 6th level of awakening. With his current strength, even though he was a genius awakener, facing such a monster, he should avoid a head-on confrontation. To prevent the opponent from following by scent, Chen Jie intentionally killed several animals as he ran. He used the smell of blood to cover his own scent. Meanwhile, the humanoid puppet stopped at a river. Chen Jie's scent ended at this spot. Roar! The puppet roared unwillingly. It turned and killed the animals it had encountered on the way. To vent its anger. However, it had memorized Chen Jie's scent completely. Should it encounter Chen Jie again in this secret realm, it would attack without hesitation. Because its mission, to capture this outsider, had been disrupted. Meanwhile, in the outside world, news of 2 Lin clan awakener deaths and Lin Yao siding with Chen Jie had already returned to the company's headquarters. So this is your Lin clan's awakener? 2 died, and 1 turned traitor. Huan Yan angrily glared at the man in the tall hat. He had thought that by sending out 3 awakener, he could avenge his son. However, instead of revenge, he had delivered an awakener to Chen Jie. The tall hat man did not expect this situation either, simply lowering his head and remaining silent. What now? Let Chen Jie continue being arrogant? Huan Yan had no more solutions. His eyes scanned his surroundings. He hoped that these few useless members of the board would come up with some ideas. After half a minute of silence, a fat supervisor began to speak. Director Huang, how about we invite the Black Serpent Group from the White Eagle Empire to help us? The White Eagle Empire? That's our enemy nation. Wouldn't that be treason? Huang Yan sharply stared at the fat supervisor. Everything is such a mess now, who even cares about friend or foe? Choosing the White Eagle Empire is best for avenging the young master. Plus, from my inquiries, their special organization, the Black Group. A large group of superpowered awakeners has already gathered, and their overall strength is incredibly formidable, with some even reaching the 6th tier. The fat supervisor was loudly promoting the White Eagle Empire. Anyone with a bit of sense could tell that he had been secretly collaborating with the White Eagle Empire for a long time. If this were in the past, he would have already been reported. But in the apocalypse, who would still think about reporting him? Moreover, the people he knew in the White Eagle Empire organization were not people who could be offended. In this apocalypse, the one with the strongest fists is the truth. Then, I will follow your advice and contact people from the White Eagle Empire. Huang Yan closed his eyes and let out a long breath, choosing the fat supervisor's plan for revenge. Clap clap. Upon receiving Huang Yan's permission, the fat supervisor clapped his hands. In no time, a tall, slender, golden-haired Caucasian in a black suit appeared at the door of the boardroom. It was immediately clear that this person was from the White Eagle Empire. His aura was incredibly powerful, and as soon as he appeared, all the people in the boardroom could no longer straighten their backs. Some of the weaker ones had their heads directly slammed onto the table. Under the protection of such a powerful figure, the White Eagle Empire was barely affected by the distorted monsters. Almost no negative news about them was ever heard. Oh! Prince Laos, welcome! The fat supervisor saw Prince Laos from the White Eagle Empire and immediately ran over to flatter him. You Eastern people are still so weak. Prince Laos sneered, looking at the group of people who were oppressed by his aura, feeling very proud. He didn't even spare the fat supervisor a glance. Walking to the board table, he kicked one of the directors aside and sat down. He propped his feet up on the office desk. Oh. You're the director of this company? You want me to help you? Prince Laos asked Huang Yan. Why yes. Huang Yan responded with difficulty, already feeling the overwhelming power of the White Eagle Empire member. He could almost see the hope of avenging his son. Okay. Give me the person's information. After I kill him, your company will be used by the White Eagle Empire unconditionally. Can you accept that? Prince Laos said straightforwardly. His purpose for coming to Dragon Country was also to recruit various large companies from Dragon Country. He was preparing for the White Eagle Empire to conquer Dragon Country. Huang Yan, being a smart person, knew exactly what the other party meant. He gritted his teeth, as if making a very painful decision. Finally. Okay. As long as you kill this person. Huang Yan used a remote control to send out a picture of Chen Jia. Oh, just a kid. You Dragon Country people are really funny. You can't even handle a kid. Give me his location. 3 days from now, I will go and kill him. Prince Laos looked at Chen Jia's young, handsome face and didn't take him seriously. 3 days? Why? Bang! Before Huang Yan could finish his question, his head was brutally slammed onto the table by Prince Laos. We, the noble White Eagle Empire people, do not need to explain things when working with lowly Dragon Country people, do you understand? Prince Laos disdainfully released Huang Yan and took out a white handkerchief to carefully wipe the hand that had just pressed Huang Yan's head. Fine. Even though he was insulted in such a manner, Huang Yan still nodded and provided the location of the hospital where Chen Jia had been. Chapter 36, The 5th Tier Advanced Awakened. When Prince Laos arrived at the Guangyao Group, he immediately used the financial power of Guangyao Group and its fame before the apocalypse to rally the Awakeners from the Jiangnan district of Dragon Country to gather together. They were to join the Awakeners Union, which was founded by Guangyao Group. Of course, this proposal was put forward by Prince Laos. The execution was carried out by the people of Guangyao Group. The reason Laos did this was to gather the Awakeners from Dragon Country before the White Eagle Empire attacked. In this way, he could weaken Dragon Country's strength continuously. Then, when the White Eagle Empire attacked, the high-level officials of Dragon Country would realize that they actually had no Awakeners available. At this moment, taking down the Dragon Country would be effortless. The broadcast from Guangyao Group echoed across the entire Jiangnan region. Guangyao Group will establish a guild of Awakeners, welcoming all Awakeners in Jiangnan to join. Of course, by joining the group will provide you with superior resources. However, those unwilling to join the Guild of Awakeners will, from now on, become enemies of Guangyao Group. Kill without mercy. Before the apocalypse, Guangyao Group held absolute power in Jiangnan. Many of the Awakeners in Jiangnan were at the 3rd or 4th tier. After hearing the broadcast, some were still dismissive. It's already the end of the world, who cares about your silly group? However, when they heard the words kill without mercy, they were stunned. Because this phrase was no longer spoken by the broadcaster. It was spoken by Lao Si himself. This sentence carried the power of a 6th-tier awakener. Those who heard it clearly understood that it came from a powerful awakener far beyond their level. If such an awakener had already joined Guanyao Group, then encountering someone from Guanyao Group would mean facing such a terrifying powerhouse. I want to join Guanyao Group. I volunteer to join Guanyao Group. I am a 4th-tier awakener, Guanyao Group must accept me. If I join late, won't I become an enemy of a large group of awakeners? No, I must join quickly. After the broadcast, the majority of awakeners rushed towards the headquarters of Guanyao Group, fearing that if they joined late, they would be enemies of the masses. In the secret realm, Chen Jia had no idea what was happening outside. After shaking off the puppet, he found a hidden cave and opened the treasure chest left to him by the old man. As soon as he opened the chest, a dazzling golden light burst forth. What Chen Jia didn't expect was that inside this treasure chest lay an ancient weapon. Before him were 2 glowing golden needles. This weapon looks extraordinary. Chen Jia picked up the weapon from the chest and examined it. Its aura was very similar to the open sky axe he held. It seemed to come from the same place. So, Chen Jia summoned 2 streams of pure and turbid energy, attaching them to the 2 golden needles. Go! Chen Jia shot the golden needles out. The needles flew fast as lightning, flashing past in an instant. In a split second, the golden needles pierced the darkness of the cave. Boom! These 2 golden needles penetrated the cave directly. It's worth noting that the cave Chen Jia was in was nearly 10 meters wide. Simply by moving his hand, he shot the golden needles and pierced through this vast cave. This demonstrated how tremendous their power was. This is truly a good tool for ambush. Chen Jia happily stored the golden needles away. In the past, Chen Jia's attacks were always straightforward, he lacked such stealthy attacks. Having these 2 golden needles would make dealing with the distorted monsters much easier. After putting away the golden needles, Chen Jia discovered an unremarkable scroll inside the treasure chest. In this scroll, there was a person dressed in ancient clothing, holding a long sword, soaring through the air. However, what he faced was a vast array of distorted monsters just like those in modern times. He was surrounded by an overwhelming aura. By himself, he faced countless distorted monsters. Chen Jia looked at the monsters on the scroll and could roughly guess their levels. They were at least not lower than ghost tier. Seeing this scroll further strengthened his resolve. Chen Jia believed that the world had long existed with awakeners. He packed up his things and walked out of the cave. Eek! At that moment, a sharp scream suddenly echoed in the sky. Chen Jia looked up, and there it was, the bat monster that had been chasing him since he arrived in this secret realm. Just in time, I can just use you to test the power of my newly acquired golden needles. Chen Jia summoned his heaven-opening axe, standing still in front of the mountain. He calmly waited for the bat monster to approach. 50 feet. 30 feet. 3 feet. At that moment, Chen Jia's body shook. He swung the heaven-opening axe downwards. The overwhelming might of the heaven opening struck towards the bat monster. The bat monster hurriedly crossed its wings in front of itself. With a clang, the bat monster was forced back by Chen Jia. But the bat monster seemed unwilling, charging at Chen Jia once more. At this moment, a cold glint flashed in Chen Jia's eyes. He used the heaven opening against it again. Finding the right moment, just as the bat monster was catching its breath, he flipped his hand, and 2 golden needles appeared. Chen Jia aimed at the bat monster's eyes, flicking his wrist, sending the golden needles piercing through the air, heading straight for the bat monster's eyes. The speed of the 2 golden needles was incredibly fast. The bat monster was focused on fighting Chen Jia. It completely didn't notice this happening. In a flash, the golden needles pierced into the bat monster's eyes. The bat monster let out a dreadful scream and fell backward. Chen Jia quickly leaped towards the bat monster, aiming at its head. With a powerful swing of the heaven opening, he struck down. With a whoosh, the bat monster's head split in 2. At the same time, from the corpse, a crystal glowing with golden light emerged. This was the first time Chen Jia encountered such a golden crystal. The energy contained within it far surpassed any ordinary crystal he had acquired before. Chen Jia held the crystal carefully in his hands, starting to absorb it with his mind. In just a short time, Chen Jia sensed an immense power surging into his body, like a vast ocean, almost bursting his body apart. Chen Jia let out a painful scream. He then summoned the primordial clear and turbid qi, wrapping it around his body. 10 minutes passed. With a bang, the energy around Chen Jia exploded outward, shattering the surrounding trees into pieces. At that moment, Chen Jia had advanced to the 5th rank of Awakeners. Chapter 37, The Gaze of the Female Monster. The disturbance immediately drew the attention of other Awakeners in this space. Oh ho! Isn't this the little brother from the Dragon Kingdom in the outside world? You've leveled up. The first person to find Xinjie was the female serpent demon he had encountered in the outside world. Unexpectedly, after leveling up, she didn't actively seek out Xinjie, and that was fine. But this female serpent demon actually dared to come over. However, Xinjie quickly noticed something was off. There was another person behind the female serpent demon. Xinjie squinted his eyes, immediately seeing through the other's disguise. Come out, the one who transformed into an elephant before, you don't need to hide anymore. Xinjie directly exposed the disguise. At that moment, a little bee next to the female serpent demon began to tremble. A man's body slowly emerged in the air. Xinjie truly didn't expect how these two ended up together. You are strong, you could immediately see through my disguise. The man held a trident, pointing it at Xinjie. After awakening his talent, his disguise technique generally wouldn't surpass 2 or 3 ranks compared to him. It shouldn't have been possible to see through it. Yet Xinjie saw through his disguise at a glance, which surprised him. Of course, this wasn't because Xinjie was of a higher rank than this man. But rather, Xinjie possessed the eye of true sight. A simple glance was enough, no matter how exquisite the other's disguise was. Also be seen through by Xinjie. Since you two are standing together, less nonsense. Xinjie tightened his grip on the open sky axe and stepped on the ground. Suddenly, a crack more than half a meter wide split the ground. With the elevation of his rank, Xinjie's power became increasingly formidable. Xinjie soared into the air like a beast, raising the open sky axe above the female snake demon's body and chopping down. The power of the open sky axe was far stronger than before. Just by swinging it, the waves of air scattered the clouds in the sky of this small secret realm. What a powerful axe! The female snake demon no longer fought with her body like before. Instead, she drew out 2 curved blades, her mimicry battle spirit, venomous fang sabers. Exclamation point! Xinjie's open sky axe struck directly against her curved blades. Fortunately, the female snake demon's blades were hard enough. If it were a typical mimicry battle spirit, they would have been severed by Xinjie's axe by now. However, the female snake demon was not unscathed. Bracing herself against Xinjie's axe, it felt as if her flesh had been struck with a fist. Kid, let me try you out. The giant elephant monster beside her could not resist attacking, its trident aimed at Xinjie's chest, charging forward. This giant elephant monster had reached the peak of awakened level 5. Its means of attack were extremely fierce. Seeing the opponent's attack about to arrive, Xinjie quickly withdrew the open sky axe aimed at the female snake demon. He turned to block the giant elephant monster's trident. Exclamation point! Another powerful shock echoed. Xinjie was forced back half a step, and his hand holding the axe felt slightly numb. No wonder it was awakened level 5, the strength was so formidable. The giant elephant monster was born with a talent for immense strength, and now that it had reached the peak of level 5, its power was overwhelming. Thus, Xinjie found it somewhat straining to block the blow. It seems your strength is just this much, you're fine against the female snake demon, but in front of me, you were simply not enough. With one blow landed, the giant elephant monster began to look down on Xinjie. His awakening as a giant elephant had provided him with the ability to devour. This had allowed his rank to rise much faster than others. It also made him incredibly arrogant now. Once he gained a slight upper hand, he felt the opponent was simply unworthy of being his rival. Really? Xinjie took a deep breath, then infused the open sky axe with the primordial pure in turbid air. At the same time, he activated his God of Death domain. To deal with 2 level 5 experts at once, it was indeed necessary to unleash the God of Death domain. Once the God of Death domain was activated, both felt an overwhelming pressure. What have you done to us? So despicable. Trapped in the God of Death domain, the female snake demon felt as if her heart was being gripped by something. Meanwhile, the giant elephant monster felt his energy being drained. The strength he once took pride in had vanished completely. This was the ferocity of the domain. However, this was just the beginning. In addition to the domain suppression, the God of Death domain also had a strangulation effect. After a while, beams of white light appeared in the domain, shooting towards the female snake demon and the giant elephant monster. Feeling the power of the white light, the two dared not be careless. They hurriedly used their weapons to block. As a result, their stamina was rapidly consumed. And Xinjie seized the moment, raising the open sky axe and charging towards the giant elephant monster. Open sky and split the earth. The open sky axe in Xinjie's hand suddenly grew dozens of times larger, slashing down at the giant elephant monster's head. With the boost from the God of Death domain, the power of the open sky axe was terrifying. Before it even struck down, the giant elephant monster felt as if it were bound by something. Unable to move. Law form. In a moment of crisis, the giant elephant monster unleashed its prized talent. As the law form emerged, the giant elephant monster began to grow larger, revealing its true form. A massive elephant stood before Qinjie. Even if the opponent turned into a giant elephant, Qinjie's heaven-splitting axe did not slow down in the slightest. With one swing of the axe, the giant elephant's head was instantly torn open, its skin and flesh split apart. However, it could not cleave through the opponent's bones. After transforming, the elephant monster's defense had greatly increased. Injured by Qinjie, the elephant monster felt humiliated. A mere 5th rank awakened had managed to wound him, which was utterly unacceptable. The elephant monster lifted its foot and stomped angrily, causing the entire space to tremble. Qinjie's killing god domain began to slowly collapse. Seizing this opportunity, the elephant monster swung its barbed trunk. The trunk, like a whip, lashed towards Qinjie. Qinjie moved swiftly, flipping to dodge. "You seem to have forgotten about me." Just as Qinjie dodged the elephant monster's sweeping attack, a sinister voice came from behind him. Qinjie quickly turned his head. He saw the snake demoness, her hair transformed into writhing snakes. The snake demoness' eyes had turned into golden pupils. She seized the brief moment when Qinjie turned to look at her. With a shriek, golden light burst from her eyes, enveloping Qinjie. Immediately, Qinjie's body began to petrify from his feet upward. Within moments, Qinjie felt his body growing unbearably stiff, unable to move his hands or feet. This was the snake demoness' ultimate talent. Medusa's gaze. Anyone who locked eyes with her would turn to stone within 3 seconds. Chapter 38, A Direct Confrontation. My gaze has sealed countless awakened. Qinjie, just accept the feeling of being fully petrified, and slowly embrace death. Having successfully ambushed him, the snake demoness' eyes gleamed with excitement, her claws trembling with delight. She had done it, she had sealed a 5th rank super awakened. And not just any awakened, but one with extraordinary talent. This ambush filled her heart with satisfaction, like a child who had gotten a lollipop bigger than their own head. Absolutely elated. Under the effect of Medusa's gaze, Qinjie's heartbeat slowed, and his legs began to petrify inch by inch. Qinjie's body resembled tissue paper soaked in water, gradually being consumed. In mere moments, the once agile Qinjie became a half-stone statue. He breathed heavily, his breath scalding hot. The potential within his heart was fully unleashed, and his previously sluggish heartbeat began to accelerate. Faster and faster. Scorching blood, shimmering with golden light, surged through his body, battling the petrification. Suddenly, golden light erupted from the upper half of Qinjie's body, while his lower half remained petrified and immobile. Two forces clashed fiercely within him. This isn't good. This kid has a way to resist your petrification. Kill him quickly while you can. The elephant man noticed the abnormality, sensed danger, and shouted at the snake demoness. If Qinjie broke free, the elephant man was uncertain he could handle him. Why so hasty? My petrification has never. The snake demoness smugly turned her head to glance at the elephant man. But before she could finish speaking, boom! Qinjie's powerful chaos Xiaolu physique shattered the petrified surface of his body, revealing new skin beneath. He was completely unharmed. Your talent isn't all that impressive after all. Qinjie's lips curled into a faint smile as he swung his right leg playfully. My petrification talent is a high-level ability. Unless your rank is far above mine, or your talent directly counters mine, it's impossible to break it this quickly. With her talent broken, the snake demoness was furious, baring sharp teeth and glaring at Qinjie with venomous hatred. She shook her head, her eyes glowing once more, attempting to use the same skill to briefly seal Qinjie again. Even a momentary seal could give her enough time to kill Qinjie with speed. Whoosh! But unfortunately, Qinjie wasn't going to give her another chance. 3 golden needles flew from his hand. Fast as lightning. With the sharp scream that cut through the air, the golden needle pierced into the female snake demon's eyes. Those eyes, after all, were the weakest part of her. With the golden needle of Qinjie thrusting into them, blood immediately splattered, and many unknown fluids from inside her eyeballs flowed out. My eyes. The female snake demon quickly covered her eyes with both hands, kneeling in pain, and screamed into the sky. As an important part of her talent activation, once it was damaged, it meant her talent was completely wasted. At this moment, the female snake demon was not only suffering physically. Mentally, she was in unbearable agony. However, Qinjie was kind-hearted, and with a flick of his wrist, the open heaven axe reappeared in his hand. He rushed towards the female snake demon. The female snake demon only felt a gust of wind rush towards her. Without her eyes, she didn't immediately realize that it was Qinjie who was coming. By the time she reacted and tried to dodge, it was already too late. Qinjie swung his axe, and the female snake demon's head was severed. Her body flipped and fell to the ground. After chopping down the female snake demon, Chen Jie didn't even glance at her again. Instead, he turned to face the remaining giant elephant man. With just 2 moves, Chen Jie had killed the female snake demon. Such ruthless and swift speed made the giant elephant man shiver. Looking at Chen Jie's fierce and terrifying gaze, the giant elephant man struggled to swallow his saliva. He had encountered many battles before, but a battle that brought him such immense pressure, like today's, was the first time. Next, it's your turn, giant elephant monster. Chen Jie looked at the giant elephant man with great interest, his gaze as if he were looking at a toy. Do you think that just because you easily killed the female snake demon, you can easily handle me? You are too naive. The giant elephant man's eyes, which were once filled with fear, turned into a fierce determination to fight to the death. He bit his own tongue, and blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Then, he swallowed his own blood. Using this self-sustaining method, he crazily activated his talent. After drinking the blood, the giant elephant's eyes were filled with bloodshot veins, and his previously calm face began to turn red and contorted. The hand holding the trident was trembling with uncontrollable strength. His nails dug deep into his palm. To defeat Chen Jie, he chose madness. By devouring his own blood, he entered a completely frenzied state. This state was something he had never used before, and he didn't know what consequences would follow. But he knew that in this state, his body would be pushed to its absolute limit. And everyone in front of him would be annihilated. Roar! The giant elephant man opened his bloody mouth and let out a roar into the air. The sound waves generated by his roar shattered several trees around him. After drinking blood, the giant elephant man was undeniably powerful. Even Chen Jie started to look at the giant elephant man with a more serious expression. This giant elephant man could be considered the first opponent since Chen Jie's talent awakening who made him feel a little bit of difficulty. Suddenly, the giant elephant man's eyes, glowing with red light, locked onto Chen Jie. He suddenly stepped back, and his body shot forward like a cannonball. The giant elephant man's figure left a trail of afterimages in the air. His speed was at its peak. Even with the support of true sight, Chen Jie still felt the immense speed of his opponent. In less than half a breath, the giant elephant man had already appeared in front of him. The next moment, the trident in his hand came crashing toward Chen Jie. Chen Jie reacted quickly, raising his hand to strike with the blade of the open heaven axe. After being enhanced, the giant elephant man's strength was not to be underestimated. When Chen Jie swung his axe, he held the handle with both hands, not daring to underestimate his opponent. The sound of impact was deafening. The force of the collision, while not strong enough to make Chen Jie lose grip of his weapon, still made his hands go numb. The corner of the tiger's mouth slightly hurt. This bloodthirsty giant elephant man has terrifying strength. Weak chicken, can't you stop me now? Cough cough cough. The giant elephant man provoked Chen Jie while coughing up blood. His condition wouldn't last long, he had to strive to kill Chen Jie in the shortest time possible. Once this state ended, he would no longer be a match for Chen Jie. So now, provoking Chen Jie was his most correct choice. However, such small tricks, how could Chen Jie not see through them? This kind of sudden increase in combat strength usually doesn't last long. But he didn't plan to endure or drag the battle out. If a fight is coming, let it be a direct confrontation. Chapter 39 Evolution Fruit. To confront the opponent directly, Chen Jie pushed the use of the chaotic Xian Huang body to the limit. This giant elephant man was strong, but he still didn't pose a threat to his life. This was actually a good opportunity to train himself. After using the chaotic Xian Huang body, Chen Jie's physical quality received a tremendous boost. His already tight muscle tissue now contracted even more refined. He swung the open sky axe, attacking the giant elephant man head-on. The edge of the open sky axe shone brightly in all directions. Chen Jie was like a small giant, wielding the open sky axe, creating a whirlwind. Boom! The open sky axe clashed with the trident once again. The surrounding space trembled from the clash between the two. But this time, Chen Jie felt no discomfort at all. On the contrary, it felt as if some kind of bloodline within him had been stimulated, making him crave battle even more. Come again! With a furious roar, Chen Jie swung the axe again at the giant elephant man. Looking at Chen Jie, who was even fiercer than himself, the giant elephant man felt slightly dazed. He could only passively defend. Clang, clang, clang. Chen Jie's attacks came down like rain. Continuously striking the giant elephant man's trident, it showed signs of wear and tear. But this was far from over. Chen Jie seemed mad. He wouldn't stop at all. Clang, clang, clang. The attacks continued, but the giant elephant man's bloodthirsty state had already begun to decline. In the process of colliding with Chen Jie, the force gradually weakened. Is this your limit? Why are you so weak, so weak? Chen Jia attacked frantically, the shadows of the open sky axe continuously appearing in the air. The forced defenses of the giant elephant man left more blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Boom! With a final blow, the giant elephant man's defense completely collapsed. His entire body was blown back by Chen Jia, flying and skidding on the ground for dozens of meters before stopping. From a distance, the giant elephant man was still trembling. He hadn't died. It's just that he could no longer stand up. Having forced his body into a bloodthirsty state had already drained him, plus Chen Jia's high-frequency, high-intensity attacks. His body was utterly wrecked. Chen Jia held the open sky axe, walking slowly towards the giant elephant man. The giant elephant man looked at the approaching Chen Jia, his once proud eyes now filled with fear. The person before him was simply not human. Though he also was a 5th rank awakener, Chen Jia seemed to have endless stamina. In such a high-intensity battle, he could still remain calm and not pant. Do you have any last words? Chen Jia prepared to end the giant elephant man, his body radiating a fierce killing intent. At this moment, the giant elephant man finally felt afraid. He sensed the breath of death. Can you not kill me? I can be your mount, I guarantee loyalty. The giant elephant man struggled to flip over, then knelt before Chen Jia. Before the apocalypse, he was just an ordinary person, after all. Everything he did was merely to survive. To live better. Do you think I would believe what your mouth says? Chen Jia tapped the axe in his hand. This giant elephant man had decent growth potential and combat power. Chen Jia didn't have much confidence in controlling him. I'm willing to hand over my energy core. The giant elephant man hesitated for a moment. Suddenly, he looked up and reached for his own heart. The intense pain twisted the flesh on the giant elephant man's face into a lump. Even in such agony, he forcibly pulled out his energy core. With both hands, he offered it to Chen Jia. For awakeners, the energy core is their life. Once the energy core is destroyed, it is no different from dying. Chen Jia frowned and glanced at the giant elephant man. This giant elephant man could transform into various monsters and had considerable strength. In the apocalypse, especially in the later stages, all kinds of energy were depleted. In order to walk around the world, having a mount would indeed make things much easier. Alright, I'll give you a chance. Chen Jia took the energy core into his hand, but if I find out you betray me. Chen Jia squeezed the giant elephant man's energy core with slight force. Immediately, the giant elephant man fell to the ground in pain, convulsing. I won't. The giant elephant man held his belly with one hand and pleaded with Chen Jia. Alright, turn into a horse. I want to continue exploring this secret realm. Chen Jia pocketed the giant elephant man's core and turned to approach the female snake demon. Killing a female snake demon, a twisted awakener, surely shouldn't lack a spirit crystal. In confusion, Chen Jia raised his axe and struck the female snake demon's body. A pure yellow spirit crystal immediately floated upward. Another primary spirit crystal. Like the ordinary spirit crystals, it was just pure white. And this colored spirit crystal, like the previous one, was undoubtedly a primary spirit crystal. As for that high-level spirit crystal, Chen Jia had yet to encounter it. However, being able to obtain a primary spirit crystal, Chen Jia was already very satisfied. After putting away the spirit crystal, Chen Jia continued to release 2 streams of Hongmeng pure and turbid qi around the female snake demon. Let's see if, like before, he could gain a talent from the female snake demon. A moment later. After retracting the Hongmeng pure and turbid qi, Chen Jia's eyes suddenly opened wide. Sure enough, he gained a new talent again. Petrifying eyes release beams, enemies who see the beams will be petrified and lose life. This talent was not much different from the talent the female snake demon used against him before. However, Chen Jia felt it should be able to improve. So, he covered the Hongmeng pure and turbid qi over his eyes, gathering a stream of energy to his eye areas. Suddenly, his eyes opened wide. A powerful light shot out from Chen Jia's eyes, directly covering a swath of area in front of him. In an instant, the flowers, grass, and trees that were swaying in the wind were all petrified the moment they were touched by the light from Chen Jia's eyes. There was no need for eye contact. This was simply an upgraded version of the female snake demon's gaze of the siren. It directly became an area attack, and no eye contact was needed from the opponent. If it weren't for the giant elephant man behind him whom he found useful, Chen Jia would have wanted to use him for an experiment. Did you discover anything special in this secret realm? Chen Jia turned to the giant elephant man and asked. He had stayed in the cave for quite a while, and probably knew less about the outside world than the giant elephant man. So, he asked, thinking the giant elephant man might have better discoveries. Master, after entering the secret realm, I found a mysterious place, but there was thunder everywhere, and I couldn't get close at all. Is there a treasure in that place? Yes. In that area, there's a fruit tree, and the fruits seem to be the legendary evolution fruits. Recalling the memory of seeing the evolution fruit, the giant elephant man's voice trembled a bit. Evolution fruit. Hearing this term, Chen Jie also recalled some memories. If he remembered correctly, evolution fruits were things that every major force in the apocalypse desperately wanted to seize. In his previous life, a single evolution fruit led to a scramble between three great nations. That scene was truly earth-shattering. Countless people have fallen victim to the scramble for this fruit. However, the benefits of successfully obtaining the evolution fruit are immense. Because the effects of the evolution fruit are incredibly powerful. It can cause mutated monsters to undergo another mutation, and most of the time, they evolve towards a better direction. Having this fruit can allow the mutants to gain a huge boost once again. In a short time, it can create a ruler in a certain realm. This is why so many people crave the evolution fruit. To his surprise, in this lifetime, he actually encountered it. Chen Jie was overjoyed. Where is it? Take me there now. Chen Jie's eyes sparkled, a bit impatient. If he could get the evolution fruit, his already extraordinary talents would awaken even further. Moreover, the value of the evolution fruit should not have been fully revealed yet. In the secret realm, the competition was not particularly strong. Alright, my master, it is just over 10 kilometers ahead. The giant elephant man did not dare to delay, immediately transforming into a giant elephant, signaling Chen Jie to hop on. Chen Jie stowed away the opening heaven axe and climbed onto the giant elephant man's back. Then, the giant elephant shook its whole body and soared into the sky, rushing toward the spot where he had previously discovered the evolution fruit. In just 10 minutes, Chen Jie felt a powerful energy wave. Looking up, Chen Jie saw an exceptionally grand sight. Before him was a land of thunder. Above the sky, dark clouds surrounded, forming a huge circle of clouds. In the center of the cloud circle, lightning fell continuously. The lightning was 100 feet tall, crashing down, shaking the ground. The massive rocks on the ground immediately shattered, the soil turning black. This was the thunder the giant elephant man had just mentioned. No wonder he did not dare to step near it. He was also a mutated monster, and his body inherently carried evil energy. If such lightning struck him, even as a fifth-tier awoken one, he would turn to ash. Master, with my abilities, I may not be able to proceed ahead. The giant elephant transformed back into human form and shook his head helplessly. If he could, he would also want to observe the evolution fruit up close. At this position, he could indeed see the evolution fruit. A colossal tree reaching the heavens, piercing through the sky, with a fruit about the size of a human head growing in its trunk. That was the evolution fruit. However, observing from afar, he could only get a rough idea. But, he could still sense the immense energy it held. Alright, you wait for me here. If I find any other good things, I will reward you. Chen Jie took a step forward. While others feared the thunder, he did not fear it. He too had gained his talents through mutation. However, one thing must be noted, his mutation was different from those of other plants and animals. The mutation he chose was the divine stone nurtured between heaven and earth. Moreover, he bore the bloodline of Pangu. In terms of righteousness, these heavenly thunders were far inferior to the Pangu bloodline flowing in his veins. Thank you, master. The giant elephant looked at Chen Jie excitedly and quickly bowed. After passing the land of thunder, beneath the evolution fruit, whether flowers, plants, or trees, they were treasures that could greatly benefit their mutant kind. If Chen Jie could give him one, he could obtain a massive boost. Chen Jie did not look at the giant elephant man, summoned the opening heaven axe, leaped forward, and stepped into the land of thunder. The clouds in the sky seemed to have a consciousness, sensing Chen Jie's presence. Angrily, several bolts of lightning fell, vowing to strike Chen Jie dead. But Chen Jie merely suspended the opening heaven axe above his head to forcefully resist. The lightning struck the opening heaven axe as if flowing water met a huge rock, automatically dispersing, not able to touch Chen Jie at all. Such lightning thinks it can harm me? Chen Jie sensed that the power of the lightning from the heavens was far weaker than the real lightning outside. This secret realm is made entirely of illusions. These thunders are nowhere near the real heavenly lightning. In fact, they might even be slightly weaker than the evil repelling thunder from Xiaowanru's blue-scaled sword. The thunder poses no threat to Chen Jie, so he strolls leisurely, step by step, towards the tree beneath the evolution fruit. The giant elephant man in the distance watches this scene, his jaw dropping in shock. Last time, he had tried to step into the thunder realm too. As soon as he entered, he was struck by a bolt of thunder. That power, if he weren't tough-skinned and thick-fleshed, would have crushed him instantly. Yet now, Chen Jie walks over as if he is at a vegetable market. The giant elephant man now feels fortunate for escaping from the energy core and submitting to Chen Jie. Not only has he saved his life, but following Chen Jie, it would also not be impossible to soar to great heights in the future. After walking for about 3 minutes, Chen Jie successfully steps out of the thunder realm. As he steps out, Chen Jie takes a breath and immediately feels a thick energy rushing into his body. Even the fatigue from resisting the thunder with the heaven-splitting axe dissipates completely. Indeed, this is a treasure land. Chen Jie is overjoyed. But he still suppresses his inner excitement, aware that such a place can easily give birth to some powerful monsters. This point must be taken seriously. He is still several hundred meters away from the evolution fruit. Chen Jie can already sense the strong energy fluctuations from it. Every second, he can feel an energy wave emitting from the evolution fruit. It strikes him, causing the blood in his body to boil continuously. A desire to devour the evolution fruit grows infinitely. If it weren't for his powerful awakened talent. If an ordinary person were here, they would likely be bewitched by the evolution fruit, charging at it like a mad dog. Even with the evolution fruit right before his eyes, Chen Jie remains highly vigilant. Just when Chen Jie is less than 100 meters away from the evolution fruit, suddenly, a strange change occurs. The originally calm ground suddenly erupts with countless tree roots. These roots are golden all over, transforming into different weapon shapes. There are swords, spears, forks, etc., all stabbing towards Chen Jie. These transformed tree roots move with incredible speed, their shadows flashing like lightning towards Chen Jie. Fortunately, Chen Jie had been on guard and held the heaven-splitting axe in front of him. He swings the axe repeatedly, striking as he retreats. There are too many attacks, and one slip could mean being pierced by these tree roots. Chen Jie uses the true eye to inspect these roots. The energy they carry is hardly weaker than his own. Each attack from a tree root might have the power of his full strike. Chapter 41, isn't it? Do you even deserve to be called a pickled vegetable country? Confronting these tree roots directly clearly does not bode well for victory. Chen Jie stays calm, defending against the roots' attacks while searching for their weaknesses. Just as Chen Jie is entangled with the roots, outside the Thunder Realm, quite a few people have gathered. This place was not only discovered first by the giant elephant man. Many others had also found this place when they first arrived in the secret realm, but unfortunately couldn't cross the Thunder Realm. They could only look on helplessly. But now someone has crossed the Thunder Realm, and the commotion near the evolution fruit has attracted many to come watch. These people are not only from the Dragon Country. There are also some from other countries. For example, the vampires from the curly-haired Eagle Sauce Country. After the apocalypse broke out, the vampires from Eagle Sauce Country also began to awaken collectively. These vampires are similar to the super martial awakenings happening in the Dragon Country. They belong to a kind of special awakening after devouring animals. Countries that have been living well, on the other hand, have awakened their warriors. These warriors still wear their kimonos. Their core attacking weapon is the long sword in their hands. The country closest to the awakening of the Dragon Kingdom's super martial arts is the Pickled Country. The awakening in Pickled Country is also a kind of super martial arts. However, their weapons are very special and are not like the long swords of the Dragon Kingdom's super martial arts. They use a steel baseball bat. Oh my god! How did this young man pass through those thunders? It's truly incredible. The white-haired vampire Curries from Eagle Sauce Country exclaimed in surprise. With a body like his, even the sun is feared, let alone thunder. So he was very curious about how Chen Jie could pass through the thunder to get the evolution fruit. Yoshi, no matter how he got through, as long as he takes out the fruit, I will just kill him, and the fruit will be mine. The gaze of Little Sun Country's steel plate was sharp and filled with malice, holding his katana tightly. He was just waiting for Chen Jie to come out so he could snatch the evolution fruit. The awakeners from other countries also kept a close eye on Chen Jie. Who can snatch better than who is still uncertain? Pu Dantua from Pickled Country swung his baseball bat confidently. He also really wanted this evolution fruit. The giant elephant man looked at these people's faces and felt a wave of disgust. They did not dare to enter the Thunder Zone themselves to pick the evolution fruit but instead focused on snatching what others worked hard to obtain. Compared to the evolution fruit, the giant elephant man was more concerned about whether Chen Jie could handle these attacking roots. His core was still in Chen Jie's hands. Once Chen Jie died, he would likely meet the King of Hell as well. Swish, swish, swish. Chen Jie dodged several attacks from the roots and caught his breath. Although he could now maneuver with these roots, this was not a long-term solution. His stamina was limited. And these roots seemed to endlessly absorb energy from the area. After several waves of attacks, the power of these roots showed no signs of weakening. Swish! Another root thrust came at him. Chen Jie quickly flipped backwards, just as he jumped into the area of thunder. A massive thunder rolled down at that moment. Chen Jie could only raise the heaven-opening axe to defend himself. At this moment, Chen Jie was surprised to find that once he entered the thunder area, those roots froze mid-air. They did not dare to attack him anymore. Could it be that these roots feared the thunder of the thunder area? With this, Chen Jie had an idea in his mind. He summoned the Chaos Chi, and when the next thunder fell, he immediately infused the Chaos Chi into the thunder. Soon, the Chaos Chi became familiar with the characteristics of the thunder in this area. Next, with a wave of his hand, the Chaos Chi transformed into the shape of the thunder in the thunder area, surrounding him. At this time, getting closer to the evolution fruit once again. The roots sensed Chen Jie again and thrust out. However, as soon as they got close to Chen Jie, they suddenly froze in midair. They did not dare to advance a single step. Indeed, these roots were very afraid of thunder. Chen Jie sighed with relief and freely passed through the roots, leaping twice to climb the evolution tree. The evolution fruit was just within reach. Woo woo ah! Just as Chen Jie was about to pick the evolution fruit, a golden-furred demon ape suddenly awakened from a nearby branch. The demon ape shouted at Chen Jie, trying to make him stop. Having finally reached the point of picking the evolution fruit, how could Chen Jie simply let it go? With a leap, he grabbed the evolution fruit and plucked it down. As soon as he got it, Chen Jie felt a warm sensation in his palm. A surge of energy flowed into his body. It caused a subtle change in his physique. Before even eating it, just the contact already had such an effect. Chen Jie was overjoyed. If he could thoroughly enjoy this fruit afterward, he wondered what level he could reach. Seeing Chen Jie pluck the evolution fruit, the demon ape went into a rage, its eyes turning blood red, and its body began to swell rapidly. A small mountain-sized figure appeared soon. The energy fluctuations it emitted were far beyond Chen Jie. With just a glance from the true eye, Chen Jie was immediately shocked by the power of this demon monkey. This demon monkey had already reached a level comparable to a 7th-tier awakener. It directly crushed Chen Jie by 2 tiers. Run! Chen Jie's first choice was to evade battle. Even though his talent was extraordinary, he had spent a lot of energy just now dealing with the tree roots. Fighting the demon monkey head-on would definitely bring him no benefits. It was better to find a place to absorb the evolution fruit. By then, the demon monkey would surely not be his opponent. After thinking it through, Chen Jie flickered and disappeared from his spot. He quickly fled toward the outside of the Thunderland. Those standing outside saw Chen Jie's figure and mostly revealed greedy expressions. Yo! He really brought out the evolution fruit. This fruit is mine. Oh! A lowly race is worthy to possess the evolution fruit? Hand it over to me. The master will bless you. This should belong to our kimchi country. Just as they eagerly looked at Chen Jie, they suddenly realized something was wrong. Bang! 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 The ground was shaking violently, and the frequency was extremely fast. Why did the earthquake start? Looking up, a mountain-sized crazy monkey was following behind Chen Jie. This demon monkey could leap and cover hundreds of meters in a single stride. Fortunately, Chen Jie's speed was also not slow, otherwise, he would probably be stomped to death by this demon monkey. Giant elephant, transform! Chen Jie shouted while holding the evolution fruit. The giant elephant man quickly transformed into a majestic eagle and rushed toward Chen Jie. Seeing the giant elephant man coming, Chen Jie leaped and landed on the eagle's back. Caw! The eagle let out a loud cry, flapping its wings in the opposite direction of the charging demon monkey and quickly retreated. Chapter 42, Using the Evolution Fruit. The eagle transformed from the giant elephant man was incredibly fast, flying over 100 miles in the blink of an eye. That dragon countryman has escaped, we cannot let him have the evolution fruit all to himself. Everything in this secret realm belongs to everyone. Baka, you cannot take my evolution fruit. Everything should belong to my kimchi country, whether it's the traditions of dragon country or the evolution fruit in this man's hands. Chase. These awakened individuals from other countries saw Chen Jie fleeing into the distance and immediately reacted. However, just when they wanted to use their talents to catch up with Chen Jie, a huge shadow loomed over them from behind. The crowd turned to look, and there was a massive red-eyed demon monkey, as big as a mountain, angrily staring at Chen Jie in the distance. Roar! The demon monkey angrily pounded its chest and let out a furious roar. Seeing these people from other countries, who resembled Chen Jie, the demon monkey mistook them as being with Chen Jie. Now unable to catch up with Chen Jie, the demon monkey vented its anger on these people. The demon monkey raised its massive hand and slapped down violently, its great hand stirring the air and making a crackling sound. Bang! The demon monkey's giant hand struck the crowd without hesitation. Some clever and talented individuals managed to barely dodge. But those who were slow were pitiful, directly being crushed into meat paste, unable to be dug out from the mud. After the demon monkey dealt with these people with a single slap, it did not waste any more time. Instead, it continued chasing after Chen Jie. The map of this secret realm was not large, as long as it kept chasing. The demon monkey believed it would eventually catch the one who stole its evolution fruit. As the demon monkey ran off, the surviving awakened individuals from various countries finally dared to speak up. What kind of monster is this, Baka? Thankfully, my speed is fast enough, or I would have died here today. My god, I have. The awakened beings from various countries were sweating nervously from the recent blow. However, despite their lingering fear, they watched the direction in which Chen Jia was fleeing. They still rose to follow the demon ape in pursuit. One by one, they activated their talents. Transforming into colorful beams of light, they chased forward. Even if they might end up witnessing Chen Jia being killed by the demon ape, leaving them with no chance of obtaining the evolution fruit. Through cleaning up the battlefield, they could still gain plenty of benefits from Chen Jia. A person recklessly wandering through the land of thunder, hiding secrets that were enough to attract them. Master, this demon ape's endurance is simply terrifying. I fear I won't last much longer. The giant elephant man turned to Chen Jia, speaking in exhaustion. He had flown for dozens of miles, yet the demon ape behind was still relentlessly pursuing. He was merely at the 5th level of awakening. Being chased by someone at the 7th level was already quite challenging. Chen Jia listened to the giant elephant man's words and then glanced back at the fierce demon ape. Got it. Just hang in there. Chen Jia replied calmly. Given the current situation, he had to take action. However, as he was only at the 5th level of awakening, his chances of winning were clearly slim. Unless. Chen Jia turned his gaze to the evolution fruit in his hand. This fruit had been delivering energy to Chen Jia's body since it was picked. Just holding it in his hand was enough to continuously enhance him. What if he consumed it? Yet, such immense energy, without any preparation, left Chen Jia feeling slightly anxious. Roar! 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 The terrifying roar of the demon ape behind pulled Chen Jia's thoughts back to reality. The demon ape was getting more and more furious as it chased. If it caught up, death was the only outcome. Once he realized this, Chen Jia gritted his teeth and took a bite of half the evolution fruit. As soon as the evolution fruit entered his mouth, Chen Jia was flooded with sweetness. It seems there aren't too many side effects? Chen Jia quickly swallowed the rest of the evolution fruit. This was something he had fought for with his life, how could he waste it? After eating the entire evolution fruit, Chen Jia immediately felt a warmth in his lower abdomen. The evolution fruit began to transform into pure energy, spreading throughout his body. In less than half a minute, Chen Jia felt that every muscle and bone in his body was nourished by the essence of the evolution fruit. His physical strength had surely risen to a new level. But that was not enough. The evolution fruit was a treasure that could allow mutated monsters to further mutate, rising another level. How could it? Just as Chen Jia was dissatisfied with the effects of the evolution fruit, the warmth in his lower abdomen began to grow hot. It turned out the real drama was about to unfold here. That surging heat was unlike before. It crashed about randomly, rushing to different parts of Chen Jia's body, seemingly trying to burst out from him. And it was precisely the rampancy of this energy that made Chen Jia tremble. His body felt a bit unstable. I must suppress it. At that moment, Chen Jia was already drenched in sweat, his face alternating between red and pale. The demon ape behind sensed the disappeared aura of the evolution fruit and became even more frenzied. It pushed itself to the limit and accelerated. Retrieving the evolution fruit was impossible now. But it must kill this human. The hatred the demon ape held for Chen Jia had reached its peak. Master, that monkey is about to catch up. I can't hold on much longer. The giant elephant man urged repeatedly. Initially, he was already exhausted, and his speed was decreasing. Now that the demon ape had accelerated, the distance between them closed rapidly. The giant elephant man estimated that before long, the demon ape would be able to catch him. At this point, Chen Jia was already enveloped in white vapor. He used the Chaos Shenhuang body to forcibly suppress the rampaging energy, then summoned 2 streams of Hongmeng pure and turbid qi to bind and devour it. During this process, Chen Jia truly felt as if he was being reborn. In the process of absorbing this rampaging energy, Chen Jia has already sensed the changes happening in every part of his body. Moreover, this process is getting faster and faster. To the limit, it's almost here. Chen Jia feels the sensation of evolution. Ah! Suddenly, Chen Jia's body finally broke through the threshold and successfully completed his transformation. His whole body shook, and an incredibly dazzling golden light radiated from him. His aura directly reached the 6th stage of awakening. Thanks to the uniqueness of the fruit, he achieved evolution and even leveled up. Truly deserving of the evolution fruit that caused chaos among countries in his past life. Alright, we can stop now. Chen Jia tapped his foot, signaling the giant elephant man to stop. Next, it was time to face the demon ape directly. Chapter 43, Slaying the Demon Ape. Chen Jia jumped down from the eagle, standing tall in the air, with air currents swirling around him, exuding immense power. The originally frenzied demon ape rushed to Chenjie. It initially wanted to attack Chenjie straight away. However, feeling the domineering aura from Chenjie, it momentarily calmed down. This young man in front of it has transformed. The demon ape stared at Chenjie with some fear, not taking any further action for the moment. Of course, it still harbored deep hatred towards Chenjie. Look, this dragon country person has already been caught up by the demon ape. With the power of this demon ape, it won't be long before we see him turned into a pile of meat mud. Oh, poor dragon country person. Originally, he might have been able to run a bit longer, but now he has stopped and is simply asking for death. He no longer has the aura of the evolution fruit on him. He actually ate the fruit, how damned it is. At this moment, a group of awakeners from other countries also came over, standing at a distance to observe. They seemed to envision the scene of Chenjie being flattened into a meat pancake by the demon ape. The demon ape and Chenjie faced off for a moment. Finally unable to hold back, it bared its teeth and transformed a wooden stick. This wooden stick, obtained from the evolution tree, was as hard as a high-grade awakening mimic weapon. At the same time, Chenjie summoned his heaven-splitting axe. The heaven-splitting axe was now completely different from before. The current heaven-splitting axe was 1.5 times bigger than before, with a faint red light shimmering on the blade. It exuded an aura of danger. As soon as it appeared, the spiritual energy around Chenjie's heaven-splitting axe surged towards it. Immediately, the surrounding environment changed, with dust flying and trees toppling. This dragon country person has such a powerful weapon. But he shouldn't be a match for the demon ape. The person from Pickled Cabbage Country, Park Duan, looked at Chenjie's weapon with envy. This was the nature of their country, always wanting to turn others' belongings into their own. Seeing the power of Chenjie's weapon, the demon ape could no longer sit still. It leaped into the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The demon ape let out strange roars and swung the wooden stick at Chenjie. But it was utterly uncoordinated, simply flailing wildly. However, even with such random attacks, the resulting effect was horrifying. Energy waves bursting from the wooden stick splattered everywhere, making deep craters appear all around. Chenjie did not rush to counterattack, but instead dodged the demon ape's attacks for now. He was observing the opponent's openings. Even though he had already reached the 6th stage of awakening and undergone gifted evolution, he still felt he couldn't take down the demon ape with just one strike. With each attack missing, the demon ape grew increasingly agitated, and its attacks became faster. After just 3 minutes of this high-frequency and powerful assault, the demon ape's speed quickly began to slow down. Furthermore, due to its massive size, Chenjie easily spotted its opening. Heaven Splitter! Seizing the moment of weakness, Chenjie immediately activated his talent. A massive axe descended from the sky, its sound rumbling like rolling thunder. At this moment, the watching awakeners seemed to see countless meteorites falling from the sky. A powerful shockwave rushed towards them. Bang! The heaven-splitting axe chopped directly down onto the demon ape's right arm. Put! Immediately, the magic ape's right arm was torn open, and the open sky axe was completely sunk in. Swish! Chenjie quickly pulled out the open sky axe and immediately flashed to the side. The magic ape, in pain, jumped up like thunder, hurriedly swinging a wooden stick to chop at Chenjie's direction. Unfortunately, it couldn't hit Chenjie at all, but struck the nearby mountain peak instead. Boom! The mountain top was actually cut in half by the magic ape. Roar, roar, roar. Unable to hit Chenjie, the magic ape became extremely irritable, its eyes terrifyingly red. This dragon country person has some skill. Eagle Sauce Vampire Curries gritted his teeth. Seeing Chenjie able to contend with such a powerful magic ape, the usually proud and arrogant Curries felt his dignity was challenged. A member of a lowly race was actually stronger than him. This was unacceptable. Baka, I can also injure this monkey. This dragon country person can only submit before me. Unlike Curries, Nichuan Gangban did not acknowledge Chenjie's strength. On the contrary, he felt he could match the magic ape. He even believed he could defeat Chenjie in a head-on fight. Seeing the magic ape only jumping around, Chenjie seemed a bit bored. If he hadn't used the evolution fruit, the magic ape might have fought him back and forth. But now, this magic ape seemed incredibly weak in his eyes. Chenjie's expression turned cold as he lifted the open sky axe into the air. What does this dragon country person want to do? Is he going to use his talent? What a powerful aura! Is he going to end the magic ape? With a thought, enormous power gathered to the blade of the open sky axe. 2 huge chaotic energies surged into the sky. In an instant, they obscured the sun. It's over, Chenjie said coldly. Then, gripping the open sky axe, he suddenly chopped down. That truly had the aura of splitting chaos and creating worlds. Boom, boom, boom. As the open sky axe descended, a series of sonic booms sounded in the air. The surrounding mountains and rivers trembled, and the giant rocks and trees on the ground shattered inch by inch. In a moment, it was as if the end of the world had come. This was Chen Jie's strongest move after his promotion. Final Open Heaven and Earth. This time released, the open sky and earth was thousands of times stronger than before. Feeling Chen Jie's overwhelming aura, the magic ape was completely panicked at this moment. However, it was already beneath Chen Jie's giant axe, fleeing was meaningless. The magic ape stood with its legs wide apart like a martial stance. With its sharp teeth gritted, its golden fur began to turn bright red, and streams of bloody aura erupted from its body. The magic ape squeezed all its blood, pushing beyond its limits. At this moment, the magic ape's aura had reached the peak of level 7, even stepping into level 8. Roar! The magic ape roared, pouring all its energy into the wooden stick in its hand, then charged at Chen Jie. This time, it was either you die or I die. In an instant, the two collided. Bang, bang, bang. Crack, crack. In the sky, sounds continued. The awakened ones on the ground had to cover their ears due to the shock. After a moment, when the sounds ceased, in the air, Chen Jie stood proudly. And the wooden stick in the magic ape's hand had already shattered, blood streaming from its head. Then, the magic ape fell to the side. Boom! A level 7 magic ape was thus slain by Chen Jie. The awakened ones from various countries, seeing the magic ape lying on the ground, looked at each other, unable to believe it was real. There was a considerable gap between Chen Jie and the magic ape. In just one move, Chen Jie killed the opponent? No need to be surprised, now it's your turn. Suddenly, Chen Jie's voice came from the air. Chapter 44, Are you all looking for me? Hearing Chen Jie's voice, the awakened ones from various countries felt as if their hearts were being squeezed. Cold sweat dripped down their backs. This dragon country person wants our lives. Run! Baka, I knew the dragon country people were very bad. Lowly race, thinking they can subdue me like this? The awakened ones from various countries, some wanted to escape, while others still resisted. Chen Jie remained calm and unhurried, standing in midair, glancing at the awakened ones. Earlier, when he was escaping, these people had already started plotting against him. Now that he had escaped, how could he let them live? Of course, he was not someone who craved bloodshed. Sensing the murderous intent from Chen Jie, Nichikawa Steelplate was the first to charge out. He had always been extremely arrogant, and even though he had witnessed Chen Jie's strength, he still steeled himself to charge. This was the spirit their country upheld. Good, your head is very hard. Just a glance at Nichikawa Steelplate charging at him, and Chen Jie immediately swung a punch. As for the heaven-splitting axe, no need for it. Baka, I'll chop. The muscles on Nichikawa Steelplate's face twisted as he tried to appear as fierce as possible. But unfortunately, in front of Chen Jie, it was completely useless. Before he could even swing his long blade, Chen Jie's fist had already landed on his face. Boom! Nichikawa Steelplate's head immediately caved in, and his body was sent flying backward by 2 punches. He finally crashed to the ground, not moving a bit. Next, it's your turn. Chen Jie looked at the vampire, Kuris, as if he were the god of death deciding their fate. At this moment, these people were like ants in Chen Jie's eyes, just needing a little force from him to crush them. But he enjoyed it more, the feeling of making them fear him and then killing them one by one. I am a noble vampire, you cannot kill me. Swish! A flash of cold light passed, and Kuris' body was instantly split in half. He hadn't even finished his sentence. Chen Jie found him too noisy. After killing Kuris, Chen Jie turned to look at the others. 2 peak 5th level awakened ones had been instantly killed by Chen Jie with a single blow. The rest of the people, upon seeing Chen Jie, seemed to have seen the devil. I can't be bothered to deal with you one by one, go and join them. Chen Jie, having lost patience, was about to swing his axe and send these people to the afterlife. Dragon country. You dare! If the higher-ups of my kimchi country find out that you killed me, they will cross the border to take revenge. Park Duanxue pointed at Chen Jie and shouted. He hoped that Chen Jie would consider the power of his country. Even if Chen Jie wasn't afraid of him, he had to think about the strength of his kimchi country, right? Sure enough. Upon hearing this, Chen Jie stopped his hand. You're from kimchi country, right? Fine. In 3 months, the entire kimchi country will accompany you to your grave. After speaking, Chen Jie swung his heaven-splitting axe again. Swish! Like cutting chives, one swing of the axe passed through the crowd, starting with Park Duanxue. Aya! Immediately, a large number of awakened ones from various countries died. Then, another swing of the axe, and once again, a large number of awakened ones from various countries perished. Chen Jie moved through the crowd like the god of death, madly reaping lives. After 3 minutes, not a single awakened one from any country had escaped. They were all harvested by Chen Jie. Meanwhile, in a castle somewhere in Eagle Sauce Country. What? Our Curry's, the most talented young one, was killed by a dragon country person? The vampire king, sitting on a throne adorned with red diamonds, slammed the armrest in rage. My king, it's true. This is the image sent by Curry's through his talent. A vampire servant below raised his hand, and a bloodstone in his hand projected an image. The image showed the last 3 seconds of Chen Jie killing Curry's. Damn dragon country. I had planned to clean up the mutant monsters in our country in 3 months and then invade theirs. Now, they've come to trouble us first. The vampire king gritted his teeth, staring at Chen Jie's figure, wishing he could bite his neck off. Increase the pace of advancement, and also send this dragon country person's face to all vampires. This grudge, we vampires will remember. Curry's was the most perfect vampire created by the vampire king. He had even considered grooming Curry's to be the next vampire king. He was intentionally sent into the secret realm for training. But, his Curry's was brutally killed by Chen Jie, and he was heartbroken. The Cherry Blossom Country was equally shaken. In a certain hall of the Cherry Blossom Country, a projector displayed the scene where Richuan Steelplate was killed by Chen Jie with a single punch. What a great shame! Our country's high-level warriors were actually killed by someone from the Dragon Country. There were others in a similar situation, not far from the Pickled Vegetable Country. Ah, no way! The leader of the Pickled Vegetable Country slammed the table, vowing to kill Chen Jie. Through all this, Chen Jie remained unaware in the secret realm. Of course, since he dared to kill all those awakening people from these countries in the secret realm, he naturally wasn't afraid of their revenge. As for why he killed these people. First of all, it was because these people had already thought about harming him when he was seizing the evolutionary fruits. Secondly, it was naturally due to deep-seated enmities with certain countries. In particular, that Richuan Steelplate made him feel disgusted to the extreme. After cleaning up the battlefield. With 3 days left, Chen Jie searched for materials in the secret realm. Upon receiving a reminder from the giant elephant man that the secret realm's opening time was about to end, he returned to the outside world through the token. As soon as he returned, Chen Jie was welcomed by a group of rat-headed, human-bodied mutant monsters. Chen Jie glanced at these mutated monsters. They were all just some 4th-level small monsters. Summoning the heaven-cutting axe, he threw it at them. PFF, PFF. In just a moment, these rat-like mutant monsters were all eliminated by Chen Jie. If it were before, dealing with these 4th-level mutant monsters would have taken a while. This time in the secret realm, his improvement was massive. Let's go to the city center. Chen Jie leaped onto the giant eagle transformed by the giant elephant man, pointing in the eastern sky. The giant eagle shook its legs and soared into the sky, rushing towards the city center at an incredible speed. At this moment, the giant elephant man had completely surrendered to Chen Jie. This man was incredibly strong, following him would surely lead to a bright future. Meanwhile, in the city center hospital. It had already been surrounded, and the leader was the Yaotian group, featuring Ross invited from the White Eagle Empire. Chen Jie, where are you? You have 10 seconds to hand over Chen Jie. Otherwise, you will die. Ross's gaze was icy as he stared at Xiao in the hospital, announcing proudly. Boom! A fierce wind swept up. Suddenly, Chen Jie's mighty voice echoed from the sky. Everyone, are you looking for me? Chapter 45, Forming the Dragon-Slaying Group. The people from the Yaotian group quickly recognized the person before them was none other than Chen Jie. Especially Chairman Huang Yan, who hurriedly pointed at Ross beside him, saying, "This person is Chen Jie, he is the murderer who killed my child. Mr. Ross, I plead with you to help me kill him." Ross squinted and nodded, "This young man? Oh, what a pity, so young, and yet he must die at my hands." At Ross's current level, he could not sense Chen Jie's terrifying presence at all. Instead, seeing Chen Jie's harmless appearance made him feel regretful for the impending death of this young man. Chen Jie! You killed my son, you deserve to die. With Ross's response, Huang Yan gained some courage and shouted at Chen Jie as an ordinary person. He had seen Chen Jie's face countless times, and he was filled with hate. He hated this murderer who took his son's life. Now that we are enemies, the heavenly axe must see blood. That's right. It's a pity. I didn't manage to kill you. Huang Tian smiled bitterly. Beside him, Laosi scratched his head. All right, talking so much is useless, let me help you deal with him. Seeing Laosi prepare to make a move, Huang Yan could only step back. Chen Jie looked down and glanced at this foreign man with slightly serious eyes. A mere level 6 awakener at the initial stage. Feeling the contempt in Chen Jie's gaze, a surge of anger rose in Laosi's heart. Suddenly, a bright red aura emerged around him, covering his body. This was his super martial armor. Laosi locked onto Chen Jie's position in the air and charged up with a roar. Lowly dragon country person, who gave you the courage to look at me like that? Laoxi's aura was overwhelming, like a demon descending to the world. Little Jia, be careful. Inside the hospital, Xiaolu saw the scene through the window, her hands clasped in worry. Just a moment ago, she had been surrounded by this group of level 6 awakeners, and felt that disaster was imminent. Fortunately, the Chen Jie she missed every day had returned. To avoid affecting Chen Jie's fight, she suppressed her excitement and hid for the moment. Really looking for death. Chen Jie slightly lifted his eyelids, and with a slight shake of the heavenly axe in his hand, a domineering chaotic aura burst forth. Bang! This chaotic aura smashed directly onto Laoxi's armor, instantly penetrating it. In just a moment, Laoxi's proud super martial armor shattered completely. The powerful aura pressed Laoxi straight back down to the ground. Bang! Laoxi sank into the ground, spitting blood. Beside him, Huang Yan was unable to accept this scene. He had bet his entire fortune, inviting this super warrior, and just like that, he was shattered by Chen Jie with a single blow? You don't look like a person from my country? Just a little cockroach, why do you flaunt in front of me? Chen Jie had a cold expression, thinking that the Eagle country people wouldn't be so quick to retaliate. Still mingling with Huang Yan, Laoxi struggled to crawl out of the pit. He clearly felt that Chen Jie's aura was at most a level 6 awakener, the same rank as him. How could he be so much stronger? Laoxi looked at Huang Tian with resentment. Didn't you say this person was only a level 4 or 5 awakener? Did you intentionally lie about his power? Are you trying to harm me? No. Lord Laoxi, this is all information passed down from the Lin clan. They said the opponent was only at level 4 or 5. I reported everything truthfully, how could I dare to lie? Huang Tian's expression was flustered, waving his hands repeatedly. I think you two don't need to discuss any further. Chen Jie's expression turned cold. In an instant, Chen Jie threw the heavenly axe in his hand. Huang Yan and Laoxi on the ground only saw a flash of yellow light. After that, puff! Puff! Like squashing two ants, Chen Jie beheaded the two. In Chen Jie's eyes now, level 6 awakener Laoxi and ordinary person Huang Yan were no different. The leader, Laoxi, was dead. On the ground, those who once belonged to the Guangyao group saw this scene. They all knelt before Chen Jie, begging Chen Jie for mercy. Chun. After Xiaolu came out for a while, Lin Yao and Lin Xiu followed her, kneeling in front of Chen Jie. At this moment, Lin Yao had already reached the threshold of the 5th level's peak. And Lin Xiu had also successfully entered the peak of the 3rd level, nearly reaching the 4th level. Chen Jie nodded at the two. Then he looked down at the kneeling members of the Lin Yao group. You all sincerely join me, stay. If you're not interested, leave, I promise I won't kill you. Chen Jie's commanding voice echoed in the air. Among these people, many were awakeners, and Chen Jie planned to formally establish his own power. This would make it easier to deal with the people from the pickled vegetable country in the future. The people below exchanged glances, some truly wished to submit to Chen Jie, while others wanted to escape. After a moment, the first person finally rushed out. Chen Jie did not attack. Seeing this situation, nearly 10 more people followed suit. The remaining people, are you all sincerely joining me? We sincerely join. The crowd genuinely bowed down. They were all smart people. Chen Jie's current strength could be considered top-notch in the whole province. If they didn't join Chen Jie, was there any better place to go? Good, from now on, you will belong to my subordinates. If anyone betrays, we will hunt them down together. Our group name: Dragon Slayers. Chen Jie's voice rolled like thunder, and the words Dragon Slayers burned in everyone's hearts. Then, Chen Jie tossed a spirit fruit he found in the secret realm to Lin Yao. Lin Yao accepted the spirit fruit and immediately understood the order. He chased after the people who had just fled. Chapter 46, Mysterious Call. For those who fled, Chen Jie truly kept his promise. He did not attack or kill them. However, Lin Yao going after them was no longer his concern. At this moment, looking at these awakeners and some ordinary people, they had all joined him. Remaining in the hospital was almost impossible now. He needed to find a new stronghold. Just right, the chairman of the Yaotian group, Huang Yan, was already dead. Wasn't the best stronghold inheriting his Yaotian group? So Chen Jie called Lin Xiu over. Pack up the good stuff, prepare to go to the new stronghold. Boss, where are we going? We are heading to the Yaotian group. Leading these awakeners, Chen Jie spent about 3 hours, arriving at the entrance of the Yaotian group. The current Yaotian group was nearly deserted. To deal with Chen Jie, Huang Yan had called most of the company's elites out. Then, after the news of his death spread, almost all the Yaotian group members had fled. In the few days since the apocalypse started, many powers had emerged. Joining other forces was much better than staying in the Yaotian group. As a result, Chen Jie effortlessly took over the Yaotian group. From then on, this became their stronghold, renamed as Dragon Slayers Group. The living facilities in the Dragon Slayers Group were still complete. Just in terms of electricity, there were over 100 large generators maintaining power. Not to mention, there was also official support that continually provided electricity. As for accommodation, the Yaotian group already had many rooms for employees and executives. Chen Jie chose a clean upper-level room and moved in. Of course, he stayed together with Xiao. As for the others, they were assigned by Lin Yao. The strong awakeners could stay in upper-level rooms, while those ordinary people did not have such good treatment and could only stay in regular employee dorms. Still, it was better than being homeless in the apocalypse. Outside, one never knew when they might be devoured by twisted monsters. After coming out of the secret realm, Chen Jie did not rush to deal with many matters. He first took a hot shower. The Dragon Slayers group had over 10 wells, so even with a shortage of running water now, they could still extract groundwater. Obtain water resources. So, there is no shortage of water resources. After several exhausting days, Chen Jie sank into the bathtub, soaking fully. That long-lost warmth made him feel extremely relaxed. "Xiao Jia, let me help you scrub." Xiao stood by the bathtub, picking up a bath ball, gently wiping from his strong chest downwards. "Did you know how uncomfortable I was when you weren't here these days? Every night I dreamed of you coming back." As Xiao spoke, 2 teardrops unknowingly hung at the corners of her eyes. Seeing the person in front of him so sad, Chen Jie stood up with a splash from the bathtub. He dried his body with a towel. He picked up Xiao, turned off the light, and talked with her late into the night about everything that had happened during this time. The next morning, after a night of effort, Xiao was finally enlightened by Chen Jie. After a simple breakfast, Chen Jie held a meeting on the top floor of the group. Having just established the Zhanlong group, there were still many tasks to arrange. After investigation, Chen Jie found that he had gathered 38 awakened individuals. Among them, 3 reached the 5th rank. Aside from Lin Yao, there were 2 others named Wang Hong and Du Tian. These 2 were as strong as Lin Yao. So, Chen Jie arranged for these 2 to be Lin Yao's right and left hands, managing the group together. The rest of the awakened were mostly at the 3rd and 4th ranks. Chen Jie did not delve too much into them. All 4th rank individuals were appointed as senior management, while the remaining 3rd rank individuals were made team leaders of regular people. Of course, during the early establishment phase, benefits were a must. In the conference hall, Chen Jie waved his hand, conjuring a large pile of spiritual herbal fruits. These things, while not as good as the evolution fruits Chen Jie used in the secret realm before, were still very beneficial to the current awakened. "Take these and distribute them, every awakened person gets a share," Chen Jie said lightly. Everyone's eyes lit up at the sight of these things. As awakened individuals, they could naturally feel the energy contained within them. Even the smallest of these herbal fruits likely contained energy equivalent to hundreds of spirit crystals combined. "Thank you, Boss Chen." Everyone rejoiced, bowing deeply to Chen Jie. Such treatment was enough to win them over. Before, working for the Yaotian group, they only received 5 spirit crystals a day. After the items were distributed, Chen Jie stood up, preparing to leave. Serving Zhanlong group, the rewards will only get better, work hard. After saying that, Chen Jie lifted his foot and walked out. "Yes. We are ready to sacrifice ourselves for the group at any time," they replied in unison, as if they had specially trained for it the night before. However, Chen Jie didn't pay much attention. After all, he established this group simply to develop his own strength. Of course, it would be best if it had an impact. In the following time, Chen Jie held Xiao in the room, resting inside. Meanwhile, he watched some news. In the apocalypse, news could still spread. Through understanding, Chen Jie learned that since the apocalypse began until now, various countries had fallen into fear of mutated monsters. Larger countries were better off, they had legacies. They were able to use these legacies to deal with and eliminate mutated monsters. For example, the Eagle Sauce country could use powerful vampires to eliminate some more dangerous mutated monsters. As for those smaller countries, they basically had no legacies. Within days of the apocalypse starting, they had completely become monster nations. In the evening, just as Chen Jie wanted to continue reminiscing with Xiao about what happened last night, Chen Jie's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. However, Chen Jie did not hang up, but rather pressed to answer. "Hello? Who are you?" "I am from the Tenglong group, Nong Jiamping. I heard that Mr. Chen has recently defeated the labors of the Silver Empire. Has the Yaotian group been occupied?" The other party's voice was heavy, and Chen Jie could estimate that the person on the other end was likely also someone who had awakened their talent. "That's right, what do you want?" Chen Jie replied calmly. Now, in the apocalypse, there were no laws or order. This kind of killing and occupying another group's territory didn't need to be concealed. Your group is just getting started, and you probably only have a couple dozen awakened ones. You also don't have a stable source of supplies. I was thinking, why don't you bring the Yaotian group and join us at the Longting? Nong Zhenaying's tone was very proud. They, Longting, possessed more than 10 sixth-tier awakened beings. Among others, those of lower tiers numbered in the hundreds. Their group's size could be said to be the largest in the nation. He didn't believe Qinjie would be unwilling to submit. To his surprise, the line only transmitted one sentence from the other side. Where it's cool, go wait there. Chapter 47, Assassination in the Park. Chen Jia unhesitatingly rejected the other party. The Longtung group. What right did they have to swallow him up? After hanging up Nong Zhenaying's call, Chen Jia picked up Xiao and continued their intimacy. Meanwhile, Nong Zhenaying was furious, nearly dead from anger. He never expected that a person from a small group would actually dare to refuse him. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Filled with resentment, he summoned 2 sixth-tier awakened beings from his group. He instructed these two to find an opportunity to directly kill Chen Jia. Since negotiation failed to acquire the other's company, he would solve it through violence. Nong Zhenaying's principle was always, if you can't have it, then destroy it. Tonight. At the port of Jiang Province, Dragon Country. A ship without the markings of the nation docked. Upon closer inspection, anyone could recognize that it was indeed a ship from Sakura Country. During the apocalypse, most coastal areas were swarming with mutated monsters. So, the nation basically had no control over the ports. This allowed people from Sakura Country to sneak in. Those disembarking were all dressed in deep black ninja attire. There was a small team of 5 individuals. All 5 had long hair, clearly indicating they were women. On the Dragon Countryside, there was already a welcoming party waiting at the port. It was a chubby man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Warriors from a great nation have come. I have prepared rooms for the 5 of you. The chubby man smiled warmly, leading the 5 warriors from Sakura Country. After bringing them to a reserved room, the chubby man played a video that had been discussed before their arrival, showing Qinjie's battle. The leader of the 5 Sakura warriors was named Hashimoto Daneo. After watching the video of Chen Jie fighting against a 6th-tier being, she understood why the Empire had sent them to deal with this man from Dragon Country. This man was simply too powerful. At least he was the strongest man they had encountered since becoming martial artists. However, Hashimoto Daneo believed that with the strength of the 5 of them combined, it would not be difficult to kill Chen Jie and complete the task assigned by the Empire. After a brief rest, Hashimoto Daneo led her small team towards the Zhanshan group where Chen Jie was located. It was already night, and now and then gusts of wind picked up, as if to alert them of tonight's assassination. After staying in the room all day, Chen Jie stepped out, looking for a place to take a walk. As for Xiao, she was far too tired. The moment it got dark, she fell sound asleep. Walking in a small park beside the Zhanshan group, Chen Jie suddenly heard a crisp sound of flute playing. In this apocalypse, to hear the sound of an instrument. This made Chen Jie curious about that sound. However, he felt it was probably not a good thing. Why does this flute sound carry a hint of killing intent? Chen Jie cautiously looked around. But all around were some bushes. Trees, battered by the apocalypse, stood crookedly beside them. Nothing special appeared, except for a piece of flute music. Just as Chen Jie was puzzled, from behind him came a slight vibration. After going through many battles, Chen Jie immediately reacted. With a shake of his hand, he summoned his opening heaven axe and turned to slash. Indeed. As soon as he turned around, Chen Jie saw a masked figure in black. This person held a sharp pure steel long sword, silently trying to stab him in the back. Chen Jie's axe hit the opponent's long sword perfectly. A crisp sound echoed, breaking the peaceful night. A bloody battle began. Who are you? Chen Jie asked solemnly, pointing the opening heaven axe at the other party. He could clearly feel that this person was not from Dragon Country. In Dragon Country, he could only fight against aberrant monsters or super martial awakener. He had yet to encounter anyone with a 3rd type of awakening talent. Looking at the person before him, Chen Jie thought she resembled the Sun River steel plate he met in the secret realm. Could it be that the Sun River steel plate really summoned people from Sakura Country? Chen Jie felt somewhat surprised in his heart. The masked person did not answer Chen Jie's question. He only saw her touch her long sword with her hand, and a dark energy slowly began to emanate from it. This person lifted her long sword, and the purple-green energy within it started to gather in the night sky. Finally, it formed a violet flower. This was somewhat similar to the mimicry battle spirit that Chen Jie used. Chen Jie stared at the opponent's violet flower, but his ray eye did not reveal the special nature of this purple energy body. He just felt that the power of this energy body was definitely not small. Facing the opponent's special attack, Qianjie also summoned his Hongmeng Clear and Turbid Qi. After evolution, the current Hongmeng Clear and Turbid Qi was several times stronger than before. As soon as it emerged, it enveloped half of the sky. Instantly, the black night sky was illuminated golden yellow. Of course, there was also a touch of purple from the opponent's violet flower. Woo woo woo. Just as Qianjie wanted to take action, a melodious flute sound came from the sky. This time, the flute sound was no longer elegant. Instead, it hid a deadly intention. The sound penetrated Qianjie's ears, and he felt as if his head was being pricked by needles. A sharp pain instantly erupted in his head. This pain actually caused Qianjie, who was still fighting, to slightly lose focus. You can die. The masked person in front swung her long sword, taking advantage of his momentary distraction to attack. The violet flower in the sky floated towards Qianjie. It looked so beautiful. But it contained a terrifying killing energy. Before the bright violet flower could approach Qianjie, he already felt waves of scalding heat. He must counterattack. While resisting the influence of the flute sound, Qianjie manipulated the Hongmeng Clear and Turbid Qi to confront the enemy. Boom! The Hongmeng Clear and Turbid Qi lashed out at the violet flower. Bang bang bang! The Hongmeng Clear and Turbid Qi transformed into a golden dragon, and with just a gentle sweep, the violet flower shattered into tiny purple fragments. Puff! As the violet flower. Chapter 48, Enjoying the Hunt. Hashimoto Tana felt the wild surge of energy in front of her, her eyes wide like Belle's. This move, if she couldn't dodge it, would mean certain death. In her panic, she slapped her chest hard, forcing out a mouthful of blood. Pooh! A cloud of blood mist sprayed from her mouth. And it was this mist that wrapped her whole body, and in a flash of lightning, it teleported her away. Qianjie's heaven-splitting axe did not hit Hashimoto Tana, but swept past her. Boom! A deafening roar followed as the attack landed on a tall building nearby. Crack! Crash! In an instant, a 50-story tower collapsed and shattered into dust. Now safe, Hashimoto Tana held her heaving chest. She stared in disbelief at the scene before her. Normally, in their Sakura nation, such a strike would only be possible for a warrior at the peak of the 7th tier. And yet Qianjie was just a newly awakened being who barely stepped into tier 6. Such an ordinary-looking strike had such terrifying power that it reduced the entire building to rubble. Just now, when she faced Qianjie's heaven-splitting axe head-on, she felt as if death himself had gripped her throat. She had only escaped this fate by using her awakened talent, Blood Escape. If that strike had hit her, let alone leaving a whole body, there wouldn't even be a scrap left. At that moment, a voice came from the chip hidden in Hashimoto Tana's ear. Tana-san, this Qianjie is truly terrifying. My flute sound can't suppress him at all. I could hold back even tier 7 warriors before. But he just snapped out of it after a moment of distraction. Do we strike? My kunai is fully charged. From what I see now, I'm confident I can hit the target. But I can't be sure it will hurt him. Baka! Letting this Long Nation man act so arrogantly, what a shame for our Sakura nation. I request to attack. Seeing Qianjie's horror, the team members hiding in the shadows felt both fear and an urge to fight. But without Captain Hashimoto Tana's order, none dared to act recklessly. That was their discipline. The target is too strong. The rest of you stay still for now. If the kunai is ready, then go. Aim to kill directly. Hashimoto Tana panted, but analyzed calmly. If they all showed themselves now and failed to beat Qianjie, the whole team could die in the Long Nation. For a fully armed team of 6th tier warriors like them, if they were wiped out, that would be a heavy blow to their Sakura nation. With her command given, 2 figures in black, hidden in the dark, turned their massive kunai, filled with energy, toward Qianjie. This kunai held 2 types of energy. One was black, representing one team member's poison talent. Once it touched someone, even awakened ones would melt into blood. The other was golden, representing another's lightspeed talent. This talent gave the kunai its incredible speed. Through team experiments, with this talent added, the kunai could even surpass the speed of light. Kunai, ready. Fire. Swish. The kunai, long stored in the shadows, suddenly shot out like lightning. It carried a dark energy, aiming mercilessly at Qianjie. In just a split second, it was about to pierce through Qianjie's back. Even the assassination team members from Sakura Nation saw hope. This kunai was more than enough to deal with a peak tier 7. If it hit Qianjie, considering his stage, they believed he would die for sure. However, standing in the open, Qianjie suddenly sensed the powerful energy from behind with just a single thought. Right then, it was already impossible for Qianjie to dodge. In an instant, a red light flashed in Chen Jie's eyes. The realm of the god of death unfolds. Ding! The space around Chen Jie suddenly twisted. The shuriken that was about to pierce Chen Jie's body seemed to fall into the void. Nanny! Watching the shuriken, which had been charged for a long time, about to claim Chen Jie's life, suddenly disappear into thin air. The hidden members of the team were shocked beyond belief, unable to help but shout. Is this something a human can do? Even having experienced strange things like human distortion and human awakening. However, Chen Jie's terrifying ability before them still left the entire team from the land of cherry blossoms in disbelief. Terrifying. Impossible to explain with common sense. So, you were hiding here. Chen Jie's ears were exceptionally sensitive, and he quickly discovered the two team members hiding and using underhanded tactics. His voice was eerie and terrifying. Reiko, get to the shore, run. He found you. Realizing the danger, Hashimoto Tana immediately warned the two. But alas. It was a bit too late. Chen Jie vanished in a flash, appearing like a ghost outside the bushes where the two were hiding. Open sky and create the earth. Terrifying energy enveloped the open sky axe, sweeping horizontally with another strike. Swish. Poochie. The bushes were cleaved apart, flowers and grass scattering everywhere. Of course, there was also the assassination team member, who infused the shuriken with lethal poison. He was also cut in half. As for the member with the speed of light, he narrowly dodged the strike with his speed ability. At this moment, he was nervously hiding behind a giant tree. He prayed to God not to let Chen Jie find him. Because, having just avoided Chen Jie's blow, he had exhausted all his energy. Another attack. He would surely die. Having eliminated one member of the assassination team, Chen Jie was quite interested and began to search the surroundings on the grass. It must be said. He truly enjoyed this feeling of hunting others. Previously, when being chased by a magic ape in the secret realm, perhaps the magic ape felt the same way. Instill fear in the opponent, then slowly find them. In the end, a final axe to end them. Just thinking about it is amusing. Captain, what should we do now? Should I step in and distract Chen Jie? Protect the shore. My defensive ability should be able to withstand one of his strikes. Reporting to the captain. The third hidden assassination team member inquired of Hashimoto Tana. But, after asking for a long time, there was no response. When he looked up, Chen Jie had already vanished. He couldn't find him. However, he did not expect that at this moment, Chen Jie had already flashed to find their captain, Hashimoto Tana. His open sky axe was already resting on their captain's neck. Chen Jie dug out the chip from Hashimoto Tana's ear, carefully listening to their team members' requests. Once he understood them clearly, Chen Jie replied like a demon. No need for requests, I'll come find you soon. Chapter 49, The Shame of the Land of Cherry Blossoms. What do you want to do? Hashimoto Tana spoke in clumsy Dragon Kingdom language, conversing with the devil-like figure behind her. Just a moment ago, she was thinking of how to escape. Suddenly, Chen Jie's axe appeared on her neck like a ghost. Chen Jie's axe, how sharp it was, she knew very well. So she didn't dare to make even half a movement. In her eyes, Chen Jie was now a demon. Hearing the question, Chen Jie did not rush to answer her. Instead, he removed her mask. A pink-white face, with lips touched in cherry blossom red, belonging to a woman from the land of cherry blossoms, appeared before him. As expected. It was just as Chen Jie had guessed, the one who had caused the trouble after killing Nichikawa's steel plate. You are from the land of cherry blossoms? Chen Jie countered her question. With her life in Chen Jie's hands, Hashimoto Tana could only nod. Oh, you must be their captain. I think you should have a way to contact the headquarters, but first, I need to deal with your other two team members. Chen Jie held Hashimoto Duna with one hand and picked up the communicator he had just used with the other. There was no one speaking on the other end of the communicator anymore. However, Chen Jie had his own way to make the other side talk. You should still have two teammates. I don't think you want to end up like your captain, with your heads rolling. I'm counting to 3, come out immediately. Otherwise. Chen Jie said slowly into the intercom. The whole process felt like he was announcing a notice. Despicable. Shameless dragon countryman, let my captain go. If you dare to hurt our captain, you will be hunted by the entire Sakura country. On the other side of the communicator, two teammates shouted. They had thought they were already shameless enough. What they didn't expect was that Chen Jie, this dragon countryman, was even more shameless. However, Chen Jie ignored their insults. 1. 2. Chen Jie dragged out the 2 for a long time. Baka. We're coming out. Hiding behind a large tree, Aki couldn't bear the torment any longer and came out. After she came out, another huge man from Sakura country crawled out of a nearby stinky pit. He was also quite determined to kill Chinjie. After the two came out, Hashimoto Duna looked extremely excited. Baka, how dare you come out without my orders? I command you to run now. Come on. Don't you listen to your captain's words? Hashimoto Duna yelled angrily at the two teammates. Earlier, the so-called humanity training from Sakura country seemed utterly meaningless at this moment. These teammates were still sacrificing themselves for him. However, Captain, sacrifice for the Empire. Aki on the shore did not hesitate to pick up a flute and blew it loudly in front of Chinjie. This was a frontal spiritual attack. Facing the enemy directly, blowing the flute was her deadly move, a necessary unlocking condition. Only by directly facing the opponent and causing harm could this spiritual attack maximize its effect. A powerful spiritual shock was a range attack. So after this strike, Aki had no intention of saving Hashimoto Duna. Instead, she intended to blast both Chinjie and Hashimoto Duna away. As for the earlier pity act, it was just a show. You seem to not be cherished that much by your team members, little captain. Chinjie did not take Aki's flute attack seriously but first mocked Hashimoto Duna. Woo woo woo. The sound of the flute echoed, a haunting melody. At that moment, the surrounding grass and trees began to wither rapidly. A strong sound wave swept towards Chinjie. Don't embarrass yourself with such small tricks in front of me. Chinjie's body shook, and two streams of primal chaos energy appeared, transforming into a gigantic dragon that circled around him. No matter how powerful the opponent's mental attack was, it couldn't harm him. The primal chaos energy specifically broke illusions and was the natural enemy to spiritual attacks. Sure enough, after the primal chaos energy emerged, no matter how hard Aki on the shore blew, it was of no use. It couldn't affect Chinjie in the slightest. Instead, her teammate next to her rolled on the ground in agony. Eventually, he foamed at the mouth, his body stiffened, and he died. Why? Why didn't it work? Aki gave up, looking at Chinjie in despair, her hand tightly gripping the flute. She was unwilling. After awakening her talent, playing the flute was another attached ability of her speed talent. This talent could kill in silence. Therefore, she received special training from the Empire. Moreover, to maximize the spiritual attack of this flute sound, she killed her own parents, letting her heart be free of any attachments. In the end, she played the strongest flute sound in Sakura country. But now, in front of Chinjie, it seemed like a joke. It's over. With just a thought, the golden dragon beside Chinjie. A golden dragon roared, sweeping everything away. Roar! The golden dragon's roar completely stunned those on the shore. It left her with no chance to escape. Because within this powerful roar, she couldn't even activate her own abilities. Swish! The golden dragon, formed from the chaos of pure energy, passed through the body on the shore. The one on the shore let out a scream and turned to ashes. Only her flute, which could not harm Chinjie, remained on the ground. In that moment of death, she seemed to see her deceased parents, smiling, coming to take her to hell. Alright, your entire team has been taken care of by me. Contact your country's leader, you don't have enough people to deal with me. Chinjie used the pure chaos energy to turn into a golden dragon rope, binding Hashimoto Miko like an Asian knot. After confirming there were no mistakes, he moved the heaven-splitting axe away from her neck. No, this is my humiliation. You can't shame me. Hatred filled Hashimoto Miko's eyes, and she moved her mouth, wanting to bite her tongue and end it all. Unfortunately, with just a fierce glare, Chinjie activated the Kill God domain, covering her completely. Suddenly, she couldn't make her next move. Sai, I had wanted you to contact them yourself. Now I have to search you and find the communication device with the higher-ups. Chinjie shook his head and began to search the female warrior. Finally, in a hidden spot, he found a device resembling a camera. It had only one button. Without hesitation, Chinjie pressed the button. Quickly, the images of the higher-ups of the Cherry Blossom country appeared before Chinjie. At the same time, the images of Chinjie and Hashimoto Miko were projected to the other side. As soon as they saw the images, the higher-ups of the Cherry Blossom country were so furious they momentarily lost their ability to speak. Their top assassin warrior had been thoroughly tied up and was in disarray. This was an incredible humiliation. Chapter 50, Treading the Cherry Blossom Country. In the meeting room of the Cherry Blossom country's higher-ups, more than 50 people were staring at Chinjie. Their eyes were filled with rage, wishing they could pull Chinjie from the screen and swallow him whole. Especially the one seated in the center, the most powerful leader of the Cherry Blossom country, Sasaki. His face was flushed, and his intense anger made his chest heave violently. He looked like a fighting red-crowned rooster. Chinjie held the heaven-splitting axe against Hashimoto Miko's neck, facing the crowd of Cherry Blossom country officials. What do you want? Hashimoto Miko struggled and screamed at Chen Jie. Being captured in front of all those officials, the shame of betraying her empire and her mentors felt worse than death. Chen Jie paid no attention to Hashimoto Miko. To him, she was merely a hostage in his hands. Facing the officials of the Cherry Blossom Country, Chen Jie boldly declared, "Now, I, Chen Jie from the Dragon Country, will talk to all of you from the Cherry Blossom Country." Just this one sentence made Sasaki stand up from his seat in fury. Baka! Sasaki drew his dagger, wishing he could. Why send these shrimp soldiers and crab generals? Does your Sakura country have no one left? Boom! The words of Chen Jie completely ignited the anger of all the high-ranking officials in Sakura country. A series of baka echoed from the projection screen. They had never seen such a tough Dragon Kingdom person. He was clearly provoking an entire nation. Was he not afraid that Sakura country would mobilize its entire strength to kill him? At that point, even if the Dragon Kingdom tried to defend itself, it would not be able to withstand the fury of the entire Sakura country. At that moment, Sasaki clenched his teeth tightly, his whole face trembling. He wanted to explode in anger right then and there. To send the strongest warriors of the nation to Dragon Kingdom to kill Chen Jie, for the honor of Sakura country. But his daughter was still in Chen Jie's hands. Moreover, the other side had only made some verbal insults and had not actually harmed Sakura country. Of course, once he brought back Hashimoto Dana, he would make them pay a heavy price. The tied-up Hashimoto Dana, seeing Chen Jie use her to humiliate Sakura country, guessed that Chen Jie, considering Sakura country's strength, did not dare to truly harm her. So she shook her head wildly and shouted. "Insect country coward, if you have the guts, kill me right now. Using me to negotiate with Sakura country, isn't that proof of your fear of us? Haha, coward of insect country, just a coward, do it." Hashimoto Dana shouted like this, feeling she had finally regained some face for her country. The guilt she felt inside slightly eased. However, Chen Jie did not feel angry because of her words. Instead, he looked at Hashimoto Dana with a very sad gaze. "If you hadn't reminded me, I would have forgotten." Chen Jie shook his head with a smile. "I'll give Sakura country a real action, otherwise, you all might think I was joking." A cold light flashed in Chen Jie's eyes. With a move of the heaven-splitting axe, the blade fell. Put! Hashimoto Dana's head was chopped off by Chen Jie. Before dying, her eyes bulged wide. She could hardly believe that Chen Jie really dared to act. Could it be that he truly was not afraid of Sakura country? Not afraid of Sakura country's crazy retaliation? This madman! The scene of Hashimoto Dana's head rolling was vividly broadcast in the hall of Sakura country. At this moment, the hall of Sakura country was completely silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the scene before them. This Dragon Kingdom person really killed Hashimoto Dana right in front of them. This was simply unbelievable. Just moments ago, they thought Chen Jie was merely boasting. He was truly making an enemy of the entire Sakura country. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. Sasaki had bitten his gums until they bled, raising his samurai sword and roaring at Chen Jie. But Chen Jie didn't care at all. He stomped on the screen, crushing both it and the equipment. "If you have some skill, come to Dragon Country and die sooner. Don't wait for me to find you, the ticket is too expensive." Chen Jie left this final sentence. He was so deliberately targeting Sakura country. In truth, he still felt insufficiently relieved. This was merely an insignificant debt settlement against Sakura country, which had caused irreparable harm to the Dragon Kingdom. In the hall of the high-ranking officials of Sakura country, the scene ended as Chen Jie stomped down. This foot crushed the heads of all the people in Sakura country. It made them unable to stand up straight. Baka baka. Send the order, all 4th tier and above warriors of Sakura country, head to Dragon country. If we cannot kill Chen Jie, then everyone shall end themselves. Sasaki raised his samurai sword and shouted loudly in the center of the hall. The adjutants beside him had troubled expressions. "Our country has many mutant monsters. If we send all 4th tier warriors now, the entire nation might perish. Your Majesty, please stay calm." Using their words from Dragon Country, a gentleman takes revenge 10 years later. It's better to clear out the mutant monsters first before going. Baka, shut up. At this moment, Sasaki was completely enraged. With his eyes red, he furiously stormed out of the conference hall, waving the katana non-stop, slashing everywhere. Like a mad dog. After Chen Jie dealt with these Sakura country assassins, he searched their bodies. Their bodies were still warm. He found weapons belonging to the Sakura country assassins, but he probably wouldn't be able to use them. However, they would make decent rewards for the awakened individuals in the organization. What Chen Jie truly valued was the talents and spirit crystals on them. Wrapping these 5 people with the Hongmeng clear in turbid qi, soon, 5 spirit crystals of different colors were extracted by Chen Jie. What excited Qinjie even more was the new talent he acquired. Light speed movement. During the use of the talent stage, it can increase the user's speed by 50%. Manipulation musician. By playing an instrument, the user can manipulate lower-level aberrations than themselves. As the level increases, the number of manipulations increases. Chapter 51, The Toughness of the Dragon Country. Seeing that they could not pose a direct threat to Qinjie, the Sakura country could only initiate a war to coerce the high-level officials of the Dragon country to hand over Qinjie. The other side's message stated that Qinjie, a person from the Dragon country, had assassinated 5 warriors of the Sakura country. Moreover, he had severely insulted the Sakura country by publicly executing their warriors. If the Dragon country did not hand over Qinjie within a week, the Sakura country would unilaterally declare war on the Dragon country, even if both countries were facing the crisis of aberration disasters. They clearly stated that the Sakura country had restored some electronic equipment and could use nuclear weapons in the war. This message reached the high-ranking officials of the Dragon country. Immediately, it received great importance from the top officials of the Dragon country. An urgent high-level meeting was convened that very night. General Xiao, a 5-star general of the Dragon country, dressed in military uniform adorned with numerous medals, sat solemnly at the center of the conference. The various departments below sat upright, waiting for General Xiao to speak. Everyone, what do you think of the message from the Sakura country? General Xiao's voice was calm and steady. After a moment of silence, the first to speak was the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Dragon country. General Xiao, the Sakura country is bullying our Dragon country too much. After investigation, it is clear that their people came to our Dragon country to harm our citizens. Qinjie was only acting in self-defense. Yet they are now accusing our citizens of killing their people. It's simply shameless. If they want to fight, we'll fight them. The Minister of Foreign Affairs spoke passionately and without fear. Next to speak was the Minister of Defense. General Xiao, after investigation, Qinjie is a peak 6-stage awakened one from our country. Whether in strategy or in protecting our citizens, we must support Qinjie, protect Qinjie. Moreover, Qinjie previously killed a spirit king that threatened Jiang province, maintaining security there. He is a hero. Therefore, we absolutely cannot hand over Qinjie. As for nuclear weapons, if they can use them after repairs, we can use them too. Fairness is within the range of our cannons. Next, various high-ranking officials stood up to support Qinjie. They already had a deep-seated hatred for the Sakura country. Now that the other side was provoking them, it seemed they had found an outlet to vent their frustrations. Everyone advocated for battle. Even though the Dragon country was severely affected by aberrant monsters, recklessly engaging in battle could worsen the domestic situation. But the citizens of the Dragon country could not be insulted, the dignity of the Dragon country could not be insulted. After listening to a multitude of suggestions, General Xiao finally stood up, straightened his collar, and began to express his opinion in a deep and powerful voice. Qinjie is the young talent of our Dragon country, the sharp sword of our strategic awakened ones, and a hero safeguarding the safety of our Dragon country. The other party wishes to harm our hero yet wants us to cripple ourselves by handing Qinjie to their jaws. The small Sakura country, a tiny place. Now distorting the truth and flipping black and white, truly bullying our Dragon country that has existed for 5,000 years, is it not tough enough? I see them as mere clowns. Ministry of Foreign Affairs, send a message immediately, the Dragon Kingdom will defend Qinjie at all costs. If trouble arises again, we will go to war. Old Zhou's words were powerful, echoing throughout the entire hall. As soon as he finished speaking, a thunderous applause erupted. After the meeting concluded, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs immediately sent a message to the Cherry Blossom country. The message first sternly condemned the Cherry Blossom country's shamelessness. Then, it conveyed the Dragon Kingdom's military might. Finally, it formally warned them that if they wanted war, they could have it immediately. The high-ranking officials of the Cherry Blossom country were enraged. They had underestimated the Dragon Kingdom's concern for its citizens. They had underestimated the Dragon Kingdom's toughness. Their wish to have the Dragon Kingdom hand over Qinjie and to settle things peacefully was nothing but a fragile illusion. With one punch, the Dragon Kingdom shattered that illusion. In a direct military confrontation, the Cherry Blossom country was merely making empty threats. Now, they themselves suffered the threat of monstrous distortions. If war broke out, the Dragon Kingdom might sustain injuries, but the Cherry Blossom country would face complete destruction. The supreme commander of the Cherry Blossom country, Sasaki, gritted his teeth as he read the reply from the Dragon Kingdom. Deliver the order, all supreme awakeners of Cherry Blossom country, the 5 emperors and 10 monarchs, must accelerate their upgrades. The ultimate goal, assassinate Qinjie. Direct confrontations were not feasible. The Cherry Blossom country took out their final weapon. Their strongest awakeners. The levels of awakening were divided into ordinary, elite, epic, immortal, monarch, and emperor. The strongest ones in the nation were 5 emperors and 10 monarchs. To deal with Chen Jie, the Cherry Blossom Country brought out their sharpest knives. With Sasaki's orders, the Cherry Blossom Country would mobilize the entire nation to train these 15 individuals. After killing Chen Jie, these 15 could become the pillars of the Cherry Blossom Country. Chen Jie knew nothing of these national-level events. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged in his room. After killing those 5 awakens from the Cherry Blossom Country, he felt his strength had increased significantly. He had already reached the mid-stage of the 6th level. If, on top of that, he added the 5 medium crystals he had just obtained, he might have the chance to break through to the 7th level. Now, he had to face the revenge of a whole country, and he needed to speed up his enhancement. After making preparations, Chen Jie threw 5 medicinal herbs into the air and unleashed 5 fine streams of primordial energy from his body. He bound the herbs and began to absorb their energy. Pure plant energy continuously flowed into Chen Jie's body. As this energy entered his body, it began to nourish every inch of his skin and bones. It brought Chen Jie's body to its best state. Within just 3 minutes, 3 herbs had withered. It's time. Chen Jie then took out the 5 medium crystals he had obtained today, along with some ordinary crystals. He gathered them all together. With his right hand extended, he focused his mind, and the energy of these crystals surged into Chen Jie's body like a raging river. Suddenly, Chen Jie's body began to glow with a golden light, and a beam of yellow gold rose from his body. His aura skyrocketed. A moment later, he jumped directly from the mid-6th level to the peak of the 6th level. He was only a layer away from breaking through to the 7th level. The impact of the energy is still far from enough. Chen Jie gritted his teeth and increased the speed of energy absorption. Typically, 6th level awakeners could only consume 1 medium crystal at a time. Large-scale absorption would help break through levels, but it also posed the risk of overwhelming the body and dying. But Chen Jie took a different approach. He directly absorbed 5 crystals and further increased the absorption rate. If others saw the scene, they would definitely think Chen Jie was a madman. Boom boom boom. The 5 crystals dimmed in an instant, turning to ashes. The immense energy completely flowed into Chen Jie's body. Chen Jie felt the thin membrane inside him slowly crumbling. Chapter 52, The Appearance of the 10th Level Abnormal Monster. In the middle of the night, Chen Jie's body finally started to move. A powerful energy field erupted from Chen Jie. Boom! Chen Jie's energy surged, causing the space around him to freeze. The membrane that had been impacting within him was successfully broken through by Chen Jie. He advanced to level 7 awakened. At this stage, Chen Jie felt the energy within him, flowing endlessly, inexhaustible. No wonder the magic ape he encountered in the secret realm was so difficult to deal with. So this is the energy level of the 7th level. Xiao Jie. You leveled up again. Outside the door, Xiaolu heard the sounds and rushed to care for Chen Jie. That's right, I've advanced to level 7. Wanru, hurry, and come in. Chen Jie felt the surging energy within him and was overjoyed. Hearing Chen Jie's call, Xiaolu pushed the door open and walked in. She was holding a bowl of yam porridge that she had personally made. Chen Jie had not eaten anything all night in order to break through, and Xiaolu was worried he would go hungry. As soon as Xiaolu entered, a wave of fragrance followed her in. Xiaolu had just taken a shower, and the scent of body wash lingered on her. She was wearing only a small camisole. Xiao Jie, drink this porridge. You haven't eaten all day. Xiaolu kindly helped Chen Jie blow on the porridge. Chen Jie took the porridge but did not rush to eat. Instead, he placed it on the table. Why aren't you hungry? Xiaolu asked. I'm hungry, but I want to eat you first. Chen Jie had just absorbed a large amount of energy and wanted to share some with Xiaolu. He picked Xiaolu up and began to transfer energy to her. Over a week had passed since the end of the world began. Before, there had only been ripples on the ground. Little did they know, beneath the sea, dark tides were also surging. In the East China Sea region of Longhua, the customs control was flashing red lights all night. Alert, alert! A powerful unknown life form is approaching. In the monitoring room, the broadcast continued to ring out. Quick! East Sea number 333, a powerful life form has appeared, urgently evacuate the civilians. The monitor operator picked up the radio and shouted. Just as he shouted, the screen above the monitoring room changed again. Originally, there were only 1 or 2 red dots on the screen, but suddenly, a large number of red dots appeared. It was as if they wanted to fill the entire screen. No! It's not just 1 or 2 life forms, they are in groups. This should be the abnormal monsters landing at the same time. This is a monster tide, it must be reported quickly. Calling headquarters, calling headquarters? In the monitoring room, everyone was sweating profusely, it was their first time encountering such a terrifying situation. Earlier, there were occasionally one or two marine abnormal monsters washed ashore. However, those were only ordinary small abnormal monsters. The super awakened ones on the coast easily dealt with them. But now, thousands were coming. Moreover, some of these life forms showed energy fluctuations exceeding the 7th level of awakening. At that moment, Longguo was in danger. Roar! 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 Countless marine abnormal monsters surged ashore in a single night. At the same time, they triggered a tsunami. The powerful tsunami destroyed the surrounding marine structures entirely. Those abnormal monsters rushed forward in a swarm. Countless crimson eyes stared at the coastal residents and charged towards them. Bang! A family that was still sound asleep suddenly had their window smashed open. A mutated sea octopus with fangs extended its numerous tentacles, binding the people inside the house. My child! Mom, help me, Mom! Ah! Monster! The coastal area of Longguo instantly fell into chaos. The brief peace formed after the appearance of the super awakened was instantly shattered. The Longguo command center received the news. They quickly dispatched a large number of forces amidst the end of the world. Rescued, usable fighter jets. It must be said. Even after the Dragon Kingdom experienced the distortion catastrophe, it still maintained powerful combat strength. After receiving danger information, just the number of fighter jets that rushed to the coast was in the hundreds. These fighter jets carried tons of missiles. Upon reaching the coast, they targeted the larger mutated monsters charging ashore. Then, they launched their missiles. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The missiles formed a massive web, pouncing on the mutated monsters. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, fireworks lit up the coastline. However, after the explosions, the combat personnel found that these ordinary shells had little effect on the mutated monsters. The smaller, lower-tier mutated monsters could still be killed. But against those large mutated monsters, they had no impact at all. Calling headquarters, the mutated monster group has reached dragon level. The fighter pilots urgently reported the frontline situation to headquarters. They had never encountered such a large number of mutated monsters before. Initial estimates suggested that if these marine mutated monsters were allowed to rush ashore and flood into the Dragon Kingdom, it could result in a catastrophic threat to the Dragon Kingdom. Sora Sora. Suddenly, a strange song echoed in the sky. Under the influence of this song, the mutated monsters became even more frenzied, charging toward the shore as if high on hormones. Illumination flare. A fighter jet bravely flew through the swarm of mutated monsters, dropping an illumination flare at the source of the song. Instantly, a bright white light flashed across the sky. It illuminated the location where the song was coming from. At this moment, everyone could see what could possibly be the mastermind behind it all. A mermaid, several hundred meters tall, stood upon the waves. Her eyes were blood red, her jagged fangs bared, her claws waved frantically as she sang. Numerous marine mutated monsters surged ashore under the influence of this mermaid monster. The fighter jets recorded the video and quickly transmitted it back to Dragon Kingdom headquarters. This mutated monster is controlling those ordinary marine mutants. Taking her down will solve this crisis. What is her strength? According to reports from the Marine Energy Monitoring Station, this mutated monster's strength is approximately at the level of a 10-tier awakener. Even possibly stronger. As the strength of the mutated monster was introduced, everyone in the Dragon Kingdom Command Center fell into silence. 10-tier awakener. In the official ranks of the Dragon Kingdom, Elder Joe was only a 9-tier super awakener. To advance to the next awakener tier required an unfathomable number of spirit crystals. And now, they were directly facing a 10-tier or even stronger mutated monster. Was heaven trying to destroy the Dragon Kingdom? Can we attempt a nuclear strike? The commander of the Dragon Kingdom's strategic missile unit spoke up. Chapter 53, Battle with the Seahorse Monster. Since the apocalypse began, even though electronic facilities were destroyed, many scientists and workers, through their combined efforts, had managed to restore quite a lot. Now nuclear strikes could even be used. However, they could not be used in large quantities. Do we have confidence in using a nuclear strike against this marine monster? This is humanity's last hope. A voice chimed in, and everyone fell silent. Just as everyone was silent, news came from the seaside. Report to headquarters, the monster has retreated. However, there are still some ordinary mutated monsters remaining. Requesting support from headquarters. The 10-tier mutated monster retreated? Why? Could it be that its appearance was just for show? A cloud of confusion settled over everyone. However, the urgent matter at hand was not to discuss this, but to quickly resolve the mutated monsters at the seaside. They absolutely could not let them endanger the safety of the people. Ordinary missiles are ineffective against them. Send out our awakeners. Arrive at the seaside to fight. At the same time, notify all awakened ones that can be reached to join in defending the Dragon Kingdom in this battle. The strategic commander decisively issued the order. No matter what that level 10 distorted monster's purpose is. Right now, the most important thing is to clear away those other tier distorted monsters to prevent them from harming the people of the Dragon Kingdom. In just 2 days, the Dragon Kingdom gathered a large number of super martial awakened ones, coming together at the seaside to deal with the distorted monsters. Because Jiang province is also relatively close to the sea, Chen Jie also led his group to join the battle. The higher-ups of the Dragon Kingdom stipulated that as long as one participates in resisting the distorted monsters at the seaside, all crystals obtained would belong to the awakened ones themselves. Chen Jie mixed in with the team that was slaughtering the underwater distorted monsters, specifically targeting those powerful distorted monsters. On the entire battlefield, Chen Jie became the shining one. Little Jie. There's a level 7 distorted seahorse monster. Xiaolu wielded her green-scaled sword, slashing around. At the same time, she reminded Chen Jie. This monster was covered in spikes, its eyes bulging out like binoculars. The powerful aura of the seahorse monster forced Xiaolu, who had already reached the peak of level 5, to retreat. This could be said to be the strongest distorted monster encountered on the whole battlefield. The appearance of this level 7 seahorse monster scared the awakened ones and forced them to retreat. They had at least come to the coast to get some spirit crystals. It wasn't worth risking their lives against such a large distorted monster for these few crystals. Similarly, to minimize losses, the authorities also issued a retreat plan. Monsters of this level wouldn't be something ordinary super martial awakened ones could fight against. Just when everyone was retreating repeatedly, a person stood out, completely opposite to where everyone was fleeing. This person was Chen Jie. In his eyes, this seahorse monster looked more like a huge spirit crystal. Is this kid crazy? The one ahead is a level 7 ocean distorted monster. It could squash us with one slap. Why is he still walking towards this monster? Oh, what a pity, such a young life. When I was young, I was just as passionate as him. No, he seems to be Chen Jie from the Dragon Slashing Group. I recognize him, he is said to be the strongest awakened one in Jiang province. What strongest awakened one? This is a level 7 distorted monster, no matter how strong, it could still be a single slap's matter. Everyone looked at Chen Jie's figure, surprised. More people thought that Chen Jie was just going to his death. On the observation tower by the coast, Elder Zhou had personally arrived on the battlefield. Seeing the appearance of the seahorse monster, he originally intended to intervene. Until he saw Chen Jie. This young man must be the one specifically wanted by Sakura country. Truly, he is a talent of our Dragon Kingdom. All alone, he dares to charge towards this level 7 distorted monster. Impressive. Elder Zhou praised Chen Jie generously, his eyes filled with admiration for him. He is also level 7. His assistant reminded him. I know, no need for you to remind me. But don't you think that even being of the same level 7, he still stood up while risking possible downfall? Isn't that spirit of standing in front of the Dragon Kingdom very commendable? Elder Zhou glanced at the assistant, continuing to look at Chen Jie with respect. Right now, it is the end of the world. In this apocalypse, there are not many people like Chen Jie who can selflessly dedicate themselves. At that time, deciding to tear faces with Sakura country and protecting Chen Jie was certainly the right choice. However, for Chen Jie, he didn't feel so much nobility. He just thought that it was not easy to encounter a slightly stronger distorted monster. He could obtain better spirit crystals. This opportunity should not be easily missed. Roar! The seahorse monster sensed Chen Jie's shape and immediately responded. He could sense that the human before him possessed the ability to kill him. Chen Jie did not pay attention to the seahorse monster's roar. Instead, he summoned the sky-splitting axe, stomped one foot on the ground, and charged forward. Like a shooting star, he crashed into the seahorse monster. Sky-splitting and earth-shattering. Chen Jie swung the sky-splitting axe, delivering a powerful horizontal strike, overwhelming energy sweeping away all the ordinary aberrant monsters around. A strong and sharp edge slashed towards the seahorse monster. The seahorse monster remained calm and suddenly tensed, its scales tightening all at once. It turned entirely golden. This was the seahorse monster's defensive talent. Golden armor. When in a crisis, the golden armor will actively tighten and significantly enhance its defense. Bang! Chen Jie's ferocious axe struck the opponent's golden armor. However, small cracks appeared on it. Such strong defense, no wonder it has reached the 7th tier of aberrant monsters. Chen Jie's attack failed to succeed. He retreated 2 steps, reassessing the seahorse monster. Just then, the seahorse monster seized the opportunity, its cylindrical mouth spewing out 2 streams of black liquid. Even during its flight, the liquid made crackling sounds. The energy contained within was astonishing. To avoid this attack, Chen Jie immediately activated the speed of light flash. Transforming into a streak of light, he dodged the opponent's black liquid. Sizzle. This black liquid splashed onto the ground, instantly corroding a 50-meter wide hole. Such a powerful liquid attack. Chen Jie looked at the seahorse monster, becoming even more vigilant. This seahorse monster was indeed very strong. Not only did it possess formidable attack power, but its defensive ability was also not weak. At least for now, Chen Jie had yet to think of a way to break through its defenses and harm it. Chapter 54, The Dragon Country Needs You to Become Hope. Damn, this young man's attack doesn't seem to pose a threat to the seahorse monster. Should we go help him? Are you crazy? This is a 7th tier mechanical transformation monster, you would be nothing but a slap to it. I said this young man going up is a dead end. Sigh, young people really shouldn't be too impulsive. The awakened ones, retreated far away, were saying these sarcastic words. In the tomb, everyone felt uneasy as if they wanted to see others fall into danger. Watching Chen Jie struggle against the seahorse monster, old Zhou in the distance clenched his fists, ready to strike at any moment. Excellent youths like Chen Jie were becoming rare in China. No matter what, he could not let Chen Jie fall in this battle. Moreover, old Zhou had already thought about how to cultivate Chen Jie in the future to make him the strongest warrior of the dragon country. Then, what happened next made everyone hold their breath. Chen Jie summoned 2 soaring golden dragons. Roar! The golden dragons circled in the air, roaring, then poured their power into Chen Jie's sky-splitting axe. This method of using mimicry battle spirits was something most had never seen before. Of course, among them, awakened ones could not attach mimicry battle spirits to weapons to increase combat power. Vroom vroom vroom. The sky-splitting axe in Chen Jie's hands hummed, seemingly eager to split the seahorse monster in half. The seahorse monster in front also sensed something was off and quickly spat out powerful streams of black liquid. The speed was incredibly fast. After just a few quick moves, all the seahorse monster's attacks were evaded. Then Chen Jie rushed out from the side, slashing horizontally at the seahorse monster's massive body. The seahorse monster quickly stretched out its hand to block. With a loud clang, it directly severed its hand while leaving a horrifying crack on the seahorse monster's body. Indeed, adding the mimicry battle spirit. I can understand your feelings. This human is a bit abnormal. The seahorse monster panicked and quickly turned to run. Why are you thinking of running away now? Sorry, it's too late. Chen Jie directly leaped into the air. Accompanied by the red killing god domain, it instantly spread out, rapidly pouncing towards the seahorse monster. The seahorse monster was fairly quick. However, it was still tightly controlled by Chen Jie's killing god domain. In an instant, its body became briefly stiff. But this was enough. Chen Jie raised the heaven opening axe in his hand, gathering a powerful move. Final heaven opening and earth splitting. After reaching the 7th tier, Chen Jie's ultimate move began to show its complete phantom. Boom! The heaven opening axe fell from the sky. All surrounding objects were turned upside down. Swish! Bang bang bang! The heaven opening axe ruthlessly cut through the seahorse monster's body. Even the distant ocean was split apart by the power carried by the heaven opening axe. The seawater was divided into 2 enormous blue walls. Chen Jie retracted the heaven opening axe, and the distant seahorse monster instantly fell into 2 halves, its body slowly collapsing. My god, this young man is terrifying, a 7th tier aberration monster, yet it's like paper in his hands. Wait, what's his name? Chen Jie. Does the big shot need any leg ornaments? The move just now was really too powerful. I felt like the entire space froze. That move is so cool. Boss, I want to learn it. After defeating the 7th tier aberration monster, everyone's attitude made a complete 180-degree turn. At this moment, all the awakeners present cheered. All the awakeners looked at Chen Jie's towering figure with admiration. After simply tidying up the battlefield, Chen Jie was invited into an office building by the officials. Just standing outside a certain office door, Chen Jie could already feel the powerful pressure from the people inside. In Longwa, there are indeed some powerful awakeners. However, those are all high-ranking officials. Could it be that the official has already paid attention to his kill of the 7th tier aberration monster? Chen Jie calmly knocked on the door. Please come in. A voice full of authority came from inside. Chen Jie gently pushed the door open. A military officer in uniform immediately appeared before him. Chen Jie has always held respect for soldiers. In the apocalypse, almost everyone lives for themselves. Only they live for the citizens of Longwa. Living to defend Longwa. You are Chen Jie, right? Old Zhou asked kindly. Yes. Chen Jie nodded. Please take a seat. Old Zhou extended his hand, gesturing for Chen Jie to sit down. Chen Jie pulled out a chair and sat down. I wonder why you're looking for me? Chen Jie took the initiative to ask. He knew that this person in front of him was definitely not simple. Not only was he covered in metals, but the energy he carried was also not beneath his own. Comrade Chen. I am Zhou Anhua. I invited you here to ask if you have any thoughts about joining the army. Right now, aberration monsters are rampant in Longwa, and we must unite to fight against them together. Your talent is incredibly strong, the country needs you, the people of Longwa need you. Old Zhou's expression was somewhat excited, even with tears in his eyes. He thought of the suffering people of Longwa. He desperately hoped to rescue the people from their suffering. So, every time he encountered a powerful awakener, he did everything he could to recruit them. To join the ranks of repelling the aberration monsters and saving Longwa. Especially for precious talents like Chen Jie, he was even more eager to recruit. Chen Jie looked at the passionate gaze of the other, and in his heart, he actually felt very reluctant to refuse. However, he was already used to freedom. He did not wish to be bound by any forces. Even if standing on the side of absolute justice. Officer Zhou. But, I am a person who is used to being carefree, and I might not be suitable to join the army. Of course, dealing with distorted monsters and protecting our homeland is a responsibility that every citizen of Dragon Country must uphold. I will definitely contribute my share. Chen Jie politely declined, but left some room for future possibilities. Old Zhou listened carefully to Chen Jie's words and understood his meaning. After pondering for a moment, Old Zhou nodded. Your will, I respect. However, may I ask you for one thing? Old Zhou's eyes were filled with hope. Of course. Chen Jie nodded in agreement. For a military officer who serves the country and the people, he had no reason to refuse such a request. Comrade Chen, the best way to solve difficulties is through hope. A talented person like you is needed by Dragon Country to become that hope. So, I want you to give a nationwide speech as a representative of the young awakened generation. Awaken the hope of Dragon Country. Chapter 55, 8th Order Abnormal Monster. Old Zhou's gaze was full of anticipation, believing that as long as Chen Jie was willing to appear, he could surely uplift the spirits of the awakened in Dragon Country. Whether it was Chen Jie's current ranking or his recent fame after defeating the 7th Order Seahorse monster, both were points that could motivate many awakened people in Dragon Country. Moreover, this speech's main purpose for Old Zhou was to establish a heroic image in Dragon Country. A country that wants to be strong and continue developing needs a hero to survive in the apocalypse. And Chen Jie happened to be the most suitable candidate. Alright, I agree. Chen Jie thought briefly and agreed. Ha ha ha, great. Of course, I won't let you work for nothing, I have a small gift for you. Old Zhou was overjoyed. He quickly opened the drawer under the desk and took out a necklace. This necklace had a red ruby in the center, and the rest of the chain was made of exquisite silver rings. The moment the necklace came out, Chen Jie immediately noticed the ruby on it. The energy emitted by this gem even caused him some interference. This ruby on the necklace was taken from the body of an 8th Order Tyrannosaurus that I killed. Wearing it, calmness and peace will be maintained no matter how chaotic the situation is. Additionally, it will provide you with a 10% boost in power, making the strength you generate when wielding your axe even greater. Old Zhou proudly introduced the necklace to Chen Jie. He had always regarded this necklace as a treasure, not even wearing it himself. He had preserved it well, but today, he presented it to Chen Jie. This showed how much he valued Chen Jie. Then I must thank Old Zhou for your kindness. Chen Jie smiled as he accepted the necklace, expressing his gratitude repeatedly. The necklace's ability to maintain calmness was somewhat of a luxury for him. Because, with his special ability of the primordial cleansing energy, no crisis could ever throw him into panic. He could always remain clear-headed. However, the 10% power boost from this necklace did entice him. If this 10% were applied when he wielded the open sky axe, the resulting strength would significantly increase. Afterward, Old Zhou talked with Chen Jie about the hardships Dragon Country was currently facing. He then escorted Chen Jie out of the office. Chen Jie couldn't help but sigh at Old Zhou's devotion to Dragon Country. He was truly someone worthy of Chen Jie's respect. This land of Dragon Country has never lacked great individuals who genuinely care for the nation and its people. The next day, Old Zhou contacted the publicity department to set up a speech venue specifically for Chen Jie. Several cameras aimed at Chen Jie, simultaneously broadcasting nationwide. After a period of emergency repairs, many areas in Dragon Country had their communication restored quite well. 3:50 p.m. Chen Jie appeared in Long Nation, on all the information channels that still operated. The city's broken TV screens, crackling radios, or even the functioning mobile phones. At that moment, Chen Jie's voice was on all of them. This strange, young, powerful voice appeared for the first time in front of the many people of Long Nation.
Hello, people of Long Nation, good afternoon.
I am Chen Jie, a level 7 awakener from Long Nation. Chen Jie's voice was loud and strong. His name appeared in the hearts of the crowd for the first time. At this moment, I know that each one of you in Long Nation has suffered recently. A terrible disaster hit Long Nation. The calamity of the distorted monsters came upon us after that. Using the words that old Xiao had told him yesterday about the situation in Long Nation, Chen Jie rephrased it again. Every single word was filled with Chen Jie's emotions. It was extremely moving. Some people hid in their rooms, listening to Chen Jie's speech, unable to hold back their tears. In this apocalyptic disaster that lasted less than a month, they had endured too much.
Living in fear every day. Now finally, someone spoke for them, expressing these difficulties. Their suffering was brought to light. In that moment, all the heartache and grievances were released. This young man, Chen Jie, at this moment, truly walked into the hearts of most of them. After a painful recounting of heavy suffering, Chen Jie suddenly turned the tide, and his voice began to rise. Many hardships have already happened. In this apocalypse, I hope that capable awakeners bravely stand up, stand before Long Nation, raise their swords, and strike down those distorted monsters that destroy our mountains and rivers, harm our people. And I, Chen Jie,
am willing to defend Long Nation and vow to charge at the front line.
Ladies and gentlemen, will you raise your swords with me to slay the monsters?
At that moment, Chen Jie was like a spark, igniting the strong and unyielding spirit within all the people of Long Nation.
Boom! 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 Countless awakeners had boiling blood in their hearts. Most of them, at the beginning, thought that awakening their talents was merely to live better during the apocalypse. From Chen Jie's words, they seemed to find another meaning after awakening their abilities. Raise swords. Slash monsters. Protect the nation. Any normal descendant of Long Nation would feel their blood boiling after hearing this. After this speech, countless awakeners from all over Long Nation rushed to the coast. They engaged in battle. Together, they eliminated the distorted monsters ready to land on Long Nation's soil. For a moment, it was completely one-sided. A large number of distorted monsters were pushed back to the sea by the crowd. And they saw that hero who had inspired them earlier. Chen Jie wielded the sky axe, standing at the front line of the nation's charge. Navigating through the battlefield, unstoppable, no one could block him. At this moment, Chen Jie truly became what old Xiao referred to as hope. Humans, you are too selfish. The land should also have a part of us. Just as the awakeners were in a melee with the distorted monsters, dark clouds roared above, and a terrifying shadow emerged from the sea. The crowd looked up. Before them stood a distorted monster, over 1,000 meters tall, with crab-like arms and a serpent-like body, staring down at them with vengeful eyes. This is an 8th-level distorted monster, retreat quickly. The command center immediately sent out the message. The crab-snake monster gathered a huge fireball above its head, and without hesitation, fired it towards the human awakener camp. Boom! Ah! Help! Run! We are no match for it. In an instant, the awakeners of Long Nation suffered heavy casualties. Chapter 56, Wait for my triumphant return. Retreat quickly, we will send out strong fighters to deal with this monster. The commander shouted to the awakeners. Suddenly, the crab monster's claws flashed fiercely. It created a white light, as fast as lightning, piercing through her body. Puff! Blood sprayed directly into the air. The commander has fallen. Quickly retreat. Many awakeners instantly panicked, frantically fleeing backward. In front of the 8th-tier mutated monster, they seemed like ants. And that crab monster appeared to relish this wanton slaughter. It continuously gathered fireballs, constantly spitting them toward the awakener's rear. Each eruption would claim the lives of 5 or 6 awakeners on the spot. Awakeners of higher tiers, even if they could dodge, would still be affected by its fireballs. Some would be stunned into shock, others would be burned through their skin. The attacks of the 8th-tier mutated monster looked simple and unadorned. But the energy contained in each attack was no less than that of a heavy artillery shell. When everyone rushed to a safe distance from the coastline, they thought they were safe. Suddenly, the crab monster roared. Humans, don't even think about escaping. Instantly, the red gem above its head shone with dazzling light. This light covered the entire coastline and formed an indestructible shield. This is a domain lock. The crab monster wanted to kill all the awakeners present. What do we do? We're trapped. This monster has no intention of letting us go. I have a wife waiting for me at home. This shield is impossible to break. We can only fight to the death. Don't laugh at the drunk lying on the battlefield. Throughout history, how many have returned from war? I'll fight to the end. An 8th-tier mutated monster. 8th tier. Even if we go in, we're just sending ourselves to death. Do we really have to go? Among these awakeners, some shouted in despair. Others remained calm, determined to fight against the 8th tier crab monster. Faced with the powerful mutated monster, they knew that whatever choice they made, they could not escape death. It was just that the manner of their death could be more elegant. However, among this group of people, there was also Chenjia. With his speed, he could definitely escape from this place when the crab monster released its barrier. But Xiao was also among them. He could not leave. Moreover, even when facing an 8th tier mutated monster, he might not be unable to fight back. Wanru, stay back with the others. I'll deal with this crab monster. Chenjia said, gently patting Xiao Wanru's head. Xiao Jia, this is an 8th tier mutated monster. Isn't it too dangerous? I'm scared. Xiao Wanru looked at Chenjia, her eyes full of worry and concern. She didn't want Chenjia to bear too much. When she heard Chenjia give his speech before, she was initially happy. Because her man had become a hero in the hearts of everyone in Long Country. But soon enough, she regretted it. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, she knew Chenjia would bear more burdens. Compared to honor, Xiao Wanru hoped Chenjia could live more easily, more happily. Don't worry, wait for me to return victorious. Chenjia smiled lightly, pinching Xiao Wanru's cheek. Then, he turned and transformed into a golden light, soaring into the sky. This was his first time facing an 8th tier mutated monster. Everyone, retreat behind me. Just as everyone sank into despair, Chenjia's resounding voice rang out. This voice became a steady reassurance in everyone's heart. Everyone, look. It's Chenjia. Our hero from Long Country. We're saved. He will definitely defeat the 8th tier monster and rescue us. But Chenjia is only 7th tier. That monster's power has reached 8th tier, can he really do it? Everyone looked at Chenjia's majestic figure in the sky, their hearts filled with mixed feelings. He was indeed the belief in everyone's heart. But the enemy was simply too strong. Once they were defeated, they would have to bear the pain of their beliefs collapsing in that instant. But, no matter what, when facing danger, Chenjia stood resolutely in front of them. At this moment, the image of Chenjia in everyone's heart was already incredibly tall. Ha! A 7th tier awakened human dares to oppose me. This is truly too ridiculous. The crab monster sneered. It also came from the 7th tier, and it knew how vast the gap was with just a 1 tier difference. To rise to the 8th tier, it swallowed over hundreds of thousands of lives at the bottom of the sea just to accumulate enough energy to break through. How could the life energy of hundreds of thousands be resisted by just one human, Chenjia? Ridiculous? Wait until I twist your head off, then you won't be laughing. Chenjia remained calm, raising the open sky axe towards the crab monster. Indeed, the opponent was 1 tier higher than him. But don't forget, he had eaten the evolution fruit and had undergone a second evolution. He was far from an ordinary 7th tier. Now, facing this 8th tier aberration, he admitted the opponent was strong. That didn't mean he was afraid. Arrogant. The crab monster shouted loudly, gathering a ball of flames and spitting it out at Chenjia. That fireball was extremely hot. Before it even approached, Chenjia could already feel its terrifying heat. Lightspeed flash. In an instant, Chenjia transformed into a beam of light, dodging the fireball. Then, he focused on the side of the crab monster, swiftly slicing through with a white light. Whoosh! The white light was also incredibly fast. The large 8th tier crab monster could not dodge at all. Boom! The attack hit the crab monster, but it only left a white mark behind. No substantial damage was done. Chenjia had anticipated this. When dealing with these high-level aberrations, every tier increase multiplied the monster's defense. So, they could not be viewed through normal reasoning. Especially since this crab monster possessed defensive traits stemming from its crab mutation, its defense was extremely high. Seeing the fireball miss Chenjia, the crab monster quickly changed strategies. It lifted its 2 massive crab claws, its round eyes focusing in on Chenjia's position. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 crab claws attacked from both sides, swinging with wind, aiming to slice Chenjia in half. Chenjia swiftly dodged to the left. He avoided one strike, but an attack from behind closed in fast. With no time to dodge, he could only raise the open sky axe to clash with the opponent. Boom! The crab monster's force was overwhelming. Chenjia was sent back 3 meters. What tremendous strength! Chenjia coldly regarded the crab claws. Next, he would have to disarm this monster. Chenjia shook his body, unleashing a torrent of golden energy, and the open sky axe slowly rose. The shimmering energy on him gradually flowed into the open sky axe. Chapter 57, Slaying the Crab Monster. Having absorbed the powerful energy within Chenjia, the shape of the open sky axe began to swell.
It directly covered half the sky. It was even the same size as the crab monster. Why do I feel the bloodline within me is restrained by this human brat's weapon? The crab monster felt a surge of fear inside itself, and thoughts of retreat emerged. It had dominated the depths of the sea, and aside from a few freakish monsters, nothing had made it feel this way before. You think you can suppress me just with that? The crab monster roared. Facing the increasingly powerful open sky axe above Chen Jie's head, the crab monster began to gather energy in its mouth. Suddenly, a dark lightning ball appeared in its mouth. This lightning ball's energy was constantly being compressed, poised to explode the moment it was released. This was also one of its talents, Dark Lightning Ball. One of the characteristics of the Dark Lightning Ball was to devour energy. In other words, during enemy collisions, it could absorb the opponent's energy. Die. Chen Jie frowned, slowly bringing his hand down. The giant open sky axe in the sky followed Chen Jie's hand, slowly descending. Its speed was not fast, but relying on its massive size. The opponent could not escape at all. Then let's try it, who is the master of this realm. In an instant, the crab monster shot out the dark thunder sphere from its mouth. The heaven-opening axe collided with the dark thunder sphere. The whole sky was instantly divided into a yellow side and a pitch-black side. The dark thunder sphere, which was originally small, kept expanding and stirring up gusts of wind. It was absorbing energy. How long can your axe hold up? The crab monster added another burst of energy to the black thunder sphere, and suddenly its size doubled. From the looks of it, it was somewhat suppressing the heaven-opening axe of Chen Jie. The reason this thunder sphere can match the heaven-opening axe is mainly because it can continuously absorb energy, right? Chen Jie coldly looked at the thunder sphere in the sky. Good, then let your thunder sphere see who can consume more. Chen Jie roared, summoning the simulated battle spirit of Chaos Chi. As soon as the Chaos Chi appeared, it transformed into two golden dragons, swirling around and roaring as they charged into the sky. Instantly, the entire sky was illuminated in gold. Then, the golden dragons opened their massive mouths, frantically seizing the energy that originally belonged to the Dark Thunder Sphere. What is this? Its devouring ability is so strong. The moment the Chaos Chi emerged, the crab monster's eyes widened in shock. He sensed that the Chaos Chi completely countered his Dark Sphere's existence. Anyone who offends my dragon country shall be slain. Seeing that the Thunder Sphere was almost dissipated, Chen Jie formed his fingers into a sword, injecting the power of the Killing God domain into the heaven-opening axe. The heaven-opening axe, which was still in a standoff with the Thunder Sphere, suddenly went berserk. Dark red lightning appeared around, producing a power many times stronger than the lightning inside the sphere. Crack! The crab monster's Dark Thunder Sphere showed fine cracks. Impossible, I can't lose. Suddenly, the crab monster stood up from the seabed, its lower body as big as a military base. The body below, as sturdy as steel, was supported by countless legs. The crab monster's belly shrank, and it spat out dark energy toward the sky, clearly showing that it was pushing itself to the limit. However, no matter how it emitted energy, in front of the heaven-opening axe that Chen Jie wielded, it was completely insufficient. Boom! A loud bang echoed in the air, and the crab monster's thunder sphere completely shattered. No! The crab monster shouted in despair. The sharp heaven-opening axe came down directly toward him. Whoosh! The heaven-opening axe sliced through the crab monster's head, splitting it in two. Bang! The two halves of the crab monster's corpse slowly fell, causing waves. The shield in the sky dissipated as well. The 8th-tier mutated monster also fell under the heaven-opening axe in Chen Jie's hand. With the sharpness of the heaven-opening axe, Chen Jie felt that even a 9th-tier mutated monster could possibly be cut open by it. Chen Jie has won. He has defeated the 8th-tier mutated monster. We are saved. Chen Jie is the hero of our dragon country. Thank you, Chen Jie, for saving my life. I am willing to follow you for a lifetime. So strong, Chen Jie. I want to bear you many monkeys. Where did this fool come from? Go away. Our big brother is happily with his sister-in-law. The many awakened ones below looked up at Chen Jie. They were filled with gratitude and admiration for him. This hero of the dragon country. The hope of the dragon country. He really did it, charging at the front line to kill the mutated monsters. When the people of dragon country faced danger, he was the strongest barrier. Chen Jie turned to look at the excited awakened ones. Instantly, waves of cheers erupted. Brother Chen! Look at my brother Chen! My brother Chen is so handsome! That last swing not only split the 8th-tier mutated monster but also split my heart. From now on, I belong to brother Chen. Boss Chen, take me in. Among these awakened ones, the male awakens were even more excited than the female awakens. If it weren't for the fact that they didn't have the talent to ascend, they would all want to rush up and give Chen Jie a hug. Chen Jie waved his hand at them. Then, he sheathed the open sky axe and flew towards the body of the crab monster. An 8th-tier distorted monster was sure to yield quite a few good things. As soon as he got close, a strong smell of blood rushed at him from the crab monster's body. Its organs had completely turned to steel, and blood continued to flow from it. At the head position, a golden sphere slowly rose. The energy contained in it was very rich. As soon as Chen Jie approached, he felt a warm sensation. This is a high-level spirit crystal. Chen Jie had an impression of the high-level spirit crystal. It was different from the ordinary primary spirit crystal. They were all diamond-shaped, but only the high-level spirit crystal was round and radiated warmth. Chen Jie felt slightly excited as he stored the high-level spirit crystal away. The moment he touched the high-level spirit crystal, Chen Jie's spirit was jolted. The energy fluctuation was incredibly strong. After putting away the spirit crystal, Chen Jie immediately summoned his shapeshifting battle spirit. Devour it! The body of the 8th-tier distorted monster was a significant boost for the shapeshifting battle spirit. As soon as the shapeshifting battle spirit emerged and saw such a feast, it trembled with excitement and directly charged in, tightly wrapping around the crab monster's body. It took a full 3 minutes for the primal chaos energy to completely devour the crab monster. Afterward, the aura of the primal chaos energy strengthened by a third. Next time, if the primal chaos energy were injected into the open sky axe, its might would definitely undergo another qualitative leap. Chapter 58, Cherry Country declares war. After dealing with the crab monster, the distorted monsters on the coast began to slowly retreat. However, it is unknown when they will return in the future. Thank you all for contributing your strength to defend Long Nation. Long Nation will forever remember you. Regarding rewards, after official statistics, we will certainly provide merit rewards. Old Zhou stood in front of everyone, hands behind his back, loudly announcing. He felt gratified that under Chen Jie's leadership, those scattered awakens had united together. Together they fought against the distorted monsters. Long Nation has a hope of completely eliminating the distorted monsters and restoring peace. But the only thing worrying old Zhou was that 10th-tier distorted mermaid. This battle was led by her. In the end, they would surely encounter her. As for the fate of Long Nation, it truly was precarious. The battle ended. Chen Jie led his team back to the dragon-slaying group to rest. After this war, the awakens of the dragon-slaying group had gained a lot of improvement. Those who were originally Tier 3 awakened had basically upgraded to Tier 4. As for those Tier 4 awakened, many had already reached their peak. Breaking into Tier 5 was also just around the corner. At the same time, as Chen Jie's fame rose, many other awakens actively joined the dragon-slaying group. Now the dragon-slaying group had over 300 awakens alone. It could be considered overwhelming power. You all worked hard. Rest well, only then can we continue to grow and strengthen. On the rooftop of the building, Chen Jie stood straight and said seriously. Chen Jie's voice was filled with encouragement, filling everyone's hearts with fighting spirit. Good. Everyone echoed in unison, their voices loud. Since Chen Jie became the hope of Long Nation, people felt that joining the dragon-slaying group was a great honor. After calming the awakened ones under him, Chen Jie suddenly felt fatigued. He returned to his room and took a quick shower. Then he dove into his bed. Suddenly, Chen Jie heard a soft moan from Xiaolu. Earlier, while Chen Jie was showering, Xiaolu had already hidden in the quilt. Wanru, when did you? Before Chen Jie could finish, the quilt revealed Xiaolu's playful face. Shoo! Don't speak, today. I wore what you like. Xiaolu said softly. What I like? Chen Jie curiously lifted a part of the quilt, revealing a black silk that wrapped around infinite temptation. So it's this. Chen Jie became excited and threw the quilt aside, pouncing forward. Tonight, it was destined that he could not rest well. Just in one night, Chen Jie's name appeared again before the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Countless television screens showed Chen Jie standing in front of many awakened ones, blocking the 8th-level distorted monsters. The open sky axe floated above Chen Jie, pouring in magnificent golden energy. Those who offend the Dragon Kingdom must be slain. Immediately after, the 8th-level distorted monster, like a towering skyscraper, was split in half. Handsome. Dominant. Making people submit. Chen Jie's image suddenly became incredibly grand in the hearts of everyone in the country. That open sky axe dispelled everyone's fear of distorted monsters. His resounding voice ignited hope for survival in the hearts of the people. This is the strength of a model, the strength of a hero. That night, even the low-level awakened ones initiated a rebellion. A rebellion against the distorted monsters that harmed them. Even ordinary people no longer feared distorted monsters and fought back fiercely. The distorted monsters were all bewildered. Why are humans so brutal now? at the higher-ups of the Sakura Kingdom.
What? The Dragon Kingdom actually made Qianjie a hero?
They not only ignored our demands but also supported Qianjie.
Unforgivable, the Dragon Kingdom doesn't take us seriously at all. Qianjie must pay the price. The higher-ups of the Sakura Kingdom were discussing ceaselessly.
In an instant, they could not accept the fact that Qianjie had become a hero of the Dragon Kingdom. And now, the Dragon Kingdom had built Qianjie into a hero.
Isn't this looking down on the Sakura Kingdom?
It was clear that the Dragon Kingdom simply did not regard the Sakura Kingdom as equals. The leader of the Sakura Kingdom, Sasaki, sat quietly in the middle, with none of his previous madness.
He was just waiting quietly. Until our 5 emperors and 10 royal warriors are back. A Sakura Kingdom guard burst in, emotionally shouting. The 5 emperors and 10 royal warriors have returned. Immediately, the previously noisy high-ups all quieted down.
They stood in an orderly manner on both sides, waiting for the 15 warriors of the Sakura Kingdom to enter.
They represented the strongest awakened ones of the Sakura Kingdom. Clank, clank, clank. The sound of armor echoed neatly and orderly in the hall.
After a while, 15 strong warriors with energy swirling around them walked in.
We pay our respects to your majesty. The 15 warriors knelt on one knee, bowing to Sasaki. Rise, my children, Sasaki said in a deep voice. Upon receiving the command, the 15 stood up.
Their unified gazes were fixed on Sasaki, not even glancing at anyone else. In this hall, it seemed that only Sasaki could enter their eyes.
Sasaki checked the 15 individuals slightly.
He suddenly burst into hearty laughter.
Great, great. Our 5 emperor-level warriors have reached the peak of the 7th level.
10 royal-level warriors, 3 have entered the 7th level, and 7 are at the peak of the 6th level.
We have hoped to regain face from the Dragon Kingdom. Sasaki looked at the 15 before him with full anticipation.
He thought to himself, no matter how strong Qianjie is, he is only at the initial stage of the 7th level.
And he possesses 8 7th-level warriors, along with 5 emperor-level awakeners. Sasaki did not believe that his 5 emperors and 10 royals could not take down Qianjie. 15 warriors, your return is just in time.
Sasaki recounted the recent happenings to the 15 warriors.
They had also only heard vaguely about Qianjie insulting their Sakura Kingdom.
Now, hearing Sasaki recounted in person, each one grew indignant.
Damn it! Where is this Qianjie? I want him to taste my warrior's blade and see if it is sharp enough. Your Majesty. As the captain of the Imperial level team, I request to battle. I also request to battle. Me too. These warriors all eagerly asked Sasaki for battle. Good, very good. Everyone, the chance to completely crush the Dragon Kingdom has come. Didn't they create this hero, Qianjie, this belief? Then we will knock this hero down like a dog.
Let him kneel and beg us for mercy. Send a message to the Dragon Kingdom, issue a challenge. Sasaki, filled with excitement, spoke with spittle flying.
Chapter 59, Single Fight Against the 5 Emperors and 10 Kings of Sakura.
The next day, the high-ranking officials of the Luo Kingdom received a war challenge from the Sakura Kingdom.
The person in charge was still Old Xiao. Due to Qianjie's special identity, he was also invited by Old Xiao to participate in the high-level meeting. After the attendees had arrived, the first speaker was Old Xiao. The Sakura Kingdom has issued a challenge to us.
This battle, we must accept. Old Xiao slowly turned his head, looking around at the people. Old Xiao, if we were to respond before the coastal aberrations appear, we could indeed fight back. However, due to the harassment by the aberrant monsters, most of our awakened above level 7 have gone to suppress various coastal areas. Now, there may only be 3 awakened above level 7 available. They are Li Guang, Zhu Kai, and Qianjie, the rest are peak level 6, and there are several of them.
The military department showed some difficulty.
If they send the awakened above level 7 to battle now and the deep-sea aberrant monsters launch a surprise attack, it would lead to a large number of casualties. He did not dare to gamble with the lives of the Luo Kingdom's people. Seeing the military department's predicament, Qianjie stood up.
Everyone, no need to frown like this. Qianjie glanced around.
All the higher-ups looked at him with some surprise.
The Sakura Kingdom issued this challenge, probably coming for me.
So, there's no need for such trouble, moving troops. I will single-handedly challenge their so-called 5 emperors and 10 kings. Qianjie's voice was calm, as if he were casually chatting with the higher-ups.
But this matter
yet stirred a great storm in everyone's hearts.
Qianjie alone, facing the opponent's 15 Imperial level and Royal level awakened warriors. It is known that the Royal level warriors of the Sakura Kingdom are equivalent to the epic level super warriors of the Luo Kingdom. As for Imperial level awakened warriors reaching level 7, they can even be equated to a god level catastrophe.
The 5 Imperial-level warriors on the other side pose a threat to a small nation. And Chen Jie actually wants to face off against 5 of them alone. Chen Jie, are you sure about this? Although I know you just killed an 8th-level aberrant monster a few days ago. However, after all, these are human awakened warriors, and there is a significant difference in combat and intelligence. You still have to conduct a wheel battle. I hope you consider this carefully. Old Zhou's expression was serious, spreading his hands to analyze it with Chen Jie. As a senior commander of the Luo Kingdom, he had never lost composure like this. However, in front of Chen Jie, he was indeed losing composure. He did not want any mishap to happen to Chen Jie. Old Zhou, I have already thought this through. After all, this started as a feud between me and the Sakura Kingdom. As for whether I can defeat the opponent, please believe in me. Even if thousands oppose me, I will go forward. Chen Jie stood tall, facing all the high-ranking officials present. Clap, clap. As soon as Chen Jie finished speaking, a loud applause filled the entire hall. The Luo Kingdom can have such determined young people. What is there to worry about surviving in the apocalypse? What is there to worry about clearing the aberrant monsters? What is there to worry about revival? Good, good, even if thousands oppose me, I will go forward. Chen Jie, go ahead, but remember, you are not alone. Behind you is our Luo Kingdom, and the entire Luo Kingdom's people. We all support you. Glorious is our Luo Kingdom. Today, challenging the 5 emperors and 10 kings of Sakura will surely be recorded in history. All the high-ranking officials stood up, clapping, saying passionately stirring words. Even as feelings deepened, tears glistened in the corners of the eyes. As a man of the Luo country, it should be this way. Not afraid of strong enemies, not afraid of dangers. Chen Jie has given them too much shock. This meeting ultimately ended in applause. Chen Jie also went back to prepare for battle. The 5 emperors and 10 princes of the Sakura country are about to arrive, he must be well prepared. Back in his room, Chen Jie took out the high-level spirit crystal for slaying the 8th-tier crab monster. This spirit crystal could probably elevate Chen Jie's rank to the mid-7th tier. Chen Jie estimated that facing 10 7th-tier warriors from the other side should not be a big problem at the mid-7th tier. After calming his mind and body, Chen Jie sat cross-legged on the bed, the high-level spirit crystal floating at his lower abdomen. The spirit crystal emitted powerful energy, surrounded by ribbon-like energy bodies. Start! Chen Jie extended his hands, slowly approaching the high-level spirit crystal. Gradually, the high-level spirit crystal slowly dissipated, completely merging into Chen Jie's body. Powerful energy roamed and fused within him. 10 minutes later. Huff! Chen Jie let out a long sigh. His aura had risen a few notches. He had successfully entered the mid-7th tier. Tomorrow, the 5 emperors and 10 princes of the Sakura country can come. Feeling exhausted, Chen Jie took a shower and slowly fell asleep. Knowing that Chen Jie had a big battle the next day, Xiao specially moved to the next room to sleep. The next day at noon, people from the Luo country and the Sakura country gathered at the Forgotten Island. This was the pre-agreed location. Luo country. Old Zhou, you really dare to fight. Sasaki looked at Old Zhou with a hidden knife in his smile and secretly used his talent to attack Old Zhou. What is there to be afraid of? Old Zhou remained calm and activated his talent to counterattack. The originally calm seawater suddenly saw strong winds arise. The sea began to surge, with waves crashing wildly against the rocks on the shore. After a minute of contest, Sasaki took a step back, ending the standoff. Cough, cough, who from your Luo country has come? Our Sakura country has sent 5 emperors and 10 princes. Sasaki proudly introduced their fighting strength. Before long, 15 majestic figures emerged behind him, each exuding an extraordinary aura. As for us? Our Luo country sends only one to challenge all of you from the Sakura country, the 5 emperors and 10 princes. Old Zhou smiled slightly. He made way, and Chen Jie's figure immediately appeared before the people of Sakura country. When the people of Sakura country saw Chen Jie, their expressions immediately changed. This person had publicly humiliated their Sakura country. You are Chen Jie? Sasaki asked knowingly, his eyes looking at Chen Jie as if gazing at a personal enemy. If it weren't for Old Zhou being there, he would have rushed forward to tear Chen Jie apart. Exactly. Even facing Sasaki, this old monster, Chen Jie did not fall behind at all. You Luo country are truly too arrogant, sending just one Chen Jie to challenge our 5 emperors and 10 princes of the Sakura country. Of course, it is your choice to do so. However, if there are casualties on either side, you cannot hold us accountable. Sasaki believed he had everything under control. Since Chen Jie was willing to court death, he was more than happy about it. Sasaki, swords and blades have no eyes. Casualties are very normal. However, your 5 emperors and 10 princes seem to be the entire foundation of your Sakura country. Old Zhou smiled and shook his head. It was as if warning Sasaki, if he lost today, Sakura country would surely perish. Chapter 60, Control the Weapons. Soon, both sides drew their lines. Shenjia from Luo country made his appearance. And the Sakura country dispatched their 5 emperors and 10 princes, showing no shame whatsoever. This battle was live-streamed by both countries. This was about the face of both nations. As long as one side lost, the other might never be able to lift their head again. Look, our hero Shenjia from Luo country is battling against the people of Sakura country. Wait, this seems a bit off. Why has our long country sent only one person? But there are a full 15 people on the other side. This Sakura country is simply shameless. We send one person and they want to attack? Moreover, it's a joint battle. The people from the Luo nation were all indignant for Shenjia, unaware that it was Shenjia himself who challenged all 15 of them. Then let's begin. Old Joe said calmly, turning to step back, leaving Shenjia on the island. On the opposing side, Sasaki glared at Shenjia in anger before stepping back as well. Now only Shenjia and the 5 emperors and 10 kings of the Sakura nation remained on the stage. The awakened one from the Luo nation, you really are arrogant. You dare to take on all 15 of us alone? The leader, a red-clad warrior with a bald head, stepped forward to speak to Shenjia. He was the head of these 15 individuals, in no way difficult birth. Of course, among the 15, he had the highest realm, reaching the mid-stage of the 7th level warrior. He even seemed close to stepping into the peak of the 7th level. Is it arrogant? You'll know if you try. Shenjia smirked. Alright, I won't take advantage of you. I'll face you one by one. In no way difficult birth took a step back. He made way for a newly advanced 7th level Emperor grade awakened warrior from their team. This warrior had a face full of flesh, looking more like a sumo wrestler from the Sakura country. As he stepped forward, he politely bowed to Shenjia. Aoi Mukuso, please enlighten me. Shenjia also nodded at him, returning the gesture. Shenjia. After the introductions, Aoi Mukuso stomped forward, raising his sword towards Shenjia. He did not move, he was waiting for Shenjia to strike. Meanwhile, Shenjia stood with his hands behind his back, not summoning the opening heaven axe. For such a small fry, there was no need to call the axe. He just needed to use his bare hands to deal with him. Boss, do you think our Aoi Mukuso can defeat this man from Luo country? The vice-captain of the Sakura country team, Yame Yuya, turned to ask the captain. In his eyes, Aoi Mukuso was an emperor-grade awakened warrior. Against ordinary awakened ones, he should be one stage stronger. And Shenjia, though he also noticed his mid-stage 7th level, was far from being Aoi Mukuso's opponent in his eyes. However, in no way difficult birth just shook his head. Mukuso is not a match for him, this Shenjia is very strong. I just want Mukuso to draw out his moves, then our chances of winning later will be greater. Inoue Mukuso revealed a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes, fully focused on the contest. He hoped to see something from this battle. After a brief standoff, Aoi Mukuso finally couldn't hold back and struck first. Suddenly, he exerted force with his feet, launching himself at Shenjia like a missile. With each step, a powerful tremor accompanied him. He looked very strong. His long sword accurately aimed for Shenjia's heart. If he faced any other opponent, he would certainly take them down in one strike. Unfortunately, he was up against Shenjia. With a swift movement, Shenjia extended his finger and clamped down hard on Aoi Mukuso's long sword. Ding! A subtle sound rang out. Aoi Mukuso's sword was unexpectedly clamped tightly by Shenjia. Seeing his treasured blade caught, Aoi Mukuso gritted his teeth and pulled back with all his might. However, there was no effect, the sword remained utterly still. Ah! 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 Aoi Mukuso was about to go crazy. His weapon was firmly controlled by the opponent, which was an absolute insult for someone with the spirit of a warrior. You can step down, you're too weak. Shenjia said coldly. Then, with a gentle twist of his fingers, Aoi Mukuso's long sword broke on the spot. This. Aoi Mukuso's eyes widened. Looking at his long knife, he couldn't believe everything happening before his eyes. His long knife was forged from fine steel and infused with his overwhelming talent. How could it be interrupted by an ordinary person? Get down! Shenjia coldly glanced at Sanjing Wusua, then waved his hand, and the broken blade flew out. The flying blade was extremely fast, directly striking Sanjing Wusua's shoulder. The powerful impact caused Sanjing Wusua to fly backward. This strike contained the primal chaos energy. Once hit, the energy would erode the opponent's body. It would eventually destroy all of the opponent's talent abilities. However, the opponent did not know this yet. Sanjing Wusua rolled on the ground endlessly, unable to say a single word. At this moment, the people from Sakura country finally understood Shenjia's terror. My god, Boschan subdued the opponent with just one move, that's incredible. Not only that, our Boschan seems to have not even used his weapon, just used his hands to break the opponent's knife. Then he launched a merciless counterattack, but unfortunately, he didn't completely incapacitate this Sakura person. Everyone, don't be too happy, it seems the opponent sent out a weaker force to test Boschan, their strong fighters have not yet been sent out. After winning the first battle, Xinjie beckoned to the people of Sakura country. He signaled them to continue, the previous intensity was simply not enough. Damn it! Boss, let me go up, I'll kill this Xinjie. Deputy Captain Yuyo no Yu gritted his teeth, wishing to go up and tear Xinjie apart. Unfortunately, he was firmly blocked by Captain Inoue Nanzo. Bastard! Follow orders, let the others go up. Just wait. Inoue Nanzo did not believe this, he planned to send all 10 kings out to probe Xinjie's trump card. Losing one Sanjing Wusuo was nothing. Yuda Jackie, you go up. Inoue Nanzo commanded a little old man beside him who was smoking. The old man nodded at Inoue Nanzo and then wobbled his way up. He was also one of the 10 kings. However, he was not afraid of Xinjie, he believed that Xinjie only managed to win against Sanjing Wusuo because Sanjing was stupid. His weapon was controlled by the opponent. So foolish. Chapter 61, Kato Tora's Golden Finger. Yuda Jackie puffed on his cigarette and walked in front of Xinjie. He didn't greet him but directly took a puff of smoke in front of Xinjie. Then, the smoke he exhaled formed wicked spirits around him. Each of these wicked spirits had strength around level 5. If used against others, they could be somewhat powerful. But in front of Xinjie, this display was genuinely laughable. Little brat from Luo country, cough cough, I'm not like that big idiot before, so easy to deal with, you will never control my weapon. Yuda Jackie wore a proud face, believing his move would leave Xinjie speechless. His weapon was not the cigarette rod in his hand. Nor was it any sword or knife, but the smoke he was currently creating. This smoke could not be destroyed and could not be controlled. Moreover, he could produce it continuously, leaving Xinjie in a hard fight until exhaustion and eventual death. Rush at him, my minions! Yuda Jackie shouted, then the smoke monsters beside him leaped towards Xinjie like fish leaping over the dragon gate. These smoke monsters were troublesome, once they got next to Xinjie, if he tried to attack them, they would explode. The damage from the explosions was negligible for Xinjie. But the unpleasant smell produced certainly annoyed him a bit. These things are really too annoying. Xinjie waved his right hand, and a golden needle appeared on his fingertip. Yuda, be careful. He has a hidden weapon. As soon as the golden needle appeared, Inoue Nanchan noticed immediately with sharp eyes and hurriedly reminded Yuta Masaki on the field. Hidden weapons? In Sakura country, I am the best at hidden weapons. He can't possibly. Whoosh. Puff. Before Yuta Masaki could finish speaking, Xinjie's golden needle had silently pierced through the air. Then, it stabbed through the back of Yuta Masaki's head. He even had a smile on his face. He was very knowledgeable about hidden weapons, but he absolutely did not expect Xinjie's golden needle to be so fast. And it was an attack from behind him. This completely caught him off guard, a master of hidden weapons, and he wanted to say that next time he would surely notice. Unfortunately, there wouldn't be a next time. Boom! Yuta Masaki's body swayed unsteadily, and moments later, he fell to the ground. The smoking rod in his hand also fell aside, the burning tip down on the ground, declaring that he had been defeated. What? In less than 10 seconds, Xinjie has already killed one of the opponent's warriors. I thought his smoking habit made him look impressive. Is that all? Sakura country, can you do better? Can you send out some strong characters? This is completely not enough for our Xinjie to fight. Everyone, don't pop the champagne just yet. The opponent is only a royal level. But still, it has forced our Lord Xinjie to tremble slightly. Xinjie had once again defeated an opponent from Sakura country, sending the audience from Luo country into a frenzy. Meanwhile, the 10 emperors and 5 monarchs of Sakura country wore expressions uglier than bitter melons. They sent out 2 royal-level warriors, but under Xinjie's hands, they couldn't even last a minute. Everyone, don't be too discouraged. At least, we have forced him to use the golden needle. I have already learned one of his skills. Moreover, what we sent out was just the peak of the 6th level royal. Later, it will be our turn to crush Xinjie. I will avenge you all, the next one will be Shireen Nylon. Inoue Nanchan tried hard to comfort his subordinates while calling out the next contestant, Shireen Nylon. A pale-faced middle-aged man quickly ran up. But 10 seconds later. Bang! He flew back into the team swiftly. Masuao. Bono Takumi. Neighbor village Ali. As each royal-level warrior rushed forward, one by one, they were easily defeated by Xinjie. Except for a few that posed a bit of trouble and forced him to use his golden needle, the rest were almost all sent flying out with a single punch. Boom boom boom. The royal level warriors were completely annihilated. Haha, this Sakura country is just too funny. They still want to test Chen Jie's hidden cards. In the end, Chen Jie brought them down just with his body. A mere royal level warrior, and their rank isn't even higher than our Chen Jie, how can they possibly be his opponent? Yes, their awakening quality is good, but they overlooked, is our Chen Jie weak? Everyone, still don't. Shut up upstairs, stop making noise, if you can't comment, don't. At this moment, Inoue Nanchan's face was extremely ugly. His original strategy was to use the method of Tianji's horse racing from Luo country, continuously revealing Chen Jie's hidden cards. But it seemed that, aside from allowing the top 10 royal level 5th stages of Sakura country to die, it had no effect at all. Everyone, don't worry. The sacrifices of our royal level warriors are valuable, at least they have consumed Chen Jie's physical strength for us. Now it's our turn for the imperial level. The awakening of imperial level quality is not something Chen Jie can handle alone. Inoue Nanchan looked at the 4 imperial level warriors beside him, once again filled with confidence. These 5 imperial level warriors could be said to be Sakura country's top fighting force. They all had rich combat experience. Even against 8th stage distorted monsters, they had fought together. Inoue Nanchan glanced around and looked at a sturdy man. Kato Tora, you go first. Be extra cautious, you must draw out his hidden cards. Inoue Nanchan said seriously. Kato Tora raised his head. Confidently said, I am not one of those royal level fools. I can uncover his cards? I can even strip him down to his underwear. Kato Tora's body shivered, and strange changes began to appear on him. Brownish yellow tiger fur burst out from his body. His originally straight teeth became sharp. His eyes turned red, and his claws dug into the ground, turning into a whirlwind as he charged forward. His mutation was related to a tiger. Chen Jie saw this person, filled with overwhelming aura. The energy fluctuations were completely different from before. So, Chen Jie slightly formalized his expression. Luo Guoman, die. Kato Tora was hot-tempered, didn't bother with pleasantries, and directly charged at Chen Jie. Swish! The tiger claw came down on Chen Jie. Chen Jie transformed into a bolt of lightning and dodged to the side. Instantly, the tiger claw hit nothing but the ground. Boom! Immediately, the ground cracked with 5 deep gorges. Interesting. Chen Jie smiled slightly and summoned the Ka Tian's axe. Finally willing to use a weapon. However, you cannot escape death. Kato Tora twisted his body and turned to fix his gaze on Chen Jie. Then, his body shook, and a killing intent surged out from his eyes, trying to forcibly subdue Chen Jie. Ha! Using the domain? But isn't that too trashy? Chen Jie simply widened his eyes and counterattacked. Killer God Domain, activated. However, 2 golden fingers suddenly flew toward him. Chapter 62, Chen Jie, you must die. At this moment, Kato Tora suddenly dashed madly toward Chen Jie, directly aiming for his legs, like a raging beast, with an evil emphasis, howling, Chen Jie, bow before my golden fingers. Seeing Kato Tora use this move, Inoue's eyes lit up, fists clenched, shouting excitedly, Old 5 actually used his lifelong talent. This move can even control me for 3 minutes, and then I'll be exhausted with my stamina cut in half. Evil golden fingers, when hit, the target will become utterly weak. Females will lose combat power for 3 minutes. Males will be halved in effect. Chen Jie frowned and pressed the Ka Tian's axe. Open heaven and earth. Kato Tora rolled his eyes, turned around, and tried to dodge Chen Jie's Ka Tian's axe, reaching out to point at Chen Jie, regardless of his clothes being torn by the axe's airflow. Boom! The Ka Tian's axe struck the ground, instantly causing mountains to collide and the earth to crack. And Kato Tora's golden fingers had already closed in. Ah, you're about to fall for it. Kato Tora stuck out his tongue, laughing triumphantly, appearing quite lewd. Chen Jie lowered his gaze, coldly watching Kato Tora. Do you truly think this little trick can deal with me? A powerful breath erupted from his body, as Chen Jie summoned the Chaos Chi, forming a barrier. Looking at Chen Jie's Chaos Chi, Kato Tora ignored it and forcefully pointed down. His eyes were filled with madness, and his breathing grew more hurried. As long as he hit Chen Jie, he had the chance to kill him and become a hero of their Sakura country. Ding! The golden fingers struck with full force and actually penetrated Chen Jie's Chaos Chi directly. Breaking through the Chaos Chi, Kato Tora was incredibly excited. Become my servant. Chen Jie revealed a trace of an evil smile. I'm just kidding. Suddenly, Chen Jie grasped with both hands, the Chaos Chi flipped, locking Kato Tora's golden fingers. What? This gas isn't for defense? Kato Tora was immensely shocked. He originally thought Qin Jie's gas was just a protective barrier. Who knew it was a living thing, able to grab his golden fingers? I actually want to see what your golden fingers can do, so I have to use you as a test subject. At that moment, the yellow light twisted, the golden fingers pointed at Kato Tora. Ding! A crisp sound echoed. Then, Kato Tora fell directly from the air. He. Kato Tora seemed to lose his sanity, laughing madly, drooling uncontrollably. And like a maggot, he kept rubbing on the ground. Kato Tora has completely gone crazy. Qin Jie floated in the air, helplessly scoffing softly. A white light flashed across. Kato Tora's head flew off. But his body continued to repeat the same movements. Qin Jie confirmed that his life force had completely vanished, so he didn't pay it any more attention. He turned his head to look at the Sakura country camp, raised his finger, and began counting, pointing at each of the remaining 4 emperors. Then, with a light tone, he said, "Only 4 left." Boom! Everyone present, as well as the people from Luo country watching the livestream, were all shocked. My god! What is Brother Qin doing? Is he killing people by pointing at them? He's so arrogant. But I love it. I see his calm expression, it's like he's not fighting for his life, but like he's working in a slaughterhouse, picking chickens to kill. Heaven didn't give birth to me, Brother Qin, the road is as long as an eternal night. This is too cool. I wish I could be as awesome as Big Brother Qin. Can someone teach me? Upstairs, Vimi50, listen to my enhancement plan. At this moment, the 4 from Sakura country looked like they had eaten dead flies. Their faces were extremely ugly, and they had almost lost all sense of reason. Qin Jie looked at the 4 crazy emperors in front of him and thought they were nothing but a joke. Let the 3 of us go together, boss, your ability is special, stay behind as the strongest weapon. If we also lose, at least you'll still be here. Yamashita Yuya couldn't take it anymore, he said something to Inoue Nanchan, then turned and charged toward Qin Jie with the other 2 emperors. Looking at the 3 men charging at him like madmen, Qin Jie was completely unfazed. He slightly tightened his grip on the sky-opening axe. Ah! Let's fight! Before they even got close to Qin Jie, Yamashita Yuya had already gone crazy, biting off his own tongue and swallowing his own blood. Then his body underwent a violent transformation. Yamashita Yuya's skull skin disappeared, countless eyes appeared from his head, and sharp bone spurs pierced through his body. The other 2 also underwent the same transformation. What, is this a freakish monster? Qin Jie was slightly stunned. He had never seen such a thing before. But, it's all the same. Buzz, buzz. The sky-opening axe in Qin Jie's hand vibrated slightly. The energy of the god of killing realm rushed wildly into the sky-opening axe. Fusion. The sky-opening axe turned a fierce blood red. The 3 men in front felt the power of the sky-opening axe in Qin Jie's hand. We will fuse too. Suddenly, the 3 men closed in on each other, stabbing each other's bodies. Blood flowed along the needles, exchanging and merging. As this process continued, their momentum surged, and soon their power had broken through to the level of an 8th tier awakened. From the beginning, you 3 decided to fight to the death, didn't you? Fine, let me send you off properly. Final opening heaven and earth. Boom! Qin Jie swung the sky-opening axe, which carried the power of the god of killing realm, soaring into the sky, and a huge phantom began to appear. The momentum was overwhelming. Pierce him! Yamashita Yuya screamed. The speed of the 3 men suddenly increased. Qin Jie formed his fingers into a sword and swiftly slashed downward. Bang! The sky-opening axe struck fiercely downward. Yamashita Yuya and the other 2 gathered all their strength into one point, aiming to break through the sky-opening axe and pierce through Qin Jie. The 2 forces collided, and a burst of white light erupted. Immediately, the surrounding mountains were violently shaken, splitting in half. Everyone present held their breath, waiting for the final result. When the white light dissipated, Qin Jie was covered in blood. But, it wasn't his blood, it was the blood of Yamashita Yuya and the other 2. Not bad, the blood has splashed onto me. Qin Jie glanced at the 4 who were now shattered in front of him. 4 of the 5 emperors from Sakura country were dead, and the final result was just blood staining Qin Jie's clothes. Ah! In the distance, watching the battle, Inoue Nanchan let out a low growl in pain, with 2 streams of blood flowing from his eyes. When he saw that Qin Jie wasn't dead, he swallowed a pill. This pill was made from the flesh of more than 10,000 mutated chickens. Refined and condensed. In a short time, it could make him grow much stronger. In just a moment, he, who had been at the peak of the 7th tier, held steady at the 8th tier level. Qin Jie, today you must die. Chapter 63, Elder Zhou takes action. Qin Jie turned his head slightly to look at the approaching Inoue Nanchan, his hand calmly resting on the handle of the heaven-opening axe, ready for battle. At this moment, Inoue Nanchan's head had already shriveled like a deflated balloon. A new pair of eyes grew from his chest. Those eyes were bloodshot, and as he moved at high speed, thick blood mist surged from his body. His once normal hands had turned into eagle claws. The two claws glowed with strange red light, slicing through the air in a curve, suddenly slashing down at Chen Jie. Even in the face of such a fierce attack, Chen Jie remained calm as still water, showing no sign of panic. This kind of high-level human mutation, it was his first time seeing it too. But it was clear that Inoue Nanchan's energy waves were very unstable. Sometimes he stayed at the 8th tier, sometimes he showed signs of falling to the 7th tier. To deal with Inoue Nanchan, direct confrontation was certainly possible. However, at this moment, Chen Jie felt that a battle of attrition was also a good choice. While he was thinking, Inoue Nanchan's attack had already arrived. He slowly swung the heaven-opening axe in his hand. The attack was not as fierce as before, but had gained steadiness. The primordial clear and turbid air surged from his body, covering Chen Jie. At this moment, the primordial air served a protective role. This was a completely different fighting style. The heaven-opening axe slowly swept across. Golden light appeared on the axe, steady and powerful. This axe strike was like Mount Tai crashing down, heavy and full of endless power. In the blink of an eye, eagle claws collided with the heaven-opening axe. Inoue Nanchan immediately felt a great power. He stared in shock at the calm and slightly cold Chen Jie before him. Just 1 meter more, his eagle claws would pierce Chen Jie's head and tear it off. But now, his claws could not move the heaven-opening axe even a little. Inoue Nanchan frowned deeply, his muscles swelled again, blood inside his body boiled, using all his strength to pull back and strike again. Sparks burst from his eagle claws. Right after, a tingling numbness spread from the claws to his whole body. Seizing the moment, Chen Jie pulled back the heaven-opening axe, bent his knees, then leapt into the air. In the distance, Sasaki stood on the ground, trembling, raising his head to look at Chen Jie's upright figure. The muscles on his face twisted. He gritted his teeth, breathing heavily, his chest rising and falling fiercely. Seeing Chen Jie so arrogant and strong, Sasaki felt waves of pain in his lungs. Not long ago, Chen Jie was just around the 6th tier of awakening. But now, he could already fight on par with an 8th tier emperor-level warrior. Sasaki could hardly believe what he was seeing today. He didn't expect Chen Jie's growth speed to be so fast. Even so, he still placed his hopes on Inoue Nanchan, hoping he could defeat Chen Jie and restore honor to Sakura Nation. If, in the end, even Inoue Nanchan lost. Thinking of the worst outcome, a crazy idea surged in Sasaki's heart. Better to shatter like jade than live like tile. At worst, he would suddenly strike, cripple Chen Jie, even if it might cause war between the two nations. If their super genius fell, then Luo Nation would have to lose a hand too. As for Luo Nation's fury, he was willing to bear it. Chen Jie, don't think that just because you blocked one of my attacks, you can be proud. Next time, it won't be so easy. Though he failed to strike, in truth, a subtle change had already occurred in Inoue Nanchan's heart. He tried hard to maintain the appearance that he still had the upper hand. However, his hands had already started to tremble slightly. He could not shake the heaven-opening axe in Chen Jie's hands. That heaven-opening axe was like a great mountain, pressing down on him hard. The next strike? Do you still have another hit? Chen Jie raised his eyebrows slightly, already sensing the fear in Inoue Nanchan's heart. His 5 fingers clenched tightly around the heavenly axe, and his body slightly retreated. Immediately, a powerful energy surged out, and Chen Jie transformed into a meteor, charging toward Inoue Nanchan. And opening the heavens and earth. Since his awakening, this was Chen Jie's most powerful strike. This strike merged the Chaos Chi and the Killing God domain. On the surface, the heavenly axe appeared unchanged, but Chen Jie had already infused these two special elements into it. Chen Jie locked eyes with Inoue Nanchan, and the surrounding environment rapidly disappeared. Inoue Nanchan's terrified face grew closer and closer. Suddenly, under everyone's watchful eyes, a golden light streaked across the sky, passing through Inoue Nanchan's body. At this moment, Inoue Nanchan's eyes were wide open, mouth agape, in disbelief at what was happening before him. Chen Jie stood firmly behind him, his back turned. The fresh red blood flowing from the heavenly axe announced the result of the battle. On Inoue Nanchan's chest, a crack appeared, as wide as a fist. The cut was smooth and clean, piercing from the front straight through to the back. Experts could tell, only a seasoned killer could make such a clean cut. Moments later, the upper half of Inoue Nanchan's body slowly slid off, falling to the ground with a thud, blood pouring from the wound. Boom! The outcome was clear. After slaying Inoue Nanchan with the axe, Chen Jie flicked his wrist, retracting the heavenly axe, leaving only a pool of red blood behind. He calmly turned around, smiling, showing a bit of his white teeth, and happily waved to old Zhou. Far away, old Zhou, smug, rubbed his long, neglected beard, which had been unkempt due to long hours of work. It was a bit prickly, so old Joe decided to shave it off when he returned to Luo country the next day. Meanwhile, in Sakura country, the proud 5 emperors and 10 kings, one by one, were struck by blades, their arms shattered and unconscious, their skulls pierced by golden needles, bodies still twitching, split in two. The casualties were devastating. At this moment, Sasaki's face turned red, as if pig's blood had been smeared directly onto his face. He trembled, his hand tightening around his katana. You destroyed all of Sakura country's foundation, and you still want to go back alive? Impossible. Suddenly, Sasaki drew his katana swiftly. Aurora Flash. Sasaki activated his high-speed talent, and in an instant. In that instant, a very brief moment, he had already appeared behind Qinjie. His katana swung mercilessly, aiming directly at Qinjie's neck. In that instant, a flash of white light passed. Exclamation point. Sasaki's katana flew from his hand. He was also sent flying 10 feet away. Old Joe made his move. Old Joe kept one hand behind his back, while the other extended his 2 fingers like a sword, pointing at Sasaki. The previous strike was his doing. As the highest-ranking commander of Luo country, how could he allow Qinjie to suffer even a scratch? After sending Sasaki flying, old Joe's figure flickered in the air, finally arriving beside Sasaki. He stomped on Sasaki's head, the immense force pushing Sasaki's head halfway into the ground. Old Joe's face was calm, and his voice was deep. Apologize to Qinjie, or in the next second your head will be shattered and fused with this land. Chapter 64, Qinjie's True Reputation. P.S. Luo country is the country name I had to use after the river crab incident. Qinjie sniffed, taking a deep breath. He never expected that the usually gentle old Joe would have such a domineering moment today. Qinjie's impression of old Joe was one of kindness, so this situation felt normal. After all, since old Joe met Qinjie, he had always shown great affection. He would often invite him for talks, then give small gifts. The soldiers who fought alongside old Joe all knew that this top commander of Luo country was definitely a ruthless character. In countless battles before, he had. Old Joe's hands did not know how many enemies they had killed. The ferocity was self-evident. As for Sasaki's sneak attack just now, Qinjie could have resisted it. He just needed to activate the killing god domain with Sasaki so close to him. Even if Sasaki had reached the 8th level of awakening, he would still enter a brief pause. And with Qinjie's speed, this brief pause would have been enough for him to escape. However, in that very moment, he had already seen old Joe make his move. Since the old man had already acted, he had no need to show off anymore. Sasaki's eyes were bloodshot, and he was desperately trying to push against the ground to escape old Joe's control. However, his head was like a nail, firmly pinned to the ground. He couldn't move at all. Sasaki was gasping heavily, kicking up dirt and sand, almost choking him. Baka, I will never apologize to a piece of trash from Luo. If you can, kill me. Kill me. Sasaki's attitude was extremely tough, carrying a feeling of facing death. This is their samurai spirit. Very good. Old Joe smiled coldly, putting more weight on his foot. But with just that little bit of strength, Sasaki could already hear the cracking sounds of his skull. It felt like his head might explode the next second. This old man really wants to kill me. He's gone mad. No, I can't let this happen. Sasaki felt intense pain in his head, and his heart was filled with struggle. 1 second, 2 seconds. I apologize. I was wrong. Sasaki, with white-gloved hands, shouted excitedly. He successfully apologized to Qinjie before old Joe lost his patience. Alright, you may leave, but next time, if you sneak attack again, I won't hold back. Old Joe lifted his foot. At once, Sasaki felt his head loosen, a feeling of unprecedented relief rising in his heart. He quickly stood up and bowed to old Joe. He used his peripheral vision to glance at Qinjie, his eyes filled with resentment. His mouth apologized, but in his heart, the intent to kill Qinjie only grew. Watch your gaze. Old Joe's expression turned cold, lifting his foot to kick Sasaki in the stomach. With that kick, Sasaki's abdomen suddenly caved in like cotton. Wow! Sasaki screamed in agony, flying backwards like a dead dog. He crashed against a giant rock behind him. Boom! The giant rock immediately shattered, smoke rising. Before I lose my patience, take your people and roll, or I won't mind killing you all. Old Joe turned his back, his words filled with endless killing intent. He hated these people from Sakura deeply. As for not immediately killing them, it was also considering that the other side still had nuclear strike capability. If just for a moment's satisfaction he killed the Sakura's top commander Sasaki, it would surely bring irrational revenge from Sakura. They themselves wouldn't mind, they could survive in war with their awakening abilities. But the people of Luo would suffer. Old Joe always cared for the people of Luo in his heart. Sasaki crawled out from the rocks painfully, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth in distress. He no longer dared to look directly at Xinjie, crazily nodding to old Zhou, and then left the island with the remaining warriors in defeat. He finally realized the gap between him and old Zhou. Inside Luo Nation. Seeing Sasaki and his companions flee in defeat made the people of Luo Nation erupt with excitement. My great Xinjie is so strong, defeating all of their so-called 5 emperors and 10 kings alone. How grand we are in Luo Nation. Mr. Chen, old Zhou's righteousness deserves us to build a shrine, so we can worship you daily. Seeing Sasaki and his warriors defeated, I felt a long-hidden resentment erupt from my heart, finally feeling comforted. I inexplicably feel a sense of release. It's so exhilarating. I feel proud to be born in the kingdom of Luo, to have great heroes like Xinjie and old Zhou. This battle, although not grand in scale, I believe it should be recorded in history. The 5 emperors and 10 kings of Sakura represent almost all the foundation of their country in the apocalypse, and Xinjie has defeated them all. This is revenge for my kingdom of Luo. Xinjie. You are the hope of our kingdom of Luo, the hope for us to survive in this apocalypse, under the persecution of mutated monsters. People across the nation felt an immense pride at this moment. This battle, if said to be simple, was actually anything but simple. What do the 5 emperors and 10 kings signify? All were knocked down by Xinjie one by one. Only Xinjie could achieve this in the kingdom of Luo, it would be impossible for anyone else. In terms of realm, the kingdom of Luo also has awakened beings at the 7th level. However, only Xinjie could fight and kill all 15 of the opponents, no one else could do it. The 7th level awakens guarding against the mutated monsters across the kingdom of Luo were also watching this live broadcast. Every one of them was applauding for Xinjie. Some of them had fought against the 5 emperors and 10 kings of Sakura, knowing their true strength. In multiple battles, they could at most fight to a draw with them. But Xinjie took on all 15. This kind of power is self-evident. After this duel ended, old Zhou and Xinjie returned to the kingdom of Luo, and in the following week, they traveled along the coasts. They helped stabilize the recent unrest in the kingdom of Luo. Even though mutated monsters still existed across the nation, it was much better than when the apocalypse just broke out. To honor Xinjie for his outstanding contributions, the high-ranking officials of the kingdom of Luo unanimously voted to organize a commendation ceremony next week. Xinjie will be awarded the rank of general and bestowed the War God Medal. A general in his 20s, this is the first time since the founding of the kingdom of Luo. As for the War God Medal, this is the supreme honor for the people of Luo, and in the entire history of the kingdom of Luo, only 3 people have received this medal. 2 were awarded at the founding of the kingdom, and the most recent one was given to old Zhou. Old Zhou stabilized wars in various regions, going through battles for decades to earn this medal. It is evident how precious it is. And Xinjie, while still young, has become the 4th recipient of the War God Medal. Of course, in the hearts of all people in the kingdom of Luo, Xinjie is truly deserving. Chapter 65, You guard the kingdom of Luo, I guard you. The 2nd week soon arrived. This ceremony will be broadcasted live nationwide. It started at 10 o'clock in the morning. Millions of families across the nation gathered in front of their TVs at the same time. If their TV was broken, they would rush to places with TVs or where they could receive news. They wanted to see their hero again receive supreme honor. They were even unafraid of the threats posed by mutated monsters. Of course, on this day, the kingdom of Luo also strengthened military forces in various provinces. If any mutated monster posing a large threat appeared, they would be eliminated immediately. The commendation ceremony of the kingdom of Luo took place in a hall that could accommodate over 1,000 people. Today, after so many days of apocalypse, the hall for the commendation brightly lit up with many lights like before the apocalypse. The hall was incredibly bright, filled with high-ranking officials of the kingdom of Luo, all sitting straight, eagerly awaiting their hero to take the stage. With 100 saluting cannons fired, Xinjie, dressed in a formal suit, walked step by step to the award stage, looking impressive. Waiting for him on the stage was old Zhou. At this moment, old Zhou had a powerful aura, standing straight with a shining medal in his hands. He was waiting for its owner. He has appeared, Xinjie. He has come out. My brother Chen is so handsome. Dressed in a formal suit, his aura has changed from fierce to grand. You can't say otherwise. Brother Chen's charm has risen another level. Before, I liked his fighting spirit that gave us a sense of safety, and that show-off aura. But today, I taste a different flavor of Brother Xinjie. Today, it is to award Brother Xinjie with the title of General and the War God Medal. Such an honor is truly deserving of him. Under the expectations of the entire nation, Xinjie arrived as promised. At first, he did not want these empty titles. After all, he was a low-key person. Unfortunately, he could not resist the persistent persuasion of Elder Zhou, so Xinjie agreed to go on stage to receive the award.
To the rhythm of uplifting music, Jie walked steadily towards Elder Zhou. Elder Zhou smiled as he took the medal and personally hung it on Jie's chest. Then, a ceremonial attendant presented a delicate certificate of honor. Elder Zhou personally took the certificate and handed it to Jie. At this moment, you have become the true war god of our nation. Elder Zhou nodded at Jie. He felt very proud of this young man he had discovered himself. Jie straightened his posture, his gaze filled with determination, as he replied earnestly. This title is just a thin outer layer given to me by the people. It is light, I can lift it with one hand. But it is also heavy, requiring me to keep striving to truly match this title. This also means that my mission is heavier. I will give my all to lead our nation out of the current troubles. Jie's words were passionate and powerful. His voice echoed throughout the hall, clear for all to hear. Suddenly, many high-ranking officials stood up, their eyes filled with admiration as they applauded Jie from the heart. Clap clap clap. Thunderous applause resounded constantly in the hall. After 3 minutes of relentless clapping, it finally began to slow down. In the hall, at the entrance of the stage, Xiaolu, dressed in a flowing ocean blue dress, looked like a fairy. But such a beautiful Xiaolu held a takeout box in her hand. Today, Jie had left early and did not even have time for breakfast. So Xiaolu personally made a bowl of century egg and lean meat porridge for him. Watching Jie receiving his award on stage, Xiaolu felt very proud and satisfied. The boy she cherished in her heart had become a hero of the nation, a true guardian of the country. While everyone was applauding Jie's honor, she was even more concerned that he hadn't eaten breakfast yet. Jie was guarding the nation. Xiaolu chose to guard Jie. After the applause stopped, Jie turned to look at the camera. He knew it was time to inspire the nation again. Jie said to the camera, firmly and sincerely, I am very grateful to the nation for giving me the honor of war god. However, I hope that everyone in the nation will stand up, strive upward, never submit, and become their own war god. Boom! 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 Jie's words created a tremendous stir in front of the national public. Strive upward, never submit, become your own war god. Good. General Chen said it well. After hearing this, I feel inexplicably excited. In the apocalypse, yes, we should also become our own war god. Starting today, I will take Jie as my faith and launch a crazy counterattack against the aberrant monsters. Brothers up there, let's join the defense army. Together with brother Jie, guard our nation. I can't stand it anymore, I need to vent. Brothers, wait for me, I'm going to take down a couple of aberrant monsters to let off steam. Finally, the award ceremony concluded once again amidst everyone's applause. When Jie stepped down, he saw Xiaolu holding a lunchbox, her eyes sparkling as she waited for him. In that instant, Jie felt that all his honors and medals could not compare to the lunchbox that Xiaolu held in her hands. Xiao. This is porridge I made for you. You haven't rested well lately, so take care of your health. Xiaolu gently handed the lunchbox to Jie. The lunchbox was still warm. In fact, after Jie advanced to the 7th tier awakened, he didn't really need to eat very much. However, this was specially prepared for him by Xiaolu. Thus, Jie showed an eager look, found a spot, and sat down. He revealed a greedy expression, opened the box, and began to eat with a spoon. Be careful, it's hot. Look how anxious you are. Xiaolu smiled sweetly, reminding him. Who told you to make it so delicious? Jie generously praised Xiaolu. This preserved egg and lean meat porridge was indeed very tasty. Savoring the richness of the porridge, along with the meat aroma mixed with the unique taste of the preserved egg, Jie thought this was a masterpiece. At the bottom of the ocean, Sora. The massive 10th tier mermaid mutant monster roared in anger. Within the roar, there was a strong sadness and hatred towards the humans who killed her people. She originally wanted her underlings to enter the continent first and grow well. However, she underestimated the power of humanity. The seemingly weak humans had actually killed more than half of her first batch of entering underlings. At this moment, she was furious. Chapter 66, Departure to the New Secret Realm. After the award ceremony concluded, Old Zhou once again received Jie alone. In the clean and tidy office, Old Zhou and Jie sat face to face. At this moment, Old Zhou's expression was serious, completely lacking the joy from just now on the podium. He even pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his collar. Sorry. Let me have a smoke. After asking for Jie's opinion, Old Zhou lit the cigarette. His hand trembled slightly as he took a puff. At this moment, this big boss who had stepped on the Cherry Kingdom's Sasaki and intimidated the 4 directions of Luo Kingdom, had a shaky hand while lighting his cigarette. Seeing this, Jie's expression grew solemn, seriously waiting for Old Zhou to speak.
It was clear that old Zhou had important matters to discuss with Chen Jie. Chen Jie. Old Zhou's eyes fixed on Chen Jie, pausing for a moment before continuing. Just now, the Coastal Inspection Department sent more news. They detected strong energy fluctuations in the middle of the ocean. It is very likely that the mutated monsters from the sea will return. What worries me the most is that 10th tier mutant monster. Speaking of this, old Zhou took another deep puff of smoke. That 10th tier mutant monster had been a shadow in old Zhou's heart ever since she appeared. As long as she acted, no one in Luo Kingdom could stop her. Once she invaded Luo Kingdom, it would definitely be a disaster of extinction for Luo Kingdom. 10th tier mutated monster? Chen Jie's breathing slightly quickened. With his current strength, dealing with around 8th tier mutated monsters was not a problem. However, he had no way to handle mutated monsters beyond the peak of 8th tier. But what did old Zhou want from him? There are 10th tier monsters still existing in the ocean? That sounds tricky. Chen Jie did not express much opinion. Old Zhou called him here because he had a decision to make. Otherwise, he wouldn't have called him. Yes. Moreover, it's very likely that last time the sea mutated monsters flooded into Luo Kingdom was also controlled by her. Preliminary estimates indicate that this is a top-tier mutated monster with strong control talent. Its shape could reach over 1,000 meters, with a body about 800 meters long, covered in scales. It is estimated to be a mutation that happened to a single mermaid itself. The 10th tier has already gained intelligence. Last time, after leading a large number of mutant monsters to the shore, she mysteriously retreated. Old Zhou told Chen Jie everything he knew. He was old, and defeating the 10th level aberration monster, the task of protecting the Dragon Kingdom, now had to fall on Chen Jie's shoulders. With our current strength, I'm afraid we are not her match. The 10th level aberration monster, even using nuclear strikes, might not have a chance of winning. Chen Jie shook his head and expressed his viewpoint. In his previous life, he had heard of the terror of the 10th level aberration monsters, countless nuclear bombs striking them. For them, it was just like firecrackers exploding on people. Slightly painful, but not deadly. Moreover, it would provoke them even more, leading to crazier retaliation against humans. Exactly. Old Zhou paused for a moment, and finally took out the key item that brought him to see Zhou Jie. A square made of steel. Chen Jie, right now, the only hope for the Luo Kingdom is you. This is the key to the Xiantian ancient secret realm. He pushed the square towards Chen Jie, and old Zhou stood up from the table and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking outside. Aberrations do not only exist in modern times. According to our country's research on aberration monsters, this global threat of aberration likely existed in the ultra-ancient era. And in that era, humans were very powerful and likely had already emerged as super-awakened beings, or existences like immortals. Those ultra-ancient powerhouses, to prevent the planet's operation from impacting and causing aberrations again, created many secret realms. These secret realms can provide later generations a way to enhance themselves and resist aberration monsters. The square you hold is the key to a high-level secret realm. In order to protect Luo Kingdom, I hope you can enter this secret realm and improve yourself. Old Zhou sighed. He knew this was not fair to Chen Jie. Inside the secret realm, danger was everywhere, and going in would mean a life-or-death struggle. Putting the burden of rushing into the secret realm, improving himself, and then coming back to save Luo Kingdom on Chen Jie was clearly too heavy for this young man in his 20s. However, he was already old and had to oversee the big picture in Luo Kingdom at all times. Old Zhou had no choice. Of course, you don't have to go. What if that 10th level aberration monster really attacks Luo Kingdom? We could consider using nuclear bombs to fight once. Old Zhou turned to look at Chen Jie, his voice filled with weariness. He felt deeply reluctant to part with Chen Jie. This young man. Beyond eliminating countless aberration monsters, stabilizing the people. Externally striking down enemy nations, establishing the prestige of Luo Kingdom among the 5 emperors and 10 kings. If anything were to happen, he would be heartbroken. Old Zhou, I will go to the secret realm. Chen Jie picked up the square, his eyes revealing a touch of determination. For the big family of Luo Kingdom and his small family. Chen Jie felt it was his duty to go to the secret realm. Hearing Chen Jie's response, old Zhou's eyes brimmed with tears, and he held Chen Jie's shoulders with some excitement. Good. 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 Old Zhou repeated good 3 times, each word heavy with meaning. With you in Luo Kingdom, how can we worry about survival in the apocalypse? Luo Kingdom has a magnificent history, over 5,000 years, it cannot perish in our generation. Each generation has its own mission, our duty is to let this culture continue. Chen Jie, you are the hero of Luo Kingdom's history, the hero in everyone's heart. Luo Kingdom will always remember you. Old Zhou spoke passionately, his tone heavy, and his heart showed immense respect for Chen Jie. Under old Zhou's influence, Chen Jie's heart was inexplicably ignited. In the past, he only wanted to survive in the apocalypse. Until he met someone with a sense of national duty like old Zhou, Chen Jie felt somewhat unable to act on his own wishes. With great power comes great responsibility. He was no longer just an individual focused on his family. Now, Chen Jie had become the vanguard carrying forward Luo Kingdom. I will definitely not disgrace the mission. Chen Jie stood tall, saluted old Zhou. Old Zhou also straightens up to toast back to Chen Jie. At nightfall. After the raging wind and torrential rain, the night felt cool. Chen Jie held the smooth and soft Xiao, kissing her forehead once again. From today's performance, Xiao had guessed Chen Jie's thoughts. What's wrong? Is something going to happen again? Xiao drew a circle on Chen Jie's chest and asked softly. Yes, tomorrow I have to set off to a new secret realm. I might not be by your side for a while. Chen Jie held Xiao hand, looking down at her slightly flushed face, his voice gentle. Chapter 67: A Promise to a Little Girl. Then you go ahead, it's okay, Wanru will always wait for you. Xiao pressed her face against Chen Jie's chest, listening to the sound of his heartbeat. And Chen Jie said no more, gently holding Xiao. The two slowly fell asleep like this. Early the next morning. Outside the group where Chen Jie worked, more than 10 armed helicopters hovered. After experiencing the apocalypse, all kinds of equipment were destroyed. With the unrelenting efforts of the Luo country to restore the equipment, they could now send out so many planes. This was enough to show how much the Luo country valued Chen Jie. As Chen Jie stepped out of the group, he noticed rows of soldiers standing neatly along the road. Then, a person descended from one of the armed helicopters. This person wore a 5-star military uniform, clearly another high-ranking official from the Luo country. Mr. Chen, I am Huang Wei. I have received old Zhou's order to escort you to the location of Mount Langma. Huang Wei saluted Chen Jie. By this time, Chen Jie's name had spread throughout the Luo country. From top to bottom, the Luo country held great respect for Chen Jie. Chen Jie also returned a military salute to the other party. Hello, General Huang. Upon receiving Chen Jie's response, Huang Wei smiled and stepped aside. Chen Jie understood the other party's intention and walked towards the armed helicopter. Such a grand occasion attracted many nearby residents to watch. They knew the person being escorted was the great hero of the Luo country, Chen Jie. Chen Jie. That's Chen Jie. Our Luo country's hope. Today, I finally get to see him in person. It was his words that inspired me to escape from the monster's mouth. He is really so handsome. Even more so than on TV. People in the distance called out to Chen Jie, cheering. Chen Jie also smiled and waved at them. He could feel the people's affection and enthusiasm for him. Such lovely people were worth protecting. Suddenly, just as Chen Jie was waving to the crowd, a little girl rushed forward. Behind her, a middle-aged woman was desperately chasing the little girl. No, be good, don't run around. The little girl ignored her and ran straight toward Chen Jie. The soldiers beside him were about to step forward to block her. Seeing Chen Jie's gesture, they stepped back and waited for him to handle it. The little girl ran to Chen Jie, looked up, blinking her watery big eyes, studying Chen Jie. Are you the great hero on TV? The little girl asked Chen Jie in a tender tone. Yes. Chen Jie squatted down, smiling and nodding at the little girl. Confirming Chen Jie's identity, the little girl took out a lollipop from behind. In this apocalyptic era, the little girl's clothes were covered in dust, looking somewhat dirty. However, the lollipop in her hand was preserved very clean and whole. Great hero, my dad was taken by a monster, can you help me chase the monster away and bring my dad back? The little girl's clear eyes were full of hope, holding the well-preserved lollipop out to Chen Jie. Looking at the little girl in front of him, Chen Jie was momentarily stunned. No. Don't disturb the big brother. I'm sorry, it's okay, the child doesn't understand. The girl's mother, in a panic, hurriedly picked up the little girl and repeatedly bowed to Chen Jie and the surrounding soldiers. Then, she wanted to take the little girl away. Madam, wait a moment. Chen Jie called out to the little girl's mother. He walked up to the little girl, gently and slowly taking the lollipop from her hand. Little sister, big brother promises you, I will do my best to drive all the monsters away. Then, I will bring your daddy back. Let's hook. The little girl, in her mother's arms, extended her small finger. Chen Jie also extended his hand, signing this small yet heavy contract with her. After the hook, the little girl was taken away by her mother, waving repeatedly at Chen Jie. Chen Jie also responded to her. The mother and little girl walked further away, and he saw the figure of the mother sobbing. Mr. Chen, let's set off. Huang Wei extended his hand, pointing the way to Chen Jie. Okay. Chen Jie placed the little girl's lollipop in his chest pocket. This way, his heart could always feel the presence of the lollipop.
In the Eagle Sauce country, the vampire king Edward Ali sat on a ruby throne, carefully listening to his subordinates' report. From the reports of his subordinates, he learned most of the information about Chen Jie. His heart couldn't help but feel astonished at the power of this young man from the Luo country. At the same time, a new thought began to grow. What if drinking his blood could make me even stronger? Alright, I understand the situation. You may leave. After hearing this, Edward waved his hand in boredom, signaling his subordinates to exit. Once the hall was empty, he took out a cube that looked exactly like the one in Chen Jie's hand from behind the throne. This key to the mysterious place has reacted. I should set off. Edward picked up a cup of bright red blood from the table and drank it all in one gulp. With an expression of enjoyment, he immersed himself in the moment for half a minute. Then Edward smashed the wine glass and rushed out of the fortress window, heading toward the location indicated by the cube. At the same time, even though the Sakura country faced ruin, Sasaki also collected a cube key within the country. Shinjia, wait for me to return, your Luo country, and you must submit at my feet. Sasaki also set off according to the cube's guidance. In almost no time, everyone regarded the secret realm indicated by the cube as the key breakthrough point. Not just the Eagle Sauce country and the Sakura country, but even countries like the Kimchi country. They all hurriedly entered the secret realm. At this moment, Shinjia, led by Huang Wei, quickly arrived at the entrance to the secret realm. At this location, there was a towering beam of light, and as long as one held the cube and stepped inside, they could be transported to the secret realm. General Huang, thank you for your hard work along the way. Shinjia took out the cube, ready to set off. Mr. Chen, please do your best, the hope of the Luo country rests entirely on your shoulders. We will be waiting for your triumphant return in the Luo country. All salute. Salute. Huang Wei led the officers to give a grand salute to Chen Jie. Thank you. Chen Jie nodded to everyone, then turned and walked into the passageway of the secret realm. At that moment, the cube in his hand began to disperse, transforming into bits of energy that surrounded Chen Jie. Suddenly, Chen Jie could feel a tearing sensation. His body started to gradually dissipate in this space, until he vanished completely. When Chen Jie opened his eyes again, he found himself in a hidden dense forest. Roar, roar, roar. A rough growl echoed in Chen Jie's ears, the sound like a roaring wind. Chen Jie tensed up, glancing sideways at the source of the sound. He saw a three-headed mutant dog, the size of a small mountain, staring intently at Chen Jie with its red eyes, drool dripping like chains from its mouth. Its muscles were as robust as rocks, squeezed together tightly. Its fur was rough like sandpaper. Black and rough. In the center of the three dog heads, there was a burning little sun. The size of the sun was as big as a basketball. This was the characteristic of the three-headed aberrant dog, signifying that it had reached the mid-level of an 8th-tier awakeners. He tilted his head and licked his lips. Humans? Delicious food. Hearing this, Shinjia's expression turned cold, summoning his opening sky axe and the primordial cluttered chi, his alertness reaching its peak. Indeed, the aberrant monsters in the secret realm were different from those outside. The evening sun was dim, and the southern wind began to rise. To deal with such an aberrant monster, Chen Jie had to go all out. A moment's carelessness could lead to great danger. The three-headed aberrant dog revealed a hint of disdainful smile, tiny human like an ant, still wanting to resist? Chen Jie did not respond to him. Suddenly, with the southern wind, Chen Jie's body suddenly moved. Primordial cluttered chi crazily poured into the opening sky axe. Heaven and earth suddenly turned a bright red. The realm of the god of death immediately unfolded. In that instant, the three-headed aberrant dog was momentarily stunned. Golden light flashed by, imposing. In the next moment, Chen Jie was already standing behind the three-headed dog. The opening sky axe was soaked with large amounts of dark red dog blood, slowly gathering on the blade, eventually dripping onto the ground, adding a splash of color to the evening earth. Following that, the most arrogant dog head of the three-headed aberrant dog fell off, rolling twice on the ground before coming to a stop. Damn human! I will kill you! The three-headed aberrant dog, with the remaining two dog heads, howled in pain, causing some birds in the forest to flee into the sky, frightened by its cries. The remaining two dog heads turned to look at the energy sphere in the center, opening their mouths to inject a large amount of energy into it. Then, the energy sphere emitted a beam of light, directly shooting towards Chen Jie. The beam of light flashed. Chen Jie darted through the beam like a ghost, and in the next second, he arrived at the side of the three-headed aberrant dog. He raised the opening sky axe, a glimmer of sharpness in his eyes, and struck fiercely at the remaining two dog heads. Final opening sky to split earth. The powerful axe blade pierced through the two dog heads, which did not even have time to wail before they rolled to the ground like soccer balls. The dog heads were severed, but the body still twitched. To prevent it from reviving, Chen Jie stepped on the dog's belly, raised the opening sky axe, and plunged it fiercely into its heart. Put.
Blood sprayed from the wound, the heart destroyed, and the dog's body finally quieted down. Chen Jie coldly pulled out the opening sky axe, scraped it twice against the sandpaper-like skin of the three-headed aberrant dog, cleaning off the bloodstains. Only after doing all this did Chen Jie let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, I was decisive enough, otherwise, dealing with this dog-headed monster would surely be troublesome.
An aberrant monster with such 8th-tier strength must have treasures.
Putting away the opening sky axe, Chen Jie squatted down and began to search the body of the three-headed aberrant dog. At this moment, the energy sphere that was originally hanging on the dog's head turned bright red, emitting a faint sweet scent like mugwort. Chen Jie frowned and looked up at this energy sphere, deep in thought. This energy sphere had always been cradled by the aberrant dog as if it were a treasure.
Could it be that there were incredible treasures hidden inside? Aberrant monsters above 8th-tier strength surely hide treasures of extraordinary value. If there really is a treasure, then he would hit the jackpot. Alright, let's cut it open and take a look.
Chen Jie summoned the opening sky axe again, pressing the blade against the energy sphere, applying pressure towards the axe handle.
Rip!
A cut appeared on the energy sphere, and Chen Jie looked inside to find something jumping around. He peeled back the core from both sides, and light poured into the energy sphere.
Chen Jie finally saw what was inside. A little wolf pup. However, this little wolf pup was not an ordinary one. The moment Chen Jie saw it, he could feel the Pangu bloodline within.
Suddenly, it jumped. Clearly, this little wolf dog was a rare treasure. In my last life, Chen Jie had heard that powerful awakeners also had pets.
What if I kept this little wolf dog as a pet? It would not only add a helper by my side. Xiaolu would definitely love such a cute pet. After thinking it through, Chen Jie took out his little wolf dog.
Oh whoa!
The little wolf dog breathed in the fresh air outside and began to howl with its cute little mouth.
It even used its tiny paws to keep pawing at Chen Jie's hand.
This little thing is quite adorable.
Chen Jie placed it on the ground to let it try crawling. To Chen Jie's surprise, as soon as it landed on the ground, the little wolf dog could already walk on its own and followed the smell of blood to where the deformed dog was wounded. Then, the little wolf dog opened its mouth, continuously sucking up the blood, glancing at Chen Jie from time to time, afraid that Chen Jie might steal its food.
Go ahead and eat.
Chen Jie ignored it and continued to search the three deformed dogs' bodies. Soon, he found what he was looking for. A blood-red high-level spirit crystal. These three dogs had hidden it deep, even placing their spirit crystals within their hearts. It was hard to find without searching carefully. After obtaining this spirit crystal, Chen Jie quickly sat down to absorb it.
At the same time, the little wolf dog could enjoy a feast nearby.
The energy of this high-level spirit crystal was overwhelming. As soon as it touched his palm, it invaded Chen Jie's body, crazily merging with him.
10 minutes later.
As the sun set, the sunlight that was once present began to disappear, and the sky grew dark.
Ah!
Having absorbed the high-level spirit crystal, Chen Jie stretched and let out a satisfied shout. The spirit crystals in this secret realm were really much stronger than those outside. Just absorbing one made Chen Jie feel like he was about to break through again. Last time, at the 5th stage of the battle against the emperors, he had already reached the mid-level of the 7th stage. Now, Chen Jie felt that he was fatally touching the peak of the 7th stage. Suddenly, Chen Jie felt something rubbing against his thigh. He looked down to see the little wolf dog nudging him with its head. It had stuffed itself full, with its round belly facing up, looking immensely satisfied as it lay on the ground.
Let's clean up and find a place to rest.
He gently patted the little wolf dog's belly, picked it up, and placed it on his shoulder.
Chapter 69, Battle with the Bear Elephant Mutation.
The sky grew darker. Chen Jie found a piece of land and started a fire. The blazing flames chased away the cold that came with the night. Watching the red-hot flames and the sizzling meat of the three-headed dog, the roasted meat emitted a delicious aroma.
Smelling the scent, the little wolf dog eagerly rubbed against Chen Jie, hoping he would share some. Alright, I know you're greedy.
Chen Jie cut a small piece of the roasted meat and placed it in front of the little wolf dog. Seeing the roasted meat before it, the little wolf dog stuck out its pink tongue, excitedly barking, and then started to feast. It wore a face full of delight. This little wolf dog really knows how to enjoy life. Chen Jie didn't rush to eat the meat but waited for 10 minutes, ensuring the little wolf dog had no adverse reactions. Only then did Chen Jie cut a small piece of meat and chew on it. As soon as the roasted meat entered his mouth, Chen Jie felt as if all his taste buds were being massaged. The meat was fatty but not greasy, exceptionally sweet. It was not the dry taste he had imagined. Just as Chen Jie was enjoying the roasted meat, a grand and heavy voice echoed from the sky.
Greetings to all awakeners entering the secret realm.
This secret realm will close in a week. Please cherish the time in the secret realm and enhance yourselves. In the future, the mutated monsters will undergo a major upgrade. In the secret realm, those who collect 100 pieces of primal crystals will receive a treasure left by the founder of the secret realm. The original crystal, those with fewer than 5 will remain trapped in the secret realm forever. Is there a broadcast in this secret realm? Chen Jie felt a hint of confusion in his heart. But he quickly let it go. After all, this secret realm was created by ancient giants, and leaving behind a trace of consciousness is quite normal. It's just... what exactly is this original crystal? The reward left by the founder of the secret realm really interests Chen Jie. If he wants to improve faster, he must stand on the shoulders of giants. People from other countries, upon hearing about this thing, were also puzzled. My god, I just got here, and I have to find this original crystal. Where am I supposed to look? Fewer than 5 and I can't get out? Isn't this just a trick? I'm only a peak level 6 awakener. The distorted monsters I encounter in this secret realm are all level 8 or above. I was forced into this secret realm. Mom, I want to go home. What the hell is this secret realm? The distorted monsters here are way too strong. I'm currently being chased by an 8-level snake-like distorted monster. Can someone help me? Compared to these people, Chen Jie looked much calmer. This time in the secret realm, the main task was to collect the original crystal, the secondary task was to improve himself. The state of Luo was waiting for him to return and deal with the level 10 distorted monsters. Woof! The little wolf dog suddenly shouted, biting Chen Jie's pant leg, and then walked ahead. It seemed he wanted to lead Chen Jie to somewhere. Interesting, then I'll follow you to take a look. Chen Jie understood the little wolf dog's intentions, picked up a burning stick, and followed. Little wolf dog, where are you taking me? After walking for about 3 minutes, Chen Jie asked. The little wolf dog didn't pay attention to Chen Jie, instead, it walked faster. Chen Jie could only keep following, silent. In a moment, the little wolf dog brought Chen Jie to a huge cave entrance. Suddenly, Chen Jie's eyes lit up, and he happily bent down to pet the little wolf dog's forehead. Could it be that you brought me to this cave because there's treasure inside? Chen Jie asked excitedly. The little wolf dog wagged its tail wildly, clearly answering yes to Chen Jie. Wow! If there's something good, I'll share some with you. Chen Jie walked to the cave entrance and stretched the torch inside. But... suddenly, a pair of glowing green eyes lit up. A black nose exhaled a puff of air, extinguishing Chen Jie's torch instantly. There's a big guy inside. Roar! Suddenly, a giant creature charged out, and Chen Jie quickly summoned the open sky axe. In the light of the open sky axe, Chen Jie saw clearly the thing before him. This was a complete combination of a bear and an elephant. Bear-elephant distorted monster. Its body was as tall as 3 floors, and its hard claws pierced out like steel knives from its bare paws. Even more iconic was its long, dark nose that reached 5 or 6 meters. Chen Jie quickly took 2 steps back. Holding the open sky axe, Chen Jie looked vigilantly at the bear-elephant distorted monster, his eyes filled with caution. It had already reached the peak level 8 realm. The bear-elephant distorted monster before him was equally strong, a powerful large distorted monster, so his expression was extremely serious. Kid, how dare you trespass into my territory? The bear-elephant distorted monster asked Chen Jie, its voice low and hoarse. Chen Jie nodded and replied, his eyes sparkling, what do you want? To kill you. To kill me? A sneer appeared on Chen Jie's face, I want to see what skills you have. With the open sky axe in hand, Chen Jie suddenly stepped forward, charging directly at the bear-elephant distorted monster. Boom! The two fought fiercely in mid-air, each collision causing violent tremors on the ground, as if an earthquake was happening. Chen Jie's attacks were fierce, but he was still suppressed tightly by the bear-elephant distorted monster. The bear-elephant distortion monster is an 8th-tier peak powerhouse, its strength far surpassing Chen Jie. Chen Jie is as fast as the wind, while the bear-elephant distortion monster is agile like a monkey. A pair of iron fists struck Chen Jie's body, creating a series of deafening booms. Chen Jie felt a slight shock in his heart because the opponent's body was too strong. Even in his peak condition, defeating it would come at a great cost. Moreover, the opponent's strength might even be stronger than his own. Chen Jie knew deep down that the opponent was not his match. He was fully confident that he could kill it. Thinking of this, a cold gleam flashed in Chen Jie's eyes as he swung the heaven-splitting axe, releasing a violent aura from the blade. Crack! The bear-elephant distortion monster's defense was strong. Chen Jie's heaven-splitting axe struck it but could not break through its defenses. Such strong defenses, my heaven-splitting axe cannot break through. Chen Jie frowned, showing no hesitation as he continued to unleash the heaven-splitting technique. The heaven-splitting 3 axes each contained terrifying power, boundless in might. Bang bang bang! A series of loud collisions echoed, each of Chen Jie's attacks inflicted damage on the bear-elephant distortion monster. However, this way, Chen Jie found himself in a stalemate. Because he could never break the bear-elephant distortion monster's defenses, which frustrated him. If I can't break the defense, how can I inflict damage?
Chapter 70, Kill the Bear Elephant Monster. Damn it, this guy is so strong, it seems I have to use my trump card. Chen Jie gritted his teeth secretly, pondering, is the trump card feasible? At this thought, Chen Jie instantly recalled his last resort. It was a secret weapon he had recently thought of. Once used, it would unleash the most terrifying power. However, doing so would come at a great cost, possibly even injuring him. Chen Jie did not know if it was worth using this trump card. After all, his strength was limited, he couldn't exert the maximum power of this ultimate move. But Chen Jie understood that once this ultimate move was unleashed, it meant he would fight desperately. Whoosh! Suddenly, Chen Jie took a deep breath, gripping the heaven-splitting axe tightly. He was going to use his ultimate move. Crack! Chen Jie's eyes turned resolute as he gently twitched his wrist. The heaven-splitting axe instantly disappeared from his hand, floating into the air, forming a much larger heaven-splitting axe. Following that, a violent energy erupted from the heaven-splitting axe. In the void, it transformed into a massive blade of light, radiating glaring silver light. Kill! Chen Jie shouted fiercely. The bear elephant monster lunged at that silver blade of light, its arms swinging fiercely. Buzz buzz buzz. The silver blade of light rushed towards him and crashed hard into the bear elephant distortion monster. Crack! A tremendous explosion reverberated in the air, followed by an ear-piercing noise. Chen Jie's heaven-splitting axe was directly pushed back by the bear elephant distortion monster. Put! Chen Jie's body flew back like a kite with a broken string, soaring. Suddenly, Chen Jie's chest collapsed inward. PFF. Chen Jie could no longer hold it in, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Human, your strength is too weak, you can't even withstand a single punch from me. The bear elephant mutant shook its head, a look of regret flashing across its face. But it quickly turned cold again, speaking in a flat tone, of course, your body is indeed impressive. If it were anyone else's body, they would have already been pulverized by my strike. Boom, boom, boom. As the bear elephant mutant's words fell, Chen Jie felt the energy inside him surging wildly. The energy inside his body was like a dam breaking, rushing out of him and gathering toward the heaven-opening axe. With the continuous infusion of energy, the heaven-opening axe began to gradually return to its original color, emitting a dazzling metallic shine. Heaven-opening axe! Chen Jie roared, and the heaven-opening axe instantly grew larger, ripples radiating from it, causing the space around it to ripple. V-room! Chen Jie swung his arm and slashed at the bear elephant mutant, causing the space to twist, forming a massive arc. Bang, bang, bang! Chen Jie's axe and the mutant's bare paw clashed again and again, creating a series of thunderous sounds. The bear elephant mutant was forced back, its face filled with fear. What a powerful strike, has your body reached the 8th tier awakener level? Chen Jie ignored the bear elephant mutant's words, continuing to swing his arm. And heaven opening the earth. Boom, boom, boom. With a furious shout from Chen Jie, the power of the heaven opening axe exploded once more. The bear elephant mutant retreated again, this time backing up for dozens of meters before stopping, its face pale as death. The bear elephant mutant's expression grew serious. It knew, it had encountered a formidable opponent. It had never met an enemy as strong as Chen Jie, even though the opponent was only in the mid-tier of 7th level awakener. Humph. Chen Jie grunted, holding the heaven-opening axe as he charged toward the bear elephant mutant, attacking once more. Boom, rumble. For a time, the two clashed mid-air, unleashing earth-shattering explosions that shook the entire mountain range, sending huge rocks tumbling down. The surrounding trees all fell, or were snapped in half at the waist. Boom. Chen Jie's body slammed violently into the ground, leaving deep gouges. And Chen Jie felt like he had been hit by a truck, every bone in his body aching unbearably. If he took another hit, he felt like he would fall apart. The bear elephant mutant was also sent flying, though it had blocked Chen Jie's strike. However, it too was shaken by the heaven-opening axe's immense force, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of its mouth. I'm not one to give up so easily, today, I must kill you. Chen Jie grunted coldly, continuing to charge toward the bear elephant mutant. This battle with the bear elephant mutant could be said to be the fiercest Chen Jie had fought since the apocalypse began. But this intense battle also made him feel that his integration with the heaven-opening axe, the Hongmeng pure and chaotic qi, and other powers had become even more refined. He was fighting more steadily now. You're overestimating yourself. The bear elephant mutant still looked at Chen Jie with a deeply disdainful attitude. Little did it know, Chen Jie's strength had grown stronger through the battle. The Pangu bloodline naturally grew stronger the more it fought. This was the final strike, and Chen Jie swung the heaven-opening axe, infusing it with both the refined Hongmeng pure and chaotic qi in the killing god domain. Swish! Chen Jie's speed was incredibly fast, 3 times faster than before. After a flash of yellow light, a distinct blood-red mark appeared across the bear elephant mutant's neck. Human, when did you get so fast?
The bear-elephant mutant could hardly believe what was happening before its eyes. It, a high-level 8th-tier awakener mutant, was actually killed by a mid-tier 7th-level human awakener. Even though it couldn't believe it, the fact was undeniable. Its neck was bleeding uncontrollably. After a while, with a loud thud, the giant bear-elephant mutation monster fell down. The resulting tremor was like a missile explosion, shaking the very ground. Woof woof. The little wolf dog had been hiding during the fight. Only after the battle ended did it dare to rush out and lick Chenjie's hand. It seemed to show pity for Chenjie. Chenjie reached out to pat the little wolf dog's head. "You almost got me killed, you little rascal." Chenjie slightly adjusted his breath, picked up the open sky axe, and walked towards the bear-elephant mutation monster, wanting to dissect it thoroughly. He needed to gather all the valuable things from this bear-elephant mutation monster. Chapter 71, A Shocking Encounter with the Woman in Red. After dissecting the bear-elephant mutation monster, Chenjie obtained a massive golden high-level spirit crystal. Although it was all spirit crystals, the energy it contained was 3 times that of the 3-headed mutation dogs. Not rushing to absorb the spirit crystal, Chenjie felt there were more treasures in the cave entrance. Chenjie cautiously walked into the cave and was stunned by the sight before him. Before him was a gigantic cave, entirely black, surrounded by rocks. Only in the middle was a patch of open land about 10 meters wide, covered with green grass and vine plants, bursting with vitality. As Chenjie looked at these sights, he felt a chill run down his spine. Not only was there lush vegetation and vines, but even the walls were covered in moss. Moreover, human skeletons were hanging on those walls. As Chenjie gazed at this scene, he felt a shiver run down his back. He had not expected this cave to be so terrifying. But thinking about it, since a bear-elephant mutant could live here, many humans must have died at its hands. Chenjie gasped in disbelief at the sight before him. Then he quickly moved forward. At this moment, Chenjie suddenly heard a sound coming from behind, cackling. Cackling. Chenjie was taken aback and turned around toward the source of the sound. He saw a woman dressed in red, with a graceful and enchanting figure, walking slowly toward him. "Who are you? How did you get here?" Chenjie asked the woman. Cackling, "Who am I? I don't even know." The woman in red laughed at Chenjie, her face filled with madness, making people shudder. "This cave is very dangerous, I advise you to leave." Hearing this, Chenjie's brow furrowed as he cautiously assessed her and said, "What kind of person are you? Your aura is very off." Cackling. "Does it matter who I am? Just understand one thing," the woman in red said to Chenjie. "What thing?" Chenjie looked at her in confusion. She seemed crazy, which made him feel very strange. He. The woman laughed. Chenjie was baffled by her laughter and couldn't help but ask, "Are you freaking insane?" The woman in red laughed again, cackling. "I don't care who you are, you better leave here immediately, or don't blame me for being ruthless." Cackling. Cackling. The woman in red kept laughing, looking incredibly eerie. Chenjie felt a chill rising from the bottom of his heart as he looked at her. He couldn't help but swallow hard. Not leaving? Then stay here forever. At that moment, the woman in red suddenly sprinted towards him, lunging to grab Chenjie's arm. Her claws were filled with power, just like the energy used by awakened ones, but more primitive than what Chenjie used. Chenjie dodged the attack, as her sharp claws tore through the cave walls. The mad woman in red disregarded Chenjie's evasion and continued to pounce at him. The woman in red kept shaking her head, as if her head had lost control. A sinister smile revealed at the corner of her mouth, looking extremely strange and terrifying. Seeing this, Chenjie's face turned cold. "Since you want to die so badly, I'll help you." The woman in red laughed, as if she had heard the greatest joke. "I am an ancient warrior, having stayed in this secret realm for thousands of years. You, a mere awakened one, do you think you can match me?" At that moment, he suddenly noticed that there was a string of bells hanging at the woman's chest. Moreover, he felt that this woman was intentionally or unintentionally protecting the bells. He reached out, trying to take down the string of bells. Perhaps, this bell is her weakness. As soon as his hand touched the bell, a sound of ding-dong rang out, and the bell automatically fell down. The bell fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. At the moment the bell fell, a golden light flashed and instantly drilled into Chenjie's mind. Chenjie felt a sharp pain in his head and could not help but shout. Just then, a sharp voice echoed in his ears. "Ah, all of you go to die." He. Boom. A violent shaking sound erupted. As Chenjie listened to the loud crashing sounds in his ears, his head felt like it would split. But the woman in red ignored him and continued to attack his mind crazily. At that moment, a muffled groan sounded, and 2 streams of primal chaos rushed out. Chenjie, who was previously in pain, suddenly had bright eyes. However, just as he realized this, the claws of the woman in red reached for his face again. Just when Shen Jie was encountering a difficult mysterious woman in the secret realm. In the outside world, the revenge of the 10th level mermaid mutant had already descended upon the Luo Kingdom. As the mermaid mutant rolled up a tsunami, rushing towards the human city, the citizens hurriedly tried to escape. Yet, even so, countless people were overwhelmed by the waves, paralyzed with fear, and could not escape. Such events have become uncontrollable. Every time a mermaid mutant appeared, many people were bound to die. Just like tonight. Outside Jiang Province City, many people lived on the beach. No one expected that the mermaid mutant would suddenly rush out of the water and charge towards them. Ah! Help! From the crowd came a terrified scream. Everyone turned to see where the sound came from. They saw a woman being grabbed by a mermaid mutant about 10 meters long, entirely white with black scales all over. The mermaid mutant's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it dragged the woman into the sea, vanishing beneath the waves. Watching the figure of the mermaid mutant gradually disappear in the ocean, people felt a chill in their hearts. What kind of monster is this? It was shocking to see such speed. While people were terrified, they did not flee. Instead, they gathered together to prepare to resist this suddenly emerging mermaid mutant. Boom! Suddenly, an intense explosion sound erupted from the sea surface, and then the water boiled as if it were boiling, surging up into the air. Ah! Something is coming ashore. It's coming ashore again. Help! A group of people panically cried out. Among the crowd, someone clearly saw the giant head and immediately screamed and ran in all directions. It was a giant shark's mouth. The mouth was filled with sharp, jagged teeth. A single bite would surely be a gruesome sight, with blood and guts flying everywhere. The mouth suddenly opened wide, and a powerful sucking force swept over. Instantly, many people in the crowd were sucked in, cleanly devoured. Ah! Help! Help! The crowd erupted into screams once more. And the sound grew more and more mournful. Chapter 72, Revenge has finally arrived. Hurry! Draw it away! A high-ranking awakener of the Luo Kingdom shouted loudly. Immediately, several awakeners appeared by his side, using their abilities to unleash beams of light towards the mermaid mutant monster. However, the mermaid mutant monster was incredibly fast, and the beams simply couldn't keep up. The beams from these awakeners could only hold it off for a few seconds before it easily charged through the distance. Quickly lead it to the land, or it will cause an even greater disaster. The high-ranking Luo Kingdom official shouted anxiously, and the surrounding awakeners looked worried. There was no way. The mermaid mutant monster was too powerful, and they simply couldn't stop it. The mermaid mutant monster swam its way and quickly reached the seaside. Its body suddenly stopped, turning to look at the ships in the water, its eyes flashing with fierce light. At that moment, a sudden sound of wind breaking came from afar. It turned its head and saw a massive warship rapidly approaching, with a flag on it that read, Luo Kingdom's God of War Team. The God of War Team of the Luo Kingdom was the strongest army in the Luo Kingdom. Equipped with the most advanced weaponry and gear, its combat power was so formidable that it was known as the best in the world. Such an army was rare across the entire world. After the apocalypse, countless awakeners emerged, significantly boosting the army's combat power. Roar! The mermaid mutant monster let out an angry roar, then howled at the sky. The warship in the sky was immediately stimulated. Missiles were launched from it, attacking the mermaid mutant monster on the ground. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The missiles sliced through the night sky, descending with a whistling sound. Seeing this, the mermaid mutant monster quickly dodged, leaping to evade the missile strikes. Boom! 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 A series of violent explosions erupted on the ground, leaving deep craters in the earth. This time the sound of the explosions was not only deafening but incredibly powerful, as the entire city seemed to tremble. Roar! The mermaid mutant monster roared angrily, continuing its charge towards the center of the city, while the warship in the sky responded. It turned its cannons again, beginning to shoot at the mermaid mutant monster. At that moment, a figure sprang out from the city, striking towards the mermaid mutant monster with a hand. Seeing this, the mermaid mutant monster immediately swung its claws to pounce on the newcomer. The person struck the mermaid mutant monster's claw with one hand, then grabbed its tail with the other hand and violently swung it away before charging again. Bang! This time, the person's strength was greater. The mermaid mutant monster was instantly thrown to the ground, emitting a wail. You bunch of, how dare you ambush me? The mermaid mutant monster glared angrily at the several warships in the sky. Then it suddenly turned its head, fixating on the massive ship slowly moving in the water. Roar! An angry roar echoed throughout the entire city. The mermaid mutant monster's wings flapped, and its entire body transformed into a shooting star flying towards the warship. The two collided, producing a tremendous booming sound. Both the mermaid mutant monster and the massive warship were pushed back simultaneously, yet they remained several thousand meters apart. The mermaid mutant monster hovered in mid-air, its eyes locked onto the person standing on the warship. That person was old Xiao, with a faint smile on his face. Seeing this, the mermaid mutant monster angrily glared at him, opening its mouth to let out a low growl. This low growl instantly stirred the sea into a raging tide, waves crashing violently upwards. The seawater surged incessantly ashore, rushing towards the city. Countless buildings were destroyed. The mermaid mutant monster waved its tail once more. A vast burst of energy erupted forth. A circle of ripples spread outwards. Old Xiao was immediately blown off balance, but he was not injured, only a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Mermaid, why do you want to kill my Luo Kingdom completely? The mutated mermaid revealed a trace of hatred in her eyes upon hearing this. Suddenly, a massive energy was released from her body, and blue arcs of electricity swirled around her. Boom! Suddenly, a beam of lightning shot out violently from the mutated mermaid. It reached a diameter of several hundred meters, enveloping everything nearby. Seeing this, old Xiao's expression changed, and he hurriedly raised the large knife in his hand to defend. But the lightning was too powerful, it instantly destroyed his shield and then blasted him away. Old Xiao crashed heavily to the ground, then spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He looked at the lightning body in front of him in terror, his eyes filled with shock. Is the gap still so big between the 10th rank? Old Xiao was horrified, everything in front of him was too incredible to accept. He raised his head, staring intently at the blue patterns on the lightning body. This is... Old Xiao's pupils suddenly constricted, and he exclaimed in horror, "You are not an ordinary mutated monster." Roar! The lightning body roared, unleashing a tremendous pressure. A strong breath surged over, causing old Xiao to gasp for air, spitting out another mouthful of blood. The lightning body flew towards him, and old Xiao wanted to resist, but he found he could not move at all. He could only let the lightning body grab him and throw him onto the warship. Bang bang bang! When old Xiao saw the terrifying thunder patterns on the mutated mermaid, he already knew that he could never defeat her. Patterns like this are called divine patterns, only mutated creatures with divinity would possess them. With the opponent at the 10th rank, old Xiao should not have had too much hope. You humans are all bad. Why do you harm my Luo Kingdom? You don't know how many marine creatures you have hunted, this debt you will have to repay sooner or later. Our homeland has been destroyed by you humans. And when my little brothers rushed to shore, you killed them all. Good, you humans can occupy our ocean. As soon as we set foot on land, you push us to the brink of extermination. Now, you question me why I want to destroy Luo Kingdom? What a ridiculous joke. The mutated mermaid shouted loudly at the human group, expressing all the suffering that marine life had endured. At this moment, the human camp suddenly fell silent. If this matter were to be discussed in terms of right or wrong, it would indeed be the humans who were wrong. Over the years, had pollution of the ocean and overfishing not happened frequently? However, through the apocalypse mutations, the marine creatures violently retaliating against humans, the price for destroying the environment had finally come. Chapter 73, Infinite Sleep. Mermaid, this is entirely the result of natural selection. It's not surprising that humans must obtain resources from the outside world to survive. Moreover, humans have been promoting environmental protection lately, why be so stubborn? Old Xiao clutched his chest, which was in severe pain, hoping to persuade the mermaid to change her mind. But still, he could not move her. He also knew that modern humans had caused too much damage to the environment and animals. The occurrence of mutations might very well be humans reaping what they had sown. Nonsense. Since you say this is something humans were forced to do to survive, then fine. The mermaid turned and pointed at the countless mutated monsters behind him. There were mutated lobsters, mutated crabs, and mutated whales. They are also forced by survival to head to land. What is wrong with that? But what about you? Just after you landed on land for the first time, you all just want to wipe them out completely. Stop talking nonsense. Let me destroy everything. Once humans are gone, the whole planet will be peaceful. The mermaid mutant hated humans to the extreme. He just wanted the current humans to disappear right in front of him, now, immediately. He stood in the air, gently raised his hands, and his eyes began to turn red. A powerful blue aura surrounded him. This was half the power of a 10th level awakened one. In just a moment, the seawater behind him rose to thousands of meters high. He wants to flood the entire coastal city. Everyone run. Retreat to the plains. Old Xiao shouted in despair at the scene before him. His lips twitched as he quickly gave orders. The current situation was no longer something he could stop. He could only hope that Chen Jia would come out of the secret realm soon. And it would be best if he had the power to fight the 10th level mutant.
Otherwise, the fate of humans would be at its end. Old Zhou knew that the mermaid's first target was the Luo nation, and the next target could very likely be the countries around Luo nation. With the constant rescue by planes and awakened ones, many humans by the Luo nation coast still managed to escape. Old Zhou could only retreat to land, seeking a better chance for a breakthrough. And not long after returning to the base, the command and monitoring room brought bad news. Old Zhou, this monster has already flooded 30% of Luo nation's map. And the flooding speed is still increasing. The people in the monitoring room reported to Old Zhou nervously. He gripped the file tightly in his hand. He knew it wouldn't be long before the Dragon Nation would be completely submerged in the ocean. And for this situation, no one could stop it. Is waiting to die the only option? Tears welled up in the corners of Old Zhou's eyes as he looked at the land on the screen slowly being swallowed by seawater. His heart ached deeply. When will hope appear? At this moment, in Old Zhou's heart, there was only Qinjie. He truly was Luo Nation's last hope. The same went for the people of Luo Nation suffering in fire and water, all waiting for Qinjie to appear. Mom, will the great hero really help us drive away the monster? The little girl who gave Qinjie a lollipop before, her eyes full of fear, nestled in her mother's arms. She had seen the terrifying 10th level mutant. She hoped Qinjie would appear and defeat it. He will, baby. Didn't you pinky promise with him? Big brother will definitely show up and save us. The mother gently patted the little girl's back. But although she said that, her heart was already filled with darkness. Such a powerful monster. Even the famous Old Zhou could only be beaten back by it. Could that young boy really defeat this monster? Maybe. It's possible, but the hope is really slim. At this moment, Qinjie in the secret realm had regained consciousness. He looked angrily at the crazy woman in front of him. Her sneaky trick just now had almost killed him. You said you're an ancient martial artist? Qinjie asked in a deep voice. That's right, I really am. And I've already reached the Grandmaster level, which equals your so-called 9th level awakened. Ha ha ha. The crazy woman laughed wildly. Her mind seemed crazy at times and very normal at others. Hearing the woman's answer, Qinjie started thinking. If what this woman said was true, then all his previous guesses were correct. A long time ago, 1,000 years or more, the first mutation really did happen. This also explained why things like the secret realm existed. Originally, Qinjie still had doubts in his heart. Because, if ancient martial artists really existed, then why did awakened talents only appear after the mutation? Why weren't the ancient martial arts passed down? All of it seemed way too mysterious. Ah, kid, die. Your flesh looks so delicious. The mad woman's face suddenly twisted, transforming into a red light lunging at Qinjie. Qinjie realized that this woman, in a normal state, had black and white eyes. But in a mad state, she showed him greed, like a distorted monster wanting to devour him. Her eyes turned bright red. Humph. Then come on. It'll be just right for me to kill you and dig out a secret from your body. Qinjie's aura soared. His energy began to surge, as the primal chaos energy coiled around him like a ribbon. By now, he had nearly grasped the attack pattern of this woman in red. Although this woman was an awakened being at about level 9. Her main attack method was not physical attacks, but spiritual attacks. However, Qinjie's primal chaos energy was perfect for dispelling all illusions. His talent completely countered this woman in red. The strength of her body should only be at the peak of level 8. In the past, he had already slain level 8 distorted beasts, so Qinjie certainly had confidence in dealing with this woman in red. Ha ha ha, what a fun kid. The woman in red laughed loudly, extending her scissor-like nails. Swish. She slashed directly at Qinjie's face. Qinjie quickly rolled back, using the power of his calves to propel himself. He suddenly leaped out, aiming for the woman's neck. You fell for it. The woman in red revealed a smug smile and raised her hand to block Qinjie's attack. Instantly, her eyes emitted red light, shining directly into Qinjie's eyes. This was the super talent of the woman in red. Endless sleep. No matter who it was, even an awakened being at level 10, would fall into endless sleep from this attack. Forever unable to wake up. Chapter 74, My Primitive Bloodline. In that fleeting moment, it felt like Qinjie's mind was on fire. He saw the moment he was killed by the distorted monster in his past life. He saw Xiao die right in front of him. No. I cannot let this happen. Absolutely not. Qinjie screamed in his heart. At that instant, the primal chaos energy underwent a qualitative change. Boom! A dominating aura exploded from the primal chaos energy. It forcefully pushed out the endless control the woman in red had imposed on him. How is this possible?
My control, let alone you, a level 7 awakened being, even those at level 10 would have a headache for a while. Your awakened talent, could it be an ancient talent? The woman in red looked at Chen Jie in shock, her hands trembling uncontrollably. She seemed to feel the suppression from Chen Jie's bloodline. It felt like a huge phantom was clinging to him, making her shudder and tremble. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Her subconscious told her that she had to run away now, run like crazy. Otherwise, in the next moment, her head would roll on the ground. Ancient bloodline? What is that? What garbage? How could it match my talent? My talent is the original level talent. It rules over all of heaven and earth. Chen Jie said arrogantly. His awakened talent possessed the bloodline of Pangu. It had long transcended what the woman referred to as the ancient bloodline. An existence of Pangu level was far beyond ancient, it should be called primitive. Hearing Chen Jie's words further confirmed her subconscious thoughts. Kid, you got lucky this time, I can't devour you. The woman in red quickly pulled out a red metal orb from her body. She raised the metal ball high, ready to throw it to the ground. Trying to escape? I'm telling you, just now you realized it. It's already too late. Chen Jie showed a strange smile, looking at the woman in front of him who wanted to flee in panic. She had just cast a spell on him. And now she wanted to just leave, as if things could be that easy in this world. Just as the woman was about to throw the metal ball, Chen Jie suddenly unleashed his god of slaughter domain. The entire space instantly turned blood red. Ding! Even time had entered a brief pause. This was the insane boost brought by the qualitative change in the primal chaos aura. Chen Jie gripped the heaven-splitting axe tightly in his hand, suddenly turning into a yellow flash of light, charging at the demoness. He raised his hand. He struck down. In just a blink, the heaven-splitting axe swept across the neck of the woman in red. A thin red line of blood appeared on her pale white neck. In an instant, the woman in red was on the verge of death. Her throat kept making choking sounds. She slowly turned her head to look at Chen Jie, her face filled with shock, disbelief, and doubt. She truly didn't understand how Chen Jie had suddenly managed to kill her. Stopping time like that should only be possible for an ancient divine emperor. Thud. The woman in red slowly fell to the ground, her body twitching once, then no longer making a sound. Finally took care of this lunatic. Chen Jie let out a breath of relief. He then crouched down and began searching the woman in red's body. Logically, such a high-level ancient martial artist should have a lot of good stuff. Sure enough, Chen Jie quickly found a storage pouch at her waist. Chen Jie only needed to inject a little energy into it. Immediately, he could sense what was inside. Countless spiritual herbs, countless high-level spirit crystals. He was completely rich now. What shocked Chen Jie even more was that there were also some ancient-looking secret manuals inside. These manuals were equivalent to awakeners' talents. And they didn't need to awaken anything themselves. They only needed to start cultivating according to what was written in the qualified books. After fully cultivating it, they would be able to completely gain that talent. Unfortunately, the talents recorded in those books were way too trash, nowhere near as good as the ones Chen Jie already had. However, these manuals could still be passed on. He could form a huge force that all cultivated this talent together. In that case, he could have a whole bunch of awakeners with this talent. By then, ruling the whole world wouldn't even be a problem. Of course, Chen Jie hadn't made up his mind on that yet. Also, it wouldn't be easy. The ancient martial artist he met today gave Chen Jie a reminder. This world had undergone some kind of mutation in the past, leaving behind many ancient martial artists. That meant those guys had already lived for over 1,000 years. It was very possible that somewhere in outer space, there were ancient martial artists from ancient times still alive. After packing up the things from the woman in red, Chen Jie continued exploring deeper into the cave. That woman and the mutated bear elephant had both protected this place with great care. Which meant something incredible had to be inside. Otherwise, there's no way 2 near 8th level old monsters would be guarding it. Drip drip. Chen Jie heard a clear dripping sound with his ears. It sounded like there was a water source. At this point, the path in front of him had become very dark. He had no choice but to take out the heaven-splitting axe to use as a light. Very soon, he reached the end. At first glance, it seemed like there was nothing inside. Empty, nothing at all. But... woof woof. A bark from the little wolf pup caught his attention. He looked down and saw a milky white spring. The little wolf, tempted by the smell, licked a bit of the milky white liquid flowing out from the side. Then, the little wolf's body slowly began to grow, to expand. And at the same time, the energy aura emanating from his body. Gradually, it rose from a small presence to the existence of a level 3 awakened. This milky liquid is so powerful. Chen Jie stared in shock at the liquid before him. He couldn't believe it. For a high-level gifted awakened like him, it would take a long time of fighting to reach level 3 awakened. But now, the little wolf dog only needed to lick this milky scattered liquid to step up to level 3 awakened. Terrifying. He never expected that what the mutated bear elephant and the crazy red-clothed woman were guarding was this. Chen Jie didn't have time to think deeply. He gently scooped up a small pile of the liquid with his hand and put it in his mouth to taste. As soon as the milky liquid entered his mouth, he immediately felt a wave of coolness. This coolness surged from his mouth straight to his brain. It made him feel much more awake. When the liquid reached his stomach, he instantly felt a warmth in his belly. Then, it transformed into an exceptionally powerful energy, rushing into his limbs and bones. Another improvement was coming. Chapter 75, Encountering an Old Friend. This is definitely a good thing. Chen Jie forced himself to suppress his excitement and said. At the same time, he sat cross-legged to prepare for a breakthrough. He took out the spirit crystal obtained from the mutated bear elephant and held it in his hand. And also took another sip of the milky spring water. A strange sensation began to circulate throughout his body. Breaking through to level 8 awakened could happen today. Outside the cave, those awakened ones, after their relentless efforts, had already obtained the original crystals. Haha, after my exploration, I finally found such original spirit crystals in a tiger's cave. It turns out that these spirit crystals are cultivated inside the caves guarded by beasts of around level 7 in the secret realm. Oh. My great god. I have obtained over 100 original spirit crystals, so I guess no one in this secret realm can have more spirit crystals than me. When the time comes for the rewards, I, Edward, will be the first to be honored. Baka, I barely managed to collect a little more than 10 spirit crystals from those high-level mutated monsters. Damn, if it weren't for Chen Jie killing our 5 emperors and 10 kings, I wouldn't be suffering like this. But Chen Jie had no idea what was happening with these people. He didn't have a single original spirit crystal on him. However, he had already thought of a plan in his heart. As long as his strength was powerful enough, what was there to fear about not having original spirit crystals? These people only like to collect original spirit crystals and become the first to seize them, finally gaining rewards in the secret realm. But it seemed Chen Jie had not heard that one could take away the spirit crystals already obtained by others. In this way, while they hoarded original spirit crystals, Chen Jie chose to hoard them instead, which was much easier than accumulating spirit crystals one by one. Outside the secret realm, the country of Luo had now fallen into an unprecedented tragic situation. Report. Now our Luo country has been submerged by seawater by 80%. In less than 2 days, our Luo country will be completely submerged, and by then, our Luo country will cease to exist. The monitor looked with a pale face at Elder Zhou in front of him. During this time, the level 10 mutated mermaid had been using her talent to summon large tsunamis. In just over a day, she submerged half of Luo nation's land. Sigh. But we have no way to deal with her. Even using nuclear strikes can't stop her. This kind of power. No. Should we really try? Instead of being afraid of completely angering her and being killed in an instant, it's better than hiding here and waiting to die. Let's see what Elder Zhou says. After experiencing the apocalypse, we have to face this disaster now. Many high-ranking officials spoke up, and quite a few people turned their gaze to Old Zhou. They hoped Old Zhou could come up with a way to solve the current crisis. Old Zhou pinched his beard thoughtfully. After pondering for a moment, he finally opened his mouth to speak. Let's keep waiting for Chen Jie, wait one more day. If Chen Jie doesn't show up. Old Zhou fell silent once more. He had even anticipated the worst outcome. Then we will launch a nuclear missile. Although it may not pose much of a threat to the enemy, we must still give it a try. At that moment, everyone fell silent. But it seemed that besides Old Zhou's plan, no one could think of a better option. If Chen Jie does not appear, or if the nuclear missile really cannot harm this tier 10 aberration monster, then ultimately, they would face annihilation. In Cherry Country, they had long received news of the tier 10 aberration monster attacking Luo Country. They each smiled. What they wanted to see had finally happened. And yet, they had caused the greatest threat to the ocean. Now Luo Country is under attack from marine creatures, it's truly satisfying. We were previously tormented by that Chen Jie, and today feels like a release of pent-up frustration. The people we sent to the secret realm seem to have good news returning. In this way, when the people from the secret realm come back, we will be the strongest nation. On this happy day, I propose we make today a holiday. These people watched from the shore, as if they didn't care at all that the aberration monsters from the sea might strike back at them. Anyway, they quietly watched Luo Country fall into trouble. Likewise, there was Eagle Sauce Country.
The vampires drank cheap red wine madly, celebrating in the hall. It was as if they were enjoying a grand feast. And in the secret realm. In the cave where Qianjia was, the originally pitch-black cave suddenly shone with golden light. Boom! A powerful tremor nearly caused the entire cave to collapse. At this moment, golden light swirled around Qianjia, and some patterns on his body kept flickering. I have finally broken through to the 8th tier awakened. During this time, Qianjia used up all his spirit crystals, even using the spiritual medicine he obtained during the previous secret realm adventure. Now, Qianjia could say that besides the power of the 8th tier awakened, all other resources were gone. However, the enhancement after awakening was also significant. Now he felt he had endless energy. And his strength was 3 times what it was before. He believed that if he encountered the bear elephant aberration again, Qianjia could kill it with a single punch. No need to fight hard for half a day like last time. Alright, now I need to continue exploring outside. We haven't even gathered half a piece of original spirit crystal. Qianjia smiled and patted the little wolf dog that was already half his size. Suddenly, he thought he should give it a name. What name should I give you? Qianjia pondered for a while. Then I'll call you Laughing Skydog. In a flash of inspiration, Qianjia thought of this name. To avoid duplication, he even changed the first character deliberately. But it still sounded the same when called. Upon hearing this name, Laughing Skydog seemed quite happy, wagging its tail and panting at Qianjia. Laughing Skydog? Woof! Laughing Skydog was very intelligent, and even before awakening to the 8th tier, it could already understand what Qianjia was saying. Qianjia patted Laughing Skydog's head and turned to look at the puddle of milky liquid. It would be a pity to leave this behind. Qianjia took out 2 or 3 big basins from the storage bag he acquired from the red-clothed woman. Each basin was filled to the brim. Only then did he leave, satisfied. There were simply no more containers, otherwise, Qianjia would have filled them all with this spirit spring. After tidying up, Qianjia brought his Xiao dog and transformed into a yellow light that rushed out. He kept searching in the secret realm. He wondered who would be the first little unlucky one to provide him with the original spirit crystal. Soon, he found Sasaki from Sakura country. Yo! Met an old acquaintance. Chapter 76, Want to escape, impossible. Soon, he found Sasaki from Sakura country. That lewd figure, he remembered it well. Seeing Sasaki, Qianjia focused, and a smile appeared on his lips. To meet an old acquaintance in such a strange environment was truly not easy. Qianjia patted the head of his Xiao dog, then rushed towards Sasaki's position. Sasaki, who was still happy about getting dozens of original crystals, suddenly saw a yellow light. It exploded right in front of him. When the smoke cleared, Sasaki suddenly saw the person he had been missing day and night. Qianjia. The moment he saw Qianjia, it was as if a dog saw a cat, wanting nothing more than to tear Qianjia apart. But when he sensed Qianjia's aura, he immediately realized something was wrong. How could Qianjia have already reached the 8th stage? It had been less than a week. This is too terrifying. The originally eager Sasaki, who wanted to kill Qianjia, started to panic. Instinctively, he wanted to run away. What do you want to do? Sasaki protected the original crystals in front of his chest and asked Qianjia with trembling voice. Nothing. Ha, I just saw an old acquaintance and wanted to say hello. Qianjia waved his hand. It seemed he really just came to say hello. But Sasaki was not a fool, they were deadly enemies. Meeting meant one would die and the other would live. How could it be that simple? So, Sasaki cautiously drew his katana, aiming it at Qianjia. My old friend, why so nervous? I really just came to say hello, but of course, it's necessary to have a little gift for our meeting. Qianjia suddenly changed his expression. He infused his hands with 2 streams of primal chaos energy and reached towards Sasaki. Streams of energy flowed in Qianjia's hands. He shot towards Sasaki's chest like an arrow piercing the sky. Sasaki swung his blade to block. Exclamation point. Qianjia's hand struck the katana, and it instantly broke into 2 pieces. As a result, Qianjia's hand slightly veered off. Puff! It directly grabbed onto Sasaki's left shoulder. His hand, wrapped in primal chaos energy, had tremendous power, piercing straight through Sasaki's right shoulder. Like tearing a piece of paper, it ripped open the shoulder. A 10-centimeter wide wound suddenly appeared. Sasaki grimaced in pain. Even in pain, Sasaki desperately activated his talent. His belly opened into a huge mouth filled with jagged teeth. In an instant, this mouth lunged at Qianjia. It was actually detachable. Qianjia did not dodge much. He clenched his fist tightly and struck out.
His fist hit the opponent's sharp teeth, instantly creating tiny cracks, and then they began to shatter. Oh whoa! The sharp. Chenjia, remember, our matters are not ending so quickly. When we meet again, I will definitely kill you. Sasaki's eyes were fierce as he stared at Chenjia. Then, as if unwilling, he ran towards the position behind him. He used all his energy. Gathered it in his thigh. This was his talent, falling petals fast legs. After using his talent, his speed was exceptionally fast, even light could not catch up with him. That is why he dared to speak so harshly in front of Chenjia. However, he happened to encounter Chenjia. He couldn't escape. Want to run? It seems that's not so easy. A strange smile appeared at the corner of Chenjia's mouth. Then, he clenched his right hand into a fist, dark black lightning crackling on his fingers. Boom! Instantly, the entire sky turned deep red. The space within 100 miles was completely under the control of his killing god domain. Even if Sasaki's talent was fast, what did it matter? He was still trapped in Chenjia's killing god domain. Ugh! Sasaki stood petrified in the distance. The powerful killing god domain suppressed him to the point where he couldn't move at all. Chenjia strolled slowly towards him. Mr. Sasaki, didn't you say that next time we meet, you would take my life? Now we meet again. My life? Do you still want it? Chenjia mockingly stretched out his neck for Sasaki to see. However, at this moment, Sasaki couldn't move at all. Now, he was in the depths of despair. How is this possible? What exactly is your talent? Sasaki looked at Chenjia in shock. According to his understanding, Chenjia was at most a talent for the opening heaven axe. When did another talent that could imprison someone appear in the sky? This. I think you don't need to know. After all, it's meaningless for the dead to know too much. Chenjia's expression darkened, his black and white eyes revealing a trace of fierceness. Swish! The opening heaven axe appeared in Chenjia's hand without him even noticing. He swung his arm, and the opening heaven axe swiftly sliced through the sky. It sliced through Sasaki's neck. Poochie! A crisp sound rang out. A head floated in the air, blood tainting the entire space. Thud! The lifeless Sasaki quickly fell to his knees on the ground. I originally wanted to have a fierce battle with you, but I didn't expect, my old acquaintance, you would be so weak. Since you are already dead, then I will take good care of these original spirit crystals for you. Chenjia appeared benevolent, as if the person before him was not the one he had killed. Chenjia carefully counted the other party's inheritance. There were a total of 50 original spirit crystals. What a considerable asset. Indeed, it verified the saying, killing for wealth. After collecting the original spirit crystals, Chenjia did not linger for too long. He quickly transformed into a streak of light, flying towards the next direction. He hoped to meet old acquaintances again. That way, he could not only eliminate them all, but also gain more original spirit crystals. On this journey, Chenjia also encountered some people from small countries sent into the secret realm. He only took their original crystals and did not take their lives. Chapter 77, Killing the Vampire King. From this, it is easy to see that Chenjia is not a person who enjoys killing. After searching in the air for a while, Chenjia quickly found a familiar presence again. Another old friend. A trace of crazy excitement appeared in Chenjia's eyes. As soon as he landed, he felt the other party quickly moving in the darkness among the deep forest. Soon, he guessed who this old friend was. No. Strictly speaking, he wasn't truly an old friend but rather, a relative of an old friend. Since he was a relative of a friend, he naturally should treat him well. Soon, he directly flashed to the front of the fleeing opponent. His hands were behind his back. The opponent sensed Chenjia's presence and stopped. In the darkness, with bright red eyes, he stared at Chenjia closely. The opponent wanted to bite, to tear Chenjia's throat, then deeply savor his delicious blood. You must be a vampire, right? Chenjia didn't look at the opponent, just asked a question. Before the opponent could respond, Chenjia already smelled the odor of rotten blood emanating from the opponent's body. That's right, if I'm not mistaken, you must be the one who killed the 5 emperors and 10 kings of Sakura country, that kid from Luo country, right? The vampire Edward asked calmly. He just sensed a little and knew the person in front of him was Chenjia. The flow of blood in Chenjia's body was the type he liked best. Full of vitality and life. Just a small taste would be heavenly bliss. You're right, then hand over the original spirit crystals on you. I'll only give you 10 seconds to think. Chenjia's voice was very cold. Of course, what he said was just a joke. Even if the opponent handed over the spirit crystals, he would still kill him. Ah, this is truly funny, just a mere human dares to threaten us vampires. I must be seeing things. Edward didn't take Qinjie's words to heart at all. In his subconscious, only humans were afraid of them, vampires. How could a human threaten a vampire? 5, 7, 8. Qinjie loudly counted down. But the opponent really didn't care, and was even prepared to step out of the darkness. 10. After counting to 10, Qinjie suddenly transformed into a ghostly figure. He directly vanished from the original spot. Not even a hint of breath remained. Edward's eyes widened. He had just seen Qinjie's illusion disappear. Then he could no longer sense Qinjie. Where did he go? Edward was shocked deep inside. He had never seen someone faster than them, the vampires. Moreover, able to escape their watch. You must understand that vampires are born sensitive to human scent. Moreover, he was a vampire king. How could anyone vanish right under his eyes? Don't look for me, I'm right behind you. Qinjie's eerie voice sounded behind the vampire. What? Puff. Before the vampire Edward could turn around, Qinjie had already punched through his back. Relax, feeling dizzy is normal. Qinjie gently pulled his arm out of Edward's body, taking with it a pool of thick blood. Not a single drop of blood on the vampire was his own. Thus, the stench was very unpleasant. After withdrawing his arm, Qinjie regretted punching through the opponent's body. He should have used the heaven-splitting axe instead. However, to avoid being discovered, Qinjie was forced to act this way. In the end, Edward didn't even turn his head. He just collapsed flat on the ground. In an instant, he lost all signs of life. Qinjie used his toes to flip Edward's corpse. He found many original spirit crystals in the chest area. However, Edward had an extraordinarily large number of original spirit crystals. It reached over 300. If he hadn't encountered Qinjie, the first place in this secret realm for collecting spirit crystals would have belonged to Edward. But Edward's original spirit crystals actually had a dirty origin. They were obtained by ambushing human awakeners. Each one was stained with blood. After seizing all of Edward's original spirit crystals, Qinjie slowly stood up. Muttering to himself, "Vampire?" Suddenly, a flash of inspiration sparked in his mind, and energy began to gather in his hands. Then quickly, he crushed this energy. Suddenly, this burst of energy suddenly compressed and turned into flames. Qinjie waved his hand and threw the flames at Edward. Poof! The fire immediately blazed fiercely. For ghostly creatures like this, they must be completely burned to death with flames, to prevent them from coming back to life. Sure enough. After the fire burned the vampire for a short while. Ah! The vampire Edward suddenly jumped up from the ground. Qinjie! You won't die a good death. Ah! Edward turned into a man of fire, rushing madly towards Qinjie. Unfortunately, before he could touch Qinjie, he had already turned into a pile of ashes. Ha! Luckily, I added more fire to prevent him from reviving. Qinjie breathed a sigh of relief, stroking the head of the Xiao dog. Let's go! We continue to collect the spirit crystals. By rights, with the amount he had now, Qinjie was definitely the one with the most original spirit crystals in the entire secret realm. However, how could good things ever be too much? Just like money. Qinjie. Just when Qinjie was about to leave this place, a shout full of pickled cabbage flavor suddenly rang out behind him. If the other party hadn't shouted out actively, he might not have discovered them at all. But since the other party was so proactive, Qinjie had no reason to ignore them. Moreover, they had once vowed to use the power of the entire country to kill him. Do you know me? Are you from the pickled cabbage country? Qinjie turned around, looking at the other person with pity. He wished the other party would deny it. That way he could save another life. You are the person that the entire pickled cabbage country hates, how could I not recognize you? This man spoke quite justifiably. Qinjie helplessly shook his head. Then, goodbye. Suddenly, a flash of yellow light flickered. In front of him, the pickled cabbage countryman immediately split into pieces. Attack with axe, retract with axe. In just a moment. Such a character, Qinjie didn't need to waste any more time with them. Xiao dog, go get the original spirit crystals from that guy. Qinjie pointed at the other person's corpse. He didn't want to go up and touch the corpse. Qinjie was afraid that if he touched the body, he would become foolish himself. Woof woof. Xiao dog howled twice, even though it was very unwilling. But it still rummaged around and finally found 2 original spirit crystals. Looking at the pitiful 2 original spirit crystals, Qinjie couldn't help but sigh. Weaklings like this, even if he spared their life, they also had to be erased. Chapter 78, Obtaining the Creator's Reward. estimating that the collected original spirit crystals were almost enough. Chen Jie walked directly towards the exit of the secret realm. There was still a day until the time to leave the secret realm, but he was already in a hurry. The outside world needed him. After a simple passage, Chen Jie successfully arrived at the exit. Here, just like before, there was only a beam of light. Chen Jie reached out to touch the beam of light. Suddenly, an ethereal voice echoed in Chen Jie's mind. Waker of the outside world, do you wish to leave this secret realm? If you want to leave, please submit the corresponding and sufficient original crystals. If the original crystals detected on you are insufficient, you will be directly erased. Chen Jie nodded. Confirmed to leave. Thus, Chen Jie placed all the original crystals he had into the beam of light. Buzz. The beam of light emitted a strong tremor, and also circles of energy halos spread outwards. Before long, that voice rang out again, filled with excitement. Congratulations, outside world waker. You have obtained enough crystals to leave the secret realm. Please enter the beam of light. We also remind the outside world waker that you have more original spirit crystals than everyone else in the secret realm and more than half. Congratulations, you will receive the reward from the creator of the secret realm. Hearing this response, Chen Jie happily walked into the beam of light. Immediately, a powerful energy surged into Chen Jie's body. Two powerful energies squeezed into Chen Jie's body, making him extremely uncomfortable. That kind of swelling pain was almost unbearable for him. However, after a while, he quickly calmed down. He noticed a magical change had occurred in his right hand, it had turned golden yellow. This is... Chen Jie looked at his right hand in confusion. Congratulations to the external player, you have received the golden arm bestowed by the creator of the secret realm, may you personally comprehend its infinite uses. Golden arm? Chen Jie carefully examined the arm in his hand. He felt that this arm seemed to connect with every detail of his whole body. Every single breathing pore was connected to this one arm. Even energy could all converge into a single point at his fingertip. So, he tried to gather a small amount of energy into his index finger. Soon, his index finger gathered into a glowing orb. Go! Chen Jie aimed at a distant mountain. The glowing orb immediately shot towards the mountain swiftly. Just a moment later, the orb struck the mountain. Boom! The earth immediately shook. That mountain was torn apart like paper by Chen Jie's strike, a crack splitting from the peak down to the ground. It directly split open a valley. What a terrifying energy impact! Chen Jie gasped at his own strike. With this hit, he was confident he could take down a 9th-tier awakened warrior. If he gathered all his energy. Chen Jie thought to himself. However, right after launching this strike, a strong sense of dizziness surged into his brain. It seems this move shouldn't be used lightly. Chen Jie thought silently. So he gave up the idea of casually using all his energy. If he used all his energy, he might end up in life-threatening danger. After finishing the verification, the transmission beam began to fluctuate. After a tremor, his body started to become ethereal. Whoosh! The scenery in front of Chen Jie changed rapidly, and soon he was transmitted outside the secret realm. At this moment, outside the secret realm. In the high command monitoring room of the Luo nation. Old Zhou, we have been submerged by 96%, please give the order. The senior military commander paid his respects to Old Zhou. This situation did not allow them to wait any longer. If they didn't launch the atomic bomb for an attempt now. Next, they might not even have the chance to try. Sigh. If the atomic bomb doesn't work, then our Luo nation has no hope. Launch it. Let's fight for this last thread of life. Old Zhou's eyes began to harden. This was their last chance. As for Chen Jie, they had waited long enough. If they resisted again, they would truly have no chance to resist at all. Receiving the order, the military command immediately issued the final command. Everyone, this is the last moment for the survival of our Luo nation. We hold our posts, uphold our stance, stay on our land, until the very last moment. Another scene shows the distorted monster mermaid, recklessly slaughtering humans in the vast ocean. Its eyes are filled with madness. It enjoys this revenge as if it were planned long ago. Humans! Pay for your sins! The 10th level mermaid monster roars. It does not notice that humanity's devastating weapon has quietly approached not far from it. Only 300 meters away. It finally reacts. It's humanity's nuclear weapon. You can't kill me with such a thing. The mermaid monster certainly understands the danger of this weapon. She raises her hands, and the vast ocean is all at her command, with the seawater around her rushing skyward. It collides with the nuclear bomb. Boom! In the sky, mushroom clouds rise.
The powerful shockwave scatters the seawater, as it is merely an ordinary substance.
Under the destruction of the nuclear bomb, it evaporates and dissipates continuously.
Truly worthy of being a nuclear weapon.
Yet, the mermaid monster's power should not be underestimated. She uses all her strength to summon the seawater, even if the original seawater is melted away.
There is still an endless supply of seawater coming in. Puff.
Using seawater consumes a lot of the mermaid monster's energy, causing her body to feel somewhat overstretched. She spits out a mouthful of black blood onto the ground. She suffers considerable internal injuries. However, with her recovery ability, she will be able to recover in no time.
After a round of bombardment, the power of the nuclear bomb completely dissipates. Ah, humans. You can't do anything to me.
Then prepare to bear my wrath.
I know where you are. Chapter 79, Dying in Fiery Passion.
At this moment, the distorted mermaid is completely enraged.
She brings towering waves towards the command center of the Luo nation.
Her speed is extraordinarily fast. At this rate, the command center personnel estimate she will arrive in less than 2 hours. Seeing that the nuclear bomb had no effect on this 10th level mermaid, the people in the control room seemed drained of strength.
With a thud, one sat down on the ground. It's over, all over.
This mermaid will arrive at our command room before long. Those who can leave, hurry and go. Old Xiao, you should go first. As long as you live, there is hope for the Luo nation. Everyone, cover Old Xiao's retreat, split into 2 teams to confuse the distorted monster. As long as we can protect Old Xiao, we don't care.
Come on, everyone. For the last hope.
Old Xiao, please set off quickly, we don't have much time left.
Everyone suddenly wakes up and begins to choose to cover Old Xiao.
They all know they are just ordinary people.
But Old Xiao is their commander and a powerful awakener. As long as Old Xiao survives, the future of the Luo nation will have more possibilities.
In this crisis moment, everyone demonstrates a sense of national duty.
They are willing to give their lives. No.
Old Xiao's lips tremble, his eyes filled with tears. Today, the Luo nation is under attack by the sea distortion monster. I cannot survive. If that distortion monster comes, then we will die together. Old Xiao fears nothing about death. He worries more about the Luo nation. Perhaps for such great figures, personal life and death are always far less important than the collective and everyone. Luo nation, no matter what, has tried its best. At this final moment, let us share life and death together.
Together we rise or fall.
Old Luo slowly stands up from his seat.
He still looks at the warriors of Luo nation with his commanding eyes. Good.
Together in life and death, we share fate. Together in life and death, we share fate. Together in life and death, we share fate. Everyone raises their hands, as if returning to that day of declaration. Their eyes are filled with tears. Yet they are not afraid, nor are they sad. Instead, they are boiling with excitement. The passion of sharing life and death brings them to tears.
For the Luo nation. They are willing to sacrifice everything. Come on. Our warriors of the Luo Kingdom. We all stand up and take action. Pick up our weapons. Even if the enemy comes, we will make them shiver with our courage.
Old Xiao shouted with passion and fighting spirit.
Everyone present was infected by this power. Not one person showed any sign of retreat.
Thus, the crowd began to prepare for battle with the mindset of facing death. They picked up all the weapons they could find. Some awakened ones started frantically devouring spirit crystals, seeking their final moments to die more brilliantly.
Life is as brilliant as summer flowers. And death is as fervent as fierce fire.
2 hours passed, so short. At this moment, the 10th tier mutated mermaid had arrived at the gate. It was filled with raging anger, its hair a wild mess as if someone had deliberately scratched it.
Parts of its skin were already decayed.
It was clear that nuclear bombs had affected it, but they couldn't touch its essence.
Damn humans!
The mutated mermaid roared.
Tat tat tat.
And in response, the warriors fired their guns, countless bullets bombarding its body. A cloud of smoke was raised. Yet, it caused no substantial harm to it.
Die, you ant-like humans.
The mutated mermaid waved its left hand, and a trident instantly appeared in its grasp. It merely swung towards the camp lightly.
A beam of blue light immediately rose up. Even a 9th tier awakened one would be killed if they tried to block it. Boom boom boom. The defensive military was utterly destroyed by the mutated mermaid. Many warriors fell injured or dead. Stop.
Old Xiao soared into the air, resolutely standing once again.
What, you defeated one still wish to fight me? Truly unaware of your own mortality.
The mutated mermaid raised the towering trident, swinging down fiercely, a weapon as large as a mountain crashing towards Old Xiao's face.
Boom boom boom. The trident closed in inch by inch, and old Xiao pushed up with both hands, two mighty golden dragons manifesting and immediately charging forward. Roar! A powerful aura erupted, toppling the surrounding seawater. However, the golden dragon's power still fell slightly short compared to the trident. Instantly, they fell into a disadvantage. After less than 3 minutes, they shattered one after another. A strong aura directly struck old Xiao. Old Xiao continuously retreated, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Ah, you really are overestimating yourself. You are 2 tiers below me, even if you turned the sky upside down, you could never be my match. The mutated mermaid laughed loudly at the sky. Die, once you are dead, I will send your people to accompany you. The mutated mermaid raised its trident and hurled it fiercely toward old Xiao. The trident carried a powerful energy, piercing through the sky. It whipped up strong winds and waves. Yet, old Xiao once again gathered energy to form a gigantic protective shield. You can't hurt the people behind me, unless you crush me first. The powerful diamond shield expanded. The trident struck the golden shield, surprisingly causing little damage. What is this thing you have? How can it withstand my strike? The mutated mermaid stared at old Xiao in confusion. Do you really think, cough cough, that you can kill me at will? Old Xiao held his chest and spat out another mouthful of blood. This shield was not some incredible treasure. It was merely the first ability from his talent. He could create a powerful protective shield by sacrificing his own lifespan. Even the strongest attack, as long as he had enough lifespan, could not break through. Of course, if there were continuous attacks. Once his lifespan reached its limit, he would also die. The mutated mermaid carefully observed old Xiao's changes. Then it laughed out loud. Ha, you old man, your lifespan is almost over anyway. How funny to use one's lifespan as a shield. But of course, you were going to die anyway. Using your lifespan to hold back is better than dying directly under my trident. Hearing this, the people behind old Xiao were stunned. Tears flowed down their faces. Old Xiao, he is actually sacrificing his own lifespan to save us. No. Warriors, follow me to kill the enemy. I would rather die beside old Xiao, this is the honor of my life. Protect old Xiao, no matter the cost. Suddenly, several figures flew out from the sky to shield old Xiao. So touching. Then I'll send you all on your way. The distorted mermaid grinned grotesquely. Chapter 80, Chen Jie returns. The distorted mermaid swung her arm back quickly, charging the trident with energy. Die! The distorted mermaid shouted coldly. Then, the trident shot through the air, slicing through the sky. Old Xiao looked at the trident rushing towards them, calm and composed. As if facing something completely ordinary. The others were the same. Their faces showed not an ounce of fear. Facing it bravely. Life and death will always come. For them, some deaths are lighter than feathers, while others weigh like mountains. And now they died in defense of the Luo nation. Such a death carries immense weight, beyond words. What is there to panic about? What is there to regret? Come on. The trident may penetrate my body and crush every cell of mine. But it can never shake the spirit I have to protect the Luo nation. Old Xiao faced the trident, his gaze firm, fists clenched tightly. The trident moved extremely fast, arriving in front of old Xiao in an instant, poised to pierce his body. A flash of bright red light appeared. Under this red domain, the trident emitted a series of humming sounds. It seemed to want to escape the control of the red domain, but it couldn't move an inch. Stop! Chen Jie's voice came from afar, grave and powerful. At that moment, the world fell silent. The distorted mermaid frowned, a little startled, turning to look in the direction of the voice. Someone actually had the power to forcefully stop her fully charged strike. There was such a strong person on this planet. As soon as Chen Jie emerged from the secret realm, he rushed over. Fortunately, at the critical moment, he halted the trident's attack. Looking at the towering distorted mermaid before him, Chen Jie moved in quick succession. With every movement, he could cover hundreds of meters, leaving behind a blur of shadow. In an instant, he appeared directly in front of the distorted mermaid. He raised his hand. Swung it down. Slap. The crisp sound echoed in the air. The once quiet atmosphere suddenly erupted with that slap, sounding incredibly loud. Boom. The people of Luo Nation stared in disbelief at this scene. Chen Jie. He had actually slapped a 10th tier distorted monster that nearly destroyed Luo Nation. This was simply unbelievable. Let's not forget, that was a 10th tier distorted monster. Even an atomic bomb couldn't harm it, yet Chen Jie had simply delivered a slap. You thought you could destroy my Luo Nation? Chen Jie said coldly. As if looking at a dead person. You dare to hit me.
The distorted mermaid stared furiously at Chen Jie, utterly unconvinced. She was about to rise up to counterattack. Chen Jie aimed at her abdomen and kicked again. A simple, unadorned kick. The area struck contorted into a grotesque shape. Ah! The distorted mermaid flew backwards like a broken sack, crashing into the water's surface. Boom! An explosion sounded, sending waves crashing. Each layer of waves soared up to 100 meters high. Chen Jie! You finally returned. Old Zhou's eyes had misted over, his voice trembling with excitement. He had thought Luo Nation was doomed. But now it seemed hope had risen once more. I'm sorry, everyone, I'm back late. Of course, now that I am back, I will keep our Luo Kingdom safe. Chen Jie spoke with great momentum. At that moment, everyone in the Luo Kingdom seemed to see hope, the hope of the past, and certainly the hope of the present. They began to cheer, they began to shout. Chen Jie has returned, we are saved. No matter the sea monsters, we don't need to be afraid as long as Chen Jie is here, there is hope for our Luo Kingdom. Thank heaven and earth, the war god Chen has finally appeared. Just now when the trident was about to stab old Zhou, my heart almost leaped out of my throat. Thank goodness, thank heaven and earth. Our Luo Kingdom's hope is Chen Jie, the war god. Smash this fish monster, it has caused our Luo Kingdom too much suffering. Let's see how long these sea monsters can still be arrogant. At this moment, the survivors reignited their hope. They reignited their fighting spirit. Only because their hope had returned. The little girl who previously gave Chen Jie a lollipop was still alive. Under official protection, she was sent to the command base. Her eyes shone with light. She looked up at the straight-backed Chen Jie in the sky. The great hero, he really came back. He's going to help us drive away all the monsters. Everything he said is true, Mom. Why are you crying, Mom? Don't be sad, the great hero really came back. The little girl shouted while helping her mom wipe away her tears. So understanding, so lovable. My dear, Chen the great hero. He didn't lie to us. He is a true great hero. The girl's mom said with tears in her eyes. Just a moment ago, she was ready to die together with her daughter, but in this moment, Chen Jie's appearance gave her a reason to live. Damn humans, how dare you hurt me? I will make you pay. The mutated mermaid grabbed her trident back. She charged out of the water, heading straight for Chen Jie. In her eyes, Chen Jie was just an 8th tier awakened one. But he had already beaten this 8th tier awakened one to the ground. To her, this was definitely the greatest humiliation of her life. You? How ridiculous. Chen Jie also summoned the sky-opening axe, charging directly at her. Although he was also an 8th tier awakened one now. But under the cleansing of the milky liquid, his power had long surpassed the 9th tier. Moreover, his determination was the best among awakened ones in the world. Adding to that was his killing god field, which gave him the chance to fight against this 10th tier awakened one. Bang! A powerful crashing sound erupted. The people shaken in this place felt like their eardrums were about to shatter. This was purely a violent clash. No reliance on any talent or energy. Is this the battle between top awakened ones? Old Zhou's aide said in awe, looking up. He had never seen the battle of high-tier awakened ones. It was unexpectedly so breathtaking. Let's withdraw and protect everyone else. Don't disturb Chen Jie's fight. Old Zhou glanced at Chen Jie and confirmed he could contain the mutated mermaid. Then he turned and returned to the command room below. He commanded everyone to make protective measures, trying to minimize the fighting waves and avoid unnecessary losses. Boom! 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 The sounds of battle in the sky kept ringing. Chen Jie had been fighting this 10th tier mutated mermaid for more than half an hour. After a long time of battle, the mutated mermaid was greatly shaken. He was just an ordinary 8th tier awakened one. How could he possibly have such enduring fighting power? You know, if the amount of energy stored by an 8th tier awakened one is like a cup of water, then, the energy stored by a 10th tier awakened one is like a whole vat of water. You are not an ordinary 8th tier, how are you doing this? The distorted mermaid looked at him with a strange gaze. As if Chen Jie was the monster among people. You don't need to know this, after all, you are about to become a corpse. Chen Jie summoned the heaven-splitting axe. This showed that he was about to get serious. You arrogant kid. The distorted mermaid also summoned the sea god's trident, it's a pity for such a special talent. I'll send you to meet Yama right now. The two transformed into streams of light, colliding with each other. Exclamation point. A large explosion of sparks erupted in the sky, with powerful energy waves spreading outwards. Some tall mountains were instantly flattened. To avoid affecting others, Chen Jie fought while leading the battle up into the sky. Before long, they reached an altitude of 5,000 meters. People on the ground could only vaguely see two black dots colliding and entangling. But the sound was like continuous thunder. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky, the sounds continued, shaking those below who dared not look up. Only old Joe looked on with a worried face. He was worried that Chen Jia would get hurt. But there was hope that Chen Jia could defeat this 10th tier distorted monster. Huff huff huff. The 10th tier distorted monster was gasping, as the long aerial battle had made him uncomfortable. I say, buddy, your brain isn't working too well, is it? Chen Jia tilted his head and looked at the seemingly not very smart distorted mermaid. What do you mean? Ha, as a sea distortion monster, you now dare to fight me in the sky. If I use my killing move, do you think you can escape? Chen Jia deliberately brought this up. This was intentional on his part. In battles of high-tier awakened beings, mindset is far more important than small advantages. Sure enough, at Chen Jia's reminder, the already fatigued distorted mermaid began to feel a bit flustered. Fear of battle began to emerge. Every time Chen Jia attacked, he consciously stepped back. But at the same time, he didn't dare to retreat too quickly, fearing that Chen Jia would take the opportunity to strike while he was withdrawing. Thus, Chen Jia instantly gained the upper hand. Meanwhile, the distorted mermaid could only defend passively during each clash. After attacking continuously for over 10 minutes, Chen Jia sensed that the distorted mermaid's defenses were starting to weaken. His body shook. He raised the heaven-splitting axe, channeling massive energy into it. Instantly, the giant shadow of the heaven-splitting axe appeared in the sky. Like a round sun. Not good, he's about to unleash his killing move. The distorted mermaid quickly raised the trident, pouring azure energy into it as well. Slash! Chen Jia formed a sword with one hand and swung down. The enormous heaven-splitting axe in the sky followed his finger, slowly descending. You won't defeat me this easily. I am invincible. The distorted mermaid gritted his teeth, pushing the trident up with both hands. Boom boom boom. The heaven-splitting axe pressed down inch by inch. The distorted mermaid frantically squeezed his energy, desperately resisting the heaven-splitting axe. Strangely, after just half a minute of resistance, he felt the pressure from Chen Jia's axe significantly decrease. Could it be that Chen Jia had exhausted his strength? The distorted mermaid excitedly turned to observe Chen Jia. At that moment, Chen Jia was no longer controlling the axe. Instead, he smiled, pointing at him with his pinched fingers. The destructive energy gathered at his fingertip made the distorted mermaid's eyelids twitch violently. This tiny bit of energy was definitely enough to kill her. Chen Jia looked down at the mermaid below, whose face was filled with panic and confusion. He found it amusing. Indeed, even though the distorted monster had gained intelligence from its power, it could never outsmart humans in cunning. Chen Jia had just intentionally revealed his killing move to draw the distorted mermaid to fully focus on his sky-opening axe. This way, he would have the chance to use his true killing move, the golden arm. And when the distorted mermaid noticed Chen Jia was using the golden arm, it was already too late. Chen Jia gathered all his energy and concentrated it on one finger of the golden arm. Even though this carried risks. But it was worth fighting for, because it was the only way to have a chance to kill this monster that was far beyond his level. If he continued to waste time, it would only be detrimental to him. Goodbye. Oh no, we will never see each other again. Chen Jia politely said his farewell. Then he watched the distorted mermaid's terrified and regretful wide eyes, shaking her head constantly. The red light in his hand throbbed violently, and after a slight tremor, it suddenly shot out. Swish! The powerful red and black beam cut through the sky, piercing from the distorted mermaid's head down to her legs. Ah ah ah! The distorted mermaid let out a tragic scream, then shook violently, unable to even close her eyes. The energy in her body began to dissipate, and she fell directly downwards. Chen Jia has won. In less than an hour, Chen Jia has killed the powerful 10th level distorted monster. Amazing, truly worthy of being our Dragon Kingdom's war god level figure. We have won, the Luo Kingdom has won. Thank you, Chen Jia, for bringing us back to life. Just now I thought I was going to meet my ancestors, but it seems I can wait a few more decades before meeting them. So powerful, incredibly powerful, Chen Jia. You who are not awakeners may not know what it means to defeat a 10th level with an 8th level, it's like an ant defeating an elephant. This is a godlike over-level battle, Chen Jia. The one true god. Lucky for us, the Luo Kingdom has Chen Jia, this is a blessing for all of us. We should thank Chen Jia. The little girl saw Chen Jia defeat the distorted monster and jumped up happily. The great hero has defeated the monster. The great hero is amazing. Chen Jia's face was pale as he slowly descended from the sky to the command base. He used the last bit of his strength to check if the 10th level distorted mermaid was really dead. Only after confirming did he feel relieved to descend. He landed in front of the little girl. From his pocket, he took out the lollipop he had saved. It was still intact. Little sister, brother didn't lie to you, brother defeated the monster. Before he could finish his sentence, everything in front of Chen Jie went black. He knew nothing after that. Chapter 82, Chen Jie's Awakening. The next day, Chen Jie opened his eyes. What came into view was a large white ceiling. Then came a familiar fragrance that filled the air. He slowly turned his head and saw Xiao Wanru lying beside his bed. The beep-beep sound nearby proved that he was still alive. Chen Jie pulled out his hand and slowly placed it on Xiao Wanru's hair, gently stroking it. It feels so damn good to be alive. He didn't know when it had begun, but Chen Jie was no longer the previous version of himself who only cared about surviving. He had become the kind of Chen Jie who could stand in front of those he loved, and stand in front of the whole nation. Perhaps it was the influence of Elder Zhou. But for him, this feeling was wonderful. Although sometimes, it was quite exhausting. Feeling something moving above his head, Xiao Wanru slowly woke up and suddenly raised her head. Her eyes looked at the already recovered Chen Jie, and in an instant, they were filled with tears. Asterisk asterisk. Whoa, I thought you would never wake up again? As Xiao Wanru spoke, tears flowed uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes. She was truly scared. When she saw Chen Jie fighting against a 10th level with 8th level power, her heart felt completely gripped. She really wanted to rush up and share the pressure with Chen Jie. But she also knew that if she recklessly went up now, Chen Jie was only dragging down Wanru. And when she saw Chen Jie fall, she almost cried herself into unconsciousness. If something happened to Chen Jie, she didn't plan to live anymore. Silly girl, I'm alive again, right? I just used too much strength and fainted. Chen Jie lifted his hand, gently wiping away the tears on her face. If you cry, you won't look good. Chen Jie pinched Xiao Wanru's face. He didn't expect that using all his energy attacks would lead to such serious consequences. You can't take risks like this in the future. Xiao Wanru threw herself into Chen Jie's chest and cried uncontrollably. Previously, she had been taking care of Chen Jie and hadn't had a chance to cry properly. 10 minutes passed. Seeing that Xiao Wanru's crying had weakened a bit, Chen Jie finally asked. How long have I been unconscious? You have been unconscious for 93 hours. Xiao Wanru looked at her watch, pouting as she spoke. During the days Chen Jie was unconscious, Xiao Wanru recorded the hours. Every hour that passed, her heart ached more. What Chen Jie didn't know was that during his unconsciousness, Xiao Wanru felt like she was living in darkness. She couldn't escape for a long time. Loneliness and emptiness spread throughout her body. Have I really been unconscious for so long? How is everyone doing? I don't know what has happened afterward. Chen Jie looked at Xiao Wanru with tenderness. In this life, he was grateful to have a girl who cared for him so much by his side. What more could he ask for? Afterward, after you killed the level 10 mutated mermaid monster, old Zhou led the people together with many awakened ones from Luo Nation to fight back and completely drove the marine mutations back to the sea. What's even more surprising is that some of our people managed to survive under the protection of the awakened ones. Luo Nation can still recover. But even so, Luo Nation suffered great damage this time. Tears flowed from Xiao Wanru's eyes once again. She had fought alongside old Zhou against those sea monsters. Along the way, she witnessed many cruel realities. Thinking back on those things made her heart pound. Sigh. In the apocalypse, various mutated monsters appear, and humans are bound to suffer. Just look at it positively, but thankfully the level 10 mutated monster was defeated by us. As long as we continue, we still have hope to survive. Chen Jie looked at the ceiling and sighed deeply. In this world, he knew that this catastrophe was just a larger-scale disaster in the early apocalypse. There would be more and stronger mutated monsters to come. If humans wanted to completely defeat them, there was only one way: humans must continue to grow stronger. Awakened humans, as the final hope for mankind, have an extremely heavy mission. After 10 minutes, old Zhou rushed into the hospital room with his subordinates. With a creak, the hospital door was quickly opened. Old Zhou hurriedly walked in, his expression anxious. Chen Jie, has Chen Jie recovered? Let me see. Old Zhou's tone was excited as he looked around. Finally, he saw that Chen Jie's complexion was rosy, sitting up in the hospital communicating with Xiao Wanru. Old Zhou stepped forward and quickly took Chen Jie's hands. Chen Jie, how do you feel now? Are you okay? Doctor. Come check Chen Jie's body, is there any hidden danger or something? Old Zhou was full of concern for Chen Jie. This was the true hero of Luo Nation. To defeat the powerful enemies of Luo Nation, he even risked his own life. What great kindness and righteousness, for the country and for the people. Even in front of Chen Jie, old Zhou felt somewhat insignificant. Old Zhou.
I'm fine, I just overexerted myself a bit. I'll fully recover in a few days. Chen Jia smiled and said. Old Zhou's care made him feel a great warmth. Chen Jia, many awakeners want to see you after you woke up. They are all heroes of the Luo Kingdom, and you are their leader. Since you defeated the 10th level distorted monster, all the awakeners have almost united to fight against the distorted monsters together. Thank goodness. The Luo Kingdom has someone like you, which is why it has survived. Old Zhou spoke generously. He knew that Zhou Jia was the greatest gift that heaven had given to the Luo Kingdom. If they couldn't cherish this well, that would really be ungrateful. Old Zhou, taking this opportunity, I think we need to systematically train our awakeners in the Luo Kingdom. Also, actively encourage them to participate in the secret realms. I have a premonition that in the future, more powerful monsters will appear. You have to know, the mermaid distorted monster is just a tiny variety in the vast ocean. Chen Jia expressed his concerns. Good. Chen Jia, take care of your injuries, and leave the management of the awakeners to me. Also, after defeating the distorted mermaid, a lot of treasures dropped, and we haven't touched any, waiting for you to use them. Patting Chen Jia's hand, old Zhou slowly stood up. He knew that he had come at a not-so-great time. They were still enjoying time with their little couple. He knew his presence would completely break the atmosphere. Others were naturally understanding. Seeing old Zhou stand up, they all moved to the door, ready to leave with him. If it was another time, they would definitely want to interview Chen Jia properly. Chapter 83, Super Spirit Crystal. After all, Chen Jia had defeated a 10th level distorted monster. Such an achievement was very worthy of an interview. They could also gain a lot of combat experience from him. How many people around the world have fought against a 10th level distorted monster? Probably, even in Eagle Sauce country, no one has fought against it before. After this battle, Chen Jia's name not only sunk deep into the hearts of every Luo Kingdom citizen but would also be passed down forever. Chen Jia killed the 10th level distorted monster. However, other countries were not having it easy. They were desperately waiting in the secret realm passage within their own countries for the awakeners they had sent in. Yet, after a long week of time, not a single awakener came back out. Until finally, one day, Eagle Sauce country received the news. Their vampire awakener was killed by a man holding an axe. And this person didn't just kill the Eagle Sauce country. He also killed the awakeners from Tea Brewing country, Cherry Blossom country, and others. In an instant, the entire Eagle Sauce country was furious. Among their country's awakeners, those with vampire awakeners were the elite of the elite. Moreover, the vampire king they specially sent in was the sharpest existence among these elites. But now, he was actually killed by Chen Jia. Even the original spirit crystals in his hands were completely taken away. This is something we cannot tolerate. This time, Eagle Sauce country was completely enraged. Their country had many awakeners, along with various distorted awakeners, similar to their fondness for raw food. Sir, I heard, the Luo Kingdom has recently suffered attacks from sea creatures. How about now we send a large number of vampires and various distorted awakeners to rush to the Luo Kingdom? Using their ancient words, it means taking advantage of their illness to take their lives. The leader of Eagle Sauce country looked at the pale-faced vampire below who was giving suggestions. He nodded heavily. In the past, they were intimidated by the national strength of the Luo Kingdom. Now, the situation began to change. Ladies and gentlemen, a man named Luo Jia from the Luo Kingdom has killed the elite of our Eagle Sauce country and also robbed our crystals. This enmity, we must repay it. Alright, everyone, awakeners. For the sake of defending the image of our country, come with me to the kingdom of Luo to seek justice. Awakened ones, you and you. Are you willing to follow me to our destination? The master waved his hand and delivered a speech to stir the emotions of the awakened ones beneath him. Suddenly, the people of Eagle Sauce Nation responded to the call, standing up one by one, demanding to attack the kingdom of Luo. In truth, very few of them were genuinely passionate. They were merely eyeing the resources that the kingdom of Luo possessed. They also knew that the kingdom of Luo was currently facing attacks from marine creatures. Naturally, they saw this opportunity as the best time to attack the kingdom of Luo. For our great dignity, we shall set out together. For our great dignity, we shall set out together. For our great dignity, we shall set out together. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Luo. After 2 days of recovery, Chen Jia was nearly back to normal. He was able to get out of bed normally. He went to the warehouse to greet his spoils of war. As soon as he opened the warehouse, he saw a massive block of ice. Inside the square ice block was a mermaid frozen in time. At this moment, the mermaid had lost all signs of life. Her eyes had turned white and bulged out. Chen Jia, this mutated mermaid has great research value for us. Old Zhou said beside him. He hoped that Chen Jie would keep the body of this mutated mermaid. Of course, if Chen Jie wanted to use the mermaid's body to nurture his mimicry combat spirit, old Zhou had no objections at all. After all, this 10th tier mutated mermaid was defeated solely by Chen Jie, the others had contributed little. They naturally had no right to ask Chen Jie to share this body. Chen Jie nodded at old Zhou. Old Zhou, I also hope that this mermaid's body can bring more benefits to the kingdom of Luo. I hope everyone can speed up research and continuously enhance our overall strength. Chen Jie spoke very casually. He showed no signs of being shy at all. This was the body of a 10th tier mutated mermaid. Even 9th tier awakened ones were envious. Yet Chen Jie had given it so generously to the country. Old Zhou looked at Chen Jie and couldn't help but feel that Chen Jie seemed a bit taller. So, old Zhou straightened up and bowed deeply to Chen Jie. Thank you, Chen Jie. Your contributions to the kingdom of Luo will always be remembered. Old Zhou, I am just a part of the kingdom of Luo. This is what I should do. Chen Jie humbly replied. In fact, he didn't need this body at all. His Hongmeng clear turbid chi was the strongest mimicry combat spirit in the world. A mutated mermaid like this was actually looked down upon by the mimicry combat spirit. Especially after absorbing the white fluid in the secret realm. Of course, Chen Jie, we have already extracted the core of the mutated mermaid for you. It is a diamond-shaped spirit crystal. Its level definitely exceeds that of a high-grade spirit crystal. Preliminary estimates suggest that just using this core would be enough to provide energy for the kingdom of Luo for an entire year during its prosperous period. Old Zhou said without exaggeration. A 10th tier mutated creature was indeed very powerful. The spirit crystals they produced contained terrifying energy. If the mutated mermaid could fully control the energy of the spirit crystal, even 10 Chen Jies together wouldn't be able to defeat it. Furthermore, we have turned this super spirit crystal into an energy supply room. It will provide energy for you to absorb and enhance. This method is safe and secure. Moreover, only you in the entire kingdom of Luo will have access to this energy supply room. Old Zhou introduced Chen Jie with care as he walked. Given the strength of this spirit crystal, direct absorption would likely be life-threatening. Letting Chen Jie absorb it in the energy room maximized safety. Old Zhou, I will only use this energy room until I reach 9th tier. The remaining energy, let's leave it for the elite of the kingdom of Luo. Chen Jie said calmly. Pattern. This is the pattern of a hero from the Luo nation. Everyone present, including the researchers, looked at Chen Jie with admiration. Good. Old Zhou nodded heavily. Just as Chen Jie was visiting the energy chamber, Old Zhou suddenly received news from outside. Report, Old Zhou, there are ships from Eagle Sauce Country in our waters. They say they are here to take revenge on Mr. Chen. How should we handle this? A reporter wearing a white hat whispered to Old Zhou. At this moment, Old Zhou's brows twisted into a tight knot. Chapter 84, Who is he really? Seeing Old Zhou's worried frown, Chen Jie smiled and asked, Old Zhou, now that the twisted monsters at the bottom of the sea have been driven back to their lair, why are you still frowning? Chen Jie thought Old Zhou was still worried about the twisted monsters. The 10th level twisted monsters had perished on land, and for a while, there shouldn't be more twisted monsters daring to charge up. No, it's not that. It's that some countries with sinister intentions want to take advantage of our troubles. They want to make trouble, and while we Luo nation are certainly not afraid. It's just that if this escalates, it would still be quite unfavorable for us. Our Luo nation has just suffered significant damage. A worried look reappeared on Old Zhou's face. To him, nothing was more important than the lives of the people of Luo nation. Having just endured the calamity of the twisted monsters, and not having settled down for a few days. Now, war may rise again, how can they bear it? Old Zhou, do you know which country is causing trouble? Then let me handle this. I know why they have come to our Luo nation, this matter may have to do with me. Chen Jie thought for a moment and took the matter upon himself. Moreover, this matter originally arose because of him. So, it must be resolved by him. But, Chen Jie, your body has just recovered, it may not be appropriate to go. Old Zhou said with concern. If Chen Jie goes to resolve this matter, it might indeed be solved quickly. However, if Chen Jie's still recovering body gets hurt, that would not be good for him. No need. My body has recovered just fine. Just right to stretch my muscles with them. Let's go. Take me to see what's going on. Chen Jie gestured to the reporter earlier who reported the news. After receiving Old Zhou's instructions, the reporter quickly led the way. Soon, Chen Jie and Old Zhou boarded the warplane. After less than an hour of flying, they arrived above the sea. The formations were clearly set. Because of the assault from the twisted monsters, many large fleets could not operate normally. Please leave.
This is a warning. Please leave. The warriors of Luo Nation were fearless. Even when facing such a large formation from the other side, they paid no attention to Luo Nation's signals. Instead, they accelerated their advance. The fleet of Luo Nation, without receiving superior orders, had no right to fire. At this moment, the soldiers of Luo Nation were like ants on a hot pan. They still couldn't take action. Their eyes burned with fury. This is simply too outrageous, they hardly regard our Luo Nation. Old Zhou clenched his fists, angrily watching. In the past, they wouldn't dare come even a step closer. 2 missiles would have flown past. They would have been obliterated. And Eagle Sauce Country took advantage of the apocalypse to recover quickly and did not suffer a large number of attacks from twisted monsters. It was truly maddening. Simply shameless. Old Zhou, rest assured, this matter is on me. Chen Jie looked seriously at Old Zhou. Dealing with these small fries was no problem for Chen Jie now. Now, with the ongoing mutations, these ships and cannons posed a significant threat to ordinary people. But for the awakened ones, especially for top awakeners like him, it was completely like paper mache. Okay, be careful. Old Zhou nodded at Chen Jie. So, Chen Jie lifted the aircraft's protective cover and rushed out. Between the two armies, a yellow light suddenly stood out. The soldiers of Luo Kingdom became excited upon seeing this figure. Look quickly. This is our hero Chen Jie from Luo Kingdom. He is the big shot who defeated the 10th tier mutated monster. With him here, we have confidence. I don't believe these Eagle Sauce Country people won't retreat. Chen Jie, it's really that war god Chen Jie. I didn't expect him to actually come. I've heard his heroic deeds many times, but never imagined I'd see him in person at this moment. Of course. This is a major issue concerning 2 countries, a top figure like Chen Jie surely needs to step in and resolve it. This is our hope in Luo Kingdom. His figure in the sky is truly magnificent. The hearts of all the soldiers surged with countless waves. Chen Jie. Oh. He is their great hero. Not long ago, he single-handedly saved the entire Luo Kingdom. A national savior like this one, who could remain calm in front of him? However, the people on the side of Eagle Sauce Country did not think so. In their hearts, there was more disdain and mockery. What could an awakened one from a country that could only send out a dozen warships do? Besides, he was just an ordinary awakened one, how could he be stronger than their special race of vampire awakened beings? Now, he hadn't even summoned his mimicry battle spirit, could it be he couldn't? TCH, this person dares to stand before us. 2 of our shells could turn him to dust. These ordinary soldiers of Eagle Sauce Country certainly did not know Chen Jie's situation. In fact, they did not realize that it was to subdue this Chen Jie. Because he killed the strongest vampire among them in Eagle Sauce Country. Commander, there is a person standing in front of the Luo Kingdom fleet. He might be an awakened one requesting instructions. The gunner from Eagle Sauce Country was already impatient and began reporting to the commander. The commander heard that the opponent had deployed their awakened one but didn't care at all. Fire the shells. Blast it to pieces. Yes. Sir. After receiving the message, the gun on that side immediately aimed at Chen Jie. In a little while. Boom. Accompanied by a huge roaring sound, the cannon of Eagle Sauce Country emitted flames, a giant shell charged at Chen Jie like a crazed buffalo. And Chen Jie, looking at the incoming shell, smiled slightly. Slowly stretched out his hand. Swish. A primordial essence appeared, instantly trapping the shell tightly. It could no longer move an inch. Seeing this scene, the soldiers of Eagle Sauce Country all stood dumbfounded. This person actually caught their 5-ton heavy giant shell with his bare hands. Even their country's advanced vampires could not do this. Who on earth is he? Catching a shell with bare hands, and in this damned person's hand, the shell was like a gentle sheep. Chapter 85, Destroy all warships of Eagle Sauce. Compared to the people of Eagle Sauce Country, the soldiers of Luo Kingdom were more excited. And in admiration. They all praised in their hearts. Is this Chen Jie? So strong. No wonder he is the strongest war god in Luo Kingdom. If only I could follow him into battle. Unfortunately, I am not an awakened one. Who says there is no great emperor in Luo Kingdom? Chen Jie is the strongest in Luo Kingdom, and to live in Luo Kingdom is truly the greatest fortune of my life. I hope this battle will not last too long. I heard not long ago that war god Chen Jie was injured while defeating the 10th tier mutant creature and is still recovering. So strong. My god. Big shot Chen. These warriors, they also have their own things they admire. At this moment, Chen Jie seemed to light a lamp for them in their hearts. As long as this lamp remains lit, they will continue to fight on. Always protecting the Luo nation.
What? You said the Awakeners from Luo Nation caught the missile? The commander of the Eagle Sauce Nation could not believe it. The news from the front line seemed just like a novel, unreasonable. Although the world now has Awakeners, it shouldn't be possible to catch such powerful missiles. Moreover, how did they prevent the missile from exploding? Could it be that the other side has high-level Awakeners? Quick, relay to our backline Awakeners, hurry to the front line, they dispatched high-level Awakeners. The rest of the troops continue to attack. I refuse to believe that this Luo Nation Awakener is not made of flesh, we can't blow him up. At this moment, the Awakeners behind the Eagle Sauce Nation immediately speed up. Only they know how big the difference is between high-level Awakeners and ordinary soldiers. If they were any later, their fleet might be destroyed by this high-level Awakener. At the front line, Chen Jie controlled one of the opponent's missiles. He turned the missile around, aiming it at the enemy's main warship. Quick! He is going to launch the missile back. Fire all the other shells. We must try to kill him when he launches the missile back, or intercept the missile. The commander on the main warship was extremely anxious. A missile was hovering above him, how could he not be worried? Before long, all of Eagle Sauce Nation's warships opened fire. Missiles, like raindrops, rushed toward Chen Jie's direction. Not good. Eagle Sauce Nation has gone mad, they are launching a full attack on our Chen Jie. The pilot said. Yet, Zhou Lao remained unmoved. These things were completely like toys to Chen Jie. What was there to be nervous about? A bunch of worthless junk. Chen Jie chuckled lightly. Originally, he hadn't planned such a grand fight with ordinary humans. He only thought about giving them some lessons and letting them run with their tails between their legs. However, they attacked first. And it was a total attack. Alright, so this is how you want to play. Chen Jie threw the intercepted shell out hard. That shell flew toward the enemy's main warship like a meteor. The missed projectiles couldn't react in time to intercept it. In an instant. Boom! The huge shell instantly destroyed the command room of the enemy's main warship. All the commanders on board were mostly killed or injured. As for the other shells flying toward Chen Jie only spread out his hand, fingers apart. Ding! The entire space fell into a deep red state. Killer God Domain. Unfold. Those shells were all immobilized by Chen Jie. Then, millions of chaotic energies emanated from Chen Jie, trapping these shells. Next, he twisted the direction of the shells. The soldiers of Eagle Sauce Nation below were dumbfounded. Is this what an Awakener is? They had seen Awakeners before, but definitely none like Chen Jie, who was so outrageous. F***K. He's going to throw all the shells back. Quick, run. We are all on the ship, where can we run to? And can we escape? If those shells come over, we are definitely dead. My God, my Holy Mary. Bless me, bless me. These soldiers of Eagle Sauce Nation seem to have already seen death. They screamed, they prayed. But none of this had any effect. Because they had provoked the one person they should not have. Chen Jie, when in a killing spree, was like a devil crawling out of hell. There was absolutely no such word as mercy in the dictionary. SHHHHHH. Countless shells flew back. All smashed into the warships of Eagle Sauce Nation. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. The continuous blast sounds rang out, just like firecrackers during a festival. Of course, the power here was so much stronger than any firecracker. In an instant, the once magnificent and imposing Eagle Country battle team turned into a sea of flames. At this moment, they finally understood the difference between their ordinary firearms and the high-level awakened ones. They all turned the head of their fleet, wanting to escape from this place. Want to run? It seems a bit late now. Chen Jie slowly summoned the open sky axe from his hands. Whoever offends our Luo country shall be killed. Whether awakened ones or the ordinary Eagle Country fleet, Chen Jie did not want to spare any of them. A powerful energy wave gathered on Chen Jie's open sky axe. Swish! The open sky axe drew a huge yellow arc in the sky. This deadly arc suddenly accelerated, charging towards the Eagle Country fleet. The Eagle Country fleet, which was still hurriedly fleeing, was instantly pierced by Chen Jie's yellow light. Boom! Immediately, the Eagle Country fleet was all cut in half, leaving not a single one behind. The soldiers behind Chen Jie cheered. Good. So great, so strong. This is our Luo country's war god. Just one axe, and he smashed their fleet to pieces. Run back. Eagle Country, feel our Luo nation's wrath. Ha ha ha, where is your arrogance just now? How dare you invade our Luo country? I really don't know what you were thinking. Oh my god. Chen Jie is just too powerful.
I hope in my next life, I can be reborn as a dog of that big guy Chen. At the back of Eagle Country, in the main command room. Bang! The table was slammed by the commander, jumping up. Unforgivable, the awakened one ahead is definitely Chen Jie. He not only killed our strongest vampire in the secret realm but now also destroyed a large number of our warships. Where are our awakened ones? Order all awakened ones, including the vampires. Go to the front line, surround and kill Chen Jie. The commander of the Eagle Country did not believe that so many awakened could not defeat just one Chen Jie. Even exhaust him to death. Chapter 86, One-Eyed Longsword. To destroy the opponent's fleet thoroughly. Soon, the opponent's awakened ones swarmed in. They looked at Chen Jie, their eyes filled with hatred and resentment. Leading them was still a vampire awakened one from the Blood Clan. You all step back, let me deal with him alone. This man killed our vampire clanspeople, this matter, I must handle myself. The vampire elder Lila elegantly stepped forward. He wore a red robe, had white hair on his head, and his eyes were filled with a sense of superiority. Specifically speaking, he looked down on anyone. Even the leaders of their country now. If not for revenge, he wouldn't even bother to come to this battlefield. Are you Chen Jie? Lila looked disdainfully at Chen Jie. That gaze was as if looking at garbage. Chen Jie silently looked at the other party. The other's expression made him feel very disgusted. Chen Jie had no intention of wasting too much time with him. He raised his head, summoned the open sky axe, and slowly lifted it to chest level. The other side understood Chen Jie's meaning. Not saying anything more. Indeed, among experts, exchanging blows. Too many words were rather pointless. It was better to just fight. Lila's weapon was a long sword with an eyeball. The hilt of the sword had a fierce eyeball, filled with a greedy and devouring aura. The battle was about to begin. Lila was the first to launch an attack. His movement was extremely fast, transforming into a white wind in an instant. He charged directly at Chen Jie. At the same time, a scarlet aura emanated from her body. This was their vampire's top-level talent. Greedy blood rain, able to unleash the accumulated blood in an instant. Transforming into energy during battle. In other words, they just need to absorb enough blood before the fight. They can use it in some battle later. And this enhancement is limitless. Even an ordinary vampire can become powerful as long as he absorbs enough blood. In their eyes, there is no difference between 7th and 8th tier. Looking at the richness of Lila's blood, Chen Jie guessed that the opponent had absorbed blood from their country's people, at least 8 or 9,000, if not tens of thousands. What a greedy vampire! Die! For the sins you have committed. Lila swung the one-eyed sword in his hand, and the air hissed loudly. What a fast sword! Chen Jie's body trembled, and the primordial chaotic energy burst out from within him. His opening sky axe also moved. The opening sky axe activated from in front of him, striking straight out towards the center of the opponent's white figure. One axe flew forward. This axe was plain and simple, yet carried destructive energy. In the air, it was like a deep yellow cannonball, charging towards a white dot. Boom! In the sky, the sound of an explosion echoed suddenly. Chen Jie calmly withdrew the opening sky axe. But Lila clutched his chest, unable to calm down for a long time. Now, he finally understood that the elite among their vampires would die at the hands of this person. His talent awakening was not simple. At the moment he first touched the opening sky axe, Lila felt that all the blood within him was suppressed by the aura of this axe. His vampire lineage was the highest of the bloodline. How could it possibly be suppressed by this ordinary axe? The only explanation was that Chen Jie possessed a stronger bloodline capable of suppressing him. That's right. Chen Jie bore the primordial bloodline of Pangu. His vampire bloodline could only be considered a scrap bloodline in front of Chen Jie's Pangu bloodline. No. It was not even worth being called scrap. Come again. The vampire Lila raised his so-called noble head, biting his tongue until it bled. Fresh blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His already pale face now looked even whiter than wax. Lila absorbed the blood from his mouth corner. Ah! He shouted wildly, veins bulging on his neck. At the same time, his once normal eyes turned blood red. Is this frenzy? Chen Jie guessed silently. But, feeling the opponent's rising aura, Chen Jie thought his guess must be right. The vampire Lila raised his long sword. A thick smell of blood covered the entire sea and sky. His one-eyed sword suddenly sprouted several claws from the side of the eye. These small claws viciously clawed at Lila's arm. They pierced straight through. Absorb! Holy sword! Absorb more of my blood, I sacrifice my blood, please help me slay the evil before me. Lila shouted frantically. And the one-eyed sword seemed to understand his words. It increased the rate of blood absorption. Boom boom boom. The aura of the one-eyed sword surged in an instant, even surpassing that of the 10th tier aberrant creature before. In response, Chen Jia became alert. The one-eyed sword emitted a heavy smell of blood, coupled with a sense of killing intent. What a terrifying aura. What a strong smell of blood. Can Brother Chen handle this? You're talking nonsense, how could he not handle it? You must understand, before, Brother Chen could even slay the 10th tier aberrant creature. What does this mere vampire from the Eagle Sauce country count for? That's true, but this vampire's long sword really feels strange, its power seems very high. What are you all waiting for? Hurry and hide in the cabin, this collision of power is not something you can endure. The commander immediately ordered the soldiers to retreat. They were of no help on this battlefield of the awakened, staying here only led to more casualties. Feeling the aura of the one-eyed longsword, Chen Jia's Kai Tian axe even showed a hint of excitement. Kai Tian axe, is it feeling emotions too? Chen Jia sensed the trembling in his hand, clearly noticing the Kai Tian axe's thirst and impatience. Let's give it a try. Chen Jia raised the Kai Tian axe upright and suddenly lifted it high. Open. In the sky, a giant phantom of the Kai Tian axe instantly appeared. This phantom's might far surpassed the bloody aura of the one-eyed longsword. After all, the opponent's longsword was made from impure energy. But Chen Jia's Kai Tian axe wielded pure energy from heaven and earth. How could this even be compared to his one-eyed longsword? Chen Jia suddenly opened his eyes wide, forming fingers like a sword, pointing at the vampire Lila. Annihilate. Boom. The enormous Kai Tian axe slowly descended, freezing the entire area in place. Luo Nation, a lowly race. You think you can compete with me? The vampire Lila, mouth filled with blood, screamed hoarsely. He exerted all his strength to raise his bloody one-eyed longsword. Chapter 87, The Mysterious Black Hand Appears. Naturally proud, facing Chen Jia now made him feel an immense pressure. This pressure made it hard for him to breathe. You cannot defeat me, I am from the highest race. The vampire Lila roared. Exclamation point. The huge phantom of the Kai Tian axe struck down with a thunderous crash, colliding with the one-eyed longsword. As soon as they collided, small cracks appeared at the point of impact of the two weapons. A powerful energy storm exploded from where they clashed. The waves on the sea churned violently. Even the distant ships were flipped over several times. Is this the clash between strong beings? I heard before that Chen the War God fought against 10th-stage aberrant monsters alone, shaking the heavens and the earth. Even the mountains within 100 miles were crushed. How terrifying is Chen the War God? It seems that Chen the War God has the upper hand now. His Kai Tian axe is truly incredible. When he appeared, I felt the entire space was torn apart. I think this battle, Chen the War God is bound to win. Not necessarily. The opponent's one-eyed longsword is still absorbing Lila's vitality. If Lila had stored enough vitality before, Chen the War God might have to concede some of his brilliance. Vitality? Haha, our Chen the War God absorbs the spirit energy of heaven and earth. No matter how much blood vitality Lila has, can it compare to the spirit energy of our Chen the War God? The Awakeners of Luo Nation looked up to watch this grand battle. For them, it was likely that in their lifetime, even with all their efforts, they might never encounter such a situation. This was a battle worth their observation. Meanwhile, the Awakeners of Eagle Sauce Nation watched with horror. Our King Lila is the most powerful vampire in our nation, absorbing the blood vitality of hundreds each day. How can he be suppressed by Chen Jia on the other side? This is impossible. King Lila's blood sword is our Eagle Sauce Nation's top artifact. It can't be restrained by a mere little axe. King Lila, give it your all and kill the opponent's people. Boom boom boom. Between heaven and earth, powerful energy waves burst forth wildly, shaking the entire space with an ominous feeling. You all look. Our space has developed cracks. What's happening? Are they really fighting with true fire? Good heavens. Such power. After a while, the weapon phantoms of both began to slowly dissipate. Lila was now covered in blood, his face as pale as paper, without a trace of vitality left. With just a gust of wind, he could fall. In contrast, Chen Jia remained calm, standing steadily in the air with his hands behind his back. He looked like a visitor enjoying the scenery. Pooh. Lyra's chest churned with anger and she spat out a mouthful of blood. This made Lyra, already exhausted, even worse off. Ha ha ha. I never expected that there would still be such blood energy in this space. Spirit energy. Suddenly, from the now shattered sky, a strange laughter echoed. Chen Jia quickly looked up. A gigantic black hand came rushing towards him. This aura far surpassed the 10th level mermaid he had encountered before, even many times stronger. This was a creature that did not belong to this space at all. Chen Jie's heart shook violently. This time, it was the first time he felt such a tremor in this world. Facing the black hand, Chen Jie quickly raised the Kaitian axe, unleashing all the chaos energy from his body. Roar! 10 giant golden dragons soared into the sky, forcibly propping up the Kaitian axe. God-killing domain. Chen Jie gritted his teeth, concentrating the domain's power into one point. You overestimate yourself. As this inferior creature of a low-dimensional space, obediently become my food. The black hand merely flicked, sending the Kaitian axe crashing down by several dozen meters. Chen Jie looked at the black hand that was just a few feet away. A sensation of life-threatening danger arose. This is it. Chen Jie gathered all his energy, focusing it once more on the golden arm. In an instant, all his energy was drained. Boom! The energy surged into the Kaitian axe, causing it to tremble, unleashing sky-shattering power. At once, the black hand was forced back. Oh! This space still has such a divine weapon. Just wait for me. Alas, what a pity if it weren't for the shrinking space crack. This divine weapon is destined to be mine. The black hand sighed in reluctance, then retreated helplessly. However, it wouldn't be long before it would search the entire universe, determined to find the Kaitian axe. Having pushed back the black hand, Chen Jie weakened, drifting gently down into the sea. Chen Jie! A blue light shot out as Elder Zhou dashed into the battlefield. He had anticipated that surprises might occur, but he didn't expect it to happen. On the side of the Eagle Sauce Nation, top-tier warrior Lyra was severely injured, and her ordinary fleet was completely destroyed by Chen Jie. Elder Zhou of the opposing side also entered the scene. This battle could not continue. Thus, they also rescued Lyra. Both sides retreated. This battle had only progressed halfway before abruptly stopping. However, it made both sides clearly realize that besides their own planet, there were other planets with extraordinary abilities. Even the others treated them as food. With the experience from last time, Chen Jie quickly recovered this time. He slowly opened his eyes to see Xiao once again sitting in front of him with teary eyes. Damn it! Just a few days later, he was exhausted again. The golden arm is indeed a divine weapon, but the side effects are too great. Once a mistake is made and he fails to push back the enemy, the outcome he faces will be irreversible. Xiao Jie. Xiao held Chen Jie's hand with sorrow. I'm fine. It was much easier this time. But, the sudden appearance of the black hand was unexpected. Chen Jie sighed lightly, causing the person before him to feel heartache again. This black hand had become a crisis in his heart. The opponent, with just one hand, could already beat him half to death. If the whole person came upon him, Chen Jie estimated that he could only wait for death obediently. I must become stronger. Once he was mostly recovered, Chen Jie walked towards the energy chamber that Luo had prepared for him. In the depths of the ocean, an octopus mutant holding a divine staff looked gloomily at the ocean above. The external oracle has appeared. You must quickly devour humanity completely. Then relocate the planet. The voice of the octopus mutant was very heavy. Before him stood 3 mutated monsters that surpassed 10th level strength. One was snake-like, while another had a human body with a shark's head. A spiny sea urchin monster. The 3 of them respectfully nodded at the squid mutant before them. They turned to face humans, particularly the larger countries, and led the ocean mutants to once again launch an attack on humanity. Chapter 88, The Assault of Ocean Mutants. Eagle Sauce Country's Coast Command Center. My god, our base has been hit by an unidentified object, and it's huge. Requesting support, requesting headquarters support. Our flank bases have been completely destroyed. Base 02 is damaged, requesting headquarters support. There are unknown monsters appearing. Calling headquarters, calling headquarters. Headquarters is also under attack. What about reconnaissance? My god. Quickly understand the situation, be ready to abandon other bases if necessary. It's very likely to be mutant monsters, requesting support from awakeners. Eagle Sauce Country was the first to be hit, and chaos erupted immediately. Moreover, they relied on their advanced equipment and had not set any high-level awakeners at the coastal base. When faced with such a situation, they didn't even know how to react. In order to protect important bases, they even completely abandoned some minor ones. This led to the destruction of many bases in an instant. They could hardly withstand for long, and soon, many mutant monsters surged onto Eagle Sauce Country's land. They ruthlessly slaughtered the humans above. Oh, please, my god, what is happening? Countless monsters have charged into my country. No. They should have gone to that damned row country. Help me, my leg. This damned fish monster has bitten me. Help. Retreat. The damned higher-ups have abandoned us. They went to other safe zones, leaving us to die here.
No, we will not defend anymore. To hell with it. Let anyone who wants to defend. The people of Eagle Sauce Country cried out, praying to God. Unfortunately, this time, even God could do nothing. This was a well-planned assault by mutant monsters. There would be no mercy. The purpose of these mutants was to eliminate and devour all of humanity. Moreover, this attack was even more dangerous than the one Ro country faced before. Because this time, the ocean mutants clearly had a purpose, to devour all humans. And then, to enhance themselves. Charge! My people, for the victory of our nation. For our sky. The 11th level mutant sea urchin shouted loudly. In fact, he could easily conquer this country alone. However, in order to absorb the mutants under his control, he had to fatten them up before consuming them. Inside the yellow palace of Eagle Sauce Country. My God, our country is under attack from countless ocean mutants. What do we do? Our strongest vampire is still severely injured. Now, we can only use atomic bombs. In this apocalypse, we have basically no choice. To survive, we can only fight these mutants. We all know the fate of Ro country. We just don't know if this atomic bomb will work. We have recovered a hydrogen bomb, why not use the hydrogen bomb as well? Since we have chosen to fight to the death. I think this is feasible. First, hit with the atomic bomb, then use the hydrogen bomb afterward. That way, the enemy will be caught off guard, and we just might kill them. The higher-ups of Eagle Sauce Country began to discuss among themselves. This was the first time they encountered such a large-scale wave of mutant monsters. They had zero experience. Right away, they started to clash with the enemy to the bitter end. However, they had no choice. After all, not every country has a hero like Xinjie. Of course. Their country also had some very strong awakeners or vampires. But most of them viewed this country as a nutrient pool. Where would you think of protecting this country? Once a large number of mutated monsters rush in, they choose to directly run away and then parasitize the next country. This way, there is no need to fight to the death, and they can still live well. As for the lives of ordinary people, who cares about them? Under the unified resolution of Eagle Sauce Country, atomic bombs rose into the sky one after another. Boom! 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 These atomic bombs covered the entire coastline. This method can clean up the mutated monsters thoroughly. But it sacrifices all the humans there. Bang! 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 Mushroom clouds rose one after another. The underwater mutated monsters rushing up on the coastline instantly turned to dust. However, at the moment an atomic bomb flew towards a sea urchin mutated monster, unexpectedly a cave appeared in the space, swallowing the atomic bomb whole. And then, the entire space showed no fluctuations at all, as if the atomic bomb had simply vanished into thin air. Spatial talent. And it was an 11th level mutated monster. Such a mutated monster attacking Eagle Sauce Country, if there weren't enough powerful awakened ones standing up, within 3 days, Eagle Sauce Country would undoubtedly be completely devoured by the entire underwater mutated monsters. The high-ranking officials in the Yellow Palace were already dumbfounded upon seeing this scene. What is this thing? How could it make our atomic bomb disappear into thin air? My God, where did my atomic bomb go? Are you still worried about your atomic bomb? With such a powerful mutated monster, we will be killed to the center of the capital in less than half a day. What should we do? Even if we send out hydrogen bombs, with this swallowing weapon, they can't respawn easily. Seeing this monster's special ability, everyone fell silent. No one could utter a single word. Earlier, they were mocking Ro country, thinking those mutated monsters could almost destroy them. But when it came to their turn, they couldn't even estimate lasting 3 days. It truly confirmed that saying. Without experiencing the suffering of others. Aside from Eagle Sauce Country, the country of Bear, at the top of Ro country's map, was also under attack from the sea mutated monsters. What attacked them was an 11th level sea serpent monster. However, as soon as the sea serpent monster launched an attack, it immediately received feedback from Bear country. Countless missiles surged towards the sea mutated monster. Even if the sea serpent could release poisonous mist, which is very lethal to awakened ones, it indeed had no defensive capability. In an instant, the charge of the sea mutated monster was strongly obstructed. After strong missile bombardment, Bear country sent out awakened ones to intercept. What was unexpected was that Bear country actually had 10th level awakened ones, which might be because of the vast area of their country, filled with all kinds of spirit crystals. Thus, their awakened ones, once awakened, could grow at the fastest pace in the world. At this moment, it was not surprising to have 10th level awakened ones appear. In fact, countries like Eagle Sauce Country also had 10th level awakened ones. But they did not have such unity to protect a country. However, Chapter 89 Discussion on Countermeasures. When the awakened ones from Bear Country came out, the 11th level sea serpent mutated monster left them completely stunned. This sea serpent just twisted its body and split into numerous small snakes. Each small snake surprisingly had the strength of 8th or 9th level awakened ones. Moreover, the means of attack used were very vicious and insidious. Many awakened ones from Bear Country were severely injured. If Bear Country fell, it was basically only a matter of time. And they had no way to deal with the 11th level sea serpent monster at all. Such a sea creature was, for them. Development and growth have indeed advanced too quickly. And the Luo Kingdom is facing the same crisis. In less than 3 days, Chen Jie walked out from the energy chamber. Because he already sensed the impending danger. Luo Kingdom Energy Chamber. As the door of the energy chamber opened, a remarkably sturdy man stepped out, his muscles having undergone a qualitative change. His muscles shone with a golden light. They appeared unusually hard. War God Chen, hello. The officer in charge of monitoring the energy chamber quickly saluted Chen Jie with a formal military gesture. This is the war god of their country, who saved the Luo Kingdom twice from peril, deserving of their genuine respect. Chen Jie nodded to the other party and then asked, Old Zhou, where do I need to see him? He could already feel an incredibly powerful energy approaching the Luo Kingdom. This power even surpassed the 10th tier mutated mermaids he encountered before. Now his strength had risen to the peak of the 9th tier. Under the pressure of external forces, Chen Jie's improvement speed was exceptionally rapid. He even felt that with a bit more training, he could break through to become a 10th tier awakener. But it seemed there wasn't enough time currently. To confront this incoming threat, Chen Jie had to emerge early and find Old Zhou to discuss. Currently, the Luo Kingdom could not withstand the invasion of those underwater mutated monsters. He could handle that powerful force without problem. But the other minor mutated monsters needed to be dealt with by the other awakeners in the Luo Kingdom. Otherwise, even if Chen Jie dealt with the strongest mutated monster, upon looking back, he might find no one behind him. Old Zhou has been waiting in the command room for you. Today he had a premonition that you would come out. Let us wait for you here, the officer said seriously. Now, he also sensed the atmosphere of the Luo Kingdom. All right, lead the way. Chen Jie nodded. The officer led the way in front, and Chen Jie followed behind. In less than 10 minutes, they arrived outside Old Zhou's office. Cough cough cough. Cough cough. Before even stepping into the office, Chen Jie heard a series of Old Zhou's coughs. The officer beside him looked worried. Since the last attack by the sea mutated monsters, Old Zhou has been exhausted, busy restoring the country's strength, maintaining defenses, and so on. He hasn't rested for a moment. Even if he is an awakener, such work intensity is hard to endure. Chen Jie knew it was not only that. Old Zhou had already been seriously injured previously while dealing with the 10th tier mermaid. With the added fatigue, it was likely that he fell ill. Otherwise, with the body strength of awakeners, ordinary fatigue would not make them sick. Let's go. Now with the strong enemy outside, all we can do is to work hard on our own tasks. Chen Jie took a deep breath and pushed open the office door. Immediately, an old and fragile figure met his eyes. A dry and weak face, with hair full of white strands. Especially those eyes, dull and lifeless, as if they were dead. Only the hurried hand scribbling gave away a hint of vitality. This Old Zhou of the Luo Kingdom had dedicated himself completely for his country. Worthy of respect and admiration. Hearing the noise, Old Zhou slowly raised his head. The moment he saw Chen Jie, his face lit up like spring returning to the earth, revealing a smile. Mr. Chen. Old Zhou, excited, tried to stand up from his seat. Seeing this, Chen Jie quickly stepped forward to support him. Old Zhou, you working hard for the country, you must pay attention to your health. Chen Jie didn't want to continue further. It's fine, it's fine. The Luo Kingdom has gone through great calamities, and it has taken much effort to recover. I must do everything I can to maintain it. Old Zhou patted Chen Jie's hand that was supporting him. Each generation has its tasks. Old Zhou said meaningfully. Chen Jie understood his meaning. Supporting him, they walked to the center of the office. An assistant quickly turned on the projector. On it, part of the disaster scenes of the Eagle Nation appeared. A part of the fierce battlefield of the Bear Nation. Rogue Woe. I believe it won't be long, cough cough, before it also meets this disaster. Old Zhou's face showed difficulty. But, my country has already suffered greatly in the last Aberration catastrophe. If it were before the war, we could still rise to fight back like the Bear Nation. But now, how can the people of my country bear it? This is truly someone who cares for the nation and its people. He deeply feels the people's suffering and worries for them. Chen Jie's change might also be deeply influenced by this person.
Old Zhou, leave this matter to me. You lead all the people of our country to withdraw to the rear and clear out some invading minor aberration creatures. As for the main force of the opponent, I will handle it. Chen Jie stepped forward, his eyes full of confidence. And in order to break through to a higher level, he still needed a hard battle. The powerful fighting strength of the opponent would not only become his pressure but also serve as his supply. But do not forget, the chaos of Hongmeng can devour spiritual crystals. If using mass attacks, it's possible to kill while also improving. Mr. Chen. Are you really capable of this? Old Zhou looked at Chen Jie with excitement. He saw hope on the young man's face. He saw the hope of the nation once again. He had always been a steadfast materialist, but after meeting Chen Jie, he thanked the gods and ancestors for bringing this person to their country. This is a man worthy of great responsibility, the god of war Chen. Just as Chen Jie was still discussing with old Zhou, a commander, covered in dirt and panting, knocked on the wooden door. Come in. The commander saluted. Old Zhou, the aberration monsters at sea have attacked again. We have detected their movements. East Sea 141, 581, location entered. It will arrive inland in about 3 hours. Since the last attack, our country had already taken precautions and set up detection stations several hundred kilometers offshore. This allowed for a quick response this time. Upon hearing the news, old Zhou fell into brief silence and then glanced at Chen Jie. After receiving Chen Jie's response, immediately inform all departments to withdraw to the rear, all withdraw. The commander, upon hearing this, questioned, withdraw completely? Are we not going to resist? It was clear he was unwilling to give up the fight. There will be someone resisting. God of War Chen will resist the main force for us. As for the minor aberration creatures sneaking behind us, we need to handle that. Old Zhou spoke earnestly. He knew that even the minor aberration creatures could have levels 7 or 8, dealing with them could be very challenging. The task is not easy. Chen. God of War Chen, handling all the main force by himself? The commander was astonished. However, after receiving old Zhou's firm response, he immediately saluted and went out to pass down the orders. Before long, the entire nation began to take action. No matter if it was the military or logistics department, they all united to stand against the enemy, willing to sacrifice everything they could to protect their country. And at the main gate of the country, a god of war stood with his open sky axe, imposing before countless aberration monsters. Come on. Every monster that dares to charge into our nation will die. Chapter 90, The Sharp Treasure Knife. Chen Jie faced the 11-level humanoid shark-headed monster of the opponent. The opponent's talent is very unique. It is not a powerful spatial type but rather a rapidly evolving devouring type ability. However, the devouring ability of the humanoid shark monster is completely different from the earlier encountered devouring monsters. This shark monster only needs to devour things it can touch to grow. Even ordinary soil can be devoured by it. However, such things offer minimal benefits for its growth. Thus, it generally chooses to devour things that have a higher cost-performance ratio. For example, humans. To grow to its current level, it has devoured over 100,000 humans. These are giant monsters composed of human blood. Chen Jie looked up at the shark aberration monster in the sky. Immediately, one could sense the strange, bloody smell coming from the other person. This must be the murderous aura accumulated from killing many people. How many people has this distorted monster killed? Chen Jie muttered. Meanwhile, the humans in the distance saw this scene. They couldn't help but worry. Chen Jie, can you handle this shark monster in front of you? I can smell the blood from this shark mutant. It's clear it has killed countless beings. Who knows? If Chen Jie performs normally, he might have a chance. Remember, Chen Jie defeated an 8th-stage mutant when he was only a 7th-stage awakened. Even the 10th-stage mermaid wasn't a match for Chen Jie when he was at 8th stage. In the human camp, most still hoped that Chen Jie could defeat the shark mutant before him. Otherwise, if Chen Jie failed, they would be facing death. Human, you are blocking my way. The shark mutant grinned, exposing its white teeth, looking at Chen Jie with disdain. As if a 9th-stage awakened like Chen Jie was a rare sight for it. So, in its eyes, Chen Jie seemed almost like a beautiful creature. That's true, if you want to pass, there's still a way. Oh. Interesting human. Leave your head behind. Chen Jie gripped the Kai Tian axe in his hand, then transformed into a streak of light and shot out. His speed was extremely fast. Even the shark mutant couldn't catch his trajectory. What kind of monster is this? With only 9th stage power, it possesses such speed. The shark mutant stared in disbelief as Chen Jie rushed toward it. For the first time, it felt it was facing a genius. When it was only at the 9th stage, its speed was merely a tenth of Chen Jie's. Whoosh! Chen Jie's speed was astonishing.
In an instant, he drew a golden arc through the air. Exclamation point. The Kaitian axe struck the shark mutant's armor, leaving a deep white mark. The shark mutant cried out in pain, retreating repeatedly. It didn't expect that a ninth stage awakened like Xinjia, whom it viewed as an ant, could almost break its protective armor. This was simply unbelievable. Could an ordinary ninth stage awakened really possess such terrifying power? The shark mutant couldn't help but feel confused. Such a powerful human. You all attack. The shark mutant, always cautious, waved a hand to its subordinates behind it. The subordinates exchanged glances. Fearing the 11th stage shark monster, they charged forward, howling. After all, they were also around 8th stage and had some confidence in themselves. Human, kill. Kill this one before us, and the others behind him are our food. Everyone, charge. He is just a 9th stage, together we can wear him down. It doesn't matter, the damned human. For our victory as ocean mutants, he must die. The mutants shouted slogans and rushed forward. They hadn't wanted to act like this. But with the shark mutant watching from behind, they had no other choice. You see, mutants really don't know when to quit. Xinjia looked coldly at these sea mutants. In Xinjia's eyes, these sea mutants resembled reckless fools. Whoosh! Xinjia aimed horizontally at these sea mutants. A yellow-white light filled with lethality shot through the bodies of these sea mutants. Suddenly, the entire sky began to rain blood. This was the blood flowing from the sea mutants killed by Xinjia. Xinjia's speed was incredibly fast. It didn't take long for the sea monsters rushing towards Xinjia. It was as if they were chopping vegetables, being taken down one by Xinjia. They never imagined that a mere 9th-tier awakener like Xinjia could unleash such power. In their understanding, even if Xinjia was a 10th-tier awakener, killing them would still take at least half an hour, right? Yet, Xinjia finished off the small sea monsters in less than 3 minutes. The shark monster stared in disbelief at this scene. He didn't expect that a mere 9th-tier awakener could exert such strong pressure on him. If Xinjia became a 10th tier, wouldn't he be able to instantly kill him? At that moment, the shark monster seemed to make a quick decision. This human awakener absolutely must not be allowed to live. Human, this is your own doing. If you had been sensible and walked away just now, I would have settled for those humans behind you. It wouldn't have been so troublesome, but now, I've changed my mind. You must die. The shark monster trembled his hands. A gleaming white light flashed. Immediately, a jagged blade appeared in his rough hands. This blade was incredibly sharp. Even in the daytime, it could reflect dazzling light. Moreover, it emanated a chilling aura that made people shiver. What a powerful blade! Could this be the shark monster's battle spirit? I've never seen a battle spirit that could exude killing intent. Xinjia, be careful dealing with this shark monster. The awakeners in the human camp were all sweating for Xinjia upon seeing the jagged dagger. Any awakener with a certain level of talent could sense that the dagger in the shark monster's hand was different. But when Xinjia saw this dagger, he just smiled slightly, completely disregarding the opponent's blade. No matter how powerful the dagger was, could it compare to the heaven-splitting axe in his hand? It was simply laughable. Chapter 91, Tough Duck. The shark monster raised his long knife, and suddenly the entire sky became bright. The surrounding space seemed illuminated by the long knife. What terrifying power! Old Zhou sensed the terrifying power contained in the long knife from a distance. Once confident in Xinjia, Old Zhou now began to have doubts. Die, human! The shark monster grinned. His muscles began to swell, and the grooves became more pronounced. The density of his muscles jumped to another level. Let me show you what cutting talent feels like. The shark monster said proudly. Seemingly unafraid to expose his talent skills. Most people would try to conceal their talents. But this shark monster, instead, flaunted it with arrogance. He swung his knife, and instantly the entire space began to distort. Wherever the long knife passed. In an instant, a crack appeared out of nowhere. This was the terrifying power of his long knife. No matter what it was, it could be ruthlessly cut, whether it was an awakener or a high-level monster. Plus, with his powerful devouring growth ability. After a period of development, his power would surely be the strongest. Unfortunately, the high priest would not allow them any more time to grow. As soon as the high priest issued a task, they had to complete it quickly. Otherwise, the high priest could easily end them with just a thought. It's just your energy, compressed over time. This is what makes the blade that bursts forth from you even sharper. Xinjia directly pointed out the uniqueness of the other party. Generally speaking, monsters like them can't have more than one talent. As for him, the shark mutant, he already possessed the talent for growth.
Now, he also had the talent for blades. If you think about it, this is just too freakish. How do you know this? No one else knows but me. The shark mutant's eyes widened, nervously staring at Chen Jie. As if he saw something terrifying. This was his innate secret. In this world, no one else could possibly know this except him. If anyone had seen it before, they would have just thought it was an influence of talent. But Chen Jie was able to see it at a glance. How twisted must this ability be? However, if this is true, the shark mutant wanted to kill Chen Jie even more. Having a person like this in the world would always be a threat to him. Anyone who knew his secret had to die. The shark mutant raised his treasured sword, transforming into a blue shadow, charging towards Chen Jie. Exclamation point. Chen Jie, calm and unhurried, also raised his open sky axe to face the attack. On the surface, it seemed easy. It even appeared somewhat effortless. However, for Chen Jie, dealing with an 11th level mutant was inherently difficult. Moreover, facing such fierce energy compression from the opponent. It certainly wasn't easy. But, to give the people of Luo country more confidence, he had to bear with it. My god, Chen Jie, the big guy, is actually resisting an 11th level attack with his 9th level strength. This is simply unbelievable, and did you notice that Chen Jie didn't change color at all? Who else could do this? I hope in this battle, God of War Chen Jie can defeat the opponent. If so, he can advance a level. Moreover, the following period will be even more stable. The people of Luo country looked at Chen Jie like this. Just as Chen Jie had guessed, they instantly became energized. This was exactly the result he wanted. Who? What a 9th level awakener! The shark mutant had just exchanged blows with Chen Jie. He started to sense that this was no simple matter. If it were anyone else, they would have been cut in half long ago. But that last strike felt like he was attacking the whole world. It was as if he was fighting the entire world. He couldn't shake it at all. Could it be that the other party was using the entire world as the source of his power? An odd thought arose in the heart of the shark mutant. Before he could think it through further, Chen Jie's axe suddenly turned from defense to attack, charging towards him. Open the sky, split the earth. This was a strike from Chen Jie, filled with a lot of energy. He did not intend to completely push back the shark mutant, but hoped to test out some of the mutant's special talents with this move. Now, it was known that the opponent could compress energy. But it was still unclear what other strange talents the opponent had left. You think this little bit of power can hurt me? The shark mutant didn't take Chen Jie's attack seriously at all. He raised his hand to casually block it. Soon, he would pay a bloody price for this action. Chen Jie's open sky axe swept through the air, creating a beautiful arc. Just with a graceful spin, the shark mutant's scaly hand was immediately severed from his body. It floated in the air. Ah! The shark mutant howled in pain. He never expected that the strength of a 9th level awakener would. He was actually able to hurt his flesh. This body of his was forged over a long period. Ordinary mimicry battle spirits could not harm it at all. Yet Chen Jie simply made a light swipe. And it straight cut off his hand. Human! You! The shark mutant was flushed with rage, the sacred space was trampled by Chen Jie. This kind of resentment was unbearable for him. Enough! You, a useless level 11. I thought you were strong, but you can't even take one of my moves. Chen Jie sneered. He didn't expect his opponent to be so weak. Chen Jie was merely testing a move, and yet the other couldn't defend against it. A single cut was able to sever his arm. Damn it! Human, don't think that just because this move worked, you can defeat me. This was only a mistake on my part. The shark mutant gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, using energy to heal. He now harbored intense hatred towards Chen Jie. As a level 11 mutant, being cut off an arm by a level 9 awakener was a humiliation among their kind. How would he face their high priest when he returned? No. He absolutely would not allow such a thing to happen. It's over. You don't have to act tough. Chen Jie brandished the sky-opening axe, his aura grand. The towering phantom rose to the heavens once again. In the distance, the people of Luo country once again saw this phantom that represented hope. Look, God of War Chen has once again unleashed his talent skill. This talent can also deal with the opponent's level 11 mutant? Previously, God of War Chen only fought against level 10s. Of course he can, look at this phantom, it is even stronger than before. Plus, you should know, now God of War Chen has reached level 9. Isn't dealing with this level 11 a piece of cake? Go, God of War Chen! The people of Luo country clasped their hands together, under the same sky, hoping that Chen Jie could defeat the opponent. With just this phantom, you think you can kill me? The shark mutant looked disdainfully at the sky, continuing, "Come and try my golden fish skin." The shark mutant shook his entire body, and a layer of golden light immediately appeared. This was his talent skill, golden fish skin. Similar to most mutants' talents, it belonged to the defensive type. However, the shark mutant's talent had been enhanced by mysterious rituals from the sea. Even awakeners who surpassed him by 2 levels might not be able to break through it. The only flaw was that it could only be used once a day. In the air, Chen Jie focused on the opponent's golden fish skin. In his eyes, this golden fish skin indeed was a rare talent skill. However, even such a powerful talent skill would be difficult for others to handle. But for him, this golden fish skin was nothing more than a blank piece of paper. His sky-opening axe could cut through all matter in the world. Even the cosmos was opened by it. No matter how powerful the defensive skill, before the sky-opening axe, it was as if it never existed. At this moment, the sky-opening axe carried overwhelming power and descended from the sky, as if the heavens were tearing the world apart, directly charging toward the opponent's golden light. In an instant, the sky-opening axe was engulfed by the golden light. In this situation, the shark mutant thought it was good news. At least, his golden light was really effective against Chen Jie's attack. However, he was still too happy too soon. Soon, he felt a piercing pain, transmitting from the surface of his skin. It shot straight to his brain. It even made him feel like losing consciousness. This was the effect of the primordial chaos energy from Chen Jie's sky-opening axe. At this moment, the sky-opening axe had already cut through the shark mutant's golden fish skin. A trickle of blood flowed from the shark-like mutant's distorted shoulder. How is this possible? My golden fish skin is known as the strongest defense in the sea. And I am at the 11th level. We are separated by 2 major stages. How could you possibly harm me? How can you inflict damage on me? The shark mutant was stimulated by this scene, screaming madly. It wasn't because of the pain in its body, but rather a sense of shame, arising from within. For high-level mutants like them, they were extremely proud. To let a 9th-level awakener harm them. This was a huge humiliation. Aha! In a fit of rage, the shark mutant trembled violently, its claws began to grow longer, and at the same time, the originally deep red eyeballs gradually lost their blood color, finally condensing to a single point. A pair of crimson eyes were left with only 2 small red dots. This was a sign of the shark mutant strengthening itself. It meant condensing the blood energy in its body, which would, in turn, enhance its power. This was the first time it had used this move. Because in the past it had never found an opponent that forced it to use it. Moreover, using this move caused severe damage, possibly even pushing it back 2 stages. You forced me to this. The shark mutant shouted to the sky, shaking its body to knock Chen Jie's axe of heaven away. The shark knife in its hand buzzed with energy. Clearly, it was adding energy to its weapon once again. And this time, it was compressed even more solidly than before. The energy that was emitted would undoubtedly be even more formidable. At this moment, Chen Jie finally took it seriously. He held the axe of heaven in front of him, keeping his eyes fixed on the other's hands, waiting for the strike. Without knowing the characteristics of the opponent's new move, Chen Jie would not easily make a move. After all, this mutant, which surpassed him by 2 stages, could make many mistakes. Whereas he could only afford to make 1 mistake. Oh my, this mutant survived a strike from our Chan war god and is still alive. What vitality! Just now, if that strike had landed on a 10th level mutant, it would have been dead. It's going to be tough from here on, Sai. This mutant still has talent abilities left unused, and now its aura has increased even further. What a powerful mutant! How will Chan war god respond? Are we really going to be destroyed like this in our country of Luo? Just watch closely, I believe our Chan war god will save us from the darkness. In the sky, changes occurred again, and the hearts of the people in Luo country hung in fear once more. Or rather, they had never truly settled. The speed of the shark mutant was incredibly swift. In the blink of an eye, it appeared next to Chen Jie. As its shape flashed, Chen Jie immediately saw a silvery long knife coming toward him. What a fast knife! Chen Jie was secretly shocked. But he still quickly activated his talent. With a sidestep, he dodged the white light. The power of this white light was tremendous, and its speed was extremely fast. After Chen Jie dodged, the white light flew toward behind him. In just a breath's time, 100-meter-tall building behind Chen Jie was immediately leveled. And when the mutant saw its attack missed, it did not stop there. It turned around and delivered several consecutive slashes. The same white light surged toward Chen Jie in an overwhelming manner. Chen Jie gritted his teeth and evaded. He could dodge a strike or 2 from all this white light, but with more, it would become somewhat challenging. No! He must break the deadlock in front of him. Chen Jie mobilized the energy within him once again, condensing it on his right hand. That's right, he planned to activate his golden arm again. But this time he was facing an 11th level mutant, he couldn't make casual moves. He had only one chance for success. Human, you have tasted the power of my long knife. Keep dodging. Just like this, that's how. Keep hiding. Hide like a stray dog. The shark mutant looked at Chen Jie dodging and became even more excited. He loved the feeling of hunting his prey. This thrill of hunting was inherent to sharks. Whether before or after the mutation. Chen Jie smiled, not paying too much attention to the provocation. Instead, he was waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. As long as he got that chance, he could turn the tables. A 9th tier awakened one could kill an 11th tier mutant monster. This miracle was about to happen. Oh my god, this shark mutant is so strong. The constant attacks, and Chen War God seems to be struggling. What should we do? If Chen War God loses, we're in trouble. No, if Chen War God keeps this up, he'll definitely be at a disadvantage. He's been dodging all the time, and if he makes one mistake, he'll be seriously injured. Chen War God. Please, do your best. Your opponent is strong, but you really are our last hope, the hope of our country. Looking at the one-sided situation above in the sky, the people of Luo country began to worry about Chen Jie. They believed in Chen Jie. However, facing the opponent's fierce attacks, everyone couldn't help but feel anxious for him. The opponent was 2 tiers higher than Chen Jie. Each attack was a deadly threat to Chen Jie. Up in the sky, Chen Jie carefully responded to the attacks of the shark mutant. At the same time, he was looking for a flaw. He only needed one flaw. Chen Jie was extremely nervous inside. Just one flaw. Give me one flaw. And I can kill this 11th tier monster. After dodging over a dozen strikes from the opponent, Chen Jie finally found the chance during a brief moment of respite. After continuous high-intensity slashes, the shark mutant's arm holding the sword slowed down. At the same time, it began to pant slightly. In that instant, Chen Jie seized the opportunity. As the shark mutant took a breath and swung the sword, Chen Jie struck. Yes. Now. Chen Jie's eyes lit up. The energy in his golden arm surged and began to move. His hand emitted a dazzling golden light. The hand holding the heaven-splitting axe grew stronger and more powerful. Veins popped out, and his fingers gripped tightly. Boom! A monstrous momentum instantly erupted. The shark mutant couldn't react in time. At that moment, the heaven-splitting axe swung. Golden light flashed. Chen Jie's body floated through the air. With a breath and a blink, the golden light vanished. Chen Jie had already appeared behind the shark mutant. His body was covered in fresh red blood, slowly gathering at the edges of his clothes. It finally formed drops of blood that dripped down. Of course, this blood wasn't his. It was the blood of the shark mutant behind him. The shark mutant behind him had its eyes wide open, its hands twisted, and the long sword fell to the ground. Its facial muscles twitched uncontrollably, and its throat trembled. Ugh, how is this possible, this speed? This isn't something a human could. After struggling to express his last words in pain, the shark mutant's body began to soften and slowly collapsed. Its body continued to fall downward, and after a few seconds, it completely hit the ground. Boom! A loud sound echoed on the ground. The other sea mutants who had come to land with it were now completely stunned. They stared in disbelief at the fallen body of the shark mutant. Their leader was dead, so what were they still doing here? What else could they do? Of course, they ran away. The sea mutants quickly turned around and ran towards the sea. It's your turn to counterattack now. These sea mutants have a lot of energy crystals in them. How many you can kill is up to your fortune. Chen Jie waved at the awakened ones behind him. Those awakened ones seemed to have just woken up. They slapped their heads. They madly joined the battle against the mutated beasts at sea. This was a rare opportunity. Now, the mutated beasts on land were either low-level ones killed by other awakeners, or the mutated beasts were too strong for them to handle. This led to their low combat power. And now, Chen Jie was giving them this good chance. Watching the crazed awakened ones, Chen Jie smiled and shook his head. Hopefully, they would level up faster. Before long, a greater disaster would come. When that time comes, who could survive would completely depend on fate. The news of Chen Jie killing an 11th-tier mutated beast quickly spread to the Eagle Sauce Country. At this moment, the Eagle Sauce Country was experiencing fierce battles. They couldn't believe their ears. The Luo country had already dealt with the 11th-tier mutated beast. What's going on? Isn't the strongest among humans generally a 10th tier? What level is Chen Jie that he can kill an 11th-tier mutated beast? This must be the result of borrowing someone else's strength, right? I've seen this kind of thing more than once, nothing to discuss. Killing an 11-tier mutated beast? It can't be that the mutated beasts there are very weak, right? Then what about these? If they're capable, come deal with our 11-tier. The high-ranking officials of the Eagle Sauce country basically did not believe that Qianjia had killed an 11-tier mutated beast. Even those who believed were in a state of doubt. After all, they were all recalling what an 11-tier mutated beast was like. Such a monster could wipe out an entire country in an instant. How could it be that Qianjia could just claim to kill without real abilities? Many humans began to doubt that Qianjia was just making false claims. Meanwhile, the neighboring bear country also received the news. No way. This kid from the Luo country is so strong? Could it be that this called Qianjia, the war god of Luo country, really has talent to fly high? Quickly send someone to contact him. Yes. Being able to connect with such a person would greatly benefit our development. Maybe we can find some tricks to defeat the mutated beasts from him. However, I feel he's somewhat lucky. Can a 9-tier awakened one defeat an 11-tier mutated beast? Is that even possible? This must be the Luo country bragging. To be honest, just find someone to take a picture, then make some false publicity. It's a pity this is the end of the world, who would fall for that? Everyone discussed this, full of disbelief in Qianjia's report. Because they knew how large the gap was between an awakened one of one tier and the next tier. They found it hard to believe that Qianjia could single-handedly challenge a next tier 11 awakened one. However, the bear country still sent people to the Luo country to seek experiences. Qianjia was unaware of all this. After killing the 11-tier awakened shark mutant, he did not experience the exhaustion and fainting like the last 2 times. Instead, he simply stood calmly in the air, adjusting his state. He immediately flew down, arriving beneath the shark mutated beast, and began to search for treasures. Surprisingly, Qianjia did find quite a few good things on it. I have to say. As a leader of underwater mutated beasts, it carried quite a lot of treasures. The first treasure Qianjia found was a thunder mutated fruit. This fruit contained thunder energy inside. As long as he ate one, he could gain thunder. This thunder might be similar to what Xiaolu's sword could unleash. Its power was enormous. Aside from this fruit, this shark mutation monster also produced a rare spirit crystal. The rare spirit crystal completely surpassed the advanced spirit crystal. Advanced spirit crystals can only provide enough energy for awakened beings. But the rare spirit crystal can completely help awakened beings improve their physical condition, including the awakened being's talent ability. For some people, after using a rare spirit crystal, their talent ability strength can jump 1 to 2 levels. For example, if an awakened being's talent level is A, after taking the rare spirit crystal, it might be raised to S. Unfortunately, Qianjia's talent awakening has already reached the highest level. After taking it, it didn't have much effect. At this moment, he thought of Xiaolu's face. He should be able to give the rare spirit crystal to Xiaolu. In this way, his original A-level talent should be able to increase to S-level. Moreover, future mutant monsters would only grow stronger. By enhancing Xiaolu, she would have more self-defense ability. This way, Qianjia could focus more on fighting. Besides this unexpected discovery of the rare spirit crystal, Qianjia also found a source of energy. This source of energy grew in the heart of the shark mutation monster. It constantly provided energy to the shark mutation monster. And after extracting it, it could provide more energy for the entire core of the Luo country. This source of energy could at least supply Luo country with 1 to 2 years of energy. Good stuff. After storing the source of energy, Qianjia continued to dissect. An 11th level mutant monster is full of treasures. Qianjia peeled off its skin, and after a series of processing, this shark skin could serve as a nice defensive treasure. At the very least, it could withstand all attacks from 10th level mutant monsters. There are also the shark mutation monster's teeth. Its teeth have been highly reinforced. The sharpness and hardness are no less than an A-level awakened being's simulated battle spirit. It's also a good item. After counting carefully, Qianjia collected several good items. However, what intrigued him the most were the 2 mysterious cubes in the shark mutation monster's pockets. Qianjia guessed that these 2 cubes should be like the cube previously used to enter the last secret realm. They are also keys to other worlds. I'll keep them for now, they might be of great use in the future. Next to the cube, there was actually a map. The map marked the exact center position of the ocean between Luo country and Eagle Sauce country. As for what was there, Qianjia hadn't had time to explore. After the ocean mutant monster situation completely calmed down, Qianjia planned to investigate it further. After all, outside this planet, there is a mysterious dark hand keeping an eye on his existence. He must arm himself to resist it before the other side arrives. Chen Jie, are you okay? Old Zhou rushed up from behind after receiving the news that Chen Jie defeated the shark mutation monster. He came to congratulate Chen Jie. I'm fine. This mutant monster is strong, but I'm not the same as before. I have some experience in dealing with such powerful mutant monsters. Chen Jie smiled. He is indeed more mature than before. In the past, when facing the mermaid mutation monster, he relied entirely on brute force and luck. This time is different, he used a bit of strategy. That's how he achieved victory. With experience, dealing with these high-level mutant monsters became much easier. Relying on the sharpness of the Kaitian axe. As long as he wasn't being overwhelmingly crushed, Chen Jie had the capability to compete with them. Seeing Chen Jie safe and sound, Old Zhou finally let out a sigh of relief. Upon learning that an 11th level mutant monster was coming, he even planned to let Chen Jie lead a small team to escape. Keep the last spark. This way, we won't be completely wiped out. Alright, you rest for a bit. Let us handle the counterattack. Old Zhou said with concern. But Chen Jie waved his hand. No. I need to keep fighting. I want to kill these marine mutants until they are terrified. Kill them, so they dare not invade again. After saying this, Chen Jie turned to look behind him at the passionate awakened warriors. Fire burned in their eyes. Each one was filled with strength. Because Chen Jie had given them hope. Brothers of Luo, heroes and awakened ones, are you there? Here. 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 Chen Jie raised his arm. Below, countless voices responded. They shouted. They followed him. They eagerly hoped to kill the enemy without leaving a single one alive. Good. Then charge with me. Blood had already stained Chen Jie's clothes. It ignited his fighting spirit. With the axe of creation raised, he turned and charged toward the marine mutants behind him. Charge. For Luo. To protect our homeland, the mutants must die. Drunk in the battlefield, do not laugh, how many return from ancient wars? Today, if I die on this battlefield, I must kill a few more mutants. The sons of Luo, each fearless, rushed toward the enemy's camp. Old Zhou witnessed this scene. His eyes filled with tears. Great. With these brave awakened ones in Luo, why should we worry that one day, we won't be able to stand on top of the world again? If we keep developing like this, who knows, one day we might stand at the peak of the universe, no longer facing any provocation. Good. All warriors follow me, kill the enemy, scare them to death. Kill them until they dare not come again. Old Zhou was passionate and bold. Even though his body was weak, he ignited endless fighting spirit. His originally pale face began to show some color. Summoning the mimetic battle spirit, he followed Chen Jie into battle. Just overnight, the sharks and marine mutants collapsed like a landslide. There was no possibility of resistance at all. This is the cohesion of Luo and its ability to unite. Until the next day. The setting sun sank. The remnant sun was like blood. Sunlight spilled onto Chen Jie's bloodstained face. And onto the faces of many warriors from Luo. Ha! The marine mutants are nothing. Can they withstand the unity of Luo? I see them as nothing but a group of wretched creatures. Ha! If you aren't afraid of death, just come again. Chen Jie shouted at the fleeing marine mutants. Those marine mutants, upon hearing the voice, were terrified. Some didn't even make it back to the sea and fell dead on the shoreline. This name, Chen Jie, in this battle, was imprinted deeply in the hearts of every marine mutant. He was the war god of humanity. As long as he was present, marine mutants could not touch the people of Luo. The news of Luogua's victory over the marine mutants quickly spread to countries around the world. Chapter 95, Just a Coincidence. In just one night, this event shocked all countries around the globe. What concept is an 11th-tier mutant? The highest tier mutants humans have seen so far. And they could destroy an entire country. Even the strongest country in the world, Eagle Sauce, was greatly influenced by them. And this powerful 11th-tier mutant was defeated by a young man from Luo named Chen Jie, a name some had never even heard of. Unbelievable. Absolutely incredible. The high-ranking officials of Eagle Sauce were now extremely shocked, gathered together for a meeting. This is impossible. Chen Jie from Luo is only tier 9, I know. How could this be possible? The enemy is an 11th-tier mutant, how could tier 9 deal with 11? This simply defies science. We have also encountered 11th-tier mutated monsters. But on the first day alone, we lost half of our fighting power. By the second day, our army of vampires was nearly wiped out. How on earth did Xinjie manage to do this? Not only that, didn't the Luo Kingdom previously suffer an attack from 10-tier mutated monsters? How could they recover so quickly? They even pushed the enemy back. The Luo Kingdom is really lucky. They have a high-tier awakener like Xinjie. The people of Eagle Sauce Country couldn't help but feel envious. They solved the problem of the sea monsters on the very first day. While they were still suffering from the disasters caused by the sea monsters, they were filled with hatred. Not a single person in their land was a hero like Xinjie. To protect them, to fight for them. When the mutated creatures attacked, all the high-tier awakened ones ran to the rear. They just watched their own country suffer and the people get harmed. In their words, "We are awakened ones, why should we care about the lives of ordinary people? Ordinary people should just protect themselves in their own ordinary way." The news of Xinjie defeating the 11-tier mutated monster spread to every corner of Eagle Sauce Country. The citizens stood up and called on their high-tier awakened ones to join the fight. But unfortunately, their Eagle Sauce Country simply didn't have such a hero. In Bear Nation, their high-ranking officials were so shocked that their glasses fell off. Yura! This Luo Kingdom is incredibly strong. They used to call us Big Brother, but now, in this apocalypse, I think we should refer to them as Big Brother. We should ask them for advice on how to deal with those hateful mutated monsters. Our Bear Nation absolutely cannot show weakness to the mutated monsters. Contact our brothers in the Luo Kingdom immediately and see how they dealt with the 11-tier mutated monsters. They have Xinjie. Xinjie is the core of their strength. He is too powerful, he can face an 11-tier mutated monster alone and completely defeat it. Compared to Eagle Sauce Country, Bear Nation was even more eager to rely on Luo Kingdom's experience to solve their current problems. Of course, they did not lack people willing to sacrifice themselves to face the mutated monsters. But the strength of these people simply wasn't enough to combat the 11-tier mutated monsters. Suddenly, at this stage, most of the high-tier awakened ones from Bear Nation headed south. They hoped to find Xinjie for some guidance. The high priest of the underwater mutated monsters learned that the shark mutated monster was killed by Xinjie. The high priest of the underwater mutated monsters fell into deep thought. The other two 11-tier mutated monsters trembled underneath the steps. They knew that the high priest's anger was intense. If they offended him, their fate would be very miserable. Bishop, the third one, faced a powerful opponent in Luo Kingdom, so that's why it turned out this way. The sea urchin mutated monster trembled as it spoke. It knew that if the high priest's anger wasn't calmed soon, that anger would soon fall upon them. Previously, the sea snake mutated monster boasted in Bear Nation. But now, here in this underwater world, it could only shrink back. In this underwater world, the high priest was their true king. High priest. Today I captured half of the human stronghold in Bear Nation, and my team has greatly expanded. The awakened humans were no match for me at all. The sea snake mutated monster respectfully cupped its hands. Its blood trembled in its body. It didn't know when the high priest would explode in rage. The last time the high priest lost control, he had skinned it alive. It's fine, this matter is. The high priest opened his eyes wide. The terrifying oppression suddenly unfolded. Two 11th-tier distortion monsters could only kneel on the ground, not daring to move at all. However, since the third one has a problem, you all should bear some responsibility. The awakened humans are so united against the third one, and you, Sea Serpent, you have really disappointed me. Suddenly, the high priest reached out with his dry hand, directly grabbing the sea serpent. High priest, please show mercy, I don't know what you mean, I have done well. The sea serpent immediately panicked. He struggled continuously, but the high priest's hand was like an iron chain, tightly locking him down. Ha ha ha, you have done well? Is the Luo country close to the Xiong country? Where were you when the third attacked the Luo country? Why didn't you go to support him? Why? I lost a general. Do you understand? Damn thing. The high priest gripped the sea serpent tightly and then threw him forward. Bang! The once commanding sea serpent was thrown out like a dead dog. The sea serpent cried out in pain. At the moment he hit the ground, he felt all his bones were shattered. Useless thing. The high priest spat and turned to leave. Meanwhile, the nearby distortion monsters trembled, almost becoming the next sea serpent. Cough cough. Awakened humans. I must make you suffer. The sea serpent, filled with resentment, stood up from the ground. He redirected his anger towards the awakened humans. If it weren't for that awakened human named Xinjie killing the third one, he wouldn't be suffering like this. Next, my target is Luo country. You help me continue attacking Xiong country. The sea serpent said and charged out of the sea. He wanted to kill Qinjie. To prove himself. At this time, the Eagle Sauce country had analyzed for a long time. Finally, to comfort themselves, they came to their own conclusion. That is, Qinjie can deal with the 11th tier distortion monsters, only because the sea distortion monsters think their Luo country is too weak. That's why they sent out their weakest 11th tier, so Qinjie just picked up cheap kills on the distortion monsters. Everything is just a coincidence. Chapter 96, The Attack of the Sea Serpent Distortion Monster. Even in this situation, Eagle Sauce country still attributed the victory of Luo country to their ongoing luck. All of it was due to Qinjie's luck leading to this outcome. They were even more willing to be hostile towards a person who could save them rather than seek help. With the fury of the sea distortion monsters rising, countless distortion monsters surged onto the shores of Eagle Sauce country and Xiong country, and this time the attack was even more ferocious. Such an attack made the citizens of Eagle Sauce country wail in despair. My God! Why are the sea distortion monsters this time more savage than before? What wrong have we done in Eagle Sauce country to deserve this disaster? Last time there were only tens of thousands of sea distortion monsters, this time there might be hundreds of thousands. My God, please let this end. What hate, what grievance. Just the other day, we barely escaped a disaster, and now this comes again. Who can bear this? My God, please let all this end. All kinds of cries of despair echoed in Eagle Sauce country. At this point, their fear had reached its peak. 2 consecutive attacks from sea distortion monsters had left them in unbearable agony. Countless sea distortion monsters swarmed in, filling the coastline. There were sharks, crabs, and other distortion monsters, waving their weapons in the air. Their bodies glowed with purple light in various colors, appearing on the shores. At this time, some awakened humans from the Eagle Sauce country finally stood up. However, they also stood up due to pressure. Yet, even if they stood up now, it was of no use, because the sea distortion monsters had already formed a large scale. The number of distortions on the ground far exceeds the awakeners. Moreover, the levels of various distortions are even stronger than the awakeners. Once a fight starts, it's completely one-sided crushing. At this moment, the high-ranking officials of Eagle Sauce Nation finally couldn't bear it any longer. The sea distortions we are facing are just too strong, we have no way to deal with them. Besides, the sea distortions we are dealing with are even stronger than the 11th grade distortions encountered by Ro Nation. What can we do? We can't just retreat, but what about the people behind us? Currently, the situation only allows us to let the civilians slow down the advance of these sea distortions. Otherwise, we might not be able to retreat. After discussions, Eagle Sauce Nation ultimately arrived at the only way to deal with it. That is to give up, and let the vast populace of Eagle Sauce Nation, alongside the high-ranking officials, retreat under the cover of the Awakeners. These matters are completely unknown to others. In contrast, Ro Nation. Similarly, they were attacked by sea distortions, but all the Awakeners in Ro Nation united together. Those sea distortions couldn't advance at all. Old Joe, the sea distortions are coming again. But the good news is, our Awakeners stopped them, and all the civilians are safe. This is thanks to God of War Chan, who beheaded their leader. Now the powerful distortions don't dare to attack. Thanks to God of War Chan. Otherwise, our Ro Nation wouldn't know what kind of disasters we would have to suffer. Eagle Sauce Nation may serve as the best reminder for us. The soldiers stood and praised Qinjie. They knew that their relative safety across various countries in the world was largely due to Qinjie. Old Zhou, with hands behind his back, looked up at the sky. He couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. God of War Chan. We have owed him so much over these years. He has given too much for us, yet what has he received from us? Just the title of God of War. Such a hero truly deserves to be called a hero. Old Zhou sighed. At this time, Qinjie was in a luxury suite, making a breakthrough. Using the energy core of the 11th grade distortion could maximally break the bottleneck of his 9th grade level. Continuous battles had already made his body meet the conditions for advancement. He was merely waiting for an opportunity. A chance to fill his bodily energy. As long as he had enough energy, Qinjie was confident he could break into the 10th grade. As for why he wanted to break into the 10th grade, it was not only because of the powerful strength of that unknown black hand, but also because he felt that this 11th grade distortion was not the true mastermind behind everything. Eagle Sauce Nation, Bear Nation, and Ro Nation were all simultaneously attacked by 3 11th grade distortions. Such a situation could not just be mere coincidence. It was clear someone was manipulating things from the shadows. The strength of someone who could control 3 11th grade distortions was beyond imagination. To make adequate preparations, he must break through further. This energy is truly abundant. After just one day, I can already feel my body slightly swelling. Chen Jia held the energy core that was constantly emitting energy fluctuations, feeling emotional. With his current body, under normal circumstances, even an ordinary spirit crystal would be absorbed by him in a short time. However, this energy core, he had absorbed for an entire day. He still felt there was a large amount of energy within the energy core. Chen Jia estimated that he just needed to absorb for another day to obtain the energy for the 10th grade breakthrough. However, the energy within him was already somewhat full. He couldn't be too eager for quick success, he needed time to adjust. When he stood in the room and looked out the glass window, the sky suddenly turned deep purple. Powerful energy waves shook the glass in the room, buzzing loudly. What is happening again? We just suffered an attack. The commander looked a bit panicked at the old man Xiao beside him. The situation in the sky was clearly fiercer than before. Suddenly, a giant snake-like distortion monster rose into the sky. This distortion monster had eyes as red as searchlights. It scanned the entire coastline of the Luo nation, with two fangs sharp as long knives, jutting out from either side of its mouth. Luo nation, Chen Jia, come out. You killed my third brother, so I will not let you have peace. I am the sea serpent. Chen Jia, come out and die. The 11th-stage sea serpent distortion monster roared at the sky. In his eyes, Chen Jia, a mere 9th-stage awakener, could kill his third brother only by luck. Otherwise, how could he possibly deal with an 11th-stage distortion monster? Moreover, they were not ordinary distortion monsters, they were all guided by the high priest. Each one was at the top level of distortion monsters. So even now, he did not care about Chen Jia at all. He even completely looked down on Chen Gem's level. A good sea serpent distortion monster. Then I shall take your serpent gall. Chen Jia broke through the window, transforming into a yellow meteor, charging towards the sea serpent distortion monster. Chapter 97, Terrifying Black Mass. Chen Jia could not stand the arrogant demeanor of the opponent. He charged straight out, summoning the opening heaven axe, standing upright in the air like a war god. Are you the distortion monster that attacked the Bear Nation before? You don't think you can deal with me the same way you dealt with the Bear Nation, do you? Even facing the overwhelming opponent, Chen Jia showed no sign of weakness. He even had the intention to suppress the opponent. With the bloodline suppression from Chen Jia, no matter the opponent, he would never fall into a disadvantage. It should be known that his Pangu bloodline is the most top-level bloodline among all awakeners and distortion monsters. Heh, you are the petty human who killed my third brother? So weak and insignificant. How dare you? The sea serpent distortion monster glared at Chen Jia, its furious eyes seemed ready to swallow him whole, trapping him like a rat in a corner. However, Chen Jia only slightly shook his mind, then immediately regained his composure. His eyes shone with light. This kid is so powerful that he can instantly break my gaze? Could it be my third brother didn't die unjustly? No, I must respond carefully, the only one who can instantly break my gaze on the entire Blue Star could only be the High Priest. Quick battle, quick resolution, I will use my advantage. The sea serpent distortion monster wrestled with its conscience, decided to resolve Chen Jia as quickly as possible. After all, the gap in stages was right there. This was the best choice, as long as the speed was fast enough. Even if Chen Jia's moves were bizarre, or his bloodline unique, he would still have to die before him. Boom! The sea serpent distortion monster spread its body, its gigantic serpent body expanding like 5 or 6 mountains wide. Even the weather began to change with the stretching of its body. The power of this 11th-stage distortion monster should not be underestimated. Even though strategically, Chen Jia was not afraid of the opponent, he still heightened his alertness. After all, in such a life-and-death battle, the slightest mistake would result in death the next moment. What a terrifying sea serpent! Is this sea serpent really a distortion monster? It's almost become a dragon. Its display is indeed scarier than the previous shark distortion monster. Can War God Chen Jia turn danger into safety once again? I'm so worried about him. I thank War God Chen Jia for everything he has done for us. Why can't I help even a little? Sigh. Is there really such a thing in this world? The strongest distorted monster keeps coming. What kind of unbelievable luck does our Luo country have? I hope that War God Chen Jia can defeat it. Everyone, don't be discouraged. Even in this situation, we must believe that War God Chen Jia can lead us out of this crisis again. The people of Luo country looked at the disturbances happening in the sky. In their hearts, they quietly hoped to help Chen Jia, but in this situation, they had no way to do so. Let alone them, the ordinary people. Even the awakened ones could not interfere in battles of high-level awakened ones like Chen Jia. Each collision was earth-shattering. Everyone, step back. Want to help War God Chen Jia? The best way is to not let him be distracted. As long as War God Chen Jia slashes down the strongest distorted monster, we can counterattack, and that will be our best opportunity. The commander of the Luo country's united front directed the soldiers to retreat. He knew that battles with high-level awakened ones like Chen Jie were not something they could participate in. That's right. Everyone, get ready to welcome Chen Jie's victory. Old Zhou's expression showed no signs of slack. He knew that what he could do now was to command the rear properly. And to fully trust Chen Jie. This was the greatest help for Chen Jie. Roar! The sea serpent distorted monster roared, shaking heaven and earth. Immediately, a huge black hole formed in its mouth. A massive amount of energy surged into it. At first glance, it looked no different from an ordinary energy ball. It was nothing more than releasing it to cause an explosion. However, this sea serpent distorted monster was entirely different. This was a space talent type energy ball. It not only contained a large amount of energy but also the space energy that would completely swallow the enemy when the two collided. This was the magic of his black hole. Chen Jie's expression was serious. The Eye of Truth was activated. He immediately noticed something was off. Trying to use underhanded tricks? You distorted monsters are not worthy. Chen Jie infused some energy into the axe of creation in his hand, instantly making it grow more than 10 times larger. The axe of creation was something born from heaven and earth. Dealing with this small black hole was not a problem at all. The enemy could never think of using space talent to shatter the axe of creation. If it were other mimic battle spirits, it might really be possible for them to be completely shattered. Come on, try your energy ball. Chen Jie swung the axe of creation, creating a wild wind. Boom! 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 Before they even collided, the axe of creation was already emitting a deafening sound. Trees around them were swept away by the wind. Leaves scattered everywhere. The air was filled with a chilling aura that reached its peak. Other awakened ones on the ground watched this scene, their expressions frozen. My goodness! War God Chen Jie's talent is actually not weaker than the black ball of the level 11 distorted monster. Is this really the power of a level 9 awakened one? War God Chen Jie, can he deal with this distorted monster? That black ball looks quite extraordinary. Split it, War God Chen Jie. The sea serpent distorted monster, seeing the phantasmal axe of creation in Chen Jie's hand, couldn't help but show a sneer. A mimic battle spirit like this wants to fight against my black hole? This young man is really overthinking. Die, human! At that moment, the sea serpent distorted monster seemed to see the moment the axe of creation in Chen Jie's hand shattered. And the moment Chen Jie's body was torn apart by the black ball. However, the axe of creation fiercely collided with the black ball. Buzz! Boom! A thunderous sound echoed in the sky. The surrounding space almost collapsed. Strong vibrations transmitted from the blade of the axe to the handle, and finally to Chen Jie's body. In that instant, Chen Jie felt his hands go numb. What extraordinary attack power! Chen Jie was greatly shocked. However, the powerful energy source was still supporting him as he continued to strike down with the heaven-splitting axe. Hum! Chen Jie let out a cold hum and suddenly swung the heaven-splitting axe. Half of it had fallen into the black mass. You fool! Do you think you can break my black mass? I can walk away today. The sea serpent Newton suddenly increased the energy injection. Instantly, the black mass grew twice as large. Chapter 98, Future Aid. Fool, you are doomed. This black ball is the full power concentrated together, and I have only used it once. The last person I used this black ball on has grass 3 feet high on their grave. In this world, besides our great priest, no one can withstand this black ball. The energy of this black ball comes from the universe. Ordinary awakened ones like you will only be mercilessly devoured. The sea serpent mutant was extremely arrogant in attitude. With a raised eyebrow, it opened its tooth-filled mouth and blew a breath towards Chen Jie. Boom! A huge sound echoed, and the black light mass charged towards Chen Jie. As Chen Jie approached the black ball, he felt that every cell in his body was about to be torn apart. That scorching energy made his entire blood flow feel like it was boiling. Chen Jie let out a long breath. The energy in his body was also released. Chen Jie raised the heaven-splitting axe and charged at the sea serpent. His goal was very simple. To kill it. Only by killing it could he lift the crisis. Boom! Final heaven splitting. Chen Jie swung the heaven-splitting axe and chopped the sea serpent in half. But in the next moment, the sea serpent's body transformed back into a sea serpent mutant, lunging at Chen Jie. Humph! A mere trick. Chen Jie laughed coldly and swung the heaven-splitting axe once again towards the sea serpent mutant. But this time, he made a mistake. He felt his strength could not be activated properly. Boom! The heaven-splitting axe struck the head of the sea serpent mutant with a dull sound, But the sea serpent mutant was not affected at all, still charging towards Chen Jie. This time, Chen Jie was truly panicked. The power of the sea serpent mutant was too overwhelming. Even at his peak, he would not be able to contend with it. What's more, he was currently feeling somewhat weak. Swish! At this moment, a golden light shot in from the distance, crashing hard into the sea serpent mutant. Bang! The golden light dissipated, revealing the figure of a girl. She wore a white outfit and had a green-scaled long sword on her back. Seeing this girl, Chen Jie thought it was Xiao. Wanru, be careful. It can spray venom. Chen Jie's face changed as he shouted loudly. But it was too late. The sea serpent mutant spewed out a cloud of black gas towards Xiao and Chen Jie. Put! The black mist instantly drilled into Chen Jie's body. Chen Jie felt a wave of numbness and weakness all over, his vision blurred, and his body directly fell to the ground, losing consciousness. You're awake? A pleasant voice rang in Chen Jie's ears. Then he saw a beautiful girl standing in front of him. Her bright eyes were fixed firmly on him, making him feel a bit uneasy. Where is this? Did you save me? Thank you for saving me. Chen Jie slowly sat up and spoke. At this moment, he had fully recovered. The energy in his body was nearly restored. Only, the sea serpent mutant was nowhere to be seen. It's nothing. My name is Xiao. I am the awakened self of your partner, Xiao. How did you attract the sea serpent mutant? Xiao looked at Chen Jie and asked, her eyes full of curiosity. She was also very shocked when she just saw Chen Jie fighting the sea serpent. The sea serpent's strength was terrifying, even she wouldn't be able to win. Moreover, what mattered more was that she could clearly sense that Chen Jie's strength was not high at all. But can fight against the sea serpent monster. This made her a bit confused. Sai, I don't know either. How do you feel now? Xiao asked with concern. Much better, thanks for your concern. Chen Jie said awkwardly. His current state was indeed very poor. He had just been bombarded by the sea serpent monster, suffering severe internal injuries. Moreover, although his body's energy had recovered, he felt unable to use it. This made his situation very terrible. You're welcome. Xiao smiled and said, since I saved you, I naturally have to be responsible for your safety. Chen Jie looked at Xiao and suddenly asked, are you called Xiao? You're the predecessor of Wanru. From the way you look, it seems like this is your first time in Luo country. Or perhaps you aren't even from this planet. How do you know? Xiao was stunned and looked at Chen Jie, asking. Chen Jie smiled faintly and said, because I have encountered creatures from the outside world, your aura is very similar to theirs. He would never forget the energy aura of that enormous black hand. That's right, I indeed come from another planet. However, I have crossed over from a future world to help you. So, I said I am the predecessor of Xiao. Also, my memories have disappeared for a while. In the future, you are already dead. But I used my gift to travel back in time to save you. Xiao said gently. In the future world, Chen Jie faced not only the master of the outside black hand but also the high priest of the sea. Even though Chen Jie severely injured both of them. In the end, it was still because these two colluded that they killed him. So, you are using the time node to come back and change this event. Chen Jie understood her meaning roughly through these few sentences. In the future world, he had a battle against the Black Hand and the mysterious person in the sea. In the end, he lost. He was only a 9th-tier awakener, facing these two high-level mutant monsters. His chances of winning were indeed very low. Then is there any way to change all of this? Chen Jie sincerely asked, wanting to know the solution. If he were to lose the battle, the future Black Hand and those sea monsters would definitely take this opportunity to attack Luo country. Since the future Xiao came over. Then she must have a way. Of course there is a way, but it requires you to endure great pain. Xiao Jie, are you willing to bear it? Xiao Wanyao's eyes were still full of heartache, even though she was from the future. I am willing to endure, since it is already a situation of certain death. Why not seek a glimmer of hope? After becoming an awakener, this was the first time Chen Jie felt such intense danger. To resolve this crisis, he had to be mentally prepared. To endure everything that might happen. Alright, your energy core is still there, right? Xiao Wanyao asked. It's here. Chen Jie took out the energy core from his body. Just eat it directly, I will help you break through, then you will be able to fight against the outside mutant monsters. Xiao Wanyao nodded at Chen Jie. This was the only way. In a short time, significantly enhanced Chen Jie's strength. In this way, a variable may arise, and Chen Jie might survive. As long as the current Chen Jie could live, her future Chen Jie might also be able to survive.
Chapter 99, Mysterious Old Woman, High Priest. Time flowed very quickly. Not long later, Chen Jie successfully reached the 11th tier of Awakener.
That's right, it was a powerful leap. With the help of the future Xiao Wanru, they used a very novel way of energy.
They could easily enhance to the 11th tier of Awakener. As long as there was enough energy. Thank you.
Chen Jie held the heaven-splitting axe and nodded at Xiao Wanru. Then, he hurried toward that direction.
It was indeed the direction of the Luo Kingdom. Where have you been, you brat? You just showed up now. I thought you were dead. Perfect, I'll get to kill you again, hee hee.
The sea snake aberration creature let out a strange laugh. Still the same, not taking Chen Jie seriously. However, Chen Jie's gaze turned cold as he swung the open sky axe and charged at him.
In just a flash of golden light.
In an instant, the sea snake aberration creature was split in two. It didn't even have time to scream. This was the power of an 11th level awakened one, Chen Jie, killing everything in seconds. In that moment when the sea snake aberration creature was killed, it was seen by the sea urchin aberration creature that had come from Eagle Sauce Nation.
Its eyes trembled as it looked at Chen Jie. No! You demon, you killed my older brother. I'll fight you to the death.
Chen Jie stood in front of the sea urchin aberration creature, holding the open sky axe, his eyes flashing with electricity. At that moment, he radiated a terrifying aura, like a monster that had walked out of hell.
Is this the power of the 11th level open sky axe?
Chen Jie thought to himself. The open sky axe was incredibly powerful.
Chen Jie's eyes flashed red.
His energy was operating at its peak, a layer of yellow light shimmering on his skin.
Open! Chen Jie roared. Then, he swung his arm forward. With a thunderous boom,
a giant open sky axe, 100 meters long and 50 meters wide, came crashing down.
In an instant, the entire sky trembled.
The giant open sky axe fell from the sky, directly smashing the approaching sea urchin aberration creature into pieces. Though the creature's body was tough, it could not withstand the axe's sharpness. However, it was merely killed in body.
Countless black sticky liquids flew out from its broken body.
These sticky liquids fell onto the beach, instantly turning into a deadly poison, corroding large areas of sand.
Why are these things like this? Chen Jie was dumbfounded.
He thought that once the open sky axe split this monster's body, it would die, but he never expected it to survive. Moreover, this sea urchin aberration creature not only didn't completely die, but had even divided into thousands of sea urchin aberration creatures. Each of these sea urchin aberration creatures had a strength no less than the 10th level. Chen Jie's eyes flickered with cold light as he looked at the countless sea urchin aberration creatures rushing from afar. His expression grew increasingly serious, because he found that the number of these sea urchin aberration creatures was terrifyingly high.
No matter what, I must eliminate these monsters.
Chen Jie gritted his teeth and said.
Then he raised the open sky axe again. The axe glowed with yellow light. Ultimate open sky world. Chen Jie roared, swinging the open sky axe at the monsters. Boom, boom. The open sky axe brought forth endless yellow light. A massive yellow vortex formed around Chen Jie. Wherever the vortex went, all the aberration creatures were instantly crushed. With one slash, all the aberration creatures fell dead. After the open sky axe killed hundreds of sea urchin aberration creatures, it finally ran out of energy and began to automatically return to his body. Chen Jie retracted the axe and then struck out 2 more slashes. Boom! The roar echoed across the entire island. The aberration creatures on the island were instantly annihilated. The power of the open sky axe was boundless. Ha! Chen Jie let out a breath, his body swaying slightly, nearly falling, his face extremely pale. This time, the slash of the open sky axe had cost him a lot of energy. However, Chen Jie had no complaints whatsoever. Instead, he quickly took a spirit crystal and continued to unleash the open sky axe. His speed was astonishing, and around him, countless severed limbs and spurting blood made it look like a sea of hell. He didn't know how long it had been. Finally, Chen Jie stopped swinging the open sky axe. His face was extremely pale, with beads of sweat forming densely on his forehead. He slowly exhaled a mouthful of dirty air. He immediately sat cross-legged down, recovering the energy he had consumed. He was now an 11th tier powerhouse, but still felt extremely exhausted. However, he knew that the last strike had also taken a heavy toll on him, recovering completely in a short time would be nearly impossible. Yet, Chen Jie was not in a hurry, sitting in place to restore his strength. Time passed bit by bit. Chen Jie was not anxious, but the distorted monsters were getting frantic, their attacks growing fiercer. However, this level of assault could not harm Chen Jie at all. Just as Chen Jie was preparing to continue the fight,
Suddenly, a figure shot in from the distance, and it was an old woman. Behind her followed a middle-aged man dressed in blue. The man's gaze was cold as he looked at Chen Jie, a chilling smile curling on his lips. "Who are you?" Chen Jie asked, frowning. "Ha ha." The old woman laughed loudly, her voice sharp and piercing, like metal scraping, causing chills to run down one's spine. "Kid, you killed my 3 distorted monsters, and today, even if you escape to the ends of the earth, you can't leave alive." Chen Jie fell silent. He didn't expect that shortly after dealing with the sea urchin monster, new enemies would arrive. Moreover, these enemies were all-powerful existences far beyond the 11th tier awakeners. "Humph, do you dare come to die?" Chen Jie said indifferently, "I guess one of you is the so-called Great Priest of the Seabed. And the one in blue should be from another planet. Last time, I witnessed your methods. However, this time you too must die by my hands." The man in blue was furious at Chen Jie's arrogance. The old woman shouted angrily, her right hand clenched into a fist, smashing toward Chen Jie. In the old woman's hand was a silver-white bone hammer, which looked very eerie. It was covered in dense blood-red patterns. The bone hammer exuded a terrifying aura. "Die," the old woman sneered. Chen Jie's gaze sharpened, and he swept the heaven-splitting axe outward. Bang! The 2 pieces of simulated battle spirits collided, and Chen Jie was pushed back a few steps. This time, Chen Jie was quite surprised. He didn't expect the old woman to be so powerful, actually able to suppress the heaven-splitting axe. "Kid, you will die," the old woman grinned fiercely. She swung the bone hammer again, smashing down at Chen Jie. "Who dies is still uncertain." Chen Jie shouted loudly, sweeping the heaven-splitting axe again. A brilliant beam of yellow light tore through the void, violently colliding with the old woman's bone hammer. Dong! The 2 simulated battle spirits intersected. A wild wave of energy surged forth, causing ripples to spread. Chapter 100, in the end, humanity's final counterattack. Chen Jie's expression changed slightly, then he pushed off the ground, blasting backward. The old woman's power was beyond his imagination. If he continued to fight, he would definitely not come out unscathed. Chen Jie knew very well that although he could contend with the 2, if the fight continued, he absolutely couldn't hold on for long. Chen Jie's speed was incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, he had retreated from the battlefield. He paid no attention to the 2 pursuers. Instead, he raced off into the distance, moving at an unbelievable speed. "Chase! We must catch him. This guy killed so many of our underwater distorted monsters, this debt must be settled. Great Priest, killing him could be considered for an alliance, but there's one thing you must know. That weapon in his hand must belong to me." "I see, you just came for the heaven-splitting axe in his hand, but I didn't expect you to covet a simulated battle spirit of an 11th tier awakener. That's disgraceful." Chen Jie's escape speed was extremely fast, but he was, after all, not a perpetual motion machine. His speed was limited, and he was soon caught up by the 2. Chen Jie felt a tightness in his heart and quickly took out a distorted fruit to swallow it. Then, he once again urged the heaven-splitting axe to unleash heaven and earth split. Boom! The heaven-splitting axe swept across, countless mutated monsters were cut in half, turning into a rain of blood filling the sky. A mist of blood scattered, dyeing the soil red. The attack of the heaven-splitting axe was fierce, but it needed to continuously absorb energy, or it would be impossible to use. These mutated monsters were too fragile. They simply couldn't withstand the strike of the heaven-splitting axe, so they could only let themselves be slaughtered. The high priest behind him and the mysterious man from the outside. They did not hesitate either, each unleashing their own abilities to attack. Bang! 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 The attack of the heaven-splitting axe grew more and more fierce. Chen Jie's face gradually became pale. The energy within him was severely depleted. He simply couldn't support the heaven-splitting axe for too long. His body was battered and bruised, blood was dripping everywhere. "Ha, boy, now do you understand how powerful my high priest ability is?" The old woman laughed wildly. Chen Jie snorted coldly, "Your strength is indeed impressive, but you still can't do anything to me." The old woman sneered, "Boy, your mouth is really tough, today I will let you taste my power." She swung the bone hammer in her hand fiercely, and a buzzing sound rang out. Immediately, a silver-gray light emerged. This silver-gray light emitted a suffocating aura. It carried the power to destroy heaven and earth, making Chen Jie's heart pound with fear. He knew, this light was definitely not simple. And split the heavens and earth. Boom! The heaven-splitting axe in Chen Jie's hand swept out again, a brilliant yellow light, like lightning, shot forward. Crack! A crisp cracking sound was heard, the silver-gray light was instantly shattered. Poof! The high priest spat out a mouthful of blood. She finally fell to the ground, dead. Next, only the man in blue from outside remained. Seeing the situation turning bad, the man in blue roared, transforming into a giant beast from the outside world. This beast looked like a small mountain, with countless hands. Then, Xinjie raised the heaven-splitting axe to fight this giant monster. He swung his axe, but unexpectedly, the monster's power rebounded him. Taking advantage of this moment, the outside monster let out a loud roar. God Thunder of the Heavens! This was the unique ability of the outside world's mutated monsters. Boom! A terrifying thunderbolt fell from the sky, striking Xinjie, sending him flying. He spun a few times in the air before landing on the ground, his face extremely pale. How could this happen? Xinjie looked at his right hand in disbelief. He could only feel that his right hand's bones seemed to have shattered. Hiss! The pain made him gasp in cold air, quickly checking his right hand. Such terrifying power, indeed worthy of the mutated monsters from the outside world. Xinjie felt a bit flustered. This outside-level mutated monster was just too strong. Could he really not defeat it? If that's the case, then it's all over. The strength of this mutated monster from the outside world was not something ordinary people could withstand. Sigh. Xinjie sighed, looked around, then gritted his teeth and prepared to retreat. At that moment, Xinjie felt a strong wind coming from behind him. Xinjie turned around sharply and swung his axe toward the attack behind him. Bang! The explosion sounded. The weapons of the two clashed, causing a deafening roar. Xinjie's body was shot backward like a cannonball, crashing hard into the ground 10 meters away. Cough, cough, cough. It hurts. Xinjie covered his chest and coughed violently. In this situation, it seemed that escaping was no longer an option. Ha, the mutated monster from the outside world also wants to take my heaven-splitting axe? That's truly hard work. You traveled all this way. Because today, you must die. Xinjie laughed loudly at the sky. Then, he raised the heaven-splitting axe. He slashed his hand open, cutting the main artery. A large amount of blood poured out, flowing into the heaven-splitting axe. This was the method he had learned from dealing with vampires before. By using his own blood in this way, he greatly enhanced his own power. At that moment, the people of the Luo Kingdom all saw Xinjie's current appearance. God Xinjie, are you trying to defeat this twisted monster from the outside world by sacrificing everything? Don't do it, God of War Xinjie. Damn twisted monster, if God of War Xinjie leaves because of this, I will be very sad. Our God of War of Luo Kingdom. I hate it, I can't help at all. God of War Xinjie, you are protecting us with your blood. With blood as the guide, God of War Xinjie, you are planning for a final deadly struggle against the enemy. May God Xinjie win. The people of Luo Kingdom were all praying for Xinjie to defeat this ultimate twisted monster. Now, only this twisted monster from the outside world remained uncleaned. The other small twisted monsters could be easily cleared by humans utilizing their awakened ones. Absorb it. Absorb more of my blood, opening heaven axe. This is our ultimate battle. The opening heaven axe, infused with Xinjie's blood, suddenly soared in power. At this moment, a yellow light had enveloped the entire sky. Between heaven and earth, it began to grow dark. Foolish humans! Do you think you can stand against me? The outside twisted monster unleashed its giant black hand once again. It descended from the sky, blocking out the sun. The whole world was in darkness. Ultimate primitive open heaven and earth. Xinjie shouted loudly. His voice resonated throughout heaven and earth. Boom! The opening heaven axe fell from the sky, its yellow light standing out especially in the darkness. Bang! The sharp opening heaven axe slashed against the enormous black hand. Phew, crack! No! This is impossible! The outside twisted monster let out a wretched scream, completely cleaved in half by Xinjie. Body vanished, path extinguished. The sky began to regain brightness, the sun started to emerge. Everything in the world returned to tranquility. The sea-twisted monsters quickly retreated back into the sea. The human awakened ones and ordinary humans sounded the final counterattack horn.